Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
Fireworks are not done.
Interrogation commentary on the case. Dahil mihi Anglican police, verbal slaughter.
Is that correct?
Oh, for Trump's sake. I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I'm the Recovery Addict. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. Good to have everybody here. Oh, wow. This is all that's left of my drill, the one that died. This is the inner core of the brushless motor. It's pretty cool how they put them together. All right. Son was able to take it completely apart. Good morning. Good morning. Happy Thursday, Podcast Thursday today. It's Podcast Thursday. Thomas and I will expect all of you to be present tonight for the podcast. So make sure you
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Make sure you go ahead and block out.
This is not Burger King. People do not get to have it their way.
Make sure you get to block out that period of time in your schedule because we'd like you to join with us. It's going to be a lot of fun tonight. It's going to be a lot of fun. No guests tonight. It's just Thomas and I. You can't say just Thomas. So it's Thomas will be there, and I will be with him. It's going to be really exciting. So we're excited to have you join us tonight on podcast. Let's see.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
Lee, that was not me. That was my boy. I said, hey, this is going in the bin. It's getting dismantled. Would you like to see how it works? And he said yes. And he's brought me. He's brought me 4 Ziploc bags of different sets of parts with screws and adapters and gears and motors and magnets. He's taking it all apart. All while he's doing this, he's also building a 3,600 piece Lego puzzle. And I guess it's not technically Lego. It's mini Legos where the pieces are like 1/4 scale or 1/5 scale of I think it's Big Ben in Parliament or something over in England. He's building it's micro. It's tiny, and he's building all that at the same time. So while he takes this apart, he puts other things together. Hopefully one day he will become an engineer and take care of me in my old age financially. Let's see. Yes, there you go, Red Pen. My son used to do that. He's an electrical engineer now. We have to say welcome, first of all, and I'll turn the chat on, to Ann Miller. Ann Miller, congratulations, welcome. Ann, good morning. You were first in chat. You were also second in chat. Your second chat message was a small book. A small book. You managed to get all of first and second chat and get all the typing in before anyone else joined. Good work. To congratulate you for that great success, which very few people have been able to accomplish. We're going to send it to you with internet ownership. Yes, you have to work for everyone else now today for free. So anytime somebody has a problem with the internet or something connected to it, they'll be calling you to just get that turned off and on again or whatever it is you need to do on your end to make it work again. So just go ahead and plan on that happening today, Ann. Thank you very much for doing that. If you'd like to commemorate this occasion, this wonderful day where you literally own the internet, we have made available for you a copy of your criminal record. A copy of your certificate of winning. For the low fee of just 50 cents. You can download that. Just pay the fine and download it, fill in the blank, and you're good to go. Make sure you add that to your CV. Works great as a cover sheet. So, Ann, thank you very much. Congratulations. Let's see. Where are we? It's Thursday. It's Podcast Thursday. How old is he? He's 12. The one, well, the 12 and the 8-year-old like to take it apart. The 8-year-old is fascinated with a brushless motor and how the magnets work and how powerful they are and how they, just how they all fit together and everything. But the 12-year-old just dismantled every little last piece of that. It was really cool. Can't see the comments. Squint really hard, Debbie. I turned them on. Sorry, I know you put that up earlier. But let's see. Don't know if you heard of the Madeline Soto case, but Stephen Stern has been charged in her death. I've seen that. That happened this last week. Thank you for that update, Hazelnut. Let's see. KDS says, or Keisha, one of the two, says, Recovery Addict and everyone, I passed my latest exam. Only 2 more to go to graduate my master's. That is awesome. That is really, really cool. Congratulations. I'd love to see people achieve their goals. And I'm sure you've put a ton of work to get thus far. You're going to do great. All right. Beep, 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 beep. Let's see. Buffer. Jacob and Ronald are both celebrating their special day today. Just 2 birthdays today. Just 2. Well, we can go ahead and sing to just 2 people. We would sing to just 1. Let's see. We're going to do that here in just a second. Make sure you show us a picture of the puzzle. Oh, it's a Lego. It's a 3D model. It's tiny, but it takes 3,600 pieces, and the pieces are. He literally has to use a magnifying glass. His eyes are good. He uses a magnifying glass to make sure it's the right piece. I'll show you when he's done here. But he has his own filing system. He took the pieces out and he sorted them into bags. Is that the adoption child? I might fill in the form. It is. It's the adoption child. I joke with him. He's the one who tells me if I do a good job on the hump day yell every morning, every Wednesday. Anyway, he's very, very meticulous, and he sorts all the parts into the bags, so he knows which bag to look for the item that he's looking for. It's really good. It's really good. All right. Where are we? We've got the birthdays. I'm going to go back and put the birthdays up. Here we go. We're just celebrating 2 today, which is awesome. Wow. Awesome. 2 birthdays. So we're going to sing to Jacob and Ronald. Please join with me in celebrating Jacob and Ronald's birthdays by raising your voice in song this fine, beautiful morning. Sing with me. Make sure you blend your voices with those of your neighbors. Deep breaths. Project to the back of the room. Warm up with me if you will. La, 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 la. There we go. Jacob and Ronald. Just 1 verse here. We're going to make it good. Dancers at the ready. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Jacob and Ronald. Happy birthday to you. Jacob and Ronald. Maybe if you live close together, when you go to Denny's and pick up your free pancakes, you'll see each other and be like, hey, it's your birthday too. That would be awesome. That would be awesome. Thank you. I realize there are many places you could be, Jacob and Ronald, but here you are with us, celebrating your wonderful day. We love that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. The privilege, the pleasure, the honor is ours. I don't want to cut the dancers off because they practice this next part really well. Oh, yeah. Looking good, looking good. Beautiful, beautiful. Happy birthday to everyone who's celebrating today. Thank you very much for celebrating with us. We hope you have a wonderful day, and if there's anything we can do to make it a little bit better, let us know. We'll try. Make no promises, but we'll try. That's the best I can offer today. All right, Ashley says, Daybell starting at 11 Eastern Time, but I believe the judge is ruling on motions from yesterday at 10:30. We'll try to pick it up as soon as it goes live, whether it's motions or the trial itself. So we'll have that set up. Thank you for the heads up, Ashley. Just tell Denny's that RA sent you. Yeah, and tell him we could use a sponsor. We could use a sponsor. Can anyone give me a quick rundown on this Airbnb trial? I can't find part 1, and I had to leave yesterday. Okay, Cindy's. This trial, it's a little tiny one. It snuck up on us. It has a sovcit, okay? A sovcit is a sovereign citizen, someone who believes that they are not bound by the rules and laws, which the rest of us are as citizens of the country or visitors, if we happen to be so. Oh my goodness. Hang on, I have to put this up briefly. The Maya counter hit 5 million this morning. It's just about to hit 5,003,000. That is really cool. So the rundown is that this is I guess a group of kids. I say kids, they were young adults, got together, decided to rent an Airbnb and throw a party in Georgia on the way to Houston to a concert. Drugs were involved. It was a sketchy area of town. Somebody who was at the party invited these girls. The girls showed up and said, hey, we can have this place robbed. We can rob this place. We'll tell our other buddies to come rob it. The girls showed up. They were let in. They sort of cased the joint. And then one of them left. The other one hid, left the door unlocked so that the two robbers could come in. This is all the allegations of the state. The two guys could come in with guns, rob the place, beat a few people up. It was one quite seriously with a skull fracture, and took their shoes, took their phones, took their wallets, took the gummies, a lot of THC gummies and vape pens and things like that. And oh, that's awesome. Thank you. His 10-year-old son sang along with you, Janelle. I didn't see the note that it was your late brother. I'm so sorry about that. But at the same time, I'm glad we could celebrate his special day, and glad his nephew could celebrate along with us. Thank you. Going back to the case, this is a gang activity. The two members who robbed them are gang members, according to the state. It's part of the YSL gang, which is tied into the Young Thug case, which is also in Georgia, right? And it's just gotten crazy. We've got one defendant who has two lawyers and one defendant who has no lawyers, and it has not been as bad as Darrell Brooks, although it looked like it would be. He's actually sitting down. He's cooperating right now. He's not getting more stubborn. The judge has built up some sort of rapport with this gentleman who does not want to be known by his real name, Pritchett, last name Pritchett, Max Pritchett, I think his name. Instead, he wants to be known as the accused, because he has the whole, my name is not the name as shown in capital letters on the bill. That's not me. Yeah.
Squirrel!
It's wild. The jury on this one, we get to see the jury on a regular basis. You will see the jury. You'll get to know the jury. You'll be like, oh, there's that one guy. Yeah, he's wearing, I like the shirt he's wearing today. You'll see the jury in this trial. The judge knows it. He knows the jury is being viewed. And he's like, look, it's a public trial. It happens. We're not going to zoom in on their faces and be like, and now let's get to meet this person. But we are going to see the jury. So that's a little different. But it's going to be good. We are still behind. So we're starting this morning with what happened yesterday. They had 5 hours yesterday, which we're going to watch very quickly. And then we're going to be caught up to today. I'm not sure if we're going to be all the way caught up today. But I think this is going to be, the judge has said 4 days. I don't know how it can be a 4-day trial. I think it's going to be a little bit longer than that. But it's what we're going to do. Wish we could see the judge. Oh, let me see if I can show you the judge. Let's do this. Back up.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
When are we going to break for lunch? Okay, here we go. Up, over. Okay, here we go. This is the best I can do. Ready? This is the judge, Judge Robert McBurney, and yes, I've subscribed to his channel. That's the judge. Nothing like what you expected, right? You expected something else, but there he is in front of his law books. It looks great. Judge McBurney is very unique.
Bring the jury.
He is quite involved in the case and will constantly be asking questions and volunteering information and cracking jokes. You're going to like this judge. I think you're really going to like him. I don't like the audio. I wish the audio was fixed. I could fix it if they gave me the controls in 2 minutes. I could fix it in 2 minutes. They have the gain on the microphones cranked up and the volume in the room turned down, and they need to sort of reverse the two. So everyone in the room is like, I can't hear you. You're really talking to the mic. And they're like, it sounds awful. They're like eating the mic and yelling into it, and the modulation is off the charts.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
Clips really, yeah, it's bad that way, but they still can't hear because their volume is turned down. So, I don't get notifications. No, I don't want notifications that would interrupt what we're doing. But that's the judge. Hopefully, at some point, we'll actually get a video of him. I think that would be great. But the parts we have to put up with are worth it, because this case is a good one. I'll also say that the view you see right
just
here.
sent me a video of roaches fighting. I don't know who won.
The view you see right here is reversed. That's why the clock is backwards. And so it messes with your head. But at a later point in the trial, they show a different camera view, and you'll see suddenly people switch positions. It's because the other camera view is not reversed. So be prepared to have your mind just like messed with a little bit as the cameras jump around. This is the view where we'll see the jurors. They're going to walk across the bottom of the screen. We're going to back up just a little bit so we can hear what happens here. And I also want to make sure we're watching at 1.25 speed so we can still catch up. We are. Is there anything else we need to do before we start watching trial here this morning? Anybody? I think we're good. So let's bring in the audio.
This is not Burger King. People do not get to have it their way.
As we do this.
We're on the Zoom.
Oh, he wanted to mute. He kicked us off Zoom? We don't get to hear this? He said before we get on the Zoom, we're on the Zoom. Well, he's muted. Let me show you in the bottom right-hand corner. Once I turn everything on, we have a counter. It says 31 right now, and I'm going to show you what we're counting. It'll hopefully make a little sense to you. It says, say my name, say my name. We're up to 31. The defendant that is pro se will be sitting at that dark colored desk all the way right underneath the clock. That's his seat. When he chooses to participate, which he chose about half the day yesterday, he chose to participate. Every time the judge or counsel refers to him as the accused, which is what he wants to be called, we count say my name, because that's what he thinks he wants his name to be known as. The judge has not gone so far as to grant his request to inform the jury that he feels that is not his name. But he has said you will have opportunity at the close of the case in your closing arguments to present that to the jury. And that's just going to be choice. When the jury gets to hear from this guy for the first time, it's going to be crazy. This guy made a recent decision, very recent decision, to he made a very recent decision to fire his counsel and represent himself. And now he's like, I haven't seen any of the discovery. It's like, well, your counsel had it. Everything was provided timely. You made the decision to make the change. The masks, a great question about the masks. The lady in red has a health condition where sicknesses to most of us that would be a minor inconvenience could be life-threatening for her. So she wears a mask because she's around a defendant who is in a jail population where typically illnesses can spread pretty quickly. And so she's announced that it's not a political statement. It's not anything to do with COVID. And her co-counsel is wearing one out of respect for her. That's where it's at. She literally, I mean, had COVID never happened, she'd be wearing a mask. That's what I'm trying to say. It's her son. It was her son that has the illness. Okay, that makes sense. She's just trying to. I didn't listen very carefully to it. Let's see. Yes, it is day 3 today. We're on day 2. As soon as the audio cuts back in, we're going to pick it up with that. And we are on 1.25 speed. Is that him in the suit? No, the gentleman in the suit right above the say my name counter is the prosecutor. And the lady who just showed up with the aqua-colored drink, that's a co-prosecutor. The far table is the defense. And the defendant will come in probably wearing a suit. He's been wearing a suit so far. The second defendant, and yes, there are 2 being tried at the same time. They are 2 of 4 people charged with this crime because the 2 girls, because it was conspiracy, they are charged with all the same offenses, the same firearm offenses, the same violence offenses, the theft offenses, even though their part was just scouting it out and sending pictures and saying, okay, go, here's where the stuff is. They're all charged with the same, but they will be facing trial later. Those girls will be testifying against these 2 boys. I say boys, they're men. And they're not girls. I think they're women and men, but girls and boys. Everyone's a girl and a boy to me. Anyway, so they're going to be testifying against the 2 defendants here, and that will come sooner or later. I'm not sure exactly when. But it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun for that part because those girls' testimony is probably the only thing that's really going to pin these two defendants to the scene. So you can imagine the cross-examination on those is going to be spicy because the two defendants wore masks and gloves, and there's not really, that I know of, any physical evidence that ties them to the scene as far as their DNA, their blood, their cameras. It's just, there's nothing that really shows it was them because they concealed their identities so well, except for these two co-conspirators who, according to what we've heard so far, got stood up on the money end where they thought they were going to get a cut of this, and apparently they never got paid. So that might be part of why they're willing to testify against them. In the, let's see, where are we on? Let's see, 7. Oh, 7's going to be Chad Daybell. Okay, so we don't need 7. What about 8? 8's that. 7, 6, 5, 4... 3. Let's use 3. Sorry, I need to find a camera that I'm not busy with. Let's see. What was I going to do? I forgot. It'll come back to me. All right. Any other questions I can answer here about the case as they're still talking over some things this morning? The Say My Name counter, Nicole. This is the pro se defendant. Sorry, the pro se defendant is very adamant that he is not the person who the court thinks he is. That he is not Mr. Pritchett. Instead, he is the accused, is how he wants to be known. Do you want the correct Canva link? Let me go ahead and post the correct Canva link for you in just 1 second. Would ask that everyone be respectful on the Canva channel. We've had pretty good luck with that, as you guys are working on the thumbnail for this. It looks so good too. Where it's at right now, the thumbnail is, let's see, right here. We've got some chat going on, but that's the thumbnail for the trial. It's the Airbnb Gone Wild trials is what we're calling it. We've got all sorts of things, all sorts of fun stuff on there. The Wheel of Fortune wheel, the airplane flight, the food for the lunch screensaver the court puts up on the Zoom feed, the two girls who are friends who went in. I think those are K-pops. Is that what they are? Ketamine? I think that has to do with ketamine or K. The water bottle, because the attorney was begging the judge so that he could go fill up his water bottle, and the judge wouldn't let him leave until his co-counsel showed up. And as soon as co-counsel showed up, he's like, okay, I need to go fill my water bottle. And she's like, wait, I have to go to the bathroom. And he had to wait again. So we just thought it was funny. There's a robber masks, monkey masks are on there. It's looking great. It's looking really good. Anyway, we'll check back in with that as we get closer. Still no audio from court, which I wish we could hear, because sometimes this is some spicy stuff that happens before court begins. Yes, we're going to get caught up. We are going to get caught up. So this is a home invasion robbery trial. Nobody died. It's important to note, nobody died in this case. The defendant that is pro se, Mr. the accused. Oh, I was going to post the link. I'm sorry, Stephen. I did it for one thing, and then I forgot to do the one thing. Let me close that down. This down. Let's see. Yeah. Share. Copy link. Okay, the link that's about to appear under my channel name in the chat is the link to the thumbnail. Squirrel. Ask you guys to be respectful there of other people's designs. If you have something you want to suggest an addition to, go ahead and drag it down to page 2. And if you see something that requires a Canva Pro or the paid account to get access to, just hit me a little message in chat saying, hey, we'd like, and tell me what the word is. I can drag some items in because I pay for my Canva account, so you guys will have the benefit. Once I drag it in, you can use those items. All right. All right. Don't know what else we have. They pistol whipped 2 of the victims. It wasn't a simple scary robbery. They were terrorists. Pistol whipped and stomped on the DJ's head. Fractured his skull. Okay, there is some blood. You will see in this. And they zoom in on the blood like 7 times until basically one of the pictures is just blood on the screen. It looks like, well, I was going to say it looks like a Metallica cover, but it's just blood. Bite me. It says, Recovery Addict, good morning. The baby chicks survived Buttercup's nugget threat. Next time you need to share your nuggets with Buttercup, or else, the chicks might not survive. Thank you for that, Rebecca. I was saying the defendant, who was the pro se guy, he has been charged, or he was implicated or found guilty. I'm not sure what it was, but he was involved with another similar crime, another home invasion robbery where there was a fatality. But that did not happen in this one. So we'll see. We'll see what happens here. But in this trial, in this case, there were no fatalities. A lot of the kids I say kids that are testifying because they look so young. There are a lot of young men that one of them was involved in the marijuana industry, the legal marijuana industry in California. Made a lot of money there. He's the one that supplied a lot of the gummies to the party house. And I believe both of them, one of them is still going to be on the stand today, but both of them received, what's it called when they can't be prosecuted? They got a, not clemency. Somebody help me with the word that's just not forming in my head. They got a deal from the prosecutor that anything they testify about the drugs. Immunity, there it is. Thank you, Brybear. You were the first one with it. Rejected jurors got it as well. Cindy's, everyone's coming in. Immunity. They took a deal. Anything they testify about the drug happenings on this cannot be used against them. They will not be prosecuted. And so they are very, very forthcoming. Very forthcoming. They are spilling all. They want to tell everything about what happened, because if they don't, it's not covered under the deal, right? And so they're like, oh, yeah, we were using ketamine. We had THC gummies. We had some marijuana, quite a bit of marijuana. We had, they're just like very, very open about what they were doing. But so that's sort of refreshing. But I do think they're being truthful because they want the full benefit of that deal. I thought it was the timeline had elapsed for the charges to be laid. I think there was some statute of limitations pieces involved as well. But here's what I don't
have
get.
Him send someone with more experience.
He testified. The first kid who testified, the one who was the drug kingpin in California or something. He was the middleman selling marijuana in California to dispensaries. The first one that testified literally testified saying he took all the THC gummies and flew them to Georgia. And Georgia said, hey, when you testify, we'll give you a deal. We're not going to prosecute you on
This is not
anything
Burger King.
you
People do
admit
not
to
get to have it
about
their
the
way.
drugs at this party. Did he also get a deal with the feds? Because I can tell you that federally, marijuana is still illegally, and transferring drugs between states typically is a federal crime. And now he's owned up to it. He might have a knock at the door from somebody with a badge saying, hey, I'm not from Georgia, I'm from the FBI. Or, I'm just saying it's a little sketchy, I think, all he admitted to. Not sure how he got the gummies and the THC canisters on the plane. He managed. He said he flew them to Georgia. Anyway, they're still arguing this morning. Let's see if we can skip ahead and find where the audio actually starts. Still not going.
Did Sluss prepare a report?
So back up just a tiny bit. So in the last couple of minutes it started.
Robinson, 20 SC 176922.
Perfect.
It is Wednesday afternoon at 1 o'clock. Our jurors are here and ready to go. I trust Mr. Carmody is right outside. Mr. Hiles, is there anything we need to take up before we bring the jurors in?
Yes, I was just talking about disclosure of witnesses in this case. RC Sluss was a still that expert. I'm trying to pull up some of the original witness list. I thought he was disclosed. I know he is on the amended witness list. He would be a substitute as other witnesses who were originally slated were not available this week to testify to the records. It is
so whatever Sluss is going to be talking about, I assume it's cell phones, where they were, et cetera, is what, maybe Liam Packer or someone else on the witness?
Or in for Sprinkle, but it was people that either weren't experts anymore or qualified, and it's no new information. It is a substitute. And I look back, we had in discussions with previous counsel for Mr. Robinson being Ms. Taylor. She had been sent his information. I don't know if it's on the witness list, but she'd also been sent his CP. And I'm not saying that Ms. Minot is, and I could have ended up adding it on the amended, and it might not have been, but there's been several witnesses filed.
Did Sluss prepare a report?
So yes, it's the same report that I guess would have been more or less everything else. It is, and I turned that over.
When did you turn his report over?
So it kicked back last night because it was in PowerPoint form. I don't need, it can be a demonstrative. I don't need to put it in like I normally do as a summary of the records. But it is, I did turn it over, but it is very clear. It is one phone call that we were talking about. And it was reflected on the records as they were turned over in the original discovery.
So the report that Investigator Sluss prepared, the PowerPoint, whatever we want to call it, that's something that you didn't provide to Ms. Mignot until at the earliest last night, but it didn't go through last night.
Until this morning at 6.
Okay. So, and then Sluss, you think may have been disclosed early, or was disclosed to Ms. Taylor, several lawyers ago for Mr. Robinson. And then you've been stuck in this sort of gray area of, I don't know what moved across. I thought I gave Ms. Mignot everything, something about a hard drive, making it difficult for you to recreate what you provided. But the data that Sluss is relying on, are you confident that that was provided to Ms. Mignot when she provided the empty hard drive to your office?
100%. It is on the exhibit list. It is Ayden Robinson's self-site location information.
So I don't see anything on the exhibit list that says, was that Robinson's CDR?
CDR, yes.
Okay. But it being on the exhibit list doesn't mean you got it to Ms. Mignot.
No, it was given. It is on the, yes. It is T-Mobile records.
Okay. So what's new-ish would be Sluss's synthesis of that data to come up with whatever's in the PowerPoint.
Yes.
Okay.
But on the records itself, the records themselves explicitly say that it's bouncing off the tower at 14th and Piedmont, and this is just a visual representation of which.
Okay. So, Ms. Mignot, I don't know if you've had a chance even to look through the PowerPoint, but the two remedies here. One is, well, I don't know that we call one of them a remedy. One is we press on. The other is you get a continuance. I don't know that that's what you want, but I want to give you and Ms. Blake a chance to look through the PowerPoint to see if beyond the fact that it was late disclosed is something that you think you would not be able to meaningfully respond to when Detective Sluss is testifying. I'm happy to say he doesn't get called today, he doesn't get called tomorrow to build in more time. But if this is a situation where you think it's highly controversial, the cellular data, it's subject to multiple interpretations, and you want to hire an expert and all that, then we just need to figure out how to get the jury to come back some other week. But I don't think the remedy is going to be it doesn't get used, since it's the synthesis of data that was provided. And so you were equally able, should you have wanted to have your own expert analyze the data. And I'll couple that with my familiarity, not with this data, but akin to yours, familiarity with cell site data. It's more mechanistic. So it's not a subjective that looked like it was a serious fracture versus a minor fracture. The phone records say what they say, and some people know how to push that onto a map and go from there. So that's my initial reaction. And before I let you respond, Mr. Hiles is going to add more.
So he is notated on a witness list that was filed March 10th, 2023, position number 26, R. Sluss, cellular data expert. And I can tell you.
Oh, well, then he's still 26. So he's not new. He's not new to this list.
No, this is the only thing that was this got kicked back. His little.
Okay. Well, what was represented to me is that he is new to the witness list, and that's not accurate.
I couldn't confirm it until I pulled up I didn't want to speak until I pulled up the witness list I filed in March of last year.
Okay, and that's in the docket, so it doesn't matter whether Beverly Taylor got it or someone from the conflict defender or Ms. Mignot. In the docket is a witness list with Sluss, a data expert. The world is on notice that he's a potential witness. Then what we're dealing with, we just narrowed the dispute a little bit. We're dealing with his report.
Yes.
Okay.
And the amended witness list that was filed 15 days, or not, whatever, on the 15th of April, that was me going back. I had already filed notice of all of those witnesses on my 418s. And so I combined it to that witness list so it would be easy to read at trial, you know, to the, none of those people are testifying until tomorrow anyway.
Is there anyone on, so we can avoid this happening again, on your April 15th witness list who was not on a previous witness list? And if so, who is that? Because it seems like Ms. Mignot would have a reason to be concerned about some of those as well. And your response might be, no, look, it's in the 418 disclosure, but we're in the middle of trial and I don't like hearing about, I just got this. And she did just get the report. She did not just get Sluss as a witness. Her oversight, not yours, but the report she couldn't have had till this morning because that's when it went through. That's frustrating. Our jurors are waiting. And so I want to know, are there any witnesses on your April 15th, 2024 witness list who were not on an earlier witness list?
Does the earlier witness list include the 418 notifications?
You tell me. That's not a witness list, but if that's where you're including it, then people were on notice that those people existed, but you didn't identify them as witnesses you were going to call. And I'm not going to get hyper technical, but if your 418 notice included a police report with 9 officers, I would not expect Ms. Mignot to say, great, I'm ready on all 9 of those, because I don't think you're going to call all 9. If I'm going to do internal affairs requests, I'm not going to do it on all 9. I want to know which one you're going to call. So what I'm really focused on, you referenced a March 2023 witness list, which has got to be pretty similar to this because Sluss is the same number. He's number 26.
Yeah, it is the same. So I added Frederick, the ones that we testified, Frederick Clark and Vince Velasquez.
Okay.
And I did list them specifically on my 418 filing. It says list of witnesses. They are on list of witnesses expected to testify to the 418.
Okay. All right.
So it's not like and I added them to this trial list, I guess, to make it easy to read to the jury and all of that stuff.
Understood. But you believe through the 418 notice, everyone's been put on notice that if the 418 is coming in, Clark and Velasquez are going to be testifying.
Yes. And okay. I actually spoken at length with them.
With them being?
I mean, not that, with Mrs. Who was the last? Was it Ms. Williams? It was the last attorney.
Yes, Ms. Williams.
I had lengthy discussions with her about that.
Okay. And those relate to Mr. Pritchett. Those don't relate to Mr. Robinson anyway.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Then let me now let Ms. Mignot say some things about her concerns because she raised them and I want to make sure I carefully address them in the next few minutes before we bring the jurors in. Ma'am.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you for the opportunity. As it pertains to what the state has emailed me this morning, it does not appear to be a report. And I would like the state to share it with the court. It looks like a PowerPoint slide presentation of what the state took and put together from the discovery, alleging that this is a report. But if you read it, it sounds like a college paper where you're giving a tutorial, per se, on cell phone, how cell phones work and how towers work.
Right. I'm familiar. I mean, this is something the DA uses every time. You can give me a copy, but well, you can take it back. So Sluss was on the original witness, I don't know why I'm calling it original, but the March 2023 witness list. So he's been on people's radar constructively for more than enough time as a cell data expert. I believe he's entitled to say all the things that are in what you're calling the report or college presentation, whether they can be backstopped by imagery, well, we can have an argument about that, but the cellular data expert, assuming he's qualified, and you have a chance to voir dire him on that, could say, here's how cell phones work, and they ping off towers and this and that. As a demonstrative, I think it would be legally proper for Sluss to have, and here's a picture of a cell tower, and see how it's divided into the 3, what do they call them, sectors, the 3 sectors. That would be part of his presentation. You ought to have seen those pictures further in advance than you are seeing them now. And so I don't know if why don't you keep going? But I just want to let you know that experts are, of course, free to share their knowledge with the jury. And it doesn't sound like it's a ton of synthesis of data, that most of it is, like you're saying, more of a primer on how phones work and how they ping off towers and things like that.
Right. So it's not an actual report. So normally when you have an expert, if an expert did a report, then you would have the physical report that the expert prepared. You can go through and you can prepare a cross-examination for the expert based on their report. Hey, I looked at your report, page 5 of your report says this, now you're saying that, how does that, corroborate? This is different. This is a bunch of pieces of pictures. Some of them even look like it was taken by the state, which is, I'm just gonna take a Google print and I'm gonna throw it in this slide, and I'm gonna put cell towers and notes next to it. So there's also word in writing explaining what that is. I'm concerned because it's not the actual cell tower points, it's not the actual cell tower report, and I'm concerned it might create confusion for the jurors as it pertains to, oh wow, that is very authentic, that looks like it came from T-Mobile. That's not the case. The other issue I'm concerned about is the data that is listed in there does not belong to Mr. Robinson. It's some unknown females as the subscriber listed and what the state gave us.
Okay.
It's also a phone number that is not connected to Mr. Robinson.
But isn't that a weight of the evidence? I mean, those are great points to make through whatever witness could say the subscriber to the phone was Wanda Jones and the phone number is a Nashville, Tennessee phone number. I mean, that would go to the weight of the evidence, but I'm assuming, it hasn't come in yet, that there's going to be some way that the state believes they are connecting this phone to your client.
Right, there's a relevance issue. Because if that's the case, Judge, let's just get your cell phone number. Let's just get my cell phone bill. Let's get everybody that live in the towers close to that location's bill. And the state could keep us here for the entire day on just presenting cell phone numbers and subscriber numbers.
Don't you think they have a connection between that phone number and your client? Do you think that Mr. Hiles randomly picked a phone number that showed in ways that were favorable to the state's case and is using that data? Do you know the evidence that the state has that they believe, you may disagree with it, but do you know the evidence that the state is going to propound to this jury that connects that cell phone number to Mr. Robinson?
At this point, no, because
Then pause. What connects that cell phone to Mr. Robinson, and why would Ms. Mignot not already know that?
In his Instagram dump and in the cell phone extraction that was him, he gave this number out 42 times alone to other people in his direct messages in his Instagram under 1100 baby slaps.
So the way you're going to connect that phone number to Mr. Robinson is self-identification. You are going to present evidence that you believe would connect Mr. Robinson to 1100 baby slat. And then the user of that account, when saying, hey, you need to reach me, or here are my digits, this is my number, hit me up. That's the number that the user of 1100 baby slat provided.
Messages, what's your name? Baby slap.
Okay. I'm not just, so that's the connective tissue you've got.
Yes.
Okay. This isn't something this is news to you that this is what the state's going to do, or you just think it's not particularly persuasive?
That is news to me as to what the state is going to do. Because if the state is saying, I'm connecting these cell phone records because this phone was used by your client, then that's different. But what we got this morning was the name of someone else, no connection to our client. And surprise, we're using this morning in.
Got it. So you may have good objections on relevance and lack of foundation that have nothing to do with late disclosure, and you should maintain those. And if Sluss does testify, and there's an effort made to have him talk about phone records in a female's name with a number you don't think is connected with your client, you ought to object on foundation, relevance, et cetera. I'm assuming, but I don't know, that preceding Sluss will be testimony from someone who gets in all this information, that actually 1100 baby slat, here's the connection to Robinson, and look, 1100 baby slat keeps giving out this number as his or her number. If they don't do that, then you don't even need to worry about late disclosure. It's not coming in anyway. I want us to focus in the last few seconds we're going to spend on this for now before we bring the jury in, because Sluss isn't testifying today, correct?
No, yes, he'd be our second witness.
And you provided the report to Ms. Mignot from Sluss last night / this morning because...
It is literally, it is literally what he's testifying to.
Okay, but great. That's ought to be what the report is about, what he's testifying to. Why did it go out last night / this morning?
Because he was on the list. I was going to use another officer that was available, who became not available, and so we went back to Sluss. That's why.
But the report, there's nothing special about the report that says Sluss. My guess is that if Liam Packer could be here, he could walk us through this.
Anybody could walk you through this. This is just normal files.
So why did the report not go across a year ago or 3 weeks ago? What does the fact that you switched to Sluss have to do with the late disclosure of the report?
Because, like I said, that whole analysis, that was discussed with Liam Packer and Demeester at the 2019 before I was when Mr. Parrish had the case. That whole drive I don't have. I'm not trying to railroad somebody. He doesn't even have to, if he just wants to testify to the records themselves and then just use just one. I don't need everything. I don't have to go off this thing. It's literally the synthesis of the data.
Who is testifying before Sluss, or is it Sluss who's going to say 1100 baby slat, use this phone number 42 times?
So I have self-authenticating Instagram records with the registered email address being RobinsonTyrone999@gmail.com. And then
that's complicating. But when are you getting those in?
I'm just going to get them in for self-authenticating.
But who's going to talk about what's in those records before Sluss is talking about, I looked at cell phone records from phone number 1234?
I'll do it before I'll ask him. I'll do it Sluss.
Okay, well, if Ms. Mignot had objected that these cell phone records mean anything about anything in this case, what was your response going to be? Because you wouldn't say to the jury, I've got these other records that show that 1100 Baby Slat uses that phone number.
But my response was going to be, I was tendering whenever he testified because of order of witness availability, that I was going to tender the self-authenticating records.
Yep.
And then so on the records that were provided to you, Officer Sluss, can you see this particular, and what is the email address?
Okay, so you're doing that through Sluss anyway, because you made it sound like, well, I'll do it if I have to, but it didn't seem like a have to thing as opposed to it.
I had it all prepared to do together.
Okay.
As we've been going, I have another. I'm going to get it over as soon as I keep getting emails that these PowerPoints are too large and bouncing off permission to know. But at the same time, I sent this yesterday. JT Miller is going to be testifying as a gang expert that have been notified. Expert file, and
as has Sluss. You are on solid ground having Sluss testify as a cell expert. Same with Miller as a gang expert. But if Ms. Mignot doesn't have the document they're going to be using, that is a proper objection to raise. I suspect you don't want a continuance either. So the sooner you can get to Ms. Mignot, any other PowerPoint, clearly email isn't the way to do it, then I would do that, because I will entertain each and every objection Ms. Mignot has for, I just got this, if that is in fact accurate. It wasn't quite right about, I never heard of Sluss, but there are a million witnesses. And so no harm, no foul, we corrected it. She heard about Sluss constructively, but the report she didn't get till this morning. And I'm hearing you that a lot of it is about as demonstrative as can be. This is a cell tower. This is how it works. I'm inclined to let him use that, but the synthesis part, even if Ms. Mignot just wanted, like, let me make sure the cell phone records show there was a phone call on that day, she hasn't had a chance to do that.
She has, because that's what the records that were given to her said.
Well, she has the records, but the significance you're placing on a particular call that you are having an expert talk about, that connection she hasn't had.
What's reflected in the records? It says call made, time, location.
I believe it's in there, but what you're doing is having an expert say, let me tell you how this works, and here's this one call, and it's a significant call. It may well be that, again, constructively, Ms. Mignot had that information because she's got 4,000 pages of phone records, but if the expert is going to be talking about that one, I think she's entitled to know that's part of what he's going to be talking about. That's expert disclosure. Yes, you disclose the phone records, no question. You disclose Sluss, no question. But the substance of his testimony is just basic discovery. And it can be your summary of it. It doesn't have to be like in federal practice when they're bringing in an expert on how stent works and everyone gets a 3,000 page report from the expert, which is super expensive. But the thing that you tried to push across last night and she got this morning is something that should have been disclosed a long time ago. And I just want to make sure if there is synthesis in there, they've had enough chance to look at it. I appreciate your point that this is not a controversial one. This is much more of what I call an educational expert. Sluss did not use a fancy piece of equipment and years of PhD training to develop what he's going to testify to, which doesn't mean he's not an expert. It just means there's not a counter expert out there who's going to say,
if that'll make it easier.
I'm not telling you what to do. I just want us to not have to stop the trial again because you're giving something to Ms. Mignot for the first time. All right. So whatever other PowerPoints they are, please get them to her. Ms. Mignot, tell me specifically the relief you are seeking that does not involve excluding Sluss from testifying, because he was noticed over a year ago as an expert.
We at least need an opportunity to look at what the state says if this witness is going to testify to.
Okay. Do you now have the PowerPoint?
We got it this morning, unless it's been changed. Council, did you change it?
I took out 3 slides because I'm not putting in the information on the sprint, which is Mr. Pritchard's records.
Okay. So does Ms. Mignot have a hard copy, or the only hard copy is the one in your hand?
It's the one in my hand.
Okay. What I'm going to do, Ms. Mignot, is leave that with you and Ms. Blake. Although I realize what we're about to do next is have you cross-examine a witness. So I'm going to leave it with Ms. Blake and she can flip through it. And if we need to pause, I'll let the jury know why we're pausing, and it's not because of you. Okay. All right. Do you have anything else, Ms. Mignot, at this time?
Yes, Your Honor. The Guns Up revised video was sent this morning, and I've gone through it, and I have the timestamps where children still appear. And based on my limited knowledge of how these clips work, you could easily clip out the 2 seconds, like between 37 seconds and 40 seconds, the children are there, and you can still get this video played and see the performances and all the other things.
Sure.
The children taken out. So these are the timestamps.
Can I have a copy of that?
Yes, sir.
Great.
I copied you on the email.
But I don't think you copied me on the email that says these are the timestamp, unless that's what you're talking about.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't realize. Yes. I think they're what we discussed yesterday, backgrounds.
I'm gonna watch it, but it's helpful to have the timestamp. So if I can have that, I'll give it back to you. You can let me borrow it.
Oh, yes,
I'll give it back. But that way, if I'm able to watch it, so come on up. Thank you. Anything else on behalf of Mr. Robinson?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Pritchett, AKA the accused, which is how I will refer to you when the jury is in here. Is there anything we need to discuss on the record before the jurors come in?
Yes, I do have some objections. Just I guess to piggyback off what was really.
1 second, Debbie Gordon, can you reorient the monitor? Yes, sir.
To kind of piggyback off of what was discussed just now between the state and Mr. Mayo, there's been like a complete lack of disclosure to me of, pretty much everything, being that I've come to figure out that most of this case is on digital records. And so that is my main objection, being that I have lack of disclosure of, I would say, what seems like 90% of what's going on. And I know the court has their own perspective and understanding that I had previous attorneys that they think disclosed to me, but you can look at, you can ask Toya Williams, she only came to see me twice. One time she didn't even have a discovery, and the second time was, I believe, maybe approximately 8 days ago, and so like I said, I saw 90%, I did not see 90% of what's going on, before me, so it just makes it impossible for me to have any type of preparation or defense towards anything. It's like at this point, can the court, or if the court really wanted me to have full disclosure, I would think they would at least appoint standby counsel, or, at this point, being that I'm really being forced to, participate in those proceedings, or else I'll be kicked out and somebody will be operating on my behalf without my consent. Can the previous attorneys come back to the situation, or can I have an allotted time period to obtain my own counsel, which would be, I would expect to be forced to be a reasonable time period. Because like I said, it's like at this point, the prejudice against me is absurd, because it's like jurors see that, I'm not next saying that they're making any type of inferences just for my lack of responses or my little words to what's going on, but it's just like, it's literally impossible for me to properly participate in the proceedings.
All right.
It's one of my objections,
Okay, well, we'll start with that one. You and I had a discussion about how it would be complicated representing yourself. You told me you understood that and you wanted to proceed with self-representation. I granted that request. What doesn't get to happen is now that the trial has started, you change your mind and we have to stop the trial and do it again some other time. So the die was cast when I granted your request after a lengthy conversation, a record of which has been made. So if down the road there's an appeal and you want to challenge that, all that will be on the record. But I found and continue to find that you purposefully, intentionally, voluntarily, knowingly, and intelligently exercise your right to self-representation. For someone who is in custody, that creates a host of complications, most of which we discussed. I'll also note that to date, the evidence that the state has introduced in terms of exhibits consists of a handful of pictures, a couple of ring camera videos, which you've had a chance to watch during trial. I'm not quite sure what you would have done with those videos if you had them 3 weeks ago, as opposed to having seen them now. I've given you an opportunity at the end of the state's direct examination to ask any questions you have of any of the witnesses. And you've participated as you saw fit, but you didn't ask for standby counsel. You asked for no counsel. In the past, you've asked for Jesus as your counsel. And if he's here for you, he can stay here for you. But you are representing yourself and you are working through the pros and cons of that situation. You have other objections?
I didn't know that standby counsel was even an option until recently, just according to my research. I didn't ask for no counsel. I simply just decided to, at that moment, remove Ms. Williams because of her ineffectiveness and what she was basically stating to me that she was going to be ineffective. Like she was telling me she was going to be ineffective and that she had no defense. And like I said, she'd only seen two times. One time with information and this and that, and it wasn't a long meeting. It wasn't a long conversation.
Okay.
But like I said,
what's your next objection? I think you said you had plural, so I want to make sure we cover them before the jurors come back in?
I just don't understand, Mr. McBurney. How can I just see forward without any type of disclosure of evidence against me? I did not, even when I, went through the correction, I did not have a complete understanding or knowledge that if I did fire that attorney, that I would not have full access to discovery.
Okay.
I knew some things were digital, but like I said, if the court really wanted to protect the right, a due process, a constitutional right, we would at least order a standby or somebody to be able to, show me whatever might have been digitized.
Tell me what it is that you'd like to see.
I want full disclosure. I want full disclosure of all the digital records.
Okay. Anything else?
I do have another objection as far as the media coverage. It's been brought to my attention, and that the article and the coverage in regards to me is highly prejudiced and could possibly be seen by potential jurors and whom else that maybe having influence in the situation. It's just highly prejudiced towards me, and I'm just objecting, and I do not think that should be here, especially since they're just putting out false information in regards to me.
Okay, so fair concern. The media and the general public has a First Amendment right to be here. They're here consistent with the Uniform Superior Court rules as authorized by the Supreme Court of Georgia. I am being very careful with this jury to ensure as best I can that they are not consuming any of that media. And I'll certainly make an inquiry to see that they're complying with that. So I share your concern, and I think I'm taking the appropriate and certainly required steps to ensure that this jury gets its evidence, if there is any evidence of your connection to these crimes, from here in court and not through any other medium. Anything else?
So the media is going to stay?
The media is going to stay. Over your objection. It's noted. It's on the record.
I guess my last objection is again just not only was I not disclosed discovery, I have not been disclosed of, again, I know this has been brought to your attention numerous times, and it's only because of the lack of response that I've been getting from this court. And so again, just so I can get a better understanding, maybe not a full understanding of the jurisdiction of this court, this is Article 1 or Article 3 court.
All right, you're right. Numerous times you've objected, and you are very well protected insofar as there's appeal in this case, and you're part of bringing it. You will have preserved your right to challenge personal jurisdiction, subject matter jurisdiction, any form of jurisdiction you could dream up. You have preserved your right to challenge that. Let's bring the jurors in, please.
I couldn't get an affirmative answer to that question.
You got my answer.
No, the question was in Article 1 or Article 3 court, or neither. Can I please have an answer from the court?
Nope. Bring the jury. He has represented himself.
Your Honor, can you tell the gallery they're not allowed to make signs to the witness when they're testifying?
What? Tell the gallery not to make signs to the witness when they're testifying? Here come the jurors on the bottom. 1, 2. Should have a few more. 3. Hey, that's the same seat you had yesterday. 4. Couple in the back row now.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone else can be seated, please. Hello, jurors. Hello. Happy Wednesday. Thank you for being here on time. We were here on time as well. We've had to work through a number of issues that occasionally arise in trial. They just were a bunch that piled on top of each other. And so I apologize that you spent a bonus hour not receiving evidence, but we were removing obstacles to your ability to receive that evidence. And I have asked the lawyers to do a better job of sorting out those obstacles, not on your time. 2 things before we dive into where we were, which is having Mr. Carmody back on the stand for cross-examination. 1, Mr. Pritchett, who is known as the accused for the purposes of this trial, has elected to dress differently today. He was dressed in a different way yesterday by his own choice, not by any order or directive of mine or anyone else's. And I just want to continue to encourage you to maintain a news blackout. Insofar as there is coverage of this case, you need to do your best to stay away from it. Should you bump into it, push it aside. And if you feel like there was an incident where someone ran up to you and, despite you covering your ears, yelled at you a whole lot about the case, just make sure you let me know so that I can talk to you about it. And it may be the lawyers want to ask you a few questions so we can make sure that that's not a big issue. I don't expect anyone to run up to you and yell at you about the case, but you know what I mean. You can inadvertently stumble across something, and you shouldn't. Well, if it's inadvertent, you haven't done anything wrong, but you just need to set that aside. Okay? Can we have Mr. Carmody back on the stand, please?
Okay, well, the witness takes the stand. Jurors are here. This is a pro se defendant over there sitting by himself. That's why he doesn't have any lawyers next to him. The other person, the other defendant with the two female lawyers, one on each side, is a co-conspirator in this crime.
Good afternoon, sir.
People
you are still Mr. Carmody?
Yes, sir.
You are still under oath. You completed your direct examination, and I'm going to have Ms. Mignot conduct her cross-examination if she has any questions for you. Cool. Ma'am, you bet.
It's going to be lengthy here, I think. We are catching up. Hopefully, we'll be caught up today. This happened yesterday
afternoon.
Good morning,
Mr. Carmody. Good morning. My name is Marcia Mignot, and I represent Mr. Tyrone Robinson sitting here at council table with me. I'm going to be asking you some questions about some of your testimony from yesterday when you were on the stand. Because we have a court reporter that is taking down what we are saying, I'm going to ask you to wait until I have complete my question before you begin your answer, and I will be respectful to do the same to allow you to finish your answer before I begin my next question. This is so that the court reporter can take down what both of us have said during these proceedings.
Got it.
Thank you, sir. Now, let's go back to November the 8th of 2019. You were present at the 1040 Wiley Street location for a party, correct?
Yes.
And you all had placed that party on social media prior to the party occurring, correct?
No, not all of us had posted that we were having a party there. No.
Who posted?
I'm pretty sure only Jackson and Chris.
Okay.
And when you say Chris, I think we had a couple Chris's in the mix. You don't apologize, just which Chris?
Riggs.
And for comfort, so that you're not leaning back and leaning forward, if you want to sit a little closer to your microphone just to make sure we can hear you. Awesome. Thank you, sir. Now, your testimony is that Jackson and Riggs are the two individuals that posted the party on social media.
Yes.
Okay. Isn't it true that that post that you have knowledge about was telling individuals about drugs and alcohol and girls at the party?
No.
What was the post about?
That there was a Halloween party at the house.
Okay. Did you just advertise, hey, Halloween party, everybody come in?
Well, again, I didn't post anything about the party, nor did I have any partaking in making the post.
Okay. So the post was to invite other people, correct?
Yes.
And when you post a function like this on social media, it's not just to people that you specifically know, correct?
I think that can all depend on where you're posting it and who you're posting it to and who the person that's posting it may be.
Okay, so if Jackson or Riggs posted it in a setting with people that you really don't know, it would have gotten out to individuals that you may not know personally, correct?
Yes.
Now, as it pertains to the evening, I believe your testimony was the party started around 11, is that correct?
If that's what I said, yes, around 10, 11.
Okay. And once you got to the party around 10 or 11, there were a bunch of people. You said, I think it's a maximum of 18. Do you recall?
I do recall. Yeah, I said it was around 18 to 20 people at max.
Okay. And I believe there were times where some of the people might have left and the numbers got smaller. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Now let's talk about what you consumed. You consumed drugs and alcohol that evening, correct?
No.
Is it your testimony that you didn't partake of any of the alcohol or drugs?
I was drinking alcohol. I didn't do any drugs that night.
Okay. And how old were you at the time?
At the time, I would be 18.
So you were not authorized to drink by law, correct?
No.
Now, as it pertains to the drugs that were present, what type of drugs are we talking about?
From what I was seeing, ketamine and marijuana in edible forms.
Now, the other party goers had also consumed some of the ketamine, the marijuana, and alcohol, correct?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that everybody was, if not high, some people were just having a buzz, as you refer to it sometimes?
I would say yes.
Okay. And sometimes having that buzz can make you feel a little bit loopy, correct?
Yes, depending on the person or what you're drinking. I think so, yeah.
Now, let's talk about when the girls arrived. The young ladies that we're talking about is Lauren and Riley. Lauren Riley and Lindsay Kalish. You're stating that you were the person who let them into the party. Yes. And when you let them into the party, I believe your testimony was neither of them spoke to you at the door? Yeah, they just walked right in. Did you ever find out who they were there with at the party? No, just knew that they came and they were invited by Chris. That's all. Didn't know who else they knew. Did Jackson and Riggs ever mention their name before they arrived? No. Okay. Now, upstairs of the location in the bedroom, that's where the drugs were, right? Up on the top floor, yes, which would be the third floor. And when you all called the police, were you the only person that called the police? Yes. In fact, when you called the police, prior to you calling the police, let me back up a little bit. You testified you kept looking on the ground because you were afraid if you looked up at anybody, you'd be shot in the back of the head. Yes. So is it fair to say that the majority of the time that this incident was going on, you were looking at the ground? No. So explain how much of the time you were looking at the ground to avoid being shot and how much time you were actually looking and interacting with these individuals. Unfortunately, I had no actual recollection of being able to tell how much exact time I was looking at the ground and from when I had a gun to the back of my head to help him find the drugs and the claimed money he said was in the house. And in fact, you thought the weapons were fake initially, right? At first when I walked in, yes. And as we sit here today, you don't know if those weapons are real because they were never fired, were they? No, they were never fired.
Fake guns?
You testified that you could see fingers. Do you remember that testimony? Yes. Isn't it true that the alleged assailants had masks and gloves at the incident? I don't recall seeing gloves. Okay.
The other people say
Could that be because you had consumed alcohol and you were not clear in your thought process? No, I think it's because of the timeline from when it happened and also because of how fast it happened and the fact that we were being assaulted. Now, in terms of the money, there was about $15,000 there that evening, correct? I was never aware of any money in the house. Okay. So you're close friends with Jackson? Yes. And Jackson sells drugs in California, correct? Not that I'm aware of. You've known Jackson for approximately a year before the incident? Give or take, yeah. And you all became close friends, correct? Yes. So close that you went to California to visit Jackson prior to coming to Atlanta, right? Yes. And is it your testimony that you don't know that Jackson sells drugs in California? When I went to California, Jackson was a model. I'm not sure who or what agency he was with, but I knew he was modeling. Would it surprise you if Jackson's testimony was that he bought drugs from California to sell?
Right, you know what? That's not the person here. That's not a proper question to confront someone with someone else's testimony. You can ask him what he knows, and we'll go on from there.
As it pertains to your relationship with Jackson, is the only employment that you are aware of is that he's a model? Yes. Okay.
Okay. He keeps leaning. He's going to be like,
and you're not aware of any money being at the party that night?
Today.
I was not aware of any money, as they had asked me where it was, and I had no answer to give them. Prior to law enforcement arriving, you called the police, and during your call to the police, Jackson told you to hang up the phone, correct? Yes. And he told you to hang up the phone because he was concerned that you all would have been arrested for the drugs that you had at the home, correct?
Objection, it's called for speculation.
Not how it was worded. So why don't you repeat your question? Would you remember the question?
I don't know.
Okay. Try again. I don't have to be exact. Wherever you were.
Thank you, Judge. Jackson told you to hang up the phone because he was concerned. He told you that you all would be arrested because you had illegal drugs at the house. Yes. Okay. And you were trying to get off the 911 call after Jackson told you that, right? No. Isn't it true that the 911 operator was talking to you and you said, I'm going to hang up because my battery is dying? Yes. But your battery was not dying, was it, sir? It was. Isn't it also true that the 911 operator said, give me another cell phone number, and you said you don't have another cell phone number? Yes. And you could have provided a cell phone number for anybody else who was at the party, correct? Yes. But you didn't do that. No, I did not. And isn't it true that's because you were concerned you would be arrested for the illegal drugs there?
No.
He's getting whiplash. Not getting riled up, though.
You don't know, sir, if it's anybody who had received the social media post that came to the party that night and assaulted you all, correct?
Can you repeat that question?
Okay. You are not aware, correct? Whether when you posted your party on social media, whether Jackson or Riggs, let me be more accurate, whether when Jackson or Riggs posted the party on social media, the individuals that invaded the home could have been one of the two individuals that received the post about the party, right?
Based off what I saw and what happened, I don't believe that's how it went down. So,
how would you know that based on what you saw?
From when the woman left the house to the 1 minute later of a door being kicked in by two men.
So you're saying that the two men could not have come in at the same time one of the women left?
I don't believe that would have happened.
Okay. Now, as it pertains to the post, you don't know who all received it, right?
No, I do not.
Now, once you called the police and the police arrived, in fact, you hung up on 911, correct?
Yes.
There are 20
once
charges.
The police arrived,
20.
You were outside of the property. You met the police outside?
Yes.
Okay. And was anyone inside that was in your group cleaning up the drugs and the money?
I don't recall.
Theft. Robbery.
Now, you
assault,
did not go and seek any care
firearms.
at a hospital, right?
No, I went into the back of the ambulance.
And once you went into the back of the ambulance, you decided to go and take your flight and leave the state of Georgia, correct?
Yes.
And you left and went to a concert that you all had already planned to attend.
Yes.
Now, as it pertains to your wallet, I believe your testimony was your wallet and maybe your retainers were taken?
They took the retainers in the wallet, but they threw the wallet out on a street or a block behind, somewhere close by the house.
Okay. And as we sit here today, you don't have any evidence or any personal knowledge or any knowledge whatsoever that my client, Mr. Robinson, took your wallet.
No.
You don't have any evidence that my client, Mr. Robinson, took your retainer.
No, couldn't see their face.
Now, once you took your flight, you left, you arrived in Texas, correct?
Yes.
And that was supposed to be for your attendance of the Travis Scott concert.
Yes.
Now, for those of us who don't know Travis Scott, he is a rapper, correct?
Yes.
And he's a very popular rapper.
Yes.
And his concerts sometimes have what you all call a mosh pit, right?
I think so, yes.
And are you familiar with the mosh pits?
Objection, relevance.
Where are we going with this?
We're going to head injuries.
His head injury?
No, he was not the individual.
He wasn't, correct.
With the
So
head injury.
where are we going with him? And how about this? Did you go into the mosh pit at the...
No, I had VIP access, so I was backstage. And in like the...
Not in the mosh pit.
Well, there's some relevance to how mosh pits work, Your Honor.
If you don't associate anyone with this case to the mosh pit, there is no relevance. It's educating the juror on mosh pits at a concert where no one affiliated with this case was in the mosh pit. If you can establish through this witness that someone associated with this case was in a mosh pit, you can keep going. Otherwise, it's a dead end.
Got it. Jackson had attended that concert with you, correct?
Yes.
And you all were both enjoying the Travis Scott concert.
Yes.
And you all had a mosh pit that occurred at the concert the day after that you had gone to, correct?
Like I just stated, we had VIP tickets, so we were not in the mosh pits. The mosh pits consist inside of a crowd that stands in front of the artist performing. We were basically closest to the artist as we were behind the rails, watching the mosh pit and sitting up on the stage.
End of inquiry.
Respectfully, Judge, I'm sort of a big deal. That's the last we'll hear of the mosh pit, I think.
Your Honor, if I may have a brief moment.
Sure.
Thank you.
I want to be clear. End of inquiry about mosh pits. You can ask him any other questions you want. We hit that dead end with the mosh pits. That's all I meant.
Understood.
Good. I thought you did.
Wow. You guys, this case is going to deliver. Wait till the girls get on the stand. These are the victims. Wait till the co-conspirators who turned on the two gunmen get on the stand. Oh, my goodness.
Just briefly, Judge. Now, during the incident, you were not hit with a weapon, correct?
No.
Okay. Nothing further, Judge.
Turning to the accused, sir, do you have any questions for Mr. Carmody?
I have some simple brief questions.
Okay, they don't have to be simple or brief, but if you've got some questions, if you don't mind, I don't know where Deputy Gordon went. It's fine if he goes up to the podium. This is our first time having the accused ask questions. I prefer the podium because then folks can, but I just don't know about mobility. Where's Deputy Gordon? He's on a break? Okay, so we've got questions from the accused and he needs to be near a microphone. So I don't know how you want to work that. It's good? All right, sir, come on up to the podium.
So every time he says the accused, he's talking about Mr. Pritchett. Mr. Pritchett has been asked to be called the accused.
You're welcome to keep your mask on as long as the witness and the court reporter can understand what you're saying.
I do apologize for just the confusion of where I am and moving around. Hey, how you doing, Mr. Holden?
I'm doing good. How are you?
And I'm blessed. Peace and blessings upon you. I do have some simple questions. Do you remember, I believe it was specifically on 11/12/19, a conversation you had with Investigator Maldonado?
Repeat that. When was the date?
The date was November 12th, 2019.
I don't recall now.
So did you, okay, on that day, did you have any type of call with any investigator?
I don't recall.
How about on any date? Did you end up, after you were gone from Atlanta, speaking with Atlanta law enforcement about the situation?
I do remember, obviously, after, but I don't know if it was 2 days after it because I got a call from the guy who found my wallet. And then from there, I don't really recall the call.
Possibly to help your memory, it says that you received the call and your voicemail was full, but then you texted him and you immediately called back.
Again, this was so long ago, I don't remember all my call logs or text messages.
So you had no conversation with no investigator after the incident?
Like I told you, I don't remember making those phone calls or making those texts. I'm sure they could have been made or were made, but I do not recall it as it was almost 5 years ago.
You're not saying they didn't happen, you just don't remember the contents of them.
Exactly, I do not remember.
Okay, well, just maybe possibly might come, I can bring you to some recollection. In the phone call with Investigator Maldonado.
So, Mr. Pritchett, I'm going to interrupt you so the state doesn't need to object. If you want to refresh his recollection, which you're free to do, and you've got a document that you think if he looked at it would refresh his recollection, you can have him look at it and read it silently. But it's not appropriate for you to read into the record and for the jury to hear the contents of the report. That'd be hearsay. But you're certainly entitled to say, hey, take a look at this. Does this refresh your recollection about a conversation you may have had with Investigator Maldonado?
Okay.
So if you want to do it that way, that's fine. And I'll just have the deputy bring him if there's something you want him to look at, you should just, if it's a 10-page document, say, hey, just read page 7 or whatever it is.
It's not long.
Okay. Mr. Hiles.
This is Maldonado.
That was the law 101.
He hand him a ham sandwich. If that refreshes his recollection, it refreshes his recollection. So
I just want
to make sure we're doing this the right way, and reading it aloud is not the right way.
I guess I said that not that it's inappropriate, that I would like the record to reflect what document is being handed.
Okay, and you'll need to be able to see whatever page is going up there. That's how it works for everyone. So if you want him to read all those pages or just one page?
This paragraph and this paragraph, please.
Okay. And sir, you believe that that's an excerpt from Investigator Maldonado's report?
Yes, it's described specifically as case narrative.
Great. So take your time reading those. When you have read them, look back up, and then you may have more questions from this questioner.
It is sort of problematic that the judge is helping. That sort of sets the expectation that he should continue, and the judge has to be impartial. And for the judge, with all his legal, experience, if he were to volunteer help every time there was an opportunity, or then suddenly choose not to volunteer help, I think there's a problem there. The judge really needs to be careful where he goes here with the assistance. But I think in this particular case, he was instructing the accused.
Do you have a chance to read that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because he was about to break the rules.
And you understand it? You understood it?
Yeah, I completely understood it.
Okay. Did it help with any of your memory, possibly?
Not necessarily with the memory of making that phone call and discussing that, but it definitely reminds me of what I said about exactly what happened.
Okay. So based off what you read, investigator did state that during the phone call, you stated that on one of the gentlemen that obviously raided the house, it states that you said you observed a tattoo on one of the male's upper left arm shoulder. Basically, my question is, I know it's been a long time and you barely remember this. Does it come into your mind any type of recollection of what that tattoo might have been?
Absolutely not, no.
But you did see a tattoo on somebody.
I can't even remember what tattoo it was, so I can't really answer that. I don't think so, no.
Okay. But you do remember telling the investigator that you saw a tattoo?
Like I told you before, I don't remember making these phone calls or these texts, as it was nearly 5 years ago. I just recall seeing what I said, as that is my statement. I do not recall making that exact phone call, though, and telling him every single last one of those things.
So is it possible the detective is lying, or?
No.
But you could have possibly said these things, correct?
Of course.
Okay. And you could have left out some things too, possibly on that one phone call too. Because in here, it also, in your statement to the investigator, it does not state that you were injured or touched in any way. And I know you said it was 2 days after the incident, 11/12. I would think that if you were injured, I'm not saying you weren't, but if you were, that you would have reported that to the investigator at the time.
In that report, if I read it correctly, I did say I was hit. I never said I was injured, though.
No, you stated specifically.
So you don't get to go back and forth about. He's reviewed it, and you can ask him about what he remembers, and that's sort of where we are.
Okay. That's pretty much it. Just to clarify for the record, so you could have possibly had this conversation where you told the investigator that on one of the gentleman's upper left arm shoulder, you saw a tattoo. You could have had that conversation and stated those words to that investigator.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Questions from the jurors for Mr. Carmody. I see a few cards. Deputy, if you don't mind collecting the cards, please. Thank you. More. Thank you. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we're having to change our format a little bit once we get your questions. I need the courtroom to talk about them, so I need you to take a quick break. This will be quick because once we've had our discussion about these, you'll be brought back in. Don't leave quite yet. Give me 1 second. All right, if you go to the jury room hallway, don't go far. Don't talk about the case. No outside research.
Yes, we are allowed to see the jury. The judge is aware they're shown on Zoom and it's being fed to YouTube. He has made the order that the TV camera in the back of the courtroom not zoom in on the jurors. But other than that, he says it's a public courtroom. Anyone can see him.
All right, Mr. Hiles, come get these, read them, pass them around so that they go to Mr. Pritchett at the end, and we will discuss.
How would you have seen somebody's tattoo on the shoulder if they're wearing hoodies and long sleeves? Right? Take one, pass it around. The accused is waiting his turn. He also has the right, as his own counsel, to view and object to some of these questions. Yes, this is a current trial. We should be caught up today. This is yesterday afternoon's. Could be a patch on the hoodie. Cold shoulder hoodies are a thing. Didn't know that. I guess it's like a cross between a tank top and
if you're done with some cards, please get them to Mr. Pritchett so that we can be multitasking. So why don't you stand over by him and we can move this faster. Thank you. And Mr. Hiles, if you'll stay over there, you're going to get from Mr. Pritchett to me those cards. Thank you.
I think they do start around 12:30 today. We're probably going to be a little bit late joining. Once we get up to speed, we'll go back. Once we get up to current, we'll go back to live speed. We're at 1.25 speed right now, so we'll slow down a little bit later today. Evie, I have a little of that. I'm wearing all pastels today. Not all pastels. I'm wearing all neutral colors, which apparently my wife tells me is not a thing. So gray with khaki doesn't go very well.
Thank you.
Might have started early. Okay.
So other than the question about whether something will be an exhibit, they seem like appropriate questions. Did you have any objection, Mr. Hiles, to any of the questions?
No.
Ms. Mignot?
No, Your Honor.
And sir, the accused, did you have any objections to me asking these questions of the witness? You'll be given a chance to follow up on these topics if there's anything about his answers to them that you want to follow up on. Any objection? Let's bring the jurors in, please. Mr. Hiles, the Dropbox you sent has a ginormous file and then a small file. Is the small file the still of the sneakers, or it's also a video?
It's just a still. I didn't feel like creating a new Dropbox. That's how I asked the editor to take a
still of the sneakers.
Yes,
okay.
I asked her to do that, and then.
All rise for the jury.
The judges told them to sit in different places every time they come in. But those two were still in the same order. Yep, same order. Front row's the same. They're supposed to shuffle.
Thank you, Deputy. Mr. Carmody, few follow-up questions. Can you tell the jurors what you remember about what the two assailants, whatever term you want to use from the guys who broke in, or gals, what they were wearing?
The most I recall is mainly the mask. I don't recall what pants they were wearing, what hoodies, jackets. I just remember the mask most specifically. And like I had said yesterday, I believe a monkey mask and a mask that almost looks like kind of like a purge mask. If you've seen the movie, it almost looks like a very scary face, just a big grin on it.
You were asked about a statement you may have given to Investigator Maldonado about seeing a tattoo on an arm, maybe even a shoulder. Do you remember anything about clothing that would explain how you could see what's on someone's shoulder as opposed to their wrist or their chest or anywhere else?
I think whenever one of the assailants was grabbing all of the edibles upstairs as he had brought me up there, when he was bent over, I believe that I may have been able to see something on his side of his shoulder through the sleeve of his shirt.
Share with the jurors what the lighting was like in the room you were in initially when you said you got down on the ground and when the attack first happened.
It was, I don't recall the name of the lights, but they were light bulbs that basically can change colors. And there was kind of like not a very bright red, but I want to say kind of like a darkish red. And then there was more just normal light bulbs closer to the door that they had opened to first get inside the house. And then closer towards the kitchen were the red lights in the ceiling.
How would you describe? So that was, thank you.
Sorry.
It was a fine answer. Based on that combination of lighting, if you had a magazine in your hand, could you read it? Or was it so dark that you would just know there's a magazine in your hand?
Yes, I could read the magazine.
Share with the jurors the sequence as best you remember between you lying on the ground and you said you got kicked, but then you also were taken upstairs and people were saying, someone was saying, where's the money? Which came first? How did that flow from you being on the ground and getting kicked or hit and going upstairs?
Getting kicked was last because it was after they had already taken me upstairs to grab or to find the cash and find the edibles. Kicking came after that because they went through my book bag and that's when they found my wallet, my phone.
Was your book bag upstairs?
No, my book bag was downstairs.
So you then came back downstairs and that's when the kicking and the book bag search occurred?
Yes.
You have described monkey mask and purge mask. Did both take you upstairs or just one?
Just one.
Which one?
The monkey mask.
Monkey mask takes you upstairs. Who goes through your bag and interrogates you about your Invisalign?
The same one.
Monkey mask.
Yes.
Who kicks you?
Him.
Monkey mask?
Yes.
Okay. And you said him as opposed to her. What was it about either monkey mask or purge mask that made you think male instead of female?
Their body and the way they spoke, it was clear that they were males based off their voices. I could be pretty confident.
Did you see any of the assault on the DJ?
Yes, I watched it happen.
Was that monkey mask or purge mask?
Purge mask.
Did you say one of the two females you didn't know that you let in at some point left to go get something?
Yes, one of them left to go get what she claimed was backwoods. And then as soon as she left, she ran out the door. And the door was also left unlocked.
What happened to girl number 2? What was she doing after girl number 1 left?
I have actually no idea in that moment where she was or if she had already left.
You talked about interacting with the police and emergency medical people afterwards. Were either of the two girls that you didn't know that you let in present when the police and the emergency medical people were there?
No, I didn't see any of them.
When you say any of them, I was aware of 2. Is it more than 2?
That's what I meant. The 2. I didn't see either the 2 of the girls.
Okay. And based on what you witnessed in terms of letting people in, people leaving, meaning the 2 women, and then the home invasion, what was your sense of any connection between the 2 young ladies and Monkey Mask and Purge Mask?
Just that we had gotten set up by the women.
Mr. Hiles, do you have any follow-up based on those questions?
No.
Ms. Mignot?
Just one, Your Honor. You don't have any evidence that the 2 women that you're talking about set up this robbery, correct?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Nothing further.
And to the accused, do you have any other questions for Mr. Carmody?
Can you see any of the assailants in this courtroom right now?
I want to answer yes to that, but I don't really know if I can say yes without providing hard enough evidence.
What was the question?
All right.
No.
Mr. Carmody, I appreciate your time. You are free to go.
He's got a fight to catch, a concert to attend to.
I was planning to call investigator Sluss.
Okay.
So I would call investigator Sluss.
Well, do you have another witness? We need to take a break before he testifies.
We can call Noah Walker.
Okay, let's see Noah.
Noah Walker. Ms. Blake, I know you've been doing other things. Have you had a chance to start to look through what we were discussing, that document when the jury wasn't in the courtroom?
Yes, I completed.
Thank you.
Okay, I've updated the description in the video to include just a rough little bit about what this is about. So I know a lot of people are joining. Just read the description. That'll give you an update. We're fairly early on in this trial, and that could help you if you're joining late. It's hard for everybody else if I stop to update you if you missed yesterday and today. You are going to hear more so going on in court. Gang names. You're going to hear Baby Slat, which Baby Slat, I believe, stands for Slime Love All the Time. Is this Keanu Reeves? I swear I saw Keanu Reeves just briefly.
You can lower your hand and have a seat. Please state and spell your first and last name into the record.
Noah Walker, Noahwalker.
The hair threw me off.
Good afternoon, Mr. Walker. How old are you?
23.
Okay. Are you in school, work?
Yeah, so I am a professional fundraiser and I go to Georgia State full-time for computer science.
Okay.
Professional
what grade are you in?
I'm going into my junior year.
How old you were in November 2019?
That's about 18.
And during that time, November 2019, what was the general area you were living in?
Atlanta.
Have you always lived in the Atlanta area?
Yeah.
Do you recall the incident that occurred November the 8th, 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you have a clear memory?
Not a very clear memory. It was a very traumatic time of my life, and it's easy to repress stuff like that, but I remember what I can.
Okay. And if you don't recall something that I asked, just say, I don't recall.
Yes, ma'am.
Where do you recall the incident occurring?
It was at a house, Airbnb, a party house.
'Cause- Okay. Do you recall what city?
Atlanta. 'Cause- 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 'Cause-
What, you said it was a house. Who invited you to the house?
Either my friend Victor or Ethan at the time.
What was the second name?
Ethan.
Ethan. So Victor or Ethan?
Yes, and it would be a different Victor from the DJ.
Okay. So someone invited you named Victor, but you're not talking about the DJ?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how long had you known, we're gonna start with Ethan. How long had you known Ethan?
I had just recently met a lot of these people in that time frame.
And when you arrived, do you recall around the time you arrived at the location?
No, ma'am.
When you arrived at the location, do you recall what you were doing?
Yes, I drinking.
Okay.
I was working out of high school at the time. I was young and dumb, just trying to have fun.
Do you recall whether you were heavily aware? How much had you had to drink?
So I have something called Asian glow. It's a deficiency where I can't break down alcohol the same way. So when I drink, even if it's a shot, I get very intoxicated. So very intoxicated.
Asian glow?
Yes. So my mom has it really bad. If she takes even a single shot, she pukes everywhere.
So you were intoxicated?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How many people, roughly, how many people were there?
I could not recall. Definitely over 10.
Over 10? Over 20?
I couldn't recall.
He was very drunk. Apparently.
And you said you had just met a few people there. Did you, let's go to what you remember about the incident date. Do you recall any females out there?
Yes.
Okay, how many?
2 to my knowledge. Or three total.
Okay. And of the 3, were you introduced to any of them?
No, but I was introduced to Becca.
Becca?
Yeah.
Meaning Rebecca?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did they all arrive at the same time?
No, ma'am.
When did they arrive?
Becca had been there beforehand, and then the other 2 girls later in the night.
What was your interactions with the 2 girls that arrived later in the night?
Very, very brief, not much interaction at all. Honestly, I'm not very good at talking to women.
Can you repeat the last thing you said?
I'm not very good at talking to women.
Okay. You're not good at talking to women?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Let's make him say it 3 times.
Yeah.
Poor guy.
I'll repeat that to the world.
All right, next topic. You're going to get dates out of this one, though. All right.
Can you describe their demeanor?
Oh, my goodness.
Of the woman?
The 2 women that came later.
I couldn't recall.
Can't recall. Okay. What,
Chicks
after,
dig
do you recall
witnesses.
how long they were there?
No, maybe 35 minutes to an hour.
Okay. So what do you recall happening after they arrived?
After they arrived, so I was sitting on the couch. I was kind of zoned out. The news was on, I remember. And I was just thinking about life, of course, as an 18-year-old. And I remember 2 people coming through the door with loud voices stating something, and that's when they came in with masks and guns, and the whole thing happened, essentially.
Can you describe the mask?
No, I have no idea what type of mask they were.
Okay. What happened next after they came in?
So after they came in, they demanded to give our personals, so like phones and wallets and stuff like that. And they went around the room collecting those things.
Okay. And did anyone collect your items?
Yeah, so one came up to me and I said something along the lines of, yes, my wallet, can I have my ID out of it? And they took my wallet and I got my ID back.
And you said one said, when you say one said, do you mean one of the 2 males that came into the house with guns?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you kept your ID?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what happened next?
So from there, I remember zoning out a lot just because very traumatic, didn't really know what was going on. And when I kind of regained, consciousness, Victor had been beat up and was on the ground. And I remember seeing it happen at the beginning, but not wanting to actively process what was going on. So trying to detach myself from the situation at the time.
And you mentioned Victor again. This is the same or different Victor than the one that invited you to the party?
Different Victor.
Okay. And what was this Victor, the one you're talking about now, what was he doing at the party?
So he was a DJ.
Okay. And then after you observed that happened with the DJ Victor, what happened next?
After I observed that with the DJ Victor, for the rest of the time, I zoned out, honestly. It was really hard to think about what was actually happening. The next thing I remember is just everybody getting super frantic and talking about calling the police, what the next steps were once they left the house.
Okay. And what, if anything, happened to your senses at that time when people became frantic?
I kind of zoned back in. I realized the reality of what was going on.
Okay. Did you give a statement to the police?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. What did you do?
I remember standing outside with, I don't know who exactly it was, just waiting to figure out what to do next. Other people were a lot more on top of the next steps than I was, so I was more of a bystander just waiting to figure out what was going to happen.
Okay. Did you stay at the home?
Outside of the home after.
Okay. Did you stay at the home that night?
Oh, no.
You recall what you did?
No, I know that I don't remember where I went after that. I assume that I would have gone home.
You stated earlier that you don't have a clear memory
Yes, ma'am.
of what happened. So a few things you don't recall.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you state why?
I guess the reason behind it is it was a very traumatic event. I mean, I'm sure anybody can imagine people coming into a house with a lot of firearms. I was young. It was a lot easier to just not think about that part of my life than actively have it on my memory.
Thank you. No further questions.
Ms. Mignot, do you have questions for Mr. Walker?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Walker. My name is Marcia Mignot, and I represent Mr. Tyrone Robinson sitting next to me here at council table. I'm going to be asking you some questions. And because we have a court reporter that's taking down what we're going to be saying, I'm going to ask you.
Bring that up if that ends up being an issue. That wasn't an issue during direct exam. So let's dive straight into the questions.
Got it. Got it, Judge. Now, you were present and had consumed drugs prior to any incidents happening, correct?
Alcohol.
Alcohol. And I believe your testimony was you zone out once you had that alcohol because you had, is it Asian syndrome, you said?
Asian glow is the unmedical term of it.
Okay. And in terms of
Asian syndrome,
understanding what was going on, being able to recognize faces or people, you weren't able to do that, correct?
No.
Now, as it pertains to any taking of a weapon or and hitting anyone, you didn't see any of that happen either, correct?
I visibly saw Victor being beat up, yes.
Okay, so this is DJ Victor, correct? And you saw DJ Victor, and when you say being beat up, describe for us what you saw.
What I saw was somebody on the ground being kicked or punched.
Okay, so you believe that DJ Victor was being punched on the ground and kicked?
As I recall, yes.
Okay. Now, you stated that the person came in and collected cell phones.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see them collect the cell phone for Jackson?
No, ma'am.
Did you see any collection of the cell phone for Riggs?
No, ma'am.
Did you see any cell phone collection for Carmody?
No, ma'am.
Now, as you sit here today, in fact, let's go back to the date. On November 8th, 2019, you are not aware of who the two individuals that entered the house is that took your cell phone, correct?
No.
And you cannot say that it's my client that's sitting here with me at council table, correct?
No.
Okay. Nothing further, Judge.
And turning to the accused, sir, do you have any questions for Mr. Walker? Okay, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Juror questions for Mr. Walker? Seeing none, thank you, sir, for your time. You are free to go.
did you say
Next witness not named Sluss, because it's not break time yet.
The state calls Rebecca Mears.
I didn't catch the last thing you said as he was getting up. It's interesting to hear the accused questioning a witness who was a victim of the crime, saying, "Blessings be upon you." It's interesting little take there. They left this guy alone. He was drunk as a skunk. He had made friends with the couch. They were not going anywhere. They were together for the evening. He's not good with girls, even when drunk, apparently.
Do you swap for the testimony you want to give? Is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? That's where you can lower your hand and have a seat. Please state and spell your first and last name into the record.
My name is Rebecca Plateau, spelled REBECCA
Good afternoon, Rebecca Plateau.
Rebecca, one of the three girls out of 20 at the party.
Rebecca Mears, MEERS.
And do you go by Becca or Rebecca?
Rebecca.
Okay. Do your friends call you Becca?
Yes, ma'am.
How old are you?
I'm 24.
Do you go to school, work, something else?
I have 2 jobs and I'm in college.
Okay. And what grade are you in?
I'm a junior.
How old were you in 2019, November 2019?
19.
And during that year, November 2019, what general area were you living in?
Atlanta.
Okay. What general area do you live in now?
I live in Athens.
At that time, how long have you been living in Atlanta?
My entire life.
Do you recall an incident that occurred November the 8th, 2019?
Yes.
Where do you recall this incident occurring?
Atlanta.
Do you recall, was it a house, a business, something else, where it occurred?
House near Ponce.
Who invited you to the house?
Chris Riggs.
Okay. And we got two Chris's in this, so we're gonna call Chris Riggs, either Chris Riggs or Riggs.
Okay.
And how long have you known Riggs?
A few years.
Okay. About estimate?
At that point, maybe 2.
2 years?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and just make sure you say yes or no.
Or whatever your answer is, but it needs to be words the court reporter can't take down.
Okay.
Thank you.
Did you know anyone else at the home?
Some, not as well as I knew Chris.
Okay. Who else did you know?
Noah, Jackson, Holden.
Noah, Jackson, Holden. How long have you been known them?
Not long. I had just met them.
And how did you meet them?
Through Chris Riggs.
Okay. And I know you said you know Riggs for 2 years. How did you meet Riggs?
High school.
High school. What was happening at the location when you arrived?
A party.
Describe the party.
It was pretty calm. There weren't that many people there. Just pretty chill.
Just like it was
When you
lame.
said not that many people, estimate how many?
All night, no more than 20, if that.
And how many young ladies or females were there at the party?
Just me until the 2 ladies came later on in the night.
Okay. Did you know these 2 young ladies?
No.
Are you able to describe them?
Somewhat. Shorter than me, white girls.
Any different description between the 2?
I would say one was more heavy set than the other one.
Describe their demeanor when they came to the party.
They seemed to want to explore the house. They seemed interested in exploring the house.
Tell me why you believe that.
It seems like they were scoping it out.
And what did they do to scope it out?
The house was 3 or 4 stories, and they made a point to go all the way to the top.
Did you interact with them?
No.
How do you know they went all the way to the 4th floor?
I went up there with them.
So when you went up there with them, what did you observe?
The 2 girls looking around.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that answer for me?
The 2 girls looking around.
Okay. Did you engage them in any way?
No.
So you just followed them?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry.
Okay.
Is that a yes?
After you followed the girls upstairs, what did you do next?
I don't recall.
What's the next thing you recall?
Being downstairs with everybody, and we all kind of just noticed that the girls had left or without saying anything to anybody.
Were you aware of where the front door was?
Yes.
Was there any interest in keeping the front door locked?
No.
When you noticed the girls had left, did you notice anything about the front door?
No.
After that, noticing that they left, what happened next?
Not long after they left, the 2 gentlemen came in with weapons.
And how do you know they were males?
Stature, mannerisms.
Okay. Can you describe their stature? Would you know about how tall they were?
Definitely taller than me.
How tall are you?
5'7". One of them was more scrawny, and one of them was bigger, had bigger arms.
Besides their height, do you recall any other descriptions?
One guy's like, I'm not scrawny.
One of them was wearing, they had a lot of dark clothing on, and they had a mask similar to the masks depicted in the Purge movies. And they had large guns in their hands.
Did they both have that mask?
I don't recall.
Okay. You gave 2 different descriptions to them. Can you differentiate which one had the Purge mask?
The skinnier of the 2 had the Purge mask on, and the bigger guy was wearing all black.
What, if anything, did you see on their hands?
Weapons, skin color.
Okay. And what skin color did you see?
They were black.
So let's bring you back. Two males come into the room. You've described them. What happens next after they come into the room?
They yell at everybody to get on the ground while pointing the weapons at everybody.
And where were you? Where were you in the home when they came in and told everyone to get down on the floor?
I was in the kitchen by myself.
And we're gonna pull up a photo of Stacy's exhibit 8.
Just a
For
heads
the
up.
record, the state.
These photos often are
Tap, I'm sorry to bother you, Miss Plateau.
graphic.
Tap stay mute, and then you'll be able to see when this photo comes up on your screen.
There is some blood that's visible in some
For
of
the
these.
record, the state would be publishing what has already been pre-marked, entered as State's exhibit 8.
All right, here it comes.
Here it comes. Boom.
Does this photo look familiar to you?
Looks like PowerPoint to me.
Yes, that's the AirBnB.
Okay. And in this photo, can you point out where you were when they came in the home?
So if you'll tap the screen once, you'll see in the lower left-hand corner, a little circle with a pencil, lower left-hand corner, all the way over, tap that. Now your finger isn't more pen than a pencil. And so why don't you ask your question again, Ms. Green, so she knows what she's marking on the screen.
Okay, sorry. When the two males came into the home, please use the device to point out where you were.
There.
Okay, and describe, it's not really in this photo, but where would the front door be in relation?
From this photo directly to the left of the TV.
Is it in this photo?
The front door, no.
Okay. All right. So you got on the floor. What happened next?
The skinnier of the two stayed in the living room with his weapon pointed at all of the boys in the living room. And the bigger of the two came towards me in the kitchen. He pointed his weapon at me and told me to give him my cell phone.
What did you do?
I gave it up.
What happened next?
The bigger of the two went upstairs and the skinny one stayed in the living room with everyone.
Okay, now let's use the same exhibit 8. Where you're standing, can you point out where the stairs would be in this photo?
The stairs are that way.
Okay, can you actually see the stairs in this photo?
No.
So like if you went through the wall with the bicycle on it, you'd be on the stairs or bumping your head into the stairs.
If you walked past the bicycle, you can see the stairs directly to your right.
Okay.
You observed someone go up the stairs, one of the males go upstairs, and then what did you observe? You said the other male stayed downstairs. Can you point in the photograph where that male would be?
Here. In front of the television.
Let the record reflect that she drew a line in front of the television. What happened next?
The bigger gentleman went upstairs. I stayed in the kitchen. And the other one stayed in the living room with his weapons pointed at everyone.
Okay. And what happened next?
Eventually, the bigger one comes back downstairs.
Okay. And what happened?
He walks past me and they go back into the living room and begin to exit.
Do you recall observing anything else occurring in the living room before they exit?
Right before they left, they forcefully took shoes off of Jackson.
And we can move to State's Exhibit 9. Oh.
Yes, there is a circle with an arrow on it over on the left side of the screen. That's an undo or erase. If you tap that a few times, it should make the red things you Drew, go away. So if you keep that, you drew a few things, so it may take a few taps.
Doesn't make all the red things go away because some on the floor is
Does it look
blood.
like it's working?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. There you go. Thank you.
And what is in this photo?
That is the living room of the Airbnb.
Okay. What, if anything, do you notice on the floor of the photo?
A lot of blood.
Okay. Do you know how that occurred?
I know when they entered the Airbnb, they were violent with some of the guys in the living room.
Okay. Did you observe that?
No.
Okay. Do you recall going back into the living room?
I do, yes.
About 8?
Yes.
Okay.
As they were leaving, I made my way into the living room to assist the people that had been visibly injured.
Now, when you were in the kitchen, let's go back to 8. You were on the floor. Was your face down in the floor, or was it turned one way or the other, or something else?
I laid down on the floor and my chin was on the ground so I could see what was happening in the living room.
Okay. So you could observe what was happening in the living room?
Yes.
Okay. And when you observed what was happening in the living room, did you observe an attack?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall speaking to me previously?
I do.
Okay. And do you recall this going through your testimony?
Yes.
She's forgotten something.
Do you recall telling me that you observed an attack?
Vaguely.
Okay. When did we speak? 2 nights ago?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what, you observed an attack vaguely 2 nights ago? What about today?
I would object to ask an answer.
Don't answer the question. Okay. Sustain. She's answered your questions about an attack.
Let's move to exhibit
2 days ago, she remembers the attack. Today, she does not.
13.
No, there we go.
Who was that?
Jackson.
Okay. And is this how Jackson looked that night?
Yes.
We get to see more of these pictures.
And when you saw him initially that night, did he look like that?
No.
Okay. Did he
Initially,
look
his,
like that before the intrusion?
his eyes weren't that dilated.
Okay. And do you recognize what's in State's Exhibit 16?
Those are the shoes that they forcefully removed from his feet.
You observed that?
Yes.
When you say his feet, whose feet?
Jackson.
And when you observed them forcefully remove the shoes from his feet, where was he?
He was on the couch.
In what room?
The living room of the Airbnb.
And where were you?
I had just come into the living room to help the ones that were hurt.
Who else was hurt?
Jackson and Victor.
And what was Victor doing that night prior to people arriving? Or I'm sorry, prior to the assailants arriving?
Victor was the DJ that night.
You can do a poll about these shoes. Got a good look right
And
now.
what injuries did you see in Victor? On Victor?
A gash in his head.
So after the assailants left, what happened next?
Holden called 911.
Okay. And where were you?
In the living room on the couch, helping them, waiting for an ambulance.
And did you stay in the house the whole time?
Yes.
Did you go outside at any point?
When the police got there.
And did you provide a statement to the police?
I did.
And what, were you able to recover your items?
Yes, the next day.
How?
I called my cell phone and a woman had it downtown at a park and she allowed me to come pick it up.
Downtown at a.
She had my cell phone downtown Atlanta at a park. I called my cell phone and she allowed me to come get it.
Do you know this woman?
No, I believe she was a homeless woman.
And what, if anything, did you do to get your cell phone back from her?
I gave her $50.
So you didn't stay at the house, right?
No.
Where did you go?
Noah's house.
And did you have any interactions with law enforcement after that night?
Closing out the poll on the shoes right now.
Routinely, the detectives would call me to ask questions or update me on what's been going on in the case.
52% lime green, 47% highlighter green.
Ms. Mignot, do you have any questions for Ms. Plateau?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can we take down the pictures so we can watch the witness testify?
Good afternoon. Is it Ms. Plateau?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Marcia Mignot. I represent Mr. Tyrone Robinson sitting here at council table. As it pertains to the party that evening, were you aware that Jackson and Riggs had sent out a notice on social media for the party?
No.
Okay. And who did you expect to be at the party? Was it just supposed to be you, Riggs, and Jackson?
I knew that they would be there, but I assumed that other people would be there also.
Okay. And these are other people that you were not familiar with, correct?
Correct.
Now, as it pertains to the type of party you all were having, you had drugs and alcohol there, correct?
I knew that there would be alcohol, yes.
And what about the drugs?
I was not aware of that.
How long have you known Jackson?
Since the day of the incident.
Are you aware that Jackson was selling drugs in California prior to coming to Atlanta for the incident?
No.
Are you aware that Jackson had brought drugs to the party for sales?
No.
Did you see any marijuana gummies or marijuana vapors at the party?
No.
Okay. And what time did you arrive at the party?
Maybe 8 or 9 o'clock.
So you were there from approximately 8 or 9 p.m. to approximately 2 a.m. the next day when law enforcement arrived?
Yes.
And it is your testimony that you didn't see any drugs, you only saw alcohol?
Correct.
Okay. As it pertains to what you witnessed, you testified you witnessed Victor, the DJ, getting harmed by the two gentlemen that came in, or the two men that came in, correct?
I don't recall seeing the actual violence, but I saw the aftermath, his head gash.
Okay. So you only saw what the state depicted in the photographs, blood on the floor and the things that we saw in the state's pictures.
Yes.
But how those injuries took place, you did not witness that.
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, you were not hit by any of the firearms, correct?
No.
None of the firearms were pointed at you, correct?
They pointed a gun at me when they asked me for my cell phone.
Okay, so when the cell phone was taken from you in the kitchen, it was taken at gunpoint?
Yes.
All right, as it pertains to your cell phone, is that the only property that was taken from you that evening?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and as it pertains to that cell phone property, you don't have any evidence that my client, Mr. Tyrone Robinson, is the person who took your cell phone that evening, correct?
Correct.
And as we sit here today before this jury, you still don't have any evidence that it's Mr. Robinson that took your cell phone that evening?
Correct.
All right, no further questions.
And turning to the accused, sir, do you have any questions for Ms. Plateau?
Do you have any evidence that I was the person that took the cell phone?
No.
He's stealing the question.
No further questions. I just like to say that.
So no stating, just questions. All right. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Questions from the jurors? I see a few cards. Deputy Gordon springs into action.
I like how the judge narrates the deputy's actions. Deputy Gordon springs into action. So, is this the mask they're talking about? The purge mask? Is that the one? I haven't seen the movie. Or if it's a series.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, new routine. It's not new. Second time we've done it. We'll take a quick break. If you go to the jury room, the hallway, don't discuss the case. No outside research. We'll get you in here shortly.
So who drew the short straw? There go the jurors. We get to see all of them. Yeah.
All right, Mr. Hiles. This way, please. If you and Ms. Mignot and Mr. Pritchett could all be near each other, this should be a pretty quick review.
I said Mr. Pritchett that time instead of the accused. They're going to ask, they're reviewing the questions that the jury's provided. I Googled it, and that's what came up first. They also came up with masks that look like there's something from like that game that Mr. Beast made a video of, where if you red light, green light, and if you move afterwards, you just get zapped or something.
Thank you, Ms. Green. Ms. Rivers? There's a question I didn't share with you all that simply says logistics. Can we move the screen at the podium so we can see the accused? I assume that means Mr. Pritchett. You said it was important to see everyone. Thank you. So we'll work through logistics, but I think the way things are set up, much like Mr. Pritchett might have trouble seeing some of the jury, they have trouble seeing him because I've had the screen turned so he can see the screen. Is your laptop, is Blake on Zoom so that if we move the defense screen that is right in front of Mr. Robinson over so Mr. Pritchett can see it, you can see what is on Zoom?
I can log in.
Okay, if you don't mind logging in, that'll be the fix, because then we're just going to rotate the podium camera, and so it's facing the way it normally does. Mr. Pritchett can have the defense one. I think it reaches over there. You can put it just at the edge down. Oh, I was going to say you can even move it to his table. Just put it right on the corner if the cord goes that far. It does. Excellent. All right. And Ms. Mignot, you're going to be able to see what's on the screens anyway because of the podium one.
Correct.
Boom. All right. Ms. Green, did you have any, I didn't mean to send Mr. Howes over there. I should have sent you. Did you have any objection to any of the juror questions?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Mignot?
No objection.
And you, sir, any objections to the juror questions?
No, sir.
Okay, let's bring the jurors in, please. And we're going to take our break after we finish with Ms. Plateau.
All right. Here come the jurors. Now we get the face shot. So we get to see what
Well, do you have another witness that's not Sluss after that?
Don't you got me going through all the witnesses?
I have to take a break at 3:25 or 3:30, and somebody thought, let's just break then. We can break now, but then we're gonna have this weird break at 3:30 for 3-4 minutes. I know you got to do Celeste today, so we'll do that, but.
This is just like.
Not here? Okay. We'll break after this.
2, 3,
They're going to
4,
be all the way here through the day.
5.
I got it. You have them spread out so they're not sitting here the whole
7,
time.
8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Oh, 13. That was the last one. They have one alternate.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone else can be seated. Ms. Plateau, tell the jurors why you followed the two women who arrived later in the evening upstairs when they went upstairs.
I think everybody was just going up there, and there weren't that many of us there, so I didn't want to stay downstairs by myself.
So it wasn't a solo mission with you.
No.
Everyone went with the two of them.
Correct.
When it sounds like there are multiple floors, what was going on floor 3 and floor 4 when the two young ladies were up there?
They were just looking around the bedrooms up there.
So I mean, they're opening drawers, as you would call it, were they at least just sort of, hey, what's in this room?
Definitely looking around the room, peering around. Looking back, it seems like they were almost like scoping the place out.
You described the way events unfolded as the skinnier of the two assailants staying on the floor you were on, and the bigger guy going upstairs.
Correct.
Once they were there. Did the bigger guy bring anyone up with him?
No.
You shared with the juries that you knew that the assailants had been violent with at least the Jackson and then Victor, the DJ, but you said you didn't see it. So how do you know that something happened?
They were both covered in blood.
So before these guys came in, no blood. After they were here, lots of blood.
Correct.
Understand. Thank you. Ms. Green, do you have any follow-up with this witness?
No.
Ms. Mignot?
No, Your Honor.
And sir? All right. I appreciate your time. You're free to go.
Thank you.
And that's Rebecca's testimony. Wonderful. We're just flying through this. See if we take a break now or not.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know you just had a little break because we were working through your questions. It's time for an afternoon break. We have to work through one issue concerning the next witness, will be Sluss. We have to work through something concerning Investigator Sluss. We'll use your break time for that. We won't extend your break time for that. But when we bring you back, we'll have more witnesses from the state. During your break, enjoy the snacks and the other comforts of the jury room. Don't talk about the case. No outside research. Oh, and does this help? We've rearranged things. There was a question, you don't need to identify yourself, but it was a fair point. Some jurors were having trouble seeing everyone involved. And so we did a little remodeling. I can't really move everything that is on that podium area, but the big screen, it's not big, but the screen was at a different angle. we feel like it's a better setup. Excellent. Enjoy your break. Thank you.
All right, as they leave, completely off topic, yes, I did see that Weinstein's 2020
today
conviction was overturned.
Anything else?
4-3, I think, was the ruling by the judges. Surprising. Wow. Getting a new trial.
You all can be seated. Ms. Mignot, I know it was your colleague and partner in defense who was reviewing what I'm going to call the SLUS document. I haven't looked at it, but I probably know all but one of the pages because it's a standard presentation that I've seen many times about the basic mechanics of cell phones, cell towers, et cetera. And it sounds like there may be one or two pages that are going to be what I call content-based, in other words, derived from the cell records. I'd like you to state for the record continuing concerns you have and what remedy, if any, you think is appropriate, given your review of the document. I know you're reasonable in your approach as to how it ought to be used with Detective Sluss.
Thank you, Your Honor. As it pertains to the exhibit, the state, what they gave me physically is different from what I got emailed this morning. So
stop then. Why is this?
What it's different is because I removed 2 slides that aren't going to be presented.
So it hasn't grown, it has shrunk.
Yes.
Okay.
And we're
That's better.
No, not necessarily.
Okay.
That's okay.
All right.
I would prefer, if the court is going to allow it, because it's standard for the state to be able to ask witnesses and expert and all that good stuff, that it remain in the original format that we got this morning.
What are the 2 pages that came out?
The 2 pages that came out is the subscriber information and the phone call from a 470 number. That was also removed.
Okay. So, Mr. Hiles, any reason we can't put those back in? Because otherwise, I'm going to let Ms. Mignot use those pages, and it will look like you put a deck up that was incomplete. Don't talk while I'm talking, because Ms. Rivers can't handle that. So we'll work it however you want, but if she got those pages from you and she wants to use them with a witness, she can. It'll just look a little funky that the hidden pages of the state's exhibit come out during cross.
So I don't think it's hidden pages. The subscriber information for Mr. Robinson should still remain in there. We realized earlier that I can't, with this witness, and it doesn't affect anything because there isn't data, but I couldn't authenticate Mr. Pritchett's Sprint records. And so I removed the subscriber information in the stuff to him because it can't be authenticated, so he can't even speak to it. I needed.
Why can, if the subscriber information is self-authenticating because it comes from cell phone records, what's the authentication that needs to happen?
So what I realized is that what was had right now it's called, for only as it pertains to Mr. Pritchett, is Sprint sends what's called a subpoena compliance letter, as well as the
business records.
Yes, and so the business authentication letter, I didn't see that when I was putting everything together. I think it was at one point, but I didn't find it, and I can't, as an officer of the court, self-authenticate those. Now, as far as the T-Mobile records, and I do think I'll be able to do that through Maldonado, but I just can't authenticate this.
So the pages that were removed are what you would refer to as Pritchett pages, not Robinson pages, and you remove them because the witness who'd be talking about them isn't in a position to get the records in, and you can't get them in as self-authenticating.
I have the 3 pages. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, that's all I need to know. So, Ms. Mignot, given that clarification, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you too. You finish your conversation. Given that clarification, it seems like it was an appropriate removal because they aren't records that the state is contending were associated with your client. They contend they're associated with Mr. Pritchett, but either they're never going to be able to get them in because they can't authenticate them, or it would have to come in through Maldonado and not Sluss, who is merely a conduit for self-authenticating records. It sounds like he didn't request anything. He was handed things that the state had received, and the T-Mobile records come in because they're not hearsay because of the business records exception.
Okay, so there's 4 issues with it. Number 1 was timing advance. That's one of the slide screens. If the state wants to take out the timing advance, all it has is AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, Sprint. We're fine with that slide.
Coming out.
Okay. The state wants to take the one labeled timing advance.
All right.
Out, we will leave that alone. The one that has the subscriber information, that says subscriber information, there's 2 pages of that. Those we want back in because it's important as it pertains. Okay, so just to be fully transparent with the court, it appears as if we're trying to take this phone call because what these cell phone records are depicting is, here's the cell phone, it's pinging close to where we think this incident location is, or it's pinging to this location, and this is the phone call that was made. I'm not certain if Mr. Hiles is saying, this has nothing to do with your client. Because if that's what he's saying, then we just need an instruction to the jury, hey, we're about to show you some things.
Irrelevant things.
Irrelevant things as it pertains to Mr. Robinson.
Okay.
If that instruction which the court had already informed the jurors would occur, then we don't need to waste any more of the court's time. But if there's going to be testimony that it's connected to Mr. Robinson, then we need the subscriber information back in.
Sure. Here's what we're going to do. So, Mr. Hiles, this is all a product of late disclosure. There may be great explanations for why this. Stop interrupting. There may be great explanations for why the deck looks this way, but it shouldn't have to happen now. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to come back in 5 minutes and use those 5 minutes to explain to Ms. Mignot what's in, what's out, and whatever you can't sort out that she objects to is probably coming out. Thank you.
Wow.
I'll mute the microphone so you guys can speak freely.
Okay. So they're now muted during the break. We're going to skip the 5 minutes ahead because we can. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. They're still working it out. Still working it out. Still no audio. Okay, my kids are being really loud outside. Oh, let's back up just a tiny bit right here. There we go.
You getting up to speed on a late delivered PowerPoint. I think it's relevant, but I know you were identifying a few pages with which you had concerns.
To accept, press 1.
Hey, this is Scott. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Not bad. This is Braxton.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up? We muted just for a second. We paused.
All right. So I had one thing really quick, and I've got a meeting in a couple minutes. So my thought is, because you mentioned earlier about how the judge helping Mr. the accused could be an issue. And I agree to an extent. However, with the amount that the judge has been helping all of the parties and kind of just guiding them through everything.
As long as he keeps it fair, right? A fair amount.
Exactly.
Okay.
So I think that saves that issue because he is helping the other side significantly, it feels.
What I've seen with the other people, he said, no, you can't do that. But with the accused, he said, if you'd like to do this, you can refresh someone's recollection. You can present the document. You can that was a little bit more like lawyer 101 than I've seen with the other two. But he has sort of overall done something similarly with all parties, even going so far as letting the prosecution know, don't interrupt me. Here's some of the basic rules of the court right here. So we'll see. Great thoughts. We're going to pick up right where we left off because we're on catch up. We've got to hurry. But,
absolutely.
Congratulations, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
All right. We'll see you.
Hoping for a new job soon.
That's awesome. We'll see you, Braxton. Bye.
See ya. Bye.
All right. We're picking up after the break here. Oh, there she goes. There we go. All right. Here we go.
Ms. Rivers, are you ready? Yes. All right. We have both defendants in here, lawyers in here. Ms. Mignot, I'm sorry that your break had to be consumed with you getting up to speed on a late delivered PowerPoint. I think it's relevant, but I know you were identifying a few pages with which you had concerns or questions, both of which you're entitled to. Did the break enable Mr. Hiles to clear any of those up, or do we still have pages that either need to go back in, since it seems to be a shifting universe, or still should come out from the slimmed down version that I guess is the current state's version?
Okay, so to resolve the dispute, I say the proper thing to do is to include everything I got this morning at 6 or 7 a.m.
Okay.
So you don't have to fight over, I'm taking this in, I'm putting that in.
And you're not going to object to, so I guess what you're saying is, other than maintaining your objection that this was late disclosed, so you're not waiving that. If it goes in toto, so I'm making it up, but if you got a 17-page document, if that's what is admitted and is explored with Detective Sluss, then your only objection is this came late.
Came late, and we should be able to explore it on cross-examination since it's coming in.
Oh, if it's coming in, you can do what you want with it on cross-examination. But your request
County,
is
Georgia.
all of it comes in. Again, I made up the number 17, but whatever the full thing was that got to you early this morning, that's what you want the document to be. States X, whatever it is, should have all those pages.
Exactly.
Okay. Mr. Hiles, any issue with having it work that way?
I will do that. but I want to make very clear that I do not intend to tender the Sprint records because they can't be authenticated. But the document, everything, we can talk about them. I'm not going to tender the Sprint records that have nothing to do with your client.
You don't have to tender anything you don't want to tender, but the question is whether you've got any objection to the full document that you shared with Ms. Mignot being what you enter, if there's not an objection to it.
I don't.
Okay. Mr. Pritchett, some of this has nothing to do with you because it's primarily cell phone records related to Mr. Robinson. Is there anything you want to get on the record in connection with this PowerPoint that we've been talking about?
I know you said some of it, but is it all of it or some of it?
I'm sorry, some of it or all of it what?
You said some of it does not pertain to me. I just want to be clear on that. Like,
so it's a good question. Mr. Hiles, if the document comes in with no pages removed, are there pages in your PowerPoint that you disclosed this morning for the first time? Are there any pages that relate to Mr. Pritchett?
Yes, and since I'm not going to mention, at this point, I'm not ever going to mention like who they relate to.
Do you plan on asking Investigator Celeste anything about the pages that are staying in that you were going to remove?
No, I'm not. I'm not going to ask him anything about. Well, I'm not going to ask him like who they belong to, what they are. If they're in on cross, I might say, "Hey, did you review those records?" But I'm not going to ask him to identify the association with anybody. I'm not going to ask him to do if he knows the subscriber information. Honestly, what he's going to say is there was no records to review but I'm not going to point any fingers anywhere or anything of that nature.
Okay. So I think the answer is none of them relate to you. And if that changes and you want to lodge an objection, I'll certainly give you an opportunity to do that. Okay. Great. You're changing something now, Mr. Hiles?
It's going to be, I want to explain to Sluss incredibly quickly what's going on to what.
If you can do it between now and when the jury comes in, that'll be incredibly quick. Hold on 1 second, Deputy Gordon.
Just, I guess, the logistics of what we just discussed. I mean, more specifically as far as basically it has nothing to do with you.
Well, it's a good question because there's going to come a point, I think, when there is some evidence that's introduced about which I will tell the jury it has nothing to do with you. And there's going to be a piece that I'm going to tell the jury has nothing to do with Mr. Robinson. I don't think this is really that, but I don't mind providing. I mean, this isn't the 418 evidence. I'm going to see how it plays out, how his testimony goes, and if I need to give a limiting instruction, I will do that. Okay. All right. You actually have a couple minutes to talk with Celeste. Please do that now. Okay. I'll be right back, Deputy Gordon.
I'll be right back, Deputy Gordon. Prosecution is no longer present in the courtroom. This is a mess. This is a mess. The prosecution has introduced this document late. It's problematic. It has foundational issues. It has content in there that is confusing, is unclear. And then the way that the judge handled the objection, I'm not a big fan of. I think this just shouldn't come in. Late disclosure. Sorry, you told them this morning you've got this new stuff to put in. Not going to fly. But instead, they're going to bring everything in, so it will be in evidence, which the accused could then bring up and present to any witness later on. And I think they're opening the door to have a headache later on by bringing these documents in and then saying, we just won't say anything about them. The pages will be there, but we're just not going to talk about them. Oh. Vicky, what are you doing? In light of the recent protests in Chad, I've decided to withdraw my previous statement. Please maintain the buffer zone in the interim. Thanks. Oh, man. The bailiffs are gone. Oh, the bailiff's out poking his head in the hallway. I wonder if we're going to see more of what we saw in the last cross-examination. If the accused is going to ask, basically mirror the questions that the attorneys for his co-defendant are asking.
Yes. Why did I keep? Say that again? I was gonna. Did you reprint? I planned on. They actually brought them to me. Yeah. Here's the entirety of what I did this morning. So let's go. Oh, here's the papers in this one. Don't worry. We will do this. Then Oh, just trade for yeah, there you
I'll give you one. You give me one.
I get really jealous at it, and I will not. Thank you, sir.
The judge has been a little snippy with the prosecution, and he is frustrated. He does not like late ads. He does not like late disclosures. He doesn't want to hear from the defense. Judge, I don't know where this is coming from. I haven't seen this evidence before, especially on a case that is 5 years old. They should know every piece of evidence and have seen every piece of evidence at this point. The Say My Name counter, the defendant who is straight across, as we're looking across the screen, on the dark colored table. He's a pro se defendant. He's defending himself. He's also a sov sit, so he believes he's a sovereign citizen, not to be held to the rules of the land without his consent, which he has not given. He also has not given consent for the court to use his name, Mr. Pritchett. He says that's not his name. He's no proof he's ever owned that name. And he's asked the court to call him the accused. So every time the judge says the accused, or every time the accused is referenced as the accused in court, instead of Mr. Pritchett, we just add one to the Say My Name counter. It's good fun. Okay, we're going to skip ahead because nothing is happening here. And we can. Oh, there we go. Sovsit, I've never seen it be successful. The closest I've seen be successful is Mr. Farag, who defended himself. I think he was just pro se. I don't think he was a Sovsit. But he did not go to jail because he left during the middle trial and has not returned. Okay, come on. Guys, we're wasting valuable time here. Glug, 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 glug. Now you're going to need more water.
To testify until.
Okay, here we go.
Nonetheless, one that needs to be disclosed more than 30 seconds before.
There we go. Ooh. There's a horse in the court.
Ms. Rivers, are you ready? All right, Mr. Hiles, you alluded to another PowerPoint, which I think is going to be a fairly standard PowerPoint, but is nonetheless one that needs to be disclosed more than 30 seconds before the witness testifies. Has that been provided to the defendants?
I will print a copy for Mr. Pritchett.
Please.
And the other, yes, it has been disclosed. I don't anticipate that witness to testify until late tomorrow afternoon.
Not today, as long as they have overnight to look at it. So it's been disclosed as in the email went through?
Yes.
Or it's a Dropbox?
It went through. It was a conversion to PDF that made it go through.
Great.
It was the exact slides of PowerPoint.
Okay.
PDF.
Got it. And Mr. Robinson's team has it before Mr. Pritchett leaves today. They'll have a hard copy of it.
Absolutely.
All right. Help me remember that, Mr. Pritchett, so you don't leave without it. But I'm going to make a note of that. And is that the only other PowerPoint other than your closing?
Other than the closing, that's it.
Okay. Excellent. I feel like we're a little more organized on that front. Anything else, Mr. Hiles, before you call your next witness? Looks like he's about to charge the stand.
I want to make sure that
It's good that he is.
This is going to be to update your exhibit list. This is not, this is going to be state's exhibit number 34.
The SLUS presentation?
Yes.
Okay.
Have it labeled as SLUS PowerPoint, and it's going to be very clear, demonstrative only. So I'm going to tender a copy for all records. It's not going to.
Yeah, got it. It wouldn't go back with the jury. All right, Ms. Mignot, anything on behalf of Mr. Robinson?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
Okay. One last question for Mr. Hiles. The two videos, so this would be Robinson only evidence. The two videos would come in through Miller.
Yes.
Okay. I just need time to be able to watch and address the concerns Ms. Blake flagged through the timestamps, but I'll do that. Let me turn then to Mr. Pritchett. Sir, do you have anything we need to take up before the jury comes back in?
I hate to go backwards, but I do have a question about one of the jury questions that they previously asked.
A question that was submitted by the jurors? Sure, which one?
It was the one where they asked, what is this going to be invaded?
Got it. So the A juror asked, and as far as I could tell, based on the witness, the question meant was either the excerpt from Investigator Maldonado's report or Investigator Maldonado's report writ large. Would that be admitted as an exhibit? Not a question for that witness. That witness would have no idea what the answer is. So I took that as a question for the court. The answer is no. Generally, police officer reports don't come in. There may be a legal reason to get it admitted, and that's something you can think about. But documents that are used to refresh recollection, whether it's a police report or you could literally write on a piece of paper, arm tattoo, and hand it to the guy. And you go, you know what, that reminds me. I did say something about the guy having a tattoo on his arm. What you wrote on that piece of paper wouldn't become an exhibit. You need to share it with the other lawyers. But there wasn't anything for me to ask that witness because he doesn't decide what becomes an exhibit. And there's really not anything to address directly with the jurors. If you or Ms. Mignot or Ms. Green think that there's a way to make that an exhibit and get it into evidence, then you should try that. Worst case scenario, and that's the wrong way to describe it. Another approach would be to say, Judge, this needs to be made part of the record so that it will go to a higher court if there's an appeal. It's just not anything that will go back with the jury during their deliberations, because generally police reports, fire reports, medical records, they don't go back with the jury for their deliberations. They might be made part of the record, like all the juror questions will be made part of the record. So this, if there's an appeal from this case, it'll go to the Court of Appeals. These cards physically will go to the Court of, well, it may be a photocopy of them, but they'll go to the Court of Appeals, much like if you wanted to make part of the record but not something that goes back with the jury, the 2 pages that you shared with Mr. Carmody, we could do that. Does that make sense?
Yes, they couldn't do that, and it could be just the whole, piece, or it doesn't have to be specific, the whole.
Sure. So what I'll do is ask Mr. Hiles at his leisure, or Ms. Green, to email to Ms. Nelson. Do you have the report in a PDF, or you just have it as, okay. If you'd email it to Ms. Nelson, then I'll make sure we either get it digitally to Ms. Rivers or we print it, whatever her preference is. It will be made part of the record of this case. I'm going to call it Court Exhibit A for Apple, and that will be Investigator Maldonado's report. Okay, thank you. I'm going to make a note. We don't have to worry about that today. It just has to happen before the trial is over.
I might be able to assist the court. I have the 209-page report that I was going to be requested placed into the record. So it might save the court the time. I can give it to you as 5A and 5B because we broke it down, and it's going to be everybody's supplemental and implemental and everybody involved.
Got it. And you want that to be made part of the record?
Record only.
And that would include in that universe Maldonado's report?
That is correct.
Thank you for flagging that, Mr.
209 pages, nobody has to do any work, and I have them already pre-marked for the court.
Great. Don't worry about it then, Mr. Hiles.
Okay.
And we'll worry about those numbers you heard about at another time. We've got a jury ready to come. I just want to make sure I address Mr. Pritchett's concern. It's being addressed because I can't imagine there would be a legal basis to exclude from the record, not from the jurors, but from the record, the Manhattan white pages, if they still have white pages, because you want it part of the record. And it would be, and that's a very different threshold. As in, if you ask for it, it's probably going in.
Yes, Judge. And I will show Mr. Hiles what I have so he can be comfortable with what it is.
I know exactly what it is, by the way, you described it.
Okay, great. Let's bring the jurors in, please.
Hey, Ashley, I show that you are a managing moderator over on Top Mark. You should be able to click on the 3 buttons on the right side of the text in YouTube and pin a message.
Power officer.
Hopefully. Is it still not working?
Audio the president's count for.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. We are ready to keep going. Mr. Hiles, next witness.
They would call investigator Ronald Celeste from the police department.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm that testimony you give is true, the whole truth, and that's what you swear to.
So help me God. Thank you very much.
Spell your name for the record.
First name is Ronald, Ronald. Last name is Sluss, Sluss.
All right. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Where are you currently employed?
With the Atlanta Police Department.
Okay. How long have you been employed there?
Since 2006.
Okay. Are you currently post-certified?
I am, sir.
Okay. And have you been post-certified the entirety of your employment with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What's your current role?
I am a detective with the Atlanta Police Department's Homeland Security Unit.
Okay. And how long have you been with the Department of Homeland Security?
A little over 2 years.
Okay. And what is your role inside the department?
So we investigate domestic terrorism, racketeering, extortion, public corruption, and cyber crimes.
Okay. And in doing so, do you utilize any sort of tools dealing with cell tower records and cell site location information?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How are those used in your experience in what you do now?
When we have a person of interest or a set of cell phone records, what we'll do is we'll take the raw data and kind of visualize that kind of on a map, depending on what tower that device happened to be using at a time.
Okay. Do you have any specialized training in analyzing cell site location information and call detail records?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could you please tell the jury what training you have?
So I've been training with the Federal Bureau of Investigations for a little over almost a decade now in call detail record analysis and cell site analysis.
And I apologize, Your Honor, the witness is speaking extremely fast and too low for me to hear.
I'm sorry.
Okay, let's try the microphone.
Okay, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So I've been training with the FBI for about a decade in call detail record analysis. I've trained with the Secret Service as well, the DEA. We all use these kind of records in our investigations.
Okay. What sort of records are you using? Like, what are call detail records?
So your cell phone and your cell phone provider actually keep a log of phone calls, text messages, some data usage, and they're actually in toll. So you'll be able to see an incoming or outgoing phone call, incoming or outgoing text message, and other things that way.
Okay. What about the location information in these?
So if we know through the tolls what tower and what sector that device happens to be communicating with.
Okay. So have you taken any specific classes in this area?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Please expand on how many hours and what specific classes you've taken.
So the FBI has a program called their CAS team, Cellular Analysis and Survey Team. They're a group of special agents and task force officers from local departments who specialize pretty much just in call detail record analysis for investigations. I've taken that pretty much every other year since I started doing this as an investigator back in 2012. Basically co-train amongst ourselves to be able to apply this to our cases.
Okay. And why are you doing it every other year?
So to be able to keep up with any kind of emerging kind of thing. So if a cell phone company decides to change the way that they illustrate their toll records, or let's say one buys out another company and then they have to merge those records together to be able to understand how they're going to present those records, so we can accurately say what device a tower might be using at a particular time.
Okay. And so you say that's called detail record analysis, and what was the other classes you took it on?
Cell site location analysis.
Okay.
So that's again through the FBI, the DEA. I've trained with the Secret Service on all the exact same things.
Okay. And are you actually going in and taking physical or being physically present in classroom style settings when
Yes,
you're
sir.
learning?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Approximately how many hours of training?
I don't know, maybe a couple hundred total.
Okay. Have you ever been qualified as an expert witness before?
Yes, sir, I have.
What counties have you been qualified as an expert witness in?
For call detail record analysis, Fulton County Superior Court, Cobb County Superior Court, and DeKalb County Superior Court.
Okay. Is that the same for cell site location analysis?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. And approximately how many times have you been qualified as an expert in those particular areas?
For trials, roughly about 25.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I would tender Investigator Sluss as an expert in call detail record analysis, as well as cell site location analysis.
All right, Ms. Mignot, do you wish to voir dire Investigator Sluss?
Yes, sir.
All right, your turn.
Good afternoon, Investigator Sluss.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
My name is Marcia Mignot. I represent Mr. Robinson.
Yes, ma'am.
As it pertains to your training, you testified that you've been with the FBI about 10 years?
No, I'm with the Atlanta Police Department, but I've been training with their CAST unit for roughly about 10 years.
Okay, so you actually never employed with the FBI?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and you've gone to the FBI training for detail record analysis?
Call detail record analysis and cell site location analysis.
And cell site location?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is the detail record analysis a different type of training than it is for the cell site location, or is it the same thing?
It's the same thing.
Okay. And what type of, when you go to class, what are some of the things you are being taught in class?
So we go over like radio frequency theory. We go over how particular devices interact with the network, how networks interact with each other, how that's presented in the records. We look at, data records, call records, text records. We also have timing advance, which is technically an engineering record. And yeah.
So if you were in class and you would have an instructor that's saying, hey, this is what a cell phone record looks like. This is what a some other type of data record looks like. Is that how your training works?
Well, a lot of it is like that, and it's usually a group. So the FBI, when they actually come and work with local law enforcement, they train as a group. And not only do you get the training, you get the examples. You have to have in-working sessions to be able to show that you understand the content and exactly what's going on.
Now, when you attend a CAST training with the FBI, how many hours are you doing?
We usually do it 3 days at a time.
Okay. And during that 3-day training, is one 3-day training considered a full training session?
Yeah, it'd be one considered a full training session. Yes, ma'am.
And so is that the 3 days total for the alternate years that you train?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, focusing on your cell tower training.
Yes, ma'am.
When was the last time you had cell tower training?
Last year.
Okay. That's 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you did that last training, it was for 3 days?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Okay. I believe you testified that you have a couple of 100 hours of training?
Yes, ma'am, total.
So you're calculating that based on the 10 years you say you've been attending FBI CAS trainings?
That along with training with the DEA and training with other experts in the field. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The testimony you just provided about the 3 days, is that also with the DEA or just the FBI?
No, that's just the FBI. The FBI is a standalone organization who teaches this. The DEA has their own experts. A lot of the federal agencies have their own experts.
Okay. So when you're doing your DEA training, is that associated with cell tower?
It is, ma'am.
Okay. And is it the similar training as what you would receive when you did the FBI CAS training?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You also testified that you are certified as it pertains to Fulton, Cobb, and DeKalb. Did I get that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you get certified?
Experience and be able to prove that you are a knowledge expert in whatever field you're testifying about.
So what did you do to become certified in Fulton?
So the first thing that I did was I started working these call detail records for my own cases. Hundreds of cases later, years and a lot of training later, I was introduced as somebody who knew more than a normal person about call detail records. And then the judge certified the expert witness.
Okay, so your certification entails, I've been investigating this type of case long enough, and I've attended enough classes in this subject matter, and now I'm certified.
No, man, that's completely up to the court. The court certifies me.
So when you say you've been certified, meaning in testifying in those 3 jurisdictions, a court has designated you or certified you as an expert?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, that's easier to understand. I'd ask Ms. Mignot to get to areas where she thinks there may be questions as to qualification and concerns.
Those were my qualification concerns, Your Honor.
Got it.
Thank you.
Okay. And turning to the accused, sir, do you have any questions about Investigator Sluss's qualification? So this isn't, you may have questions later on about his testimony. Right now, it's merely a question of, do I designate Investigator Sluss as an expert in the field of call detail record analysis and cell site location analysis? Any questions about his qualifications in those 2 areas? All right, sir, I designate you as an expert in those 2 fields for the purposes of this trial. Mr. Hiles, let's get moving.
Okay. Okay,
Did I ask you to review some records in this particular case?
You did, sir.
Okay. And how many records did I ask you to review?
2 sets of records.
So, well, Your Honor, at this time, I am going to tender into evidence State's Exhibit number 29, which are the self-authenticating records of Instagram for a 100 baby slap.
Okay.
So,
Well, do you have several you're going to do? Because it looks like you got 2 things in your hands. Let's do everything at once.
and I would also, these are the self-authenticating records for labeled as State's Exhibit 30. They are the cell phone number from T-Mobile 470-646. I'm sorry, 470.
867-5309.
I would tender over those into evidence as self-authenticating documents.
Got it. They're business records for which you've provided the certification information in previous pleadings in this case.
Yes.
All right. Ms. Mignot, any objection to the admission of States 29 and 30?
Right.
And for the accused, any objection to the admission of those 2 sets of records?
No, sir.
Okay, they're admitted.
Did you grab the PDFs that I showed you of the Instagram records?
No, there's a document somewhere right here.
All right, let's not leave stuff in front of the jury, please.
So I would turn your attention to State's Exhibit number 29.
Yes, sir.
Is page 1 of the documents. Let's see. If you look in the top left-hand corner, where it says service, what does that say?
Instagram.
Okay. And what does the target number below that say?
The target number is 307-640-912.
Okay. And what does it say as the account identifying information?
Well, let's see. We have the identifier is 1100.
Just next to account.
I got you. The 1100 baby slat.
Okay. And on the date generated, what date does it say these records were generated?
Now on my screen, I have a stay muted and an unmute screen that's kind of blocking.
Yeah, please click the stay muted button and then all should be revealed.
All should be revealed in time.
The generated date, what does it say?
It's still up. The little box is still up.
How is it? So click the stay muted button.
Oh, I do that?
Yes, you.
I got you.
There you go.
I apologize, Your Honor.
That's okay. No, I wasn't clear. Your finger did it. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And what is the number associated with, or the date associated with the generated?
So the report itself was generated on February 11th, 2020 at 16:52:56, and that's in UTC time.
Okay. While I have you here, and we're on this topic, please tell the jury what UTC time is.
So it's a way to categorize time. So UTC is Universal Coordinated Time. Consider it like Zulu time for the military, basically London time. And we use that to where we can devise what the local time is based off of UTC. So they don't have to do the conversions. We do the conversions.
Okay. And the date range of the records provided, what does that say?
From November 7th, 2019 at 0000 UTC time to November 8th, 2019 to 23:59 UTC.
That's the date range of when these were generated, right?
That's what the records would hold, those dates.
Okay. Now, what is the registered email associated with that?
RobinsonTyrone999 @gmail.com.
Okay. And I'm going to direct your attention to this same document. I'm going to page 14,282. And where it says phone numbers that I've highlighted, will you please read what it says for phone numbers?
Sure, it'd be
1-470-867-5309.
Okay. And is that the same phone number associated with the cell phone records that I asked you to review?
Yes, sir. It was one of them. Yes, sir.
Okay. And where it says phone numbers definition.
Mhm.
Will you please read that phone numbers definition?
Yes, sir. So phone numbers provided by the account holder, verified in quotation marks, indicates the account holder responded to a text sent to the listed phone number.
Okay. And what does it say next to the phone numbers that you just read out?
It was a verified phone number.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, counsel, what page are we on?
14,282.
You hadn't memorized all the pages, Ms. Mignon?
14,282 of 43,000.
Stop my screen share while I go to. Now, I'm going to go to page 14,436.
It's a lot of pages.
So I'm directing your attention to the highlighted date.
Okay.
What does that say?
It is November 7th, 2019 at 1:29:56 UTC time.
Okay. And is this reflected of a message that was sent inside the records?
Yes.
Okay. And who is the author of this message?
NFNC_freak.
And what does the text say?
It says UGT iPhone.
Okay. What do you interpret that to mean?
You got iPhone.
Okay. And I'm going down to the next line. What is the date and time of the response message?
November 7th, 2019 at 13:30:14 UTC time.
Okay. And what is the number that is replied to in the text?
470-646-4757.
Okay. And is that the same number reflected in the cell site location information that I asked you to analyze?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to briefly stop sharing while I stay inside these records.
Page down a couple hundred pages.
So inside the records, I'm going to the linked media shared with these. Okay. Now, inside these Instagram records, what is linked media inside of Instagram records?
So when you get so you have to send off a search warrant to be able to get somebody's social media account. So you'll be able to get content of those social media accounts. So you get the photos that they post, the videos that they post, and along with any messages like the ones that you read earlier would be that. The linked media itself would be either the photos or the videos associated with the account.
Okay. I'm playing the video inside it.
Some of these videos may have music, which I'll have to mute.
I'm going to stop sharing one more time so I can make sure the sound is playing. So I'm going to see if the lag, how it works here. Video inside of these same Instagram records. Title on the top of that song that's playing. What is it, or that picture? What does that say?
It reads partner in crime, PIC.
Okay. And what does it say below that?
Young Bands, YUNGBANS.
Okay. Does the person associated in that picture appear to be in the courtroom at this time?
May I stand?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And where are they located?
The defendant next to the counselor in the maroon suit.
That'd be Robinson, not Pritchett.
And then one more video.
Please, no more music. Yeah. Diamond's real. There's some guns. It looks like a music rap video.
Oh my gosh.
It's not on the big screen?
It's about 25 seconds behind the big screen that the jurors are viewing.
Okay.
I'm gonna, and I've already hit pause.
Is it catching up?
Now it is. I hit pause 25 seconds ago. Okay. This is why I use the.
I'll tell them some other time how bad technology is here in the Fulton County courtroom. Okay. We can't approach because it's more complicated than that. So do we need to take something up outside the presence of the jury?
Yes.
Jury, see
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll ask you to step into the jury room. We'll get you back in here as soon as we can. Don't talk about the case.
All right, the jury.
It's complicated because with the pro se defendant, the jurors are leaving in the top right-hand corner. We get to see them. With a pro se defendant, they have the right to participate in those bench conferences. They are their own lawyer. So they have the right to go up there. So it becomes a little complicated. The judge doesn't want him right up next to the judge. So they have
You can stay here.
Thank you,
to do it
You
this
bet.
way.
All right, everyone be seated. Ms. Mignot.
Your Honor, my understanding was that this witness was going to be testifying regarding the cell tower. How cell towers work, that kind of thing. It was not my understanding that any videos were going to be played or that this witness was going to testify regarding any videos. I thought that based on our prior communications, any type of video was coming in through, I believe it's an officer.
Miller. Me too. What's going on, Mr. Hiles?
So these are in the Instagram records. They're self-authenticating. And we had the back and forth earlier today about how am I going to potentially tie this number to the defendant. So I'm showing that the videos contained inside the record are that of, I'm not going to go in, I'm not going to play anymore. I just want to show that there's 2 videos in there that show Mr. Robinson in his face.
Okay, so that's the extent of it, because my concern, and there's some ESP going on here, is that the next question was going to be, what's the green bandana? And there's a bit, well, we don't know that. We don't know, absolutely not, because this is an expert on cell site location and cellular data record analysis. And here we are, like, hey, here's a guy with a gun and a bandana and young slat. So I appreciate the connectivity, and I'm allowing that. And if we're not playing any more of this video, then Ms. Mignot was assured that we're not getting into, did you recognize the other guy? What's the significance of the green bandana? I didn't know, and I wouldn't have been shocked if it was your next question, because it's a fair question. Not with this witness. That's not his space, at least not the way he's been qualified. So this was purely connectivity. Any other videos you're going to show from the Instagram records?
That's it. I think I'm done with the Instagram records.
Okay. So let's perfect the record. Yes, ma'am.
This witness just identified my client based on a name that belongs to someone else. And that concerns me, because what the state just played says young bands. The state is fully aware that my client is not young bands.
I'm sure they're going to clear that up. And I don't believe the record shows that Investigator Celeste ever said young bands is over there. The question was, is the person in that picture here in court? Yep. And he identified Mr. Robinson. Now, if anything, the state has confused the jury because it looks like his name is Young Bands. And yet what has been presented to the jury in opening is that he's Young Slat. So if anything, I think it inures to your client's benefit, because opening again is Young Bands is someone different. I think they gave his name. I'm blanking on the name. And somehow, even though he was there for planning it, he wasn't there for doing it. You emphasized that in your opening. So they're going to need to clear up, should they choose to, why the name Young Bands was plastered on a picture of your client. But I don't see anything inappropriate about the identification, because Celeste was not asked, is that who you know to be Young Bands? You're a gang expert. Who do you know Young Bands? That will blow up if Miller says, oh yeah, that's Young. It'll blow up in a bad way for you, I think. And it's a big problem for the state.
Well, not necessarily, Judge, because the jurors couldn't have it confused to think that I don't have credibility and my client actually is Young Bands. And that the testimony from the 2 ladies that are going to come in, that it was Young Bands, me, Lauren, and this, now I'm the liar, and they believe my client's Young Bands.
Okay, well then you may have some clearing up to do, but the reality is, in what appears to be your client's Instagram account, there's a picture of him in a photo that says Young Bands on it. Now, was that a reference to the performer who was making the music that was in the background? Don't know. You guys can explain all that, but this witness didn't say that's Young Bands. This witness said the guy in the picture is the guy sitting next to the lady in the maroon outfit. So I don't see an issue with that, but I want you to be able to make the record that you want about that.
Yeah, I'm not comfortable with it, Your Honor, and I would move to strike.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Hiles? No. Okay. Mr. Pritchett, sir, do you have anything you want to get on the record at this point concerning the videos that were played from the Instagram records that the state contends don't relate to you? No. Okay. All right, I'm going to deny the motion to strike, and we will bring the jurors back in based on Mr. Hiles's representation that he is playing no more videos from the Instagram content with this witness.
Yes.
Great. Let's bring him in.
Jury's going to come in through that little door. We get to see them once again. The judges instructed them to sit in different places every time they come in, and they have not been doing that. Let's see if the blonde comes in first, and the lady with the taller hairdo. Yep, they have shuffled. We got to shuffle. Good, good.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone else can be seated. I want to give you all a shout out for mixing it up. You don't always go to the same seat. I appreciate that. Good job. We're going to continue with the direct examination of Investigator Sluss.
And Investigator Sluss, did you prepare a demonstrative exhibit for your presentation today, of your testimony today on cell site location information?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And call detail record analysis?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you see all of this?
Do you have another copy?
I do.
Okay, why don't you leave one with Mr. Pritchett and with the accused, and you use the other.
Great. You called him Mr. Pritchett in front of the jury.
I'm showing you what's been marked as safety to the 34.
I think the jury's asked to swap around because the view is different, especially of the
Do you recognize
defendants.
that to be your fully complete demonstrative exhibit that you prepared for the jury?
Yes, sir, I did.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender safety exhibit 34, the Officer Sluss's PowerPoint presentation.
Ms. Mignot, other than the objections that we've already worked through outside the presence of the jury concerning this exhibit, do you have any objections to its admission as a demonstrative aid?
No additional objections.
All right. And sir, the accused, do you have any objections to the admission of States 34 as a demonstrative aid, which means it won't go back with the jury during their deliberations? It's just used as an aid to demonstrate principles that this witness will be testifying about. Okay, that's noted and preserved.
He's objecting late.
It's admitted as a demonstrative aid.
There you go. He's learning. They should make him go first and then do the other attorneys so he doesn't get the advantage of just copying what they say. Atlanta Police Department, Detective Ronald Sluss, Homeland Security Unit. City of Atlanta, Resurgence. Case details, type of incident, armed robbery.
What did I ask you to look at?
So 2 different sets of records. One was a Sprint customer. The other one was a T-Mobile customer.
Then talk about the Sprint customer. We're going to focus on the T-Mobile, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. And were there any specific dates that I asked you to focus on?
Yes, on the evening of the 7th into the morning of the 8th of November, 2019.
And what specifically was I asking you to do?
So there were 2 places of entrance that you mentioned. One was 199 14th Street in Atlanta, and then the other one would be 1040 Wiley.
And as far as the records that were actually turned over for you, what was the date range of the records that you?
There was a 4 day, so 9, 8, 7, 6, the 6th through the 9th.
Okay. In your typical analysis, is that a lot of records to analyze, a lot of data to go through?
No, sir, it's not.
All right, what's the purpose of your analysis?
So we want to be able to use the records of these 2 devices and then marry them to the information that you're going to get in this particular trial. So if we have dates of interest, we have places of interest, and we want to see how the devices are interacting with the network along those times.
Okay. So exactly what is a historical CDR analysis?
So your cell phone company basically keeps records for you. So it'll keep a record of every outgoing phone call, incoming phone call, text messages, the data that you use. It will give a start time onto a phone call and end time. It will give your number, the number that called you, the number that you called, if it was a routed number. It's also going to list, if it has the ability to list it, possibly the tower that's being used and then the antenna from the tower that's being used.
that the explanation of exactly what call detail records are?
Yes, sir. So it's just the business records that they keep on your device.
All right. How does this? Why don't you tell Jerry how a cellular phone works on the network?
So other than being a very expensive pocket computer, it uses RF waves to be able to communicate with the tower. So signals will be going from your phone to towers, and then towers are going to be sending data back to your phone. It's basically a two-way radio. So when you're making a phone call, you have incoming and outgoing RF signals to your device. Am I going too fast, Ron?
No.
Okay.
Anything else you need to add?
Yeah. So I mean, not really, not on that part.
You let me know.
I got you. So if we want to see how, so you have a wireless device, right? So the part of the wireless is between your device and the tower, and then it becomes a wired device. But imagine that your device is going to be sending, so when you decide that you're going to call your mom, or your dad, or whoever it would be, and you hit send, your device is going to be sitting there listening to the available cell phone towers, and then it's going to pick the tower with the strongest signal.
It's very small text.
Once it connects to that tower, that information that goes from your phone into that is going to be digitized and put into the network. So it'll go device, tower, to a group of towers, to a main switch. That's kind of like the computer, the brains behind everything. And then it's going to retrace the steps back to either another cell phone that you're calling, or to a landline, or whatever it may be. So as you guys are probably driving down the interstate, you see towers, right? The cell phone towers that you see with the little corrals. Those are the antennas that we're kind of talking about. These are the ones that's going to be sending and receiving these RF signals. And I put two different demonstratives in here because we've all seen the cell phone towers, right? But in Atlanta, especially anywhere in a larger metropolitan area, you're going to see them on the side of buildings. You're going to see them on the side of water towers. They can be basically anywhere. They can be on top of a telephone pole. So what's important about the communications between your device and the tower is, if we know where the tower is, we know a general geographic area that your device is operating in. Because remember, your device is going to pick the strongest signal. All right, that's generally the closest tower. Not always, but generally the closest tower. And if we know the antenna that it's operating with, then we can get a direction from that tower that your device is operating on. So if we know the location and we know a general direction from that tower that you're making that phone call, text messages, or using data in the background. Now, we can take this information and we can map this out. So this is like the demonstrative part of it. If I know where the cell phone tower is by the latitude and longitude, then I have a place on a map. And if I know that that particular antenna has 120 degrees of responsibility from that tower, now I can project out the devices in the direction away from that tower that it's using. So to kind of give you an idea, if you look at the pictures there, if I were to sit there and just take the raw data and then superimpose it onto a map, I know where the device is away from that tower in a general direction.
Now, as part of the, like you said, knowing the location of the towers from the company, is that part of the information that is included in your in the records as you analyze it?
Yes, sir, they are.
So you're able to look at a map, you get the longitude and latitude of the location of the towers, and you know exactly where they sit.
Well, I know exactly where the tower is, and then I know the direction of responsibility that that antenna is responsible for.
Yes, I should clarify. You know exactly where the tower is. It's not anyone making necessarily a phone call.
That's correct, sir.
What is timing advanced of?
All right, so we've talked about kind of the calls, right? The calls, the text, the data, all right? That's going to be going in and out. Now, the network has another thing that it uses. It's an engineering record, and it's basically a synchronization between your device and the towers, right? To kind of give you an example, your device is always playing this Marco Polo game. Your device is saying Marco, and then all the towers are saying Polo. So your device knows which towers it can talk to, which ones have the strongest signal.
Marco Polo.
And then the network knows which tower it needs to send a call when your mom calls you. All right, so we at least kind of know what's going on. And it gets a little bit more in the weeds from there, but generally that's pretty much it. That's the best analogy that I've come up with so far. So in between phone calls, in between text messages, the network is listening for devices and trying to figure out how it's going to communicate if it needs to communicate. Sometimes it's collected in these records and these engineering records. And if we get that, then we can use that as, again, a demonstrative of where we believe, at least as close as we can, where the device might be. So here's an example, and it's an example directly from this case. So in these little records of all these different numbers, I can sit there and I'll know exactly where a tower is located. Your Honor, may I stand up so I can show the jury?
Sure. You also are able, your call, as long as the court reporter can hear you, you can mark on that screen if marking on that screen demonstrates what you want to demonstrate. Otherwise, feel free to use the big screen, but speak loudly enough that Ms. Rivers can hear you. Your call.
Okay, thank you very much, Your Honor. I like to stand. So I'll give you an example. So that's the location, the little dot right there. This pie graph is, that right there is where the tower is located, okay? This antenna that's making this incoming phone, taking this incoming phone call from, is in this general direction away from that tower. So we're giving a demonstrative, okay, we know the tower's here, we know that it's listening for devices in this direction, all right? So for the records, we can be able to say that somewhere in this direction away from that tower, that device is making the communication. And we're just gonna make a demonstrative, okay? So imagine it's 120 degrees here, I would have another 120 degrees on this side, I have another 120 degrees on this side. Now we know that it's not talking to the tower on that side because it can't communicate from this, okay? This shaded space, I'll get a lot of questions about the shaded space. That's just to be able to show you the direction. It's not how far it is away from the tower. It's nothing. It's just, hey, this is the direction that we're looking. Okay, so we'll have the phone number from the records. Okay, we'll have the ENOD. That's a fancy name for the actual antenna itself. The cell ID, the azimuth. So I didn't really get a chance to talk about azimuth. When we're talking about direction, we're talking about the direction from the tower out, right? So 280 degrees azimuth would be in this direction. Okay, and then we're going to take 60 degrees north, or 60 degrees to the right, 60 degrees to the south, and then all of a sudden we've got 120 degrees of responsibility for that. We know the latitude and longitude of the tower itself. We know what date and time the call was captured from the network records, and then we can see that it was an incoming voice call from one number to another.
So, as we're talking about this call, or is there another slide on this?
No, that's just an example.
What is subscriber information?
Okay, so subscriber information is basically the person who pays the bill. Okay, this is where they mail the bill to for that person to pay for that phone. It is this particular case, Stephanie Graham is the person who pays the bill. She lives at 1883 Bonneview Street Southwest in Atlanta, Georgia.
Why are you giving out her address?
We can tell some different things. We have an account number, the activation date. It'll also give you the type of device. This happens to be an iPhone 6S. Then we have the ICCID number, which is just a device number. The IMSI number, that's the subscriber number. That's the International Mobile Subscriber Identifier. Okay, that's basically your account number for that phone. And then the MSISDN number is the actual telephone number itself. So when you're looking at subscriber information, this is what they hold information about the payee.
So I got a question for you. If can a different device ever become associated with the same account?
Yes.
Okay, so what does it say the effective date of the iPhone 6S becoming associated with this account is?
2/2/2020. Well, hold on. 7/14/2019 is the account effective date.
Okay, but I'm talking about the device details. Go all the way to the bottom. So the device details, right, shows that what device is connected at the time these records are sent in, correct?
Right. So if we were sending a search warrant today, whatever that phone number, that would be the account, and the phone that would be a do it.
Right. So as these records were responded, what date did that iPhone 6S and the MDN effective date? What date did that iPhone 6S become associated with this particular account?
So February 2nd, 2020.
Okay. So does that mean, hypothetically, if a phone was stolen, taken, or kept in custody on a prior date, would that be reflective in this record? Anything as these response records show, does it show the previous devices associated with it?
No, this does not show previous devices. It's just the one at the capture of the time that the search warrant was executed.
Okay. And that's just the search warrant as it applies to the call detail records associated at the time of.
Yes, sir, that is.
The subscriber information was what is that? Is it the same?
So it's going to be a different provider, different number. So the first one was a T-Mobile account. This one right here is a Sprint account, and the phone number associated with that is 404-447-6440.
And to be clear, none of the subscriber information in here says it like as it is written. None of it says Ayden Robinson, and none of it says Max Pritchett.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, how many phone records or how much subscriber information have you reviewed over the course of the years?
Maybe a couple thousand.
Okay. Is it common for the records, I guess the subscriber information, the person who say pays the bill, is it common for that to differ from the person that actually holds the device that it is connected to?
Yes, that's common. I'll give you an example. So like I have a family. So I'm the payee on my T-Mobile account. So if you were to look up my son's phone number, it would say me, not my son's name.
Is it going to say any name that you give them or open the account under?
That depends. So Typically what you have to do is you have to present some kind of ID. So Verizon, T-Mobile now, Sprint, and AT&T would require some kind of form of ID. Now, back in the day before T-Mobile actually bought out Metro PCS, it could be Mickey Mouse, and they didn't care. It was just whatever name that you wanted associated with.
Okay. Is there anything to prevent somebody asking them to buy them an account with someone else's? Like, say, hey, will you use your name and I'll pay you for that?
It's possible, yes, sir.
All right. Why don't you clear this up?
All right, so this right here is some of the engineering records. I'll give you an example. So remember
what?
Engineering records?
Okay.
So remember we were talking about timing events, the Marco Polo going on in the background. Well, Sprint was able to preserve one of those Marco Polo instances associated with a phone call somewhere right around that time. And what you're seeing here is you'll see the tower that's being used, the switch number, the NEID, so that would be the tower, the cell ID, which would specifically the tower, the direction of azimuth. You're going to see that it's a 16-second hold on that device to that tower. And this is, again, we're not talking about a phone call. We're just talking about the network says, hey, I hear this phone 0.34 miles away from that particular tower talking to that antenna.
And are the towers for Sprint and the towers for T-Mobile all going to be facing the same direction, have the same azimuth? Yeah.
The answer is yes and no. So it kind of depends. Usually when you have a company, you'll have a corral. You'll have the 3 different antennas. They'll all have their 120 degrees. Now the networks, what they want to do is they want to set it up to where it optimizes them. You'll noticeably see, especially around malls or apartment complexes or densely settled areas, you'll see them directing their antennas towards a large group of customers because you don't want to sit there and have to split between 2 different sectors. And in this particular case, T-Mobile customers might be different than Sprint customers. So their azimuth might be different because they're trying to make it best for their customers. Remember the old phone calls, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? It's one of the reasons they try to optimize that.
Now, what is this called?
So this is a call between the 2 phone numbers. So there was, in the 4 days of records that they asked me to look over, there was only 1 phone call in common between these 2 devices. Okay. And it was an incoming phone call to 470-646, the other 404 number that I showed you in the Sprint records. The tower information isn't available for the Sprint, but it is for that T-Mobile line. So if you were to look there, this is the tower and the sector or antenna that call is being made between the 2 parties. And on that network, this phone call lasted 24 seconds on that T-Mobile network.
Okay. Was there any other activity on that 470-646, 4757 number on this date?
Yes, there were several different phone calls starting roughly about 320-ish to like 340-ish. There's like 3 directly in a row. One of them happens to be between the 2 devices I was asked to look at.
Okay. Okay. But it wasn't until you didn't see anything reflective until after that 320.
Yeah. So in the record, you're going to see like there's no communication to this particular device between just after 5 p.m. on the 7th until this set of 3 phone calls starts happening just right around 3:30 a.m. on the 8th.
So only to that, you said one phone number called the other, but it's only reflective in the records associated with 470-646-4757.
Well, no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying I've got 2 different sets of records that I can see the phone call being made. The T-Mobile actually captured the tower information and captured the sector information. Now, because of the way the phone call was made on the Sprint network, it was basically a data call. I wouldn't call it a Wi-Fi call, but you can call over data. It's a VO voice call is what Sprint calls it. So it's not going to capture that tower information for that. It just goes over the data plan.
What is a VO voice call?
So think of it as, I mean, you could be using an app through the device. It could be, but it's just a digitized phone call that's not the typical phone call that you think of. When you dial your mom's number and you hit send, you're going to use another avenue that Sprint allows you to do that's not that.
Okay. So WhatsApp, would that be a VoIP?
Well, it'd be a voice over IP. It'd be a VoIP communication. So any app on your phone, I'll give you an example. So let's say you use Facebook to make a phone call or Instagram to make a phone call, because we can do that now. That's going to go over the data plan. That's not going to be in the call detail records. That's going through the data.
And it wouldn't be reflective on the towers, is what you're saying.
Well, the way that Sprint actually holds that information, like they show you the toll of the call, how long it was on the network from call to call. It's going to give you basically just a generic tower locator and any ID number. All right, saying that, you know, this was a voice over voice call. So it's not in a toll, it's in the data.
Okay. And would that prevent you from being able to track the location via the cell towers?
Well, it wouldn't be I wouldn't be able to see it in the records because of the way they capture that particular type of call.
Okay. So it would not be reflected.
It would not be reflected. I get the call, just not the tower.
All right. Are we done? Can we get the witness back full screen?
Yes.
That's it.
Well, I have one question.
Sure.
Did you, the 1040 Wiley Street address that I asked you about?
Yeah.
Did you see any call activity at all between, let's say, midnight and 3 a.m. And these two numbers at that, in or around that area?
No, there wasn't any calls or tower location information for either device around Wiley Street.
Okay. Now, one thing I wanted to, so when you're looking at records like this, do you have to make a phone call in order for to get location information based on the call detail records like this?
Well, all right. So we're gonna have to differentiate two different things. So we're talking about timing advance. That's an engineering record. And then we got the actual tolls at your phone calls. That's a call detail record. Two different things held by the companies, right? If you're not making a phone call, it's possible to have timing advance information, all right? If the device is on and talking to the network, okay? If it's not on or not talking to the network, they won't be there. It's also possible that they didn't capture that information or store that information. It's also possible that they waited too long to be able to get the information. So there could be information out there. And if it's there, then we grab it and we're able to analyze that.
So looking at the information for number 470-646-4757, did you have any timing advance records?
No, there wasn't any timing advance records for that.
So if there was no activity on the device, would you even be able to tell the location of the device?
No, I wouldn't be able to tell you the location of the device.
And was there, between the hours of midnight and 3 a.m., was there even any activity on that device?
Well, not in the records themselves. I didn't see any timing advance records for this particular account. But as far as phone calls, there's no phone calls, there's no text messages within those CDRs during that time frame.
No further questions.
Ms. Mignot, do you have questions for Investigator Sless?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now's the time.
Okay, so the questions I have is, your testimony was that towers, your cell phone is going to play Marco Polo and it's going to try to reach a cell tower so it works, right?
Yes, it is considered synchronization.
Okay, and if my phone is looking for the strongest tower, it's not necessarily the closest tower.
That's correct.
So I believe you said that it can generally tell you where the phone is, but not always, correct?
Well, if you're making a communication, it'll tell you the antenna that it's talking to. So that device thinks that that's the strongest signal and that's the connection that I'm making. So that device, because it's your device that determines that. So if your device hears the louder signal, that's the one it's going to communicate with.
Okay. Isn't it true that if my device goes to a tower and that tower is too full and that tower doesn't say Polo, it's going to go to the next tower that says Polo?
Are you talking about like the tower's inoperable?
If the tower is either inoperable or if the tower is full. There's too many cell phones that are currently using that tower.
That's a great question. So the way that the network plays that through is your device, again, makes the connection with the tower, right? And then the tower's like, hey, look, we're really busy. I'm going to give you to this other tower. It's almost as good. Here you go. And it's called a handoff. So you'll see the first record of the connection to that strongest signal, and then you'll see the connection to that next sector of a next tower to be able to make that call happen to optimize the network.
So the engineering records would show both. It would show the handoff. It wouldn't only show the second tower.
So it would you would show two towers. So you'd see the first one, the connection, and then the one that it gets transferred to.
Okay. So if you're looking at data and you're only able to get data for one tower, the first tower that I talked to, would you still be able to get data to show that I tried to go to another one that says I'm busy and I'm going to another one?
Well, yeah, it would be in the record. So you'd see like you'd have one record right after another of the exact same phone call, the exact same length. The only thing that's going to change is the tower location and then the eNode B or the NEID, the sector itself. Okay. So let's say, I'll give you an example. So let's say I have a tower in this corner, and a tower in that corner. I'm obviously closer to this tower, right? So when I hit that send button, it's going to connect to that tower. And if that network says, hey, I'm a little busy, I'm going to throw you over here. You'll see the record of this connection and then the handoff to that tower itself.
Okay. So if somebody's injured in that corner and you were to look at my cell towers, it would still look as if I was close enough to injure someone all the way over there, right?
Hold on, okay, that's a little bit complicated. Can you rephrase that one more time?
So you just sent to the tower that's in this corner,
right?
And it says I'm busy, and it sends it to that tower, right? And if somebody's injured closer to that tower.
I'm confused too. Injured is suddenly introduced here.
I'm looking at the picture that he was showing to show the photograph. Counsel, if you can put it back up.
The word injured though, how about someone making a phone call? You can use whatever word you want, but saying someone's you've lost me.
So what I was looking for, Your Honor, is to say that if the records, this exact depiction right here,
sure,
it's doing a global, right? So it's doing a global view. The drawing you testified, it was doing like an area, it's showing a particular area.
Yes.
And it's showing that area pointing in the direction where it thinks the phone is.
Well, it's the area that we know that the phone would be because it has to be able to, that antenna is listening this way. It can't listen back here.
Okay.
So we're looking towards the direction of where that device is as it's communicating from the tower. Now, where it is in that pie, I can't tell you for certain.
Okay.
Okay. The only thing that we can use this information for is, I'll give you an example. So let's say that somebody told me that my wife was on Pryor Street in downtown Atlanta, right? Then I'd be like, okay. And I looked at her cell phone records. All right. Is her phone operating off a tower that person told me that she was? And I'm going to marry those two pieces of information together to see whether it's
spying on his wife.
A verifiable fact. See what I mean?
So if you're verifying that fact, it's possible she's not where the person told you your wife was located.
Well, here's the thing. So somebody says, hey, I see your wife, she's downtown. And I were to look at her cell phone records and she's back home in Kennesaw. Then I say, okay, that person's either didn't see the right person or whatever. It's a way to be able to confirm or dispel information that you get.
So,
okay. So don't think about it as an exact authentication. Think about it as somebody said that this person's here, or I got video of this person being here. Now let's marry up the cell phone records to see if that holds true or not.
Okay. Got it. Now, as it pertains to this record that we were looking at.
Yes, ma'am.
These records, you said that show the subscriber is the person who pays the bill.
Yes, ma'am.
You don't have any evidence in your review of this data that Mr. Robinson is connected to the subscriber listed in this between the two devices.
Not the subscriber, only the stuff that came from Instagram with the verified phone number.
Okay, so as it pertains to the phone number, that's the subscriber, that's somebody else.
Yeah, that's not Mr. Robinson.
Okay.
Paying the bill.
And you don't know who that person is.
No, I don't know that name.
There's also another name listed in the demonstrative that the state gave you. You don't know who that person is either, correct?
In the Instagram video?
Subscriber information?
Which one?
Subscriber.
There's two. Which one?
On the first one. Thank you, sir.
May I use this to review your other?
Sure, and something's going to be on the screen. Okay, this is not a quiz. This video is going to direct you to one of your pages.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So this is the phone number that we're talking about. The,
yes, sir.
Last four is 4757. So that would be the subscriber. That's the person who pays the bill.
Okay. So this person who pays the bill is Stephanie Graham, correct?
That's what it says. Yes, ma'am.
And the person who's activated on the account is Catherine Malloy?
Well, it's under just an account name.
Oh, okay. So
it could have been somebody who's also on the account. They might have multiple lines. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that could have put that name on there.
Okay. As it pertains to this phone, if you look down, it says that this iPhone didn't hit this account until February the 2nd of 2020.
Yes.
And are you aware that this case is about November 8th, 2019?
Yes.
Okay. So these phone records are associated with an account that happened after the date of the incident in this case.
No.
Okay. Explain to me.
So we have your subscriber information again, who pays the bill, the MZ number, that's the number that's associated with the account, the phone number, right? So I'll give you an example. So let's say I change addresses. So I live at 1025 Inca Lane in Kennesaw, right? And then I move, okay, to 123 Main Street in Atlanta. All right. If you were to ask for my cell phone records after I moved, it's not going to list that Inca Lane account. It's going to list whatever it is that particular day that you asked.
Okay. So do you have any evidence based on your data review that this account existed prior to November 8th or on November 8th of 2019?
Well, we know the effective date is July 14th, 2019. So we know that it predates November 7th or 8th.
Okay. Well, I'm talking about the data at the bottom, at the phone.
Yeah. Okay. So let's.
Excuse me.
One at a time.
I'm sorry.
So let her finish her question. Okay. And you may think you know the answer and you may be right, but let's let her finish the question.
I got you.
So we're looking at 3 parts on this page.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm down at the bottom part where it talks about an iPhone. And the effective date of the iPhone is February the 2nd of 2020.
That's correct.
So that's when the iPhone started being used on this account.
Yes.
Okay. So if I'm using the phone because I'm the kid of someone who's on this account, I didn't get that phone based on this depiction, this demonstrative, until February the 2nd of 2020.
Well, that phone came online that time. So there was I had to be a phone previous to that. All right, because we know the account was made back in July 14th, 2019. So there was a phone associated with it. But the capture date for the device itself is 2/2/20. Okay, so that'd been after the search warrant.
Okay, so if Stephanie Graham had a phone and it wasn't an iPhone because she was going to get an iPhone to give to me, I would not have had an iPhone or be able to use an iPhone based on this record until February the 2nd of 2020.
Well, hold on. No, that's not necessarily true. So think about it like this. This is capturing the device the day that you asked for it. Okay. It's not going to give you previous devices. We know that there were previous devices because the account was open. All right. We're going to kind of get into a little bit more. So you have your phone number, the MSISDN, the 470 number. All right. That's your cell phone number. All right. We can port that to any carrier that we want to, right? We can go from AT&T to Verizon to T-Mobile to whatever. Okay. This is what stays the same. The phone number can be moved to any device. Okay. The IMEI, well, which is not listed here, but the IMEI is basically your social security number for your phone. That stays with the device, okay? And then you have the MZ, the IMSI, the subscriber information, that stays with the account. So you got 3 different numbers doing 3 different things. So when we're looking at this business record, we know that on 2/2/20, they switched to an iPhone. What happened before? Can't tell you. But on 2/2/20, they activated an iPhone 6S into this account, and that's the capture.
Is there a way to tell from the records if the number that I would call the phone number as a layperson, the number ending in 757, was the number assigned to the device assigned to Ms. Graham's account in November of 2019?
Yes.
Okay. So what has changed from November 2019 is that a few months later, February 2020, a different phone, it could have switched to iPhone. The one before could have been a Google phone, doesn't really matter, but the device as of February 2 was the iPhone with that MC number.
That's correct.
But if we had a go back in time machine, that phone number of 757 was still part of Ms. Graham. It just was going through a different device.
That's 100% correct.
It could be a 6S. It could be a 5S. It could be a flip phone through this service provider.
That's correct, John.
Okay.
As it pertains to any of the Instagrams that we look at, are you testifying that that came from this iPhone?
No, I'm not. I'm saying that phone number associated with that Instagram account was verified. So I'll give you an example. So when you download Instagram to your phone, it's going to say, I need to verify your number because, it's going to be using your phone to be able to do things. And then you verify it because you got it, you downloaded it. Now we know that phone number is associated with that Instagram account because you had to go through the device to verify.
Okay. So as it pertains to this case, you have no evidence that the 2 devices that you reviewed as it pertains to this case were pinging off of Wiley Street location where the incident.
No, there were no pings over there.
Okay. No text communication between the 2 devices in Wiley Street location?
No, the only communication that's in the call detail records is that one phone call at 3-something in the morning.
Okay. That 24-second phone call?
Yes.
Okay. And as you sit here, you don't have any evidence that the person who made a 24-second phone call is Mr. Tyrone Robinson?
No, sir. I'm going through the records only.
Okay.
So the other evidence would have to show that, not these.
You don't know anything as it pertains to your testimony here today about any suspect as it pertains to the robbery?
No.
And you don't have any information that he was in the house at Riley Street?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And none of this is pertaining to that either, correct? Wiley Street?
Yeah, but again, there's no call detail records that is anywhere that would touch Wiley Street that night.
Okay, thank you, sir. No further questions.
Turning to the accused, sir, do you have any questions for Investigator Sluss? Okay, if you'll come on up to the microphone, please.
What are you using the computer for, Brett?
If you can you please look at the last slide?
Which slide?
The last one?
Oh, yeah, I got you.
You said the accused, right?
Just for clarification, I got how you described basically the graph, how you pick a north and a south.
Yeah, so I'm going to pick the azimuth. So
Yeah,
the
the
direction,
azimuth.
and then I'm going to add 60 and subtract 60. So
Okay.
you can call it north-south, you can call it east-west.
So, and this is supposed to, describe what again? This azimuth, I'm sorry I'm pronouncing it wrong. What is it supposed to describe again?
So we know which antenna that particular device is communicating with. So we know which antenna, we know where the tower location is, and we know what area that antenna is responsible for listening to devices.
Okay, so now just to be more specific, is that area confined to that circle or is it confined to the point north and the point south?
Well, think of it as, yes, basically a point north and a point south. So everything that's within that area of responsibility, let's call it west of the tower, that device could be operating anywhere in that vicinity when it's communicating to that tower.
So all the way to the north point, for example, it could be operating in Sherwood Forest?
It could be in Loring Heights, Atlantic Station, Home Park, Georgia Tech, any of those places. I can't tell you specifically where the device is.
I was just saying, for example, could it be like I said, the point extend all the way north to Sherwood Forest? I was just wondering, for example, could it be over there though? I'm just saying
it wouldn't be on the opposite side of the antenna.
Okay.
So like the antenna's listening here. So anything on the opposite side isn't going to be communicated through the call detail record.
Okay. One other thing. when I think you testified briefly on it, but when a phone is registered to the network but showing no calls or texts were made, does that mean it wasn't being used?
Ooh, that's a complicated one. So there's a couple different things going on here. So it's not saying that it's not being used. It's just in these particular records, it wasn't making a phone call and it wasn't getting a text message. We know that for a fact because it doesn't show in those.
You could be playing Angry Birds on it.
That's correct.
So it could still be being used, although no texts or no calls are being made.
Yes, or it could be completely off. It could be on airplane mode. It's just I don't know because I don't have records to be able to say either way. It's just it's void of that information during that time period.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any follow-up, Mr. Hiles?
Yes. Okay, staying on this slide.
Okay.
What phone number is this call detail information reflective of?
So this came from the T-Mobile records, the 470-646-4757. All right. And it's getting an incoming phone call from 404-447-6440.
Okay. What is the time and date of that call?
So it's November 8th, 2019. The call starts at 3:35 a.m. and that's local time. That's on a UTC. That's been converted.
Okay. And where you have the 199 14th Street, where you have that highlighted, if a phone call was made from that address at that time, would it be consistent with bouncing off of this tower as reflected in these records?
Yes. If you were to tell me somebody was inside an apartment at 199 14th Street making a phone call, and this is what I'm looking at, I'd say yes.
Okay. And would you expect that to be the tower that it actually bounces off?
Well, looking at the records from around that same time, it's all bouncing off the same tower.
Let's say that a device was taken into custody on November 22nd or November 22nd of 2019. Okay. If it was any device if a new device was associated with the same number after that, it wouldn't be reflected in these particular records.
Well, your IMEI number will change. So I'll give you an example. So I have two cell phones. I got a work cell phone and I got a personal cell phone, right? So I got two devices. If I'm making phone calls with my personal phone number, right? It's got a little SIM card in here. That's where it tells you who you are. That's your MZ number, your subscriber information, your phone number is on that little SIM card. If I take my SIM card out and put it into this one, now this one is now my new personal phone number because it's got that information from my personal phone. If I look at the records, the IMEI changed, but the MZ stays the same. So the subscriber information all stays the same. It's just the device changes. That's all.
Right. Exactly. So that's going back to, I'm sorry. The device information, I guess that's what I was at the bottom of the slide that says the device on 2/2/2020. That's not reflecting the device that was connected to that number on November 8th of 2019, correct?
So that would be the device when it came online with this subscriber. Right. So it wouldn't have been on that network with this subscriber prior to that.
So it could have been any other type of iPhone. We just don't know.
That's correct. The phone number is going to stay the same. The MZ is going to stay the same. It's just the IMEI number is going to change.
Okay.
Ms. Mignot, anything else?
Yeah, I just want to be clear. None of this that we just talked about, Detective Liz,
it's okay. Close enough.
Is associated with Wiley Street, right?
No, again, there wasn't any records at the time of concern for Wiley Street.
And counsel showed you the graph. If I were all the way at the top of that graph, it would show that I'm pinging from the same tower too, right?
Yeah, can you go back?
Okay. The 14th Street. He asked you about the 14th Street.
Gotcha. So yeah, here, may I stand up here?
Sure.
This guy doesn't want to be done. He's clearly billing by the hour.
You need that.
So counsel asked you about 14th Street. Do you see that one?
Yes.
I could be there making the call.
Yes.
I could be all the way down at the bottom.
You could be down towards that. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That's the question.
Okay.
Thank you.
You bet. And to the accused, any other questions for the investigator? We're good? All right. Questions from the jurors? We see a few. Pass them to Deputy Gordon, please.
Finally get to see the witness in beautiful HD.
We're now officially in overtime. It's after 5 o'clock. Appreciate you guys are still here. We're going to keep going.
Just wrapping up yesterday right now. I think the more he talked, the more confusing it became. He started off very easy to understand. Jurors are going to leave out behind the witness once the questions are turned in.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to need you to go to your special space while I talk quickly with the lawyers about this, and we'll bring you back. Please don't talk about the case or do any outside research.
We're going to try to count them. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Must have missed one. There are 13.
All right, Mr. Hiles, if you'll come get these, if you and Ms. Mignot and Mr. Pritchett will look these over.
What songs
Ms.
can you
Mignot's
think
gonna like one
of
these.
about Special Space?
Judge, you're getting to know me so well.
Yeah, well,
Take me
you'll
away to that
quickly see the
special
question.
place where if I stare too long, I'm going to break down and cry. Is that the one?
I love to do that, by the way, Your Honor.
Sweet Child of Mine.
Are you the only one, Judge?
Yeah, he's the only judge.
There's 3, 2 superior, 1 state. We're a lonely band.
Judge McBurney. We have showed his image this morning, but we have not seen him on the actual video yet.
My bad.
Your mistake, sir.
All right, Mr. Hiles, do you have any concerns about any of the questions from the jurors?
No.
Okay, Ms. Mignot, your concern is realized, but will be cleared up. Any concern with any of these questions? All right, and sir, Mr. Pritchett, do you have any concerns about these questions?
No, sir. I would just like to add a maiden break.
Okay, you want to do that right now before they come back in?
Sure.
Let's do that. Okay, Deputy Gordon, if we could get, and team, if we get Mr. Robinson and Mr. Pritchett a quick break. Thank you for flagging that.
Jurors are just perusing the snack basket right now. They are provided with free water and snacks. Okay, we're going to fast forward just a little bit here. Okay, whoops, back up. Hold up. Wait. Okay, jury's coming back in. There we go.
In theory.
Screams with Sam. You have to bring your own free water and snacks. At least I don't require you to bring enough for the whole group.
Yes, now we've got a prosecutor here. Ms. Mignot, anything before we bring the jury in?
Nothing for Mr. Robbins.
All right, Mr. Pritchett, we good for the jury?
Sure.
All right, Ms. Green?
Yes.
Let's bring him in, please.
Mr. Witness, if you could move out of the way so we could see the jury more clearly, that would help. Yeah. Hold up.
There appears to be about a 7-minute delay on the live stream. All right, jury.
Hey. No, I'm just well versed when it comes to music.
All right, everyone please be seated. Investigator Sluss.
Sir.
With the data you had, the engineering records, the call detail records, are you able to tell how far a phone is from the tower sector we've got? So if we can you put up that infamous slide with the sector on it that we've had a lot of pages discussion about, Mr. Hiles?
Yes, the live stream, I'm going to do it right now.
No, not live stream. The slide from Investigator Sluss's presentation that has the call that we've been talking about with the sector on it. I think you understand the question, but it'd be easier if the picture is there. You know that a device is pinging off that sector of that tower. Are you able to tell from all the data you receive how far that phone is from the tower?
Yes, kind of.
Okay,
So
explain to them the kind of.
So there were 2 slides. This one and the one previous to it. Give me the one previous to it. All right, so this is the timing advance, okay? This is the Marco Polo that we're talking about. And it actually lists 0.34 miles away from that tower in that sector, okay? So imagine.
I got a hot tip
0.34 miles away
from one of our
that device
community.
would be plus or minus, I don't know, maybe 700 feet roughly in there, in that thing. Don't think about this. This is just demonstrative for it. But as far as if I were to draw a line out 3.4 miles, then I know that it's within that pie within a pie.
So it is, if you took a radius, I think that would be the geometrical term, that is anchored at the vertex of that angle, that was 0.34 miles, and swept it from the top of that azimuth down to the bottom, it's somewhere on that line.
It would be somewhere on the arc.
Okay, so you know how far it is, but to questions you got from some of the lawyers, I can't tell you where on the arc. I just know if you were walking on that arc 0.34 miles from the point, you're gonna bump into the device if it hasn't moved.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hiles, I don't know which image you want to pull up first, the Instagram records that talk about a verified phone number, or the image? Let's start with that.
Sounds good, but I can put sound.
Investigator Sluss, you were asked to confirm if the person in a photo that was pulled out of the Instagram records, we're looking at it now, if that person was here in court. Two questions about that. One, can you again clarify, there are two defendants in this case who are in court right now, and we need clarity as to which of the two you were identifying.
I believe it's Mr. Robinson is his name.
Okay, but if you could, do you know that person by name, or you were identifying that person based on the image that we see here?
So to answer the question is, if you were to show me this picture and say, is this person in the room? I would say yes, because I believe that person to look exactly like the person at the defense table.
Okay, but there are two defense tables. And so the question is, which person are you talking about? If you could give more specificity, what he's wearing or where he's located, and you're welcome to move around the courtroom to do that.
So he's got a charcoal gray suit on with, I don't know, it looks like a mauve tie. No, a striped tie maybe.
But he's wearing a tie as opposed to not wearing a tie.
That's correct.
All right. Second topic about what you see in front of you. That screen says young bands on it, that screenshot.
Yes.
Are you saying that you believe the person you identified in court is young bands, or are you simply saying this picture you believe is of the person in court?
I believe the picture of this person is the person in court. I don't know if he identifies as young bands or any name whatsoever. I'm looking at that picture on.
The other image that is asked about relates to, or document relates to a verified phone number with the Instagram account 1011 baby slap, whatever that was.
One 1100 baby slap. 1100 is right next to the
different question.
YSL headquarters.
You were asked a bit about the different dates on that one slide, that the account began on one date and then someone was added and then a device was added, that iPhone 6 in February of 2020. Could it be that the SIM card from the previous device associated with that phone number, the ISMSI number, but the phone number, what I call a phone number, you call a phone number, 1-800 type thing, that the SIM card that was in the previous device got stuck into that iPhone 6 that on that record was shown to be the device of record as of February 2020?
It's possible, yeah. So the way that I was explaining it, when you go get your upgrade, your phone, you typically get a new SIM card, but the SIM information will stay the same. Your MZ and your phone number will stay the same. You'll just get a new SIM card. Now, is it possible to just go buy another phone off of a private person, just take your old SIM and put it in there, and then that's now the MZ number and the phone number stay the same, but you get a new device? That's also possible.
So it could be either a brand new device with a new SIM card, port in the information, or I shouldn't say brand new, a different device, and port it by actually shoving the old SIM card into the new phone.
Yes, both are possible.
Okay. On your screen is information from the Instagram records about which you testified. There is a phone number that is listed as a verified phone number. Share with the jurors what's meant by verified first.
Okay, so when you so let's say if you have an iPhone, you go to your Apple store and you download Instagram, right? You're going to have to set it up as a user information. You're going to have an Instagram name. It's going to ask you about your email address, what name that you want associated with it. Those are different things that it asks you. So one of the ways that it knows that it's set with a particular device is that when you download it onto the phone, now you have a phone number associated. So during the registration process, as you're going through there, it's identified a phone through a text message saying, yes, this is the phone that I'm downloading this app onto.
That phone number that ends in 4757. Is that one of the phone numbers that was part of that phone call we've discussed from November 8th, 2019 at 3:35 a.m.?
It is the same phone.
Is it the one that received the call or made the call?
So it was an incoming phone call to this number. So the 404 number called the 470 number. So if this is the 404 number, this one calls the 470 number.
And the 470 number is the one we're looking at on the screen.
That's correct.
Mr. Hiles, do you have any questions based on the discussion I just had with Investigator Celeste?
Yes. So the 470, number ending in 4757, that is the verified phone number on these Instagram records, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And we saw during the testimony that that number was shared by the owner of this Instagram on November 7th as being associated with this account still.
Yes, it's in the record. Yes.
Okay. So would you expect that on November 7th, that whoever placing those calls on that phone number to be the same person associated with these Instagram records?
I would make the assumption, yes.
Okay. That's consistent, correct?
Yes.
And then as it pertains to the call that was made on the 335 for the number ending in 4757, it was on your
We are almost done with yesterday's testimony. Then we're going to begin with today's.
That call, the device, the person speaking on that would be consistent with being present at 199 14th Street, correct?
The location is.
Okay. Not saying it is there, but it is consistent.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's all I had.
Ms. Mignot, any follow-up with Investigator Celeste?
Yes. Council just asked you about whether it's consistent with being at 199 14th Street. It's also consistent with being anywhere in that 3-mile radius that you testified is possible as we looked at that radius.
Not a 3 mile, a 0.34, I believe.
0.34 mile radius.
But you got to think that's a different phone call. So that's the phone call itself, the blue one, right? So I'm not measuring distance on the phone call. It's just, this is the tower, this is the antenna. Now the yellow one, which would be the Sprint records, all right? The other one, that's the timing advance. So that's the one that's giving the estimated distance away. So you're looking at 2 different sets of phone records. The yellow one is the Sprint, the blue one is the T-Mobile. So when we're talking about this phone call, I'm not saying that phone call's made at 0.34 miles away from the location. I'm saying it's just talking to that tower in that sector.
Oh, so all we know is what tower that phone.
For that particular phone call, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that's the 28 seconds or 24
seconds, yes, ma'am.
4 seconds phone call we're talking.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're clueless as to who was making what phone call.
I just know that device called that device. That's all I can tell you.
Ooh, this sounds so mean.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's all right. It's fair. It's like, oh, wow. It's okay.
Didn't mean clueless, but you don't have any idea of who.
No, I just know that device is talking to that other device.
Okay.
That I know for certain.
And this depiction that we were looking at with the 14th Street depiction has nothing to do with Wiley Street. This is not Wiley Street.
No, it's not Wiley Street. No, this is 199 14th Street.
All right. And you said 404 was calling 470.
That's correct, ma'am.
And did you ever see 470 call 404?
No, the only communication between those 2 devices on the call detail records would that goes through the network was that one phone call. Now, anything that happens outside of like those tolls, let's say a Facebook call, then that wouldn't be in those records. That would be in a data record.
Okay. And as it pertains to the February 2nd, 2020 date, we have 2 options.
Okay.
And we're guessing it could either be a new SIM card, an old SIM card.
Into a new phone.
Into a new phone.
Okay.
Or a new phone with a new SIM card.
Yes, it could be either one of those.
And you don't know which one?
No.
As it pertains to identifying Mr. Robinson, you did so based on looking at the still photo.
Yes.
And looking at Mr. Robinson.
That's correct.
If I showed you a picture of me on Instagram, you would look at that picture and look at me and say, yeah, that's Ms. Mignot, correct? Same way you identified him.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks, sir. Nothing further.
And sir, the accused, any other questions on this topic, this set of topics for Investigator Celeste?
That was rough.
Do you have any evidence to, or DJ, do you have any evidence to show that any of these numbers that were mentioned, the 470 and the 404, are related or associated with me?
No, not particularly you. I'll let the lead detective explain how he got to those 2 numbers.
All right. Just to clarify the distance again, are you familiar with the area where this blue diagram is?
Am I familiar? Yeah, yes, I am.
Just in driving distance, how far do you think Sherwood Forest is to Georgia Tech?
Oh gosh, 1.5 miles, maybe mile, roughly.
But it probably take you how long to get?
I don't know. It depends whether if I was leaving now, it would take forever. 5.6 and a half. But if I did it at 3 o'clock in the morning, the time would be different. And I don't know specifically what the time distance would be.
Thank you, sir, for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Your Honor. My excuse?
You are.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Hiles, I had asked you to get, or your team to get a hard copy of a different presentation. Is that here yet, or will it be here by the end of the day? Because we don't want to wait around for it. Jurors won't have to wait around for it, but is someone taking care of that?
Yeah, I will,
You didn't quite get the full answer.
I'm gonna go get it, while, Ms. Green handles the next one.
Fantastic. The next witness is?
Christian Hoover.
All right.
Cece, it's good to have you back. Good to see you. We missed you. We're almost done with yesterday's testimony. We'll start on today's. They've begun a couple hours ago, so we're going to hopefully be caught up by tonight. Happy birthday, Cece. Happy birthday.
46 in time, and raise your right hand. Swear affirm that testimony you will give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So you are.
Yes, sir.
No, you haven't seen. Can you say the spelling name for the record?
Christian Hooper. CHRISTIANHOOPER.
Mr. Hooper, I'm going to need you to move a little closer to the microphone. The chair doesn't have wheels, so you got to heave it. We don't want people rolling off the witness stand. Thank you.
Sounds good. All right.
Good, almost evening, Mr. Hooper, maybe evening.
Afternoon.
Afternoon.
Yeah.
Afternoon. How are you?
Great.
Okay, how old are you?
25.
Okay, and are you in school? Do you work? Something else?
I was an Uber driver, so I'm just doing Uber and Lyft right now.
Okay. How old were you in November 2019?
21. Mm-hmm.
What high school did you go to?
Milton High School in Alpharetta.
Alpharetta. And what year did you graduate?
2017.
So you went from can you tell what years did you go to Milton High School?
From 2014 to 2016, and then I transferred to Independence High School, which is still considered Milton if you graduate.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you were at Milton High School from 2014 to 2016?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you recall during November 2019 the general area that you were living in?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So I need you, when you're answering, if it's a yes, to say yes or yeah or yep, and a no, no, nope. But the court reporter can't take down.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you recall the general area that you were living in November 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
What area was that?
Roswell.
Okay. What area are you living in now?
Alpharetta.
Okay. Do you recall an incident that occurred on November 8th, 2019?
Can you say the question one more time?
Do you recall an incident that occurred on November 8th, 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
Very short
Okay.
witness, maybe.
Where do you recall the incident occurred?
Somewhere in Atlanta.
Okay. Was it at a house, a business, somewhere else?
It's at a house, Airbnb.
Okay. And how did you get there?
I was transported by my friend Vic Katani
Vic Katani. How do you know Vic Katani?
through high school.
Is Vic his full first name?
Vikyat is his full first name.
Do you know if he goes by any other name?
Vic.
Okay.
Mm.
Victor?
Maybe Victor, yep.
And how long have you known him?
Since freshman year, so about 10 years.
Okay. At the time, 2019, freshman year in high school?
2014, freshman year in high school is when I met him as a freshman.
Okay. So as of November 2019, you've known him for 5 years?
Yes.
And why were you invited?
To help him with his music equipment.
And what did you, at the time, that his music equipment for what?
His DJ equipment.
Okay.
The DJ brought a friend?
And
you brought a plus one?
when you arrived at the location, what was happening?
Festivities, party.
Okay. Give me some more details. What do you mean?
Dancing, listening to music, and from what most people look like they were in there doing, just socializing.
Okay. Was there any alcohol involved?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what, if any, alcohol did you partake in?
None.
Okay. What, if any, other substances did you partake in?
None.
Okay.
He's the sober one.
How many people were there?
Around possibly 13, 14 that I saw.
Okay. Do you know whether you arrived at the beginning, in the middle?
It was in the middle.
Okay.
What was the girl to guy ratio?
And when I mean in the middle of the event occurring.
Right.
Okay. Did you know everyone there?
No.
Who did you know there?
Vicot?
So the DJ Victor?
Yes.
Anyone else?
No. Besides Lauren, who came to the party a little after I fell asleep.
Okay. And we're gonna get to that. You said Lauren. Was there, so you got there, what did you do when you got there?
First got there, I tried to introduce myself to people, didn't know any of them. So went to the couch after that and I dozed off.
What do you recall happening next?
I recall waking up to a door being opened and my friend Vicot getting beat up.
Okay. You mentioned that you knew someone else at the party. Lauren is what you said. Is that Lauren Riley?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Give me a timeline here. Was she before you dozed off or after you woke up?
Before I dozed off.
Okay. And what, if any, interaction did you have with Lauren?
She gave me a brief hug and a hey, how are you doing? So nice to see you.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
How do you know Lauren?
Through high school.
Which I know you went to too. Which high school?
Milton High School.
Okay. And what grade was she in relation to you?
I don't know specifically.
Were you in the same class?
No.
Okay.
So he knew one of the two girls that came in to case the joint?
As of November 2019, how long have you known Lauren?
I haven't known Lauren. She was just someone that I recognized. So this probably a year.
Prior to this?
Prior to the incident, yeah.
Okay. You stated that you woke up. What happened?
Woke up and I saw two people in masks. One of them placed their hand on Vic shoulder and told him to get down in a quiet voice. Vic turned around and looked confused because he might have thought they were people from the party that were like partaking in a Halloween party. And he got beat up after he didn't get down the first time. So he got stomped on the ground and blood came out of his head.
Where was he stomped on the ground?
In the head.
About how many times?
Can't tell you. I don't remember.
And you said they were wearing masks.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe the masks?
Off of my memory, I cannot.
Generically, like it was a clown or it was a moon or just, you know, there were masks so you didn't see faces.
I had my hands over my eyes. So as far as I can tell, some type of a purge mask.
Were you able to tell the difference in stature?
Build, no.
Okay. Were you able to tell whether they are male or female?
No.
Where's a moon mask?
Okay. I know you said they were wearing masks. Did they have anything else when they walked in the door?
Yeah, firearms.
Okay. One of them, both of them?
Both of them.
Okay.
Judge can do what he wants.
Now, you stated just now that you covered your eyes. At what point during this incident did you cover your eyes?
Right after Vic got hit the first time, it was almost like a reflex, and then for the duration of everything that partook, I was like this.
Okay. Now, let the record reflect that you're putting your hands over your eyes with your fingers open.
Yeah, with partial vision, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you saw some things.
Yes, ma'am.
at any point, did you have an interaction with the two people with guns and masks?
Can you describe interaction one more time?
So an interaction would be, I'm going to give some examples, a conversation, speaking, touching, any type of interaction.
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about that interaction.
I was on the couch and one of the gunmen stole my wallet and you know, push me around a little bit. Yes, ma'am.
Take your time. It's okay. Push you around a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Can you describe that? Explain.
In a way of someone trying to hurriedly get someone to turn over with 175 pounds that I weigh, with one hand on me and the other hand on the weapon that they had.
Okay. The hand that was on you, where was that hand on your body?
My back region.
Okay. Anywhere else on your body?
My ribs.
Okay. And did you feel that contact?
Yes, ma'am.
How long did that physical interaction last, if you can recall?
Seconds.
Okay. You said that he took your wallet. When did you discover that?
I looked in my pocket and I didn't realize that I didn't have my wallet. I felt it being taken out. Yes, ma'am.
Was your wallet recovered?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How was it recovered?
I believe through the other Christian. He somehow got my wallet. And I think I heard through either Vicatani or.
So let's not talk about what other people told you, just what you know. So if that statement was going to include what someone told you, let's just go off of what you know. Do you know how you got your wallet back?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry if I interrupted you then. I apologize.
No, it's fine. I know I was told by Vicatani that.
So don't go into what Vic told you. If he handed you your wallet, then the answer is you got it back from Vic. If he told you to call someone and you called that person, you got it back, that's how you got it back. So we're just trying to figure out, in the end, Mr. Hooper had his wallet back, maybe with no money left in it, but he got his wallet back. How did you get your wallet back?
I never received my wallet back.
Did you learn at some point that someone had found your wallet?
Yes, sir.
But you never got it back?
No, Your Honor.
Because you chose not to, or you tried to connect with that person and they didn't show up?
Tried to connect with that person and wasn't able to get in contact.
And you learned that someone else had found your wallet or had your wallet through whom?
Vicatani.
Okay, thank you.
After your interactions with the people with the weapons, with the firearms, what happened next?
They got the money and they left the door and they left us all alive.
They got the money.
Mm-hmm.
Who was that?
The people in masks.
And guns.
Yes.
What money?
The money that apparently they came to get.
And after they left, did you have any more interactions with them? Before they left? Yes.
No.
Before they left? Okay. After they left, what did you do?
I tried to leave as soon as possible. Woke up and tried to get my friend Vic up. Other people surrounded him, I believe, as well. But he took me there. I just wanted him to get up and be okay. And so he was.
In your answer just now, you said you woke up. Were you out?
I woke up in a sense of now I can move. I can get out of the situation. Before, when the gunmen were there, I felt like if I were to say anything wrong, I would have not been here.
So you got up?
Yes,
Okay,
got up instead of saying woke up.
Okay. And when you got up, where was your friend Vic?
On the floor.
Okay. And at this time, the state publishes State's Exhibit 9.
Was there any statements I wanted to deny?
No. 1 second. I'm talking to the court.
She's talking to the court reporter. So
reporter.
The record she's making the record. You're going to see a picture in front of you in just a minute, and there may be questions for you about that picture.
This might be hard for
the pictures.
Well, there's not a question yet. Why don't you start asking the question? It'll get bigger as we work through it.
All right. And what is in State's Exhibit 9?
My friend's blood on the ground, and the sofa I was lying on.
Okay. And there is a tool on the computer screen that if you touch it, you're able to circle in the bottom left-hand corner.
So tap the screen with a finger, and then see that little circle that appeared in the corner, tap it again. Now your finger is a pen, and it may be Ms. Green asked you to mark some things.
Thank you, Judge. Explain it way better. Can you please mark where you were at on the sofa? Okay, I'll wait for it to appear.
Did it appear on your screen?
Yes.
Okay, it'll make it. It's just the later we go in the day, the slower the internet goes. I think we pay daily and our money is running out.
Yeah, no, so it disappeared as soon as I put where I was on the couch.
What disappeared?
The circle I just put on the couch.
So
it'll disappear in about,
Look at that. Okay, I don't know what's going on, but there's a couch. You were on that couch.
Yes.
Got it. Next question.
Yes. Sorry, threw me off. You stated that after the assailants left, you went to help your friend. What was his condition?
He was in pain.
Okay.
And drowsy.
Where was he, from what you observed, where was he injured?
In his head.
Okay. And was he able to speak to you?
Yes.
Okay. Was he awoke?
Yes.
Okay. You stated that you asked him to get off the floor. Was he able to immediately?
No.
What'd you do?
Don't recall.
Okay. Okay. What do you recall happening next?
I recall going outside and calling my girlfriend at the time and asking to be taken home. I just got robbed.
And did someone pick you up?
Yes.
Okay. And where'd you go?
Home.
At that time, did you ever return to the house that night?
No.
After that night, did you have any communication with law enforcement after that night?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that communication? Don't answer that. Where did you meet up with with law enforcement?
They told us to meet at Starbucks.
Okay. What did you assist, or if you did assist, what did you provide for law enforcement?
I believe law enforcement asked me if I remembered anyone there or knew anyone there. And I said, my friend Vicatani. And there was another girl who went to my high school, and I don't remember her name off the top of my head from when I was explaining it to him. And he was like, do you want to go to your high school and show me who you might have seen? And I was like, if it helps.
Do you recall viewing anything? Pictures, yearbooks?
Yearbook pictures.
Okay. Were you able to identify the person that you saw that night?
Yes.
And who did you identify?
Lauren.
Do you recall Lauren's last name?
Riley.
Gary, thanks. Thanks for your support. You have an orange badge. It looks great.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Mignot, questions for Mr. Hooper?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good
Good afternoon, Mr. Hooper. My name is Marcia Mignot. I represent Mr. Tyrone Robinson sitting next to me here at council table. When you testified on direct a few seconds ago, you informed opposing counsel that you had covered your eyes and you depicted it as if you covered your eyes with both hands. Is that accurate? Yes. Okay. And you covered your eyes to, is it fair to say you covered your eyes to prevent from seeing what was going on?
I covered my eyes out of fear and instinct, not to necessarily not see what was going on. I did care for my friend Vic, but you know, just trying to keep my eyes open to make sure I wasn't going to get shot in the back. So I covered my eyes, but just enough to where I was able to see him being stomped. And yeah.
Okay. And council has Exhibit 9 still depicted. Can you see it on your screen?
Yes, ma'am.
When you say you were sleeping on the couch, when you were covering your eyes, were you laying on the couch on your stomach or were you on the floor?
I was on my side, on the couch.
You're on your side?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have your face in the direction of the back of the couch?
That I don't recall, but I do recall that pillow. And so more than likely my head was on that pillow.
And that means if your head is on that pillow facing that direction, your back is facing towards the little center table that we're looking at?
Yes.
Okay. And the persons who entered the property that was invading and robbing, they were standing close to where the blood was?
They moved around, but for where the blood is where one of the men in masks stomped on my friend Vic. And another gunman I remember was right maybe on the side of the couch, because I remember him standing where I thought that he could shoot my spine and it could be over.
Okay, so he was standing on the opposite side of the couch close to where we're seeing that printer in the photo?
No. On the other side of the printer.
Why don't we try this? Now it's getting confusing. Are you able to draw something?
Yeah,
Okay,
so.
now, see what happens. I don't know why it goes away.
He can stand up and point.
Yeah, why don't you point on the big TV where it is you're saying this person was standing?
Right here.
Okay, and is that the area where you go upstairs? Because I'm not looking at the rails of a stairs there.
You're seeing stairs that are going up, I believe, this way. And yeah, I mean, standing right here, like how I'm at, to this is where he was to that arm.
Okay, and can you describe the guy that was standing there?
No.
Okay, can you describe the other guy that you said stomped on your friend in the area where the blood is?
No, to be very clear, I can only describe the one witness I saw, which was Lauren.
Okay, so the only person you can describe is Lauren Wiley that went to school with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Now let's talk about, did any one of the individuals go upstairs?
I believe so.
And which one, do you recall?
Didn't see anyone that I could recognize go upstairs.
Okay. As it pertains to you testified that I believe your phone, was it that you didn't get, or was it your wallet?
My wallet.
Okay. And you don't know if, in fact, as we sit here today, you cannot testify that my client was one of any of the two individuals that took your wallet, correct?
No, ma'am.
In fact, you also cannot state to this jury that my client had stomped on your friend's head when you saw your friend getting stomped on, correct?
I don't know your client. Yes, it's correct.
Okay. Nothing further, Judge.
Turning to the accused, sir, do you have any questions for Mr. Hooper? All right, any redirect?
Yes, just one clarification. Your back was not facing.
That would be leading, Your Honor.
That would be leading, so let's ask it a different way.
Okay. What way was your face facing in this photo when you're laying on the sofa?
If you opened your eyes when you were laying down, what would you be looking at?
In front of me, I would be looking in front of me, and I would see all the kids on another couch that was facing me, the two gunmen that came in initially, and that's it.
Okay, so you were not facing the cushions of the beige couch. So if you were lying on your side and opened your eyes, you wouldn't have just been seeing the cushions. It sounds like you were leaning so that if you opened your eyes, you'd be looking away from the cushions of the couch.
I'm so sorry.
Were you lying on your back, your side, or your stomach?
Lying on my side.
Okay, so if you were lying on one side and you opened your eyes, you're looking at the couch. That's all you'd see.
Oh, no, I'm not looking. Yeah, I'm not faced towards the back of the couch.
You're faced the other way.
I'm faced towards the area.
Okay, thank you.
This is more difficult than it needs to be.
Any recross, Ms. Mignot?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Nothing else, sir? Okay, any questions from the jurors? None? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hooper.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
That is blood on the floor from two different victims. The blood above the text on the screen now, the closest to the table.
We are going to stop for the day. I appreciate each of the 13 of you giving us a little extra time, going past 5. That allowed us to get through a few more witnesses. I'm going to discuss with the parties after you leave where they think we are in this process so that tomorrow morning I can give you a sense of where we are. Almost done, halfway done, not done at all. Whatever these lawyers say, they've got a better sense now that we have a pace going. I'd like to start at 9 a.m. We can do that if all of you are back here by 9 a.m. Please do your best to do that. I didn't explain, I put a phone number, that's my handwriting, on the whiteboard in there before any of you got here. I did it Monday night. That's the phone number to my chambers. That's what you should call if you are stuck. You wake up in the morning and you have no tires on your car, or you have a kid who's sick and you need to deal with that. There is a crisis. Please call that number, because then someone on my team will get it and we'll know Juror X is okay, alive, and is doing his or her best to get here, but might be 10 minutes late. Because then Deputy Gordon can poke his head in the jury room and say, we're okay, we're going to get going, because we cannot start until all of you are here. We just worry less, and we don't need to send him or one of his colleagues out to your house to pick you up if you call. So if you're stuck in traffic, one of the lawyers did that today. Thought maybe I won't be here by 12:30. Call that number. Weird traffic on 285. Thank you for the heads up. Managed to get here by 12:30. We started at 12:30, but that wasn't because of that lawyer or anything like that. So that's my request. Continuing instructions. 1, no outside research. You have mastered the art of writing the questions down. And do your best to not interact with anyone about this case. There's a little bit of media coverage, not as much as that trial going on in Manhattan. Read all you want about the Manhattan trial. Don't read about the Atlanta trial. Any logistical questions? Thank you for your time. We'll see you in the morning.
All right, we'll see what the judge talks with the attorneys about as far as the scheduling goes, and then we're going to pick up with today's live stream, which is underway right now. No lunch for you. You guys can eat while you listen. I'll grant you special privileges. We'll allow you to eat while you listen.
I have 2 logistical things we need to handle on the record, and I'll see if there's anything from you all. One is Mr. Pritchett, the accused. You were not out here when we were dealing with signing the indictment. Mr. Robinson has signed it, indicating his plea of not guilty. His lawyer signed it. The prosecutor signed it.
Uh-oh.
I can enter a plea of not guilty for someone who refuses to do it. The law authorizes me to do that, but I want to give you an opportunity to sign it if you want to. I just need you to tell me on the record, yeah, I'll sign it, indicating my plea of not guilty, or I refuse to sign it, or I'm pleading guilty. I just need to know your preference, and if you're going to sign it, I'll have Deputy Gordon hand it to you, and you can do it. Otherwise, I will indicate your plea of not guilty.
He doesn't know.
Well, you're finding your papers. Mr. Hiles, do you have a copy of the Miller PowerPoint that I can watch you hand
I've got a script for this question, Judge.
Mr. Pritchett, so we know that he has it in advance? No clip?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to, I do want to make the only difference.
Why is there any difference?
Because when I printed it, it cut off the title. It cut off, it should say Max Bridget there.
Okay.
That's the only, it just cut off as it printed as a PDF.
Okay, but all the other pages are what's in the demonstrative aid you're going to use with Miller.
Everything else is the same.
Okay.
That would be great.
All right, before you hand it to him, Mr. Pritchett, I need to know, signing, not signing?
I can't determine that without the contract.
Okay, that's all I need to know. If you would hand to Mr. Pritchett the PowerPoint that you'll be using with Miller, and Ms. Mignot and her team already have that.
Yes, sir.
Presumably it's the same thing. I'm not asking you to commit. It's the same thing. We have what I believe to be the same thing that was just printed out and will be used with Miller.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Hiles, where are we in terms of progress? We have a jury that reluctantly committed through Monday. It will be a bad development if we push past Monday. And so you're going to decide if we're going to bring in every victim to say, I couldn't see who did it. But I guess you have to prove that something got taken from them. So, but that would be this long, and not asking them where they live now or where they used to live. It don't have anything to do with what's going on now. But tell me where you think you are in presenting your case.
The judge wants to split up.
We'll get it. I think it's going to go to Monday. I don't think my case will necessarily.
I'm just asking your case.
It's looking like my guess is that maybe rest Friday.
Maybe as in it could be earlier, or maybe it could be Monday.
They might rest today.
I don't see us getting through everything we need to get. Like maybe maybe it could be Monday. I don't see it being earlier than.
Or tomorrow, the rest of tomorrow.
Tomorrow will actually be the first
Today's
full day of
Thursday.
testimony. But
Will it be a full day? We'll be able to start at 9 a.m.? I mean, assuming all the stars align, there will be a prosecutor in here with witnesses ready to go at 9 a.m.
there will, and I have made arrangements for Adam Body to handle, if we get through,
You don't need to, I just want to, you've answered my question. With Ms. Green and Mr. Body, we will power through the morning during the period you can't be here.
yes.
Excellent. That's all I need to know there, unless you need to add something now.
Yes, we've got it for the morning. If I'm maybe pushing it, I might ask like a mid-morning break, but I think I can be here by like 10:15.
But the morning is 9 until lunchtime.
They will be, I don't think they'll let out witnesses. We'll be good.
Okay, then you show up when you show up. I don't want to rush you in any way. That's why I appreciate you lining up Mr. Abate, Ms. Green, maybe taking things she wasn't going to take. What I'm hearing you say is the morning is all set and your need to be away isn't going to interfere with our need to keep the case moving.
Yeah, and I do think tomorrow will be, I know tomorrow will be between Ms. Kalish, Ms. Riley, and Maldonado, that will be the longest witnesses of the case, and I think it will, power through those, I think it will be much better.
Okay, we'll do what we can. Ms. Mignot, right now, having dealt with some of the state's case, are you envisioning having witnesses? I guess you don't know because the ones you flagged are parents of Riley and Kalish. And so until they testify, other than your client taking the stand, you wouldn't know if you're calling any of those four.
Correct.
But that's your universe of witnesses, other than the state's witness list. If they don't call someone, you're always free to say, well, hey, I thought you might call this person. I'm bringing them in.
Yes.
And the accused?
All right. Let's do what we can to keep moving things along. I don't know what the jurors will say if they have to come back on Tuesday. You didn't ask me to qualify them for Tuesday. So we proceed at our peril if we spill over into Tuesday. Anything logistically from the state?
Yeah.
All right, Ms. Mignot, anything from you?
In my defense, I did say 2 weeks.
Okay, but that's not what we qualified the jurors for. So we live with the bed that we have collectively made. Anything logistically?
No, Judge, we should be ready tomorrow.
Okay, and there was a little bit of a, did we get Mr. Robinson his closing time? I don't know if he got, were there more clothes brought in for him? Okay, so tomorrow we'll be able to switch out? Great. And Mr. Pritchett, look sharp today. If you need additional clothes, your family just needs to work through Deputy Gordon if you want to be wearing something different tomorrow. 100% up to you, not requiring you to do anything other than we can't get you different clothes if they don't get to Deputy Gordon. Okay?
Again, I'm gonna ask the board again, can they appoint standby counsel or anything? Like I may call witnesses and I know I'm gonna need to cover that. Like I said, my defense has been completely prepared just from the circumstances and how, they're not full discovery. And
okay. So I don't find you've been denied full discovery. And one of the things we talked about during the Ferretta hearing was how it would be more complicated for someone representing himself, in particular, someone in custody, to get witnesses here. So I know you have resources on the outside, and maybe those resources on the outside can assist you, but you are representing yourself at your request. We're gonna go off the record now. Thank you, Ms. Rivers, for a long day. And we'll see everyone as close to 9 a.m. as we can get started. And make sure you leave the pen here. Thank you.
He's rethinking that counsel thing. It's not going very well for him. They're done. All right. Let's see. Where are we at? So let's go back to, everyone wants to see the judge, right? Everyone wants to see the judge. Let me pull it up here. Just 1 second. 2. Helps if my system would work a little bit better. But the operator is to blame on this one. Come on, go up. My up button is not working. No. And I need to get, there we go. Judge Robert McBurney. Here we go. We're gonna bring the judge up.
Slime green bandanas.
Oh, we're gonna back up. We're gonna back up. Back up. All right. Here's the judge right here. There we go. You see that? This is Judge Robert McBurney. That's whose court we're watching on here on YouTube. We're following. They are live right now, so we're going to pick up where we left off. I think we're watching high speed again today, and we'll be skipping the breaks as we can. So ready, set, go. Here we go. No breaks. No breaks.
Mr. Pritchett? Yeah. Okay, great. Can you help Mr. He's got a tag sticking up in the back. If you guys can just help the tag go down.
Mr. Robinson's for sale. Fix his tag.
Better? Great. Just want you to look fashionable.
Oh, we have a stand. Do we have a stand-in? No, that's him. That's not a stand-in on prosecution, is it? Slams his Red Bull, ready for the day. Where's Mr. Pritchett, the accused? Oh, that judge is, or sorry, that attorney is in just a poppin' suit.
Will he knock when he's ready, or you? I don't want you to rush him at all. I was just curious. Should we give him a couple minutes and you check again?
Give him 2 more minutes.
Great. No rush.
Give him 2 more minutes. Well, we're not going to give him 2 more minutes. We are going to skip ahead until he's ready to come out. Boom, 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 boom. He has not come out yet. There he is.
Can be right in here. You're certainly entitled to that, and the state committed to making that happen.
Today, okay.
Yes.
I don't believe he's being called today, but
I see. What I thought Mr. Heil said was that today would be Riley, Maldonado, not in that order, but Riley, Maldonado, and Kalish. That was today.
then I'll make that happen, Judge.
Well, don't if he's not testifying today.
Let me just make it happen, so.
That's easier. If he can be here at lunchtime, then we check that box. And if he doesn't get called today, Ms. Mignot's had that opportunity, and he gets to come to the courthouse twice.
I will do that.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right.
I can make it easier. Your jump drive, it's got the interviews that he actually conducted, correct? Yes. So state will stipulate that whatever's on your jump drive is been authenticated. And if, we would, I guess the objection would be whether it was being properly introduced, but it won't be an objection as to authentication as to, what it purports to be because Maldonado did the interviews.
Done.
Okay.
So it's in. Well, it's in, and we'll certainly make it part of the record. Whether you can play segments or not, what I heard Mr. Abate saying is what you and I were talking about yesterday, which is it ought to come in. And I thought Mr. Hiles would do what Mr. Abate just did. He's like, sure, it can come in. We all know what it is. So we don't object. No foundation required. It's in. Whether you can play certain segments, it's very contextual. If Ms. Riley says there were 4 people in the car, and in her interview she says there were 4 people in the car, you're not impeaching her by playing. And you know that.
I understand.
That's what Mr. Abate is.
I understand that, Judge.
Okay.
Impeachment is they have to say something inconsistent with what you know.
I know you understand it. It's just that the objection I'm hearing isn't to the entering into the record of either Riley or Kalish's interview. It would be contextually, as you say, saying, I want to play this part now. And they look at it and they may say, that part's not impeachment. That would be hearsay because it doesn't relate to anything she testified to. And we have a discussion about it. But you don't need to worry about connecting with Maldonado because those interviews at a minimum will be made part of the record as whatever exhibits you want them to be if the state doesn't tender them. And then you'll use them in whatever way is legally permissible.
Awesome. That was my concern.
Okay, great. We'll get that on the record in just a second.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, let's get on the record now, please. It is Thursday morning, well after 9:20, and this is State versus Pritchett and Robinson, 20 SC 176922. We have 2 prosecutors here. They're ready to go. We have Mr. Robinson and his team, and then Mr. Pritchett, who I will refer to as the accused in front of the jurors. Also present, Mr. Abate, my understanding is you'll be handling the direct examination of the next witness.
Correct, Judge.
Any reason we should not get her in court before the jurors? And that'll be Ms. Riley.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Why don't we get Ms. Riley in here, please? While you all are doing that, Ms. Mignot, we had a discussion off the record, although in the presence of your client, as well as Mr. Pritchett and the state, about how we're handling the lead detective's interviews with Ms. Riley and Ms. Kalish. And my understanding, I think it's yours as well, is that those can be made part of the record without you laying any foundation. As long as you show to the state, here's the thumb drive, and you have whatever, you don't need to do it right now, but whatever exhibits they are, you had mentioned a 5A, 5B, your exhibit numbers, but you, at the appropriate time that you want to make those part of the the record, you may do that and you will not face an objection from the state about authenticity or foundation, which means you don't need to meet with Maldonado in advance to have him preview it to say, oh yeah, that's my recording. You got it from the state, and Mr. Abate off the record said, we know what it is. So it can go on the record. Whether any of it gets played for the jury is contextual, as you know well, and you'll navigate that during the course of your cross-examination of Ms. Riley and Ms. Kalish. Is that what you feel, that a fair summary of what we discussed off the record?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything you want to add on that topic?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything else you want to get on the record before we bring the jurors in?
No, Your Honor.
All right. And Mr. Pritchett, good morning, sir. Anything you want to get on the record before we bring the jury in?
My only objections are just, again, I don't, I mean, well, at least that's for the question of the court. In belief that I have obtained, seen all the stuff.
No, I'm not of that belief, but I do need to correct. I don't know that I'm correcting something I said. I should make clear to you in case it wasn't clear. You are free to bring any lawyer you want in the court to assist you as backup, if you can do that. And if you can get an attorney to come in here and say, you know what, I won't be backup, I'll be the lawyer. There's nothing prohibiting you from shifting gears as long as it doesn't require a continuance. So I didn't want you to have the misimpression that if your family had identified someone or you had identified someone and that person had said, I'm ready to come in, that I was preventing that from happening. That is not the case. Let me finish and then you're gonna make your record. What I've done at your request was to release Ms. Williams, who had been appointed according to you on multiple occasions over your objection and forced on you. And then when we finally had a dialogue about something other than jurisdiction, you made clear on the record that you were knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily invoking your right to represent yourself. You have since told me on a couple of occasions, it's not going so well in your mind, and maybe you could have standby counsel. And the answer is, of course you can. If that's someone you or your family line up, we'll get another chair. That person can assist you. You may decide you want that person to be lead counsel for Team Pritchett. That also is okay. But what isn't okay is if that lawyer says, hey, you know what, I need 2 days to get up to speed. That lawyer just would plop down next to you and the two of you would be off and running. What did you want to get on the record?
I appreciate the clarification. It wasn't on my mind clear that you were not allowing me to stand by or any type of counsel, but like I said, I do appreciate the clarification. The only reason why I would ask for 10 years, regardless, which I kind of have been implying, is because, again, I just never at this point received full discovery. The court it's clear that on the second day, I believe, of this trial, third day, that was the first time I received even the full witness list. So there was no type of preparation that was able to happen, beforehand, 20 of the witnesses that are on that list. And so again, that's my objection, the fact that I not the preparation because of
Got it. Okay. And you're making a record of that. I appreciate you doing that. The record should also be clear. It is already clear, but I'm going to state it now for the transcript of this trial that, of course, your various lawyers you've had and then gotten rid of received all this discovery, had witness lists, et cetera. You've shared with me that maybe not all of it was shared with you. And you're free to persist in that representation. But what is inaccurate is to say that the Pritchett legal team who received discovery, never received a witness list. When you hit the eject button to Ms. Williams, you were ejecting not only the lawyer, but the information that she had begun to assimilate and absorb by looking at the discovery and the witness list, et cetera. So I'm not disagreeing with you that there are pieces of discovery that you've not held in your hand or been able to review because you're in custody and because on the eve of trial, you dismissed your lawyer. But it sounds like you do understand that I am not and have not intended to at any point prohibited you, and I'm not prohibiting you from bringing someone in if that's what you and your family arrange. In terms of me appointing someone, that time is over. You've had several lawyers appointed for you, and you made it clear on the record that that wasn't what you wanted. But you understand now that if there's someone who agrees to come sit with you as standby or as lead counsel, we'll get a second chair at that table. All right, let's bring the jurors in, please. Good morning, Ms. Riley.
Is there anyone I need stand right now?
Can I make a phone call? Can I make a phone call?
Does anyone have an extra copy of was there a transcript made of the interview or it's digital?
It's digital.
Okay.
It's only digital for us to.
Okay.
Sovsit is repenting. He's telling the judge in his own way, I instantly regret my decision. But the judge is saying, your decision was final. We had a long conversation about that, and you convinced me beyond reasonable doubt that you were willing and wanted to represent yourself, and that is how we're going forward. What lawyer wants to come in and stand in as either as standby or lead counsel? Jury's coming in. That's them right there. Halfway through a criminal trial. It's terrible.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. You look fresh for a Thursday. Thank you for being here on time. Lawyers and I and the accused had to work through a few things, and we already have on the stand the next witness. I'll ask Mr. Abate, who is another prosecutor. You have not met Mr. Abate yet. He is part of Team District Attorney, and he is here this morning to handle this witness for the state. I'll ask him to call the next witness, so she's formally introduced to you, and then she'll be sworn in, and we will be on our way. Mr. Abate, if you'd call the state's next witness.
State call Ms. Lauren Riley.
Stay raise your right hand. Please swear affirm that testimony you will give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Below your head.
Yes, he said right hand and raised his left.
LAURENRIELLY.
Lauren Riley.
Say good morning, Ms. Riley.
It's because the image is reversed.
Kind of have a soft voice, so if you'll kind of lean forward if you can, and make sure you just talk into the mic, and I can move it up and down.
Yeah, the microphone moves. I know it's harder for you to reach it, but move it so it's in a good spot for you.
Okay.
And we'll go from there. Thank you.
Can you, Ms. Riley, tell the jurors how old you are?
I'm 24 years old.
Okay, and where did you grow up until now?
I grew up in Alpharetta, Georgia.
And did you go to high school in Alpharetta?
Yes, I did.
And where did you go to high school?
I went to Milton High School.
And in high school, did you play any sports, or were you involved in any after-school activities?
Yes, I played lacrosse.
Okay, and after high school, did you continue to play lacrosse in college?
Yes, sir, I did.
And can you tell the jurors where did you play lacrosse at the college or collegiate level?
I played lacrosse at Life University in Marietta.
Okay, and if you can, I know it's been some time, can you tell the jurors when did you graduate from high school, and then about what time did you start at Life University?
I graduated high school in 2018, and I started at Life in 2018 as well, in the fall.
Now, can you tell the jurors what position you had, a specific one, were you assigned or did you play for the lacrosse team at Life University?
I played midfield and attack.
And you said you started, your freshman year was the fall of 2018. Were you a starter your freshman year?
Yes.
Okay. And while at Life University, did some of your teammates become close friends?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors who is Lindsay Kalish?
She was my teammate and friend.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, how did you meet her?
I met her through travel lacrosse when I was younger. Yeah.
And when you say younger, were you in elementary school, middle school, high school?
Grade school. I think it was about 5th or 6th grade.
You guys have been playing lacrosse for a while.
Yes.
And did you go to high school there too?
I did not.
Did you, I guess you met in grade school and playing travel lacrosse. Did you, I guess, at that time have a close friendship, or were you more acquaintances?
We were acquaintances.
Okay. And did she continue to play lacrosse at the collegiate level too?
Yes.
And where did she play?
She played at Life as well, the same college I played at.
Okay. And were you guys at Life University at the same time?
Yes.
And were you roommates?
No, we were not.
And
welcome in to all the broken bakers. Appreciate you
when
guys.
you
Thanks for
went
joining
to
us.
college at Life, so that was in Marietta?
Yes.
The fall of 2018?
Yes.
Did you primarily, or did you only hang out in Marietta as you went off to college, or did you go to other places? Did you come to downtown Atlanta?
Yes, we went to other places, including downtown Atlanta.
Okay. And did you come to downtown and Buckhead and all the surrounding areas fairly often?
Yes.
And did you have a car in college?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jurors what kind of car did you have at that time?
I had a Mercedes C250.
You remember what color it was?
It was gray.
Ooh,
now,
nice little car.
Did you and Lindsay, when you got to college, have common friends outside of your Life University? I'll describe it as a little common bubble.
Yes, we did.
And how did you meet other people outside of your high school friends, as well as your college friends?
Instagram, get-togethers, small gatherings.
Okay. Now, did some of the small gatherings that you and Lindsay went to, can you describe to the jurors that they have drugs?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jurors what kind of drugs did you commonly come across at these small get-togethers?
Yes. Marijuana, different forms of THC, cocaine, liquor, of the sort.
And
When you say different forms of THC, meaning like edibles, or what did you mean by that?
Yes. So there are different forms of THC edibles. They have wax. They have these cartridges you can smoke out of. So different kind of ways that THC is ingested.
now, did you guys go to these get-togethers or small gatherings often?
Yes.
Okay. And as you and Lindsay were going to college at Life, can you tell the jurors, did you meet someone with the nickname Young Vans?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, Young Vans, who is that nickname for?
His name?
Yes.
Boss Coleman.
Okay. And how did you meet Boss Coleman?
I met him through Instagram.
Okay. And did you meet him, I guess, through messaging, through DMs or other things?
Yes, DMs, direct message.
Okay. And do you remember about what or when you guys started messaging and met up?
Well, I met him the year prior. I was at a gathering at his place. I think that was around 2018. We were probably DMing around the same time.
Okay. And just so we can put some context to when you guys met, were you towards the last year of your senior year in high school, or had you already gone into college at Life?
I was in between the stages of college and high school and college.
Fair to say it was the summer of 2018.
Yes.
Okay. Now,
He slid into her DMs and she slid into a life of crime.
Around November of 2019, okay?
Okay.
And were you still talking to and in contact and hanging out with Young Vans or Boss Coleman?
Yes.
Okay. And did you meet any of Young Vans, Mr. Coleman's, I guess, friends or people he hung out with?
Yes.
Okay. Did you meet someone by the name of Max Pritchett?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, did you call him Max Pritchett?
No.
And did he have a nickname?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors what was that nickname?
Rick Rare.
Did you also meet other people who were close with Young Vans, and when you hung out with him, they were often there as well?
Yes.
Who else?
Tyrone Robinson. I knew him as Baby Slat.
And can you tell the jurors, as you got to know them, did you learn through observing and hanging out with them that they were part of the YSL criminal street gang?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors a little bit about how you came to realize that?
Well, a lot of their Instagram posts, as well as some gang signs that have been used, they wear the colors of the YSL gang. So it's some different things that kind of point out that they would be affiliated with that gang.
Okay. Let's see if we can fix that. We can keep going. I'll add it. Audio is working fine. I'll see if I can re-add that screen.
Now, can you tell the jurors, once you kind of learned or figured out that they were a part of this street gang, why did you continue to hang out with them?
I thought it was fun. I had a good time, I guess.
And would you, as you continue to hang out with both, all of, whether it be Young Vans, Tyrone Robinson, and who you knew as Baby Slap, or Rick Rare, Mr. Pritchett, did you begin to consider yourself an associate of YSL, the gang?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we talked a little bit about a few people. Do you see the person that you have referred to as Rick Rare here in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And if you can, if you will kind of point in the direction of and identify Rick Rare by an article of clothing he's wearing for the record.
If you need to stand up, you're free to do that.
He's wearing a blue button down with a black blazer, if I'm correct.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant, Max Bridget. You also talked a little bit about the person you knew as Baby Slap, Tyrone Robinson. Do you see him in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
And if you will kind of point in the direction or identify who they're sitting around, and then an article of clothing that he's wearing.
He's sitting over there. He's wearing a gray blazer.
And is he sitting next to anyone?
Yes.
Okay. And
can you describe the color of clothing of one of the people next to him?
Yes, the lady with the red shirt.
Your Honor, the state have the record reflect that the witness, Miss Riley, has identified the defendant, Tyrone Robinson. Now, if I should talk about this at the beginning, so I apologize. Are you living in Alpharetta or in Marietta right now?
No, sir.
And where are you laying your head or staying?
I live in Buckhead.
Okay. Are you currently staying in Buckhead?
No.
Where are you sleeping at night?
Atlanta City Detention Center.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors why are you at the City Detention Center?
My bond was revoked.
Okay. And why was your bond revoked?
Because I did not follow my 24-hour house arrest curfew.
And were you on bond for charges related to the case that we're here for today?
Yes.
Okay. And was another reason, part of the reason your bond was revoked, is because while you were out on bond, you were arrested an additional or second time?
Yes.
Okay. And while you were out on bond, were you continuing to hang out with other members of the YSL street gang?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors who were the members of YSL that you were hanging out with at that time?
Robert Holiday and Reginald Pierce.
All right. So let's go to November 7th of 2019, okay? Were you, do you recall, were you hanging out with Miss Lindsay that day?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember, I guess, where you guys were when you initially began, I guess, to hang out?
We were at our college dorm.
Okay, so Marietta?
Yes.
All right. And that day, had you been in contact with young men?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you typically, I guess, contact him?
Instagram.
Okay. Did you at that time also have a cell phone?
Yes.
And was your cell phone number at that time 678-537? Okay. And do you remember what kind of phone you had?
I had an iPhone 8.
Apple iPhone?
Yes.
All right. And I want to show you, well, before I show you anything, let's talk about where at the time if you knew, you said you had hung out with young bands before, where was he living?
The Mayfield in Midtown.
Okay. And had you ever been to that spot or that place where he was living back in November of 2019?
No, not prior to that day.
Okay. Was this a fairly new residence or home that he had begun to stay at?
Yes.
And you said you'd been speaking with young men via Instagram?
Yes.
Okay.
Clearly, there's some sort of deal here. She's cooperating and still facing charges. I'd like to hear the details of that deal.
Your Honor, this time the state's going to tender what's been marked as exhibits 24 and then 24A as under OCGA 24A-803, the certified business records exception as it relates to hearsay for the Instagram records of Miss Laura Riley.
Okay. Ms. Mignot, any objection to the admission of 24A and 24R? What's the difference?
24 is the full Instagram extraction of Ms. Riley's account, and then 24A is just excerpt of some conversations that Ms. Riley had with young men specifically.
Got it. So 24, when you say extraction, it's not from a device. It would be subpoena or court order sent to Instagram with certain parameters. And what 24 is a thumb drive or a disk with what Instagram provided in response.
That's right.
Understood. Thank you. Ms. Mignot, any objection to states 24 or 24A?
Just a quick look.
Ms. Green, is the screen on your table, does it show what's going on or the handsome judge?
It just shows what's going on.
Good.
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately, well, I'm right here. Okay, we're still trying to fix that one, but someone will be here shortly.
This particular case is different than the young thug case, which is going on, but the same YSL, same gang. There
So,
are a
Ms.
couple
Mignot,
YSL
any
trials.
objection to states 24 and 24A?
No objection, Your Honor.
And to the accused, any objection to 24 and 24A?
Yes, my main objection is just lack of preparation for me because I've never seen any of those exhibits or evidence.
Okay, noted. Those exhibits are admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Now, Ms. Riley, I'm going to show you 24A, which is an excerpt from Exhibit 24, the full Instagram records. Just a second.
Ms. Riley, if you would touch your screen where it says stay mute or, yeah, that one, just tap that. Thank you. What I'm going to do, yes, someone's coming to fix it, but Deputy Gordon, if you don't mind rotating jurors, excuse me, we'll get that podium screen rotated back, but right now the screen on Mr. Pritz's desk is not working. So there we go. And I've already asked IT to show up and get that thing working again. So,
Judge, if you give me 2 seconds, I will give him, I have an extra laptop and I can just sign into Zoom and put it in front of him.
okay, thanks. That'll be a temporary. Since it's text, it'll probably be easier if it's up close than that far away.
Yes, Judge.
Thank you.
Okay, you see the excerpt 24A, the first page of that exhibit on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to try to zoom in, and I'm notoriously bad with technology. Okay, so do you see at the very bottom page, or part of the first page of 24A, where it says recipients, young man, and then Lauren Riley?
Yes.
Okay. Are those the screen names for yourself as well as the person you know as young man, but his real name is Boss Coleman?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see where it says time that it is on the 7th day of November in 2019?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors on the very last message on the first page of 24A where it says text, can you tell the jurors what it says?
I'm at the Mayfair.
Okay. Who's saying that?
Young bands.
Okay. And is that him telling you where he was living at the time in November of 2019?
Yes.
Okay. And we could go through each one of the messages, but I'm not going to do that because that'd be painstaking. But during your conversation, as you and Mr. Youngbands continued to talk that day, did you eventually give you the address and you go to the Mayfair in Midtown Atlanta?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to show you Exhibit 35. Yeah, look at Stasis 35. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
Okay, and how do you recognize it? Or what is it?
I believe they're condominiums.
Okay, and is it the condominiums that you referred to as the Mayfair where you went to see Young Bands on November 7th of 2019?
Yes.
And does that photograph fairly and accurately depict how the Mayfair condos looked when you went back in November of 2019?
Yes.
This time around, the statement tender was been marked as State's Exhibit 35 into evidence.
Ms. Mignot, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
And the accused, any objection? Pardon me? Okay, admitted.
Now, Ms. Riley, can you tell the jurors about what time of day or night did you and Miss Lindsay go to the Mayfair where Mr. Youngbands was?
Probably around 10 to 11 p.m.
Okay. Okay. Now, who drove?
I did.
Okay. And was it just you and Miss Lindsay in your car? You said it was a Mercedes?
Yes.
When y'all were driving down to the Mayfair, which is depicted in States to the 35 on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, were you coming from Marietta?
Yes.
About how long does it take for you to drive from Life University of Marietta to Midtown Atlanta to the Mayfair condos?
It was probably about 20 minutes.
Okay. And as you are driving with Miss Lindsay to the condos, are you and Mr. Young Vans, are you continuing to DM a message about where you are and your ETA?
I don't recall if I did or did not.
Okay. And when you get there, can you tell the jurors, were you able to immediately get in?
No.
Okay. Tell the jurors how you ended up getting up to the apartment that Young Vans was staying in.
Young Vans had to come to the lobby to get us to go upstairs.
And when you got there, was there anybody else that came down to the lobby?
No.
Okay. And when you got up to, well, let me ask you this, as you were getting ready to go, do you remember if Young Vans asked you if you were alone?
I do not recall.
Okay. Let me ask you a better question. Did anybody who Young Vans was associated with or friends with have a crush on Lindsay?
Not beforehand. I'm not sure that anyone met her beforehand.
Okay. Okay. So I'm going to go back to States Exhibit 24A, and specifically it's page 13685 and 686 in the records. And do you see where you and Young Vans are messaging on those pages?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors at the bottom of page 13685, who does Young Vans say he's with?
It says, "All Rick with me."
Okay. And do you see above that where, what do you say prior to that, that he's responding to, that's saying, "Oh, Rick is with me"?
I said, "'Cause Lindsay is with me."
Okay. And then if we go to the next page, 13686, what does Young Vans say about Lindsay while y'all are DMing or chatting?
He said he want her to come.
Okay. And who is Young Vans referring to who wants Lindsay to come?
Rick.
Okay. And Rick his real name is Max Pritchett, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Judge.
Yes? Yes, we don't do questions midway.
I know.
Okay, I understand. We're working on that. We're working on that, and we'll rotate that screen as soon as we can. Mr. Dorsey is getting the device back up.
Judge, since I put the computer over there, do you want me to?
Nope, we're good. Thank you.
I rotated it and it all goes out. That's
Yeah.
why I didn't want to do it. Okay, so you guys get to the Mayfair and you go up to the apartment. And can you tell the jurors, we've talked about Rick Rare's there. You've got Young Vans there. It's you and Lindsay. Is anybody else in the apartment when you arrived? You said it was a little after 11?
Yes, there was a few people that I did not recognize.
Okay. And was the person who you referred to as Baby Slapper, Tyrone Robinson, was he present at that time?
No.
Okay. Now, do you have your cell phone with you as well as you are, of course, you're DMing. Are you using your cell phone when you are in the apartment?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, we've talked a little about Instagram, but did you have other social media type accounts on your phone?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have Snapchat?
Yes.
And can you tell some of the jurors who may not know what Snapchat is, what it is?
It's a social media app where you can direct message and send photos to different groups of people or people.
Okay. And were you receiving any messages or did you see any messages that either you or Lindsay were receiving as it relates to a kickback or a party?
Yes.
Okay. Tell the jurors a little bit about that.
Well, Christopher Riggs Snapchat direct message Lindsay telling us, asking us to come to a gathering.
Okay. And had you ever been to a gathering that Mr. Riggs had thrown?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about the gathering. How many?
We went to two gatherings. One was about a week or so prior to November 7th.
Okay. And are these gatherings, are they large gatherings? Are they small gatherings? How many people typically are present?
Small, I'd say no more than 10 people. Okay.
And what's going on at these gatherings? Is it anything different than what we've talked about where you said different types of THC and edibles were being consumed?
It was similar to that, yes.
Okay. And specifically, when you're seeing the Snapchat messages that Lindsay is receiving on her Snapchat, what exactly are you seeing as it relates to Mr. Riggs' party?
Well, he was posting photos of drugs and money on his Snapchat story.
Okay. And do you eventually get the address for the kickback of the small gathering where Mr. Riggs is having his party?
Yes.
Okay. And is it his home?
No, it was Airbnb.
Okay. And was it located at 1040 Wiley Street here in Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes.
Okay. And is that the address that you guys received for the invite for the kickback of the party?
Yes.
All right. And when you and Lindsay are receiving these messages through Snapchat, are you communicating this to Young Bands and Rick Ware?
Yes.
And what are you telling them about the messages that you're receiving as it relates to Mr. Riggs' party?
Well, they invite us to go to the party, so I said, let's go to the party.
Okay. And when you say you would go to the party, was it just going to be you and Lindsay, or were you going to take both Young Bands and Miss Bridget?
Objection, Your Honor, leaving.
I'll agree, Your Honor.
Okay.
Other than Miss Lindsay, was anybody else going to go to the party with you?
Yes.
Who?
Tyrone Robinson and Max Pritchett.
Okay. And why didn't Young Bands go to the party?
He was on house arrest.
Okay. So he had his own issues going on at that time.
Yes.
He was throwing a party
And,
for one.
You said Tyrone Robinson.
Bless you.
Is that the person you said you knew as Baby Slap?
Yes.
You talked about him not being present in the apartment, remember?
Yes.
So how was he going to go to the party with you guys?
Well, Young Bands called him over before we went to the party.
Okay. And before I guess how long did it take for him to arrive at the condo in Midtown Mayfair?
No more than half an hour.
Okay. And did he come up to the apartment and kind of meet y'all, or did you guys meet somewhere else?
He came up to the apartment.
Okay. So once he got there, Mr. Robinson got there, can you tell the jurors, were you guys going to have a good time and smoke some weed and do some edibles?
No.
Okay. Tell the jurors, why were you going to Mr. Riggs' party that night?
To lift things from the party.
And when you say lift things, what does that mean?
Take.
Does that mean steal?
Steal.
Okay. And whose idea was it to lift things or take things without Mr. Riggs' permission at his party?
It was my idea.
Okay. Now tell the jurors, why did you need to or want to lift things from Mr. Riggs' party?
We wanted to get money from it.
Okay. And I guess why?
Why?
Why did you want to? What did you need money for?
Nothing specific. We just wanted some money from it.
And how are you going to take, I guess, items, drugs, money from Mr. Riggs? What was the plan?
To go in the house and just take things from the party.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, did you guys kind of discuss how you were going to accomplish that before going to the Wiley Street Airbnb?
Well, we said we were going to leave Lindsay's phone in the car and text if there was any drugs in there that they could come in and grab.
Okay. So, and correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like what you're saying is you and Lindsay were going to go in, and Lindsay was going to leave her phone. Whose car was it?
Objection, Your Honor, now we're leaving.
So
I can ask a series of
you can, and I don't know that you're suggesting the answer, but I know you're also trying to progress through time. But let's take this moment to pause. And Deputy Gordon, if you could rotate, we've reconnected the monitor on the table there. So if we could rotate the one on the podium so jurors have a better view of the rest of the courtroom, and then we can return Ms. Green's laptop. Thank you for Mr. Abates. Thank you for sharing that. And I interrupted. There was an objection. So if you would pose your question again. You remember where you were, or rephrase, or do what you need to do. Sorry about that.
I will ask a different one.
Okay.
So you said something about leaving Lindsay's phone in a car, right?
Yes.
Whose car was Lindsay's phone going to be left in?
My car.
Okay. And who was going to be inside of your car with Lindsay's phone?
Tyrone and Max.
Okay. And where were you and Lindsay going to be while your phone, or excuse me, Lindsay's phone is in your Mercedes with Tyrone and Max?
Well, we were in the house, so we were going to go in first, and then they came in after.
Okay. So the plan was is for you and Lindsay to go first, and
Your Honor, I would object to the narrative, because it's a leading narrative to a question.
I'll add a was.
Okay.
Was the plan for Mr. Pritchett and Mr. Robinson to remain in the vehicle while you and Lindsay went inside?
So don't answer yet.
It's still hearsay. I'm not hearsay, Your Honor. It's still leading because it suggests an answer.
It doesn't though, because her answer could be no, or you're wrong, or it was a different plan, or yes. It's not, isn't this the answer? So I'll overrule it and ask you to repeat your question as best you can.
Yes, thank you, Judge. So I think my question was the plan for you and Lindsay to go in first and Mr. Robinson and Mr. Pritchett to stay in your car with Lindsay's phone?
Yes.
Let me ask you this question. Why did Mr. Robinson and Mr. Pritchett need to keep on or hold on to Lindsay's phone and Lindsay not have it?
So that they knew when to come in the house or if there was something for them to take from the house.
So did they not have phones?
They did not bring their phones.
Do you know why?
I believe that they just did not want to have any evidence of being there.
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Sustained. You all should disregard that answer. There may be a basis for it, but that's not in the record yet.
So let me ask you this question. Before you guys left the Mayfair young man spot, was part of the plan for both Mr. Pritchett and Mr. Robinson not to bring their cell phones?
Yes.
And to leave their cell phones at the Mayfair?
Yes.
And you were going to bring your phone, or you would bring your phone?
Yes.
And Lindsay was only to bring her phone?
So now it's more leading again. I don't want Ms. Mignot to have to stand up each time. So question as opposed to here's what happened, right? Just sort of how it's flowing now.
So the only two phones, or the only two people who were going to have phones were who?
Myself and Lindsay.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors, after you just kind of figured out this plan, well, let me ask you this. Was part of the plan for Mr. Robinson and Mr. Pritchett to be armed with guns or firearms?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, did you see a firearm or firearms in young man's apartment and as the night progressed and you got to the party?
Yes.
Describe to the jurors what you saw as it relates to guns.
I saw a firearm or rifle of some sort placed into a black backpack.
Okay. And who had the black backpack that the rifle went into?
Mr. Robinson.
Okay. And how long, once the four of you got to your car at the Mayfair, did it take for you to get to the Wiley Street Airbnb address?
Not long, maybe 15 minutes.
Okay. And did you drive?
Yes.
And who sat in front?
Lindsay sat in the passenger seat and I drove.
Okay. And were the boys in the back?
Yes.
All right. And about what time was it when you guys were heading over to do the robbery at the Wiley Street party?
Probably around 1 in the morning.
Okay. Now, was there any conversation in the car as it relates to further into the plan once you guys got there?
Could you repeat the question?
So did you guys talk about anything further as it relates to the robbery as you traveled to the party address?
No.
Okay, so the plan was set.
Yes.
All right. Now, can you tell the jurors, once you got to the party, where did you park?
Does that mean you parked on Wiley or some street that intersects with Wiley?
I parked on Wiley.
Not sure why we had the blip there. I don't think we've caught up yet.
And once you parked, Ms. Riley, did you immediately get out of the car, or did you guys kind of sit in the car for a few minutes?
I immediately got out of the car.
Okay. And did Lindsay come with you?
Yes.
All right. I want to show you a video from State's Exhibit 21 that was previously admitted yesterday.
Uh-oh. No music, please. No music. The last thing I want is a copyright claim from young
You're
man.
brave to run it through Zoom, but we'll see what happens.
Got my fingers crossed.
You all may see it about 4 minutes after we do on the big screen, but we'll see. Is the view better now? Thank you for flagging that.
Okay, so do you see the second file within State Exhibit 21 on the jump drive? Do you see your vehicle on the screen?
Yes.
Okay, and can you kind of describe to the jurors, if you can, from this view, where in relation to where your car is now on the screen, did you park your vehicle?
So this street is perpendicular to the Airbnb.
Okay.
So I would have parked parallel to the Airbnb, which would have been on the left side street of what we're looking at.
Okay, so if we're looking, the way we're looking at it now, is the street that you parked on behind your vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And is that your Mercedes?
Yes.
Now,
thank you.
Ms. Riley, can you tell the jurors, do you remember what you had on that night?
Yes, I just had on a jogging suit and some red sneakers.
Okay. I want to show you the third video from State's Exhibit 22 that was previously admitted.
This attorney seems to be able to work Zoom better than the others. Let's keep him around.
Okay, on the screen, do you see yourself and Miss Lindsay walking up to the house?
Yes.
Okay, and is the door, looks like a front door with 6 windows. Is that the front door to the house where the party was?
Yes.
Okay, and do you see where you and Miss Lindsay are kind of walking from?
Yes.
The street that you're on, is that the street that you described earlier that you parked on?
Yes.
Okay. And you see the person in the white coat?
Yes.
Who is that?
That is Lindsay.
Okay.
Tried the door first. Knock on the door.
Now, Ms. Riley, when you and Lindsay get into the door that you're knocking on now, can you tell the jurors a little bit about what you first saw, what was going on, and what y'all did when you first walked in?
Well, when I walked in, I recognized somebody that I knew, so I said hello, and then we proceeded to go up the stairs and kind of check out the house.
Okay. And who did you recognize, or can you tell the jurors, do you remember his name or her name when you first walked in?
Yes, Mr. Christian Hooper.
And how did you know him?
I knew him from high school.
Okay. And did you know anybody else initially when you kind of first walked in the door and kind of started to greet people?
No.
Okay. And did you and Miss Lindsay, when y'all walked in, did you kind of remain kind of together as a pair, or did you both kind of start or go your separate ways and explore the house?
Separate ways.
Okay. And where did you go?
I went upstairs.
Okay. And did you go upstairs alone?
Yes.
Okay. And why did you go upstairs?
I went to go look around and see if there was anything I could find to lift.
And when you say lift, do you mean steal?
Yes.
And what were you specifically looking for, had your eye on?
I was looking for the stuff that was on the Snapchat story. So edibles, different forms of THC, stuff that was at the previous party that I went to.
Okay. So this will be a good time. I want to show you State's Exhibits 23. 23, and then 23A, B, and C. Okay. I'll show this to Mr. Pritchett yet, so I'm sorry.
I've got to wonder why she's testifying if there's no deal. Got to be bad advice from her lawyer, unless she's just hoping that, you know, in good faith, they're going to treat her nicer for cooperating. Don't you just love the entrepreneurial spirit?
So, Ms. Ryder, you had court today that you had an opportunity to meet with and speak to Mr. Hiles, who's a little shorter than it.
Yes.
Okay. And during your conversations with Mr. Hiles, was it just you two?
No.
Was your attorney present?
Yes.
And do you recall going through your phone extraction from the cell phone you had that night?
Yes.
And I want to show you what's the marks. Stacy did 23. And see if you recognize the jump drive. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
And how do you recognize Stacy did 23?
My initials are on it.
Okay. And what is Stacy did 23 in exhibit of the initials?
I believe it was multiple things, video footage, text messages.
Was that all stuff from the phone extraction things, the data from your cell phone that police collected?
Yes.
And did all of the things that you looked at from your phone extractions in Stacy of 23 fairly and accurately depict as you remember what was on your cell phone, the Apple iPhone 8?
Yes.
Center of the state pretender was the marked Stacy of 23 evidence, but I'll do the rest as well. Sorry.
Thank you.
So I want you to look at Stacy exhibit here's 23C. Just peruse through that. Let me know if you recognize it.
Yes, I do recognize this.
Okay. And do you recognize it? Did you have an opportunity to go look at Stacy exhibit 23A? That photo.
Yes, that's correct.
And then 23C, you remember Mr. Howell kind of showing you a series of text messages from your phone extractions with you and Miss Lindsay.
Yes.
Okay. And do all of the excerpts, so 23A, B, and C, do they fairly and accurately depict things that are from the large extraction 20 Stacy of 23 that Mr. Howell kind of went through with you when you previously met?
Yes.
And this time around, the state pretender was remarked is Stacy exhibit 23, which is the full phone extraction. Stacy exhibit 23A, which is an excerpt from the phone extraction involving a picture with the drugs, and 23B and C are also excerpts of text messages.
All right. Ms. Mignot, any objection to what I'm going to call collectively states 23?
23, if it does not have any video footage on it. 23A, no objection, extraction. 23B, no objection, and 23C, no objection. Because the 23 we have, the witness just testified to videos, we don't have it.
Okay. I don't know if there are videos on there. If there are, before anyone would be able to view those, we need to make sure they had been disclosed. So I'm going to provisionally admit all of 23. And then if we need to, before things go out with the jury, and they can't view a thumb drive anyway. We would certainly have to work through discovery concerns you'd have about videos, if there are videos on that thumb drive. Okay. And turning to the accused, sir, any objection to the admission of what I'm calling states 23?
That's impaired because that's my first time ever seeing it.
Okay. That is noted. I will admit states 23, A, B, and C as well.
Thank you, Judge. So, Ms. Rodman, so you went upstairs as you kind of started to, was this the first time you ever been to this house at Wiley Street?
Yes.
And when you get upstairs, can you kind of describe to the jurors, I guess, the layout of the upstairs of the house?
It was just a bedroom and a bathroom.
Okay. And as you are kind of perusing or going through the upstairs, the bathroom and the bedroom, do you find anything of interest?
Yes.
Okay. And can you describe to the jurors what you find?
I found some THC wax slabs and some wax paper.
Okay. And when you find the drugs, what do you do?
I stole them.
Okay. And we kind of talked previously a little bit about the plan you guys had derived prior to going to the party. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So can you tell the jurors according to, or as it relates to the plan you guys had, once you found the drugs upstairs, what did you do next as it relates to the plan that you had made with Lindsay and Mr. Pritchett, Mr. Robinson?
Well, I took Lindsay's jacket and I put the slabs of wax inside the jacket so that I could cover them, conceal them, and I ran out of the house.
Okay. And prior to running out of the house, did you have your cell phone on you?
Yes.
And you said Lindsay's cell phone was in your car.
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, once you found the drugs upstairs, did you do anything with your cell phone?
I sent a photo of some edibles, a group of drugs, and sent it to Lindsay's phone.
Okay. And this screen in front of you in 2 seconds. Do you see at the very bottom of State's Exhibit 23A where it says, the line is 75023, where it says MMS, message outgoing?
75023. Oh. Yes, I see it.
And it's there's a red empty file at the very last box?
Yes.
Let me see if I can zoom in. Okay. Is that the message that you sent to Lindsay's phone when you found the drugs?
Would that timestamp be correct?
Well, let me show you this. Do you see where it says IMG, our image, 2216?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to go to the second page of the State Exhibit 23A. I'm going to zoom in again. Do you see in the second kind of row the photo there?
Yes.
Okay. And what is that a photo of?
Edibles and THC cartridges.
Okay. And you kind of just asked a question about the times. You remember that?
Yes.
And you don't know anything about UTC time and the conversion between UTC time and Eastern Standard Time and things of that nature, right?
Correct.
Okay. You're not an expert in time zones and how things convert.
Correct.
You just know that you took the photograph that night.
Yes.
Okay. And I want to show you the third page, which is the third page of State's Exhibit 23A, that a larger version of that thumbnail of the photograph you sent to Lindsay's phone while you were upstairs at the address.
Yes.
And for some of us who've never seen any of this stuff, can you describe to the jurors, what are we looking at? What are the yellow, it looks like candy to me.
So the nerds are nerds ropes, but they have their, they have THC in them. So that's kind of the candy looking wrappers you see in the picture. As far as the smaller cubed boxes, those are small containers of wax, THC.
Okay. You've mentioned that before. So I think of wax like a candle. You just eat it or you burn the wax and inhale the smoke. If you know, how does wax THC get inside? Maybe not me, maybe you.
So you would use a glass sort of pipe and heat it up, and then you would inhale the smoke when it's melted.
And all the items that we're looking at that you started to describe in the photograph in front of you, were all of these found, as you described, in the upstairs bedroom of the party house?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said that you took sheets of wax and ran out of the house, something like that?
Yes.
Do you see any of the sheets of wax that you, lifted prior to you leaving the home?
No.
Okay. Can you describe to yours? What do those look at, or how do they differ from, the nerds and the wax boxes that we're talking about in the picture before you?
So these are portioned amounts of THC. The THC that I took was sort of just a large quantity smashed flat. And it's a much bigger quantity of the actual THC wax.
Okay.
And it was inside of plastic wax paper.
Okay. It's fair to say it kind of sounds homemade.
Sure, yes.
Okay. And the items that you see on the screen before you in the last page of 23, State Exhibit 23A, are those items that are purchased from, a store?
Yes, you would purchase them from a store, but not in Georgia, somewhere that it would be legal. Marijuana would be legal.
Okay. I guess a better question would be, those aren't homemade goods that, kind of like the ones you just described with the wax sheets that you took.
What kind of nerds are those? Nerds, what? Is that the same as the nerds candy?
While you're kind of upstairs, does Lindsay ever come up to the top bedroom and bathroom while you find the things that you were looking for?
No.
And the photograph that we were just looking at in 23A, who did you send that to?
I sent that to Lindsay's phone.
Okay, and who had Lindsay's phone?
Mr. Robinson and Mr. Pritchett.
Okay, and as part of the, I guess, kind of plan that we talked about shortly ago, when was, or what was there a cue or a sign for Mr. Pritchett, Mr. Robinson to come in after you guys?
When I ran from the house.
So I want to show you the last video in State's Exhibit 22. All right, so you see on the screen the person in the white jacket?
Yes.
Who is that?
That is me.
Okay, and when you came into the party, who was wearing that white jacket?
Lindsay.
Okay, and how did you get Lindsay's jacket?
She gave it to me in the house. I told her to hand it to me so I could conceal what I had stole.
Okay, the wax sheets?
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors what you are doing here in the video of the front door?
I am running to my vehicle.
Okay, and when you get to your car, what do you do?
I got in the car and I turned on my car and I started to kind of drive around.
Okay, and when you got to your car, was Mr. Pritchett or Mr. Robinson still in the back seat?
No.
Okay, did you see when they left your vehicle?
No.
Okay. Did you know where they were?
No.
Okay. Prior to you and Lindsay getting out of the car, can you tell the jurors, we talked a little bit about the black book bag that Mr. Robinson had with the rifle. Did they have any other items that you saw that was going to be used in the armed robbery?
Just masks.
Okay. Can you describe to the jurors what the masks what they look like?
I only recall one. I think it kind of looked like an animal face mask, if I'm correct. I don't really remember the other one.
Okay. But was a part of the plan that you guys had talked about for Mr. Robinson and Mr. Pritchett to conceal their face when they went into the home?
That's camera leading.
Overruled.
Good answer.
Yes.
All right. So you said you got to your car, no one was in it, and you were driving around?
Yes.
Okay. Tell the jurors, I guess, a little bit about where you went in relation to the house that we've seen.
So my car was parked, like I said earlier, parallel to the house. So I got in my car and reversed and was driving on the perpendicular street, sort of an intersection, and I was kind of riding up and down that intersection.
Okay. And do you remember the first video that we saw with your Mercedes where you kind of described where you, in relation to where your car was, where you parked? Remember that first video?
Yes.
Is that the street that you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay. And how long, I guess, did you kind of drive up and down that street in that area before anybody else got into your car?
Probably about 5 minutes.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, could you hear anything, or were you close enough to the house where you could hear anything that was going on?
Yes.
Okay. Describe to the jurors what you could hear while you were waiting in your car.
Well, I heard just some screaming, some loud yelling.
Okay. And how long did you hear that, would you say?
Not long. I think it was just a few screams.
Okay. And after you heard those screams, can you tell the jurors what happened next?
Well, the man ran outside and got in my car.
Okay. And when you say the men, who are you referring to?
Mr. Robinson and Mr. Pritchett.
Okay. And where was Lindsay?
She was still in the house.
As you are in your car and Mr. Robinson and Mr. Pritchett get into your vehicle, do they get in the back?
Yes.
And describe to the jurors when they get in, what's going on inside your vehicle. What are they saying, if anything?
Well, they told me to drive off.
Okay.
And I said I wanted to wait to see where Lindsay was. And as we were driving, I saw Lindsay on the side of the road and we picked her up.
Okay. And when they get in your car, they still have a firearm?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see a mask? Are they wearing a mask when they get in?
There's masks in their hands.
Okay. And could you see any of the proceeds of the items that they had taken from the upstairs bedroom?
No.
Okay. Did they have a book bag?
Yes.
Okay. And you said Lindsay came running down the street, and was she able to get into the car?
Yes.
Okay. And where do you guys go once you're able to get Lindsay in the car?
We went back to Young Ben's place.
Okay. The Mayfair?
Yes.
Okay. And when you get back to Young Ben's condo, can you tell the jurors what you guys do once you get there? What time is it, would you say?
Probably about 3 or 4 in the morning.
Okay. And so when you guys get there early that morning, what do you guys do once you get inside the apartment?
Well, we went to Young Ben's bedroom and kind of threw everything that was stolen onto the bed.
Okay. And on Young Man's bed, did it look very similar to what we've seen in the photograph that you took inside of the Wiley Street party house?
Was it similar?
Like the items?
Oh, yes, the items, yes.
And can you tell the jurors, I want to back up, so I apologize. While you were in the vehicle, or your vehicle, driving back to Young Man's apartment in Midtown, can you tell the jurors, did the defendants throw anything out the windows?
Yes.
What did they throw out the windows?
Phones and wallets.
Did you know who they belonged to or where they came from?
They came from the people in the party.
Okay. And as you are driving and they're in the car, are they talking about kind of what happened inside?
No.
Okay. Did they mention that they hit people with the firearm?
No.
Did they ever tell you that they injured anybody inside that home?
No.
Okay. Now, once all the items are dumped on the bed, and you guys are all kind of looking at it and talking about it, can you tell the jurors, I guess, what is the discussion as it relates to how y'all will split the proceeds, for lack of better words?
Well, they said they would sell the product and that we would get a portion of the money.
Okay. And at that point, did you know how much of the portion of what was sold you were going to get?
No, not at that moment.
Okay. Now, do you spend the night at Young Man's that night, you and Lindsay?
No.
Okay. How long? Where do you go?
We went back to our college dorm.
Okay. How long do you think you stayed? You said you got there sometime between 3 and 4 in the morning. How long were you there at the Midtown condo of Young Man's?
Probably no longer than an hour.
And once you guys leave, do you go straight to your dorm room or apartment at Life University?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you and Lindsay, when you get back to life, go your separate ways to your separate apartments or dorms, or do you continue to kind of hang out and talk about what happened?
We went to our separate dorms.
Okay. And did any of the boys come with you from Young Man's apartment to your house at the dorms?
No.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, once you got home that morning on the 8th of November 2019, do you talk to Young Man's or Baby Slap or Rick Rare?
I believe there were some text messages.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, who are you text messaging with and what about?
I was messaging Young Band about if we were going to get some money from the product.
Okay. And do you talk to Lauren about the money as well?
Lindsay, yes.
Excuse me, Lindsay.
Yes.
Okay. And is it kind of the same, the conversation pretty much the same about when and how much you think that you guys will receive?
Yes.
Okay. So. Okay, and in 23B, do you see the screen in front of you?
Messages.
Yes.
Okay, do you see the phone number 678-890?
5309.
Bands underneath it. Let me make it bigger, so I apologize.
Yes.
Is that the phone number for the person you know as Young Bands?
Don't call him, guys. Don't call him.
And do you see on the screen, do you see where it says in the blue bubbles, this is Rick, tell Lindsay to call me?
Yes.
Okay, is that the person you know as Rick Rare or Max Pritchett using the phone that belonged to Young Man's?
Yes.
Wow. Don't read those either. Let's just wait till they read them out to us. 2AO Toys just released another video installation. It's really good. Yeah, these can be spicy here. Zoe, I've been keeping an eye on Judge Simpson. He's already had some spiciness, and he would put up with none of it. It was very, very short. We'll see what happens.
And then do you see in State's Exhibit 23, which should now be in front of you, and on page 7,984, where it says, Van said you need to keep asking Rick for the money. You see that?
Yes.
And is that, who is in the blue where it says trap baby, and then it says 678-215-7259?
That's Lindsay's phone number.
And is that an example in your large phone extraction of you and Lindsay kind of discussing after the armed robbery, like you and Lindsay getting proceeds from the sale of the stuff that's stolen?
Yes.
Or lifted? So at some point, can you tell the jurors, did you kind of stop talking to, or were you blocked on Instagram from Baby Slat and Rick Rare?
Objection, Your Honor, leading. There's been no testimony about any text correspondence between Baby Slat.
Well, I don't think I talked about, I said, was she blocked from communicating with Rick Rare or Baby Slat on Instagram?
Okay, I'll allow it.
I was not blocked by them.
Okay, was Lindsay?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Were either of them still talking to you?
No.
Okay, do you see on the screen where it says, it's on page 7987, let me zoom in, where the person you have stated in your phone as Trap Baby says, so Baby Slat and Rick are still talking to me, so that's good.
Yes.
Okay, and that was a message that was sent after, or was that a message that was sent after the armed robbery on November 8th?
Yes.
Now, at some point, can you tell the jurors, were you contacted by the Atlanta Police Department?
I was, yes.
Okay, and tell the jurors a little bit about how that all went about.
Well, the police came to my house at the time where I was living in Alpharetta, and to Lindsay's house. And Lindsay's mom called us and told us that we were wanted for questioning.
Okay, and after you find that out, do you and Lindsay do you talk about the fact that you're both wanted to be questioned by the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes.
Okay, and are you nervous?
Yes.
Okay. At this point, had you ever had any contact with police as it relates to being involved in any sort of criminal activity?
No.
Okay. And did you want to go talk to the police?
Yes.
You did?
Yes.
And why?
We were trying to figure out what was going on.
Okay. And why did you kind of want to figure out what was going on?
I wanted to clear up if I was in trouble or not.
Okay. Is it fair to say that, or did you want to know if they knew your involvement in the armed robbery?
Yes.
And did you ultimately go speak with detectives with the Atlanta Police Department, specifically Detective Maldonado?
Yes.
Okay. And did you speak to him at your house or somewhere else?
I spoke to him at the precinct.
Okay. Did you come downtown?
Yes.
Okay. And when you spoke to him, did he put you in an interview room?
Yes.
Okay. And was it just the two of you in that room kind of talking?
Yes.
And prior to speaking with Detective Maldonado, had you and Lindsay I guess, come up with a plan about what you were going to tell the detectives about your involvement and what happened that night?
Yes, we sort of said we just were going to try to distance ourselves from the situation.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, how are you going to distance yourself from a situation that you, for lack of better words, initiated? You spotted the people that should be armed wrong. How are you going to distance yourself from that?
Well, I tried to minimize my involvement.
When you say minimize, did you lie?
Yes.
Tell the jurors, what did you lie about specifically when you first met with Detective Maldonado in November of 2019?
Well, I said I didn't have any idea about them going to rob the party.
Did you explain to Detective Maldonado that you were just a guest at the party?
Yes.
Did you tell Detective Maldonado that, I guess, how you knew the two masked gunmen at that time?
Could you repeat the question?
Did you tell the detective that you knew Mr. Pritchett and Mr. Robinson that night?
No.
And did you tell him anything about the fact that you drove them over there?
No.
Did you tell Detective Maldonado anything about your involvement as it relates to the people at the house being robbed?
Not initially.
Okay. And when you say not initially, when did you tell Detective Maldonado, I guess, additional information about what happened on November 8th of 2019?
Well, after they brought me back in to be arrested.
Okay. And tell the jury about that. Where were you arrested? What was it like?
Well, I was arrested at the precinct and they left me in the interrogation room. They said I could leave initially, and then as I was leaving, they came with a warrant for my phone and a warrant for my arrest.
So after your first initial encounter, so you talked about you going to talk with Detective Maldonado that day in November, and the interview finished is what it sounds like, right?
Correct.
And you said you were allowed to leave, but as soon as you left, it was almost as if you were arrested, right?
Yes.
Okay. And did you willingly give your phone over to the detectives?
I did, yes.
Okay. And is that the phone that you had the night that the armed robbery happened at the Wiley Street Party House?
Yes.
Okay. And after you were arrested, shortly after your first interview, what did you tell the detective, if anything, upon speaking to him after your arrest?
Well, I sort of said the same thing. I still kind of was distancing myself at first. I said that I did drive there, but I did not admit to knowing about them robbing the party.
Okay. So is it fair to say that second opportunity that day to tell the truth to Detective Maldonado, you did? Did you use that separate opportunity, that second opportunity, to tell Detective Maldonado the full truth?
Yes.
Okay. So your testimony that you told Detective Maldonado all the ins and outs of y'all's plan and the fact that you were a part of the armed robbery that second time that you were spoken to that day that you were arrested?
No.
Okay. So where did you go after you were arrested and spoke to Detective Maldonado that second time? Did you go to jail?
Yes, I went to jail.
Okay. And how long were you in jail?
70 days.
Okay. And in those 70 days, did you hire an attorney?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see your attorney here in the courtroom?
I do, yes.
Okay. And after hiring your attorney, were you able to get a bond?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, once you got a bond, what does that mean? What happened?
Well, I got a bond, but I was placed on a 24-hour curfew house arrest.
Okay. And did you have other conditions of that bond?
Yes.
Okay. And were some of those conditions, or one of those conditions, to stay away from, have no contact with gang members, specifically YSL gang members?
Yes.
And did you violate that?
I did.
Tell the jurors how.
I got arrested last year in May for drug trafficking. I was with a gang member as well.
Okay. Who was that gang member?
Reginald Pierce.
And what gang is he a member of?
YSL.
That it's the same gang that you've described that Mr. Pritchett and Mr. Robinson are members of.
Correct.
Now, let me ask you this question. You got the opportunity to be out on bond. Why are you trafficking drugs with a gang member when you know you're not supposed to?
Well, I thought it was sort of fun at the time, and I now realize that that's not the case.
And I know these are tough questions. And when you say you thought it was fun, you talked about earlier, you went to high school, right?
Correct.
You were in college, right?
Correct.
You knew what you were doing was wrong, right?
Yes.
So don't lead too much.
Why, after getting arrested the first time for an armed robbery, getting out on bond, did you think it was fun to continue to traffic drugs with gang members?
Well, I just kind of enjoyed the money aspect. It was quick, fast money. I just kind of enjoyed the studio scene, stuff like that.
Was it something you were experiencing for the first time?
No.
Or was it something you'd experienced before starting to hang out with young bands and Rick Rare and Baby Slap?
No.
Was this new, I guess, were these new experiences?
Asked and answered.
I think you've covered it.
Since your arrest in May of last year, have you remained continuously in the jail?
Yes.
She's coming up on a year of residency.
Yeah, let me ask you this. After you left Young Man's apartment in Midtown, did you ever see him or Mr. Pritchett or Mr. Robinson again?
No.
And why not?
Well, Young Bands blocked me, and well, we were arrested shortly after, so that's why we did not see them.
Now, we talked a little bit about the fact that you, on previous occasions, you've spoken to Mr. Hiles. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And in those communications, can you tell the jurors, did you explain to Mr. Hiles what you told the jury here today?
I did, yes.
Okay. And how many times did you meet with Mr. Hiles?
About 4 times.
And each time was your attorney present?
Yes.
And each time that you met with Mr. Hiles, did you tell him the truth?
I did, yes.
And in those times, was it in preparation for your testimony here today before the jurors?
Yes.
Tell me this. Did Mr. Hiles tell you what to say?
He did not.
Did Mr. Hiles at all ever threaten you if he didn't say what he wanted to hear?
No.
At any time did Mr. Hiles make any promises to you if you spoke to him and continued to speak with him?
No.
So tell the jury why at this point did you decide to talk to Mr. Hiles and tell him the truth as it relates to what happened back in November of 2019?
Well, some innocent people were injured, and it's the right thing to do.
And can you tell the jurors, do you know what charges you face for this indictment or in this case?
Yes, I do.
Which ones are they? What are they?
Well, all of them: armed robbery, aggravated assault, home invasion, simple battery, gang violence.
And at any point in speaking with Mr. Hiles or anyone else, has any promises been made to you as to leniency as it relates to those charges if you testify like you have today?
No, I hope that I get some consideration, but no.
So at this point, are you under the belief, under the understanding that all the charges that you faced yesterday are the same charges you face today?
Correct.
And is it your understanding that as you sit before the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that there's no deal or no talks of any sort of deal as it relates to your charges and you testify?
That's correct.
Wow. No deal. No deal. And she's spilling it all. In a gang case. It's a bold
One
choice.
very brief question. And I'm going to pull it up. Do you remember after the armed robbery in November, you and Ms. Lindsay kind of talking about what happened and people getting injured?
Yes.
And do you remember you and Ms. Lindsay both saying that actions or the actions that were taken that night were sexy on behalf of the defendants, Mr. Pritchett, Mr. Robinson?
Yes.
Okay. And are those messages that you went over, you reviewed with Mr. Hiles in your extraction that we've seen here today?
Yes, I've seen them.
Tell me or tell the jury what's sexy about people getting injured and robbed.
It's not.
Why did you say it?
I'm not sure. At the time, I was thinking irrationally.
Ms. Riley, do you know what you did or your part in what happened on November 8th of 2019, that it was wrong?
Yes.
Do you regret doing it?
I very much so.
I don't have any further questions at this time. I can redirect.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bate. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our morning break. Appreciate your patience. We want to get through one part of it. When we return, we'll see if there's any cross-examination from Ms. Riley. During this break, which I'll try to keep to 10 minutes, so 11:13 on that clock, please don't discuss any of the testimony or anything about the case, no outside research. If you've got questions, they'll be posed to the witness after we get through all the cross-examination as well. So I'll see you in a little bit. Thank you.
There are our jurors, or a few of them anyway. Looks like the original attorney is back.
Remember which is which? So that was the first one you put.
All right, Mr. Bate, anything we need to discuss before we break?
Nothing, let's take it.
All right, Ms. Mignot, after the break, you'll be up with cross-examination. You ready to go with that?
Ready to go.
Anything we need to get on the record now?
No, that we queued both videos. Yes. For proper procedure.
Okay, got it. Okay, after you've asked questions, and we'll see what answers you get.
That's correct.
And will you let Mr. Abate know, and maybe you already have, or maybe let Mr. Hiles, let the state's team know where in there you're looking at, so they aren't reacting after things have been played, but they know what's coming.
Got it.
Great, if you could do that over the break. And Mr. Pritchett, anything we need to talk about before we take a break?
The only relocation has been my ability to properly cross-examine the witnesses was highly impaired because of this lack of disclosure throughout my process of seeing the discovery.
Okay, noted. We're going to take a break. During the break, if you don't mind, Deputy Gordon, I got a bunch more note cards right on the corner there to just restock those 3 piles. All right, and Ms. Riley, we'll get you back out here right after the break.
All right.
Thank you. I'll mute the microphone.
Okay, so now we're going to skip ahead because we're still 3 hours behind. We're trying to catch up here. Little break, little break. Looks like it's coming in right here. Not yet. Defendants are still not out. We're going to skip to where the defendants are out.
He's bringing the rest of the guys out? Great.
Yep, good. Here they go. Got something in the mail today.
Thank you.
I got a Samsung solid state drive, 2 terabyte drive. One of the pieces to the replay machine. Just waiting for the cloud dock, the replay keyboard, and the firmware update. It's a 2 terabyte drive. They're 160, I think. It's an extremely high-speed drive. It's an SSD. Faith, in this courtroom, the judge acknowledges that this is a public courtroom and anyone can walk in and see the jury, and he's fine with them being seen.
All right, Ms. Rivers, let's get back on the record, please. In State versus Pritchett and Robinson, we have both our defendants here. Ms. Riley is back on the stand. Mr. Bate, anything from the state before we bring the jurors back in? All right, Ms. Mignot, you ready to go?
I'm ready to go, Your Honor, but I just need to find out from the court. We are plugged up to HDMI. Is there a remote if we have to get there just for efficiency that we would use to?
I don't know. Mr. Hiles might know. He's more of the master of plugging stuff in.
I will show you this right now. So it is, here's the toggle button right here. Press this button. And then when you press that, you just slide over to the left, go to HDMI 1, and it'll show whatever is hooked up to the.
This guy's revealing the secrets of the remote.
But
one thing of note, I would not, you do not simultaneously have the Zoom and that TV going at the same time. It will create an even weirder interplay in that.
That'll be fun. The dilemma we're going to have is if you're running something through there, it'll be a little tricky for Ms. Riley to see it. She can peek around, but the more we run it through Zoom, the better because of where she's seated.
So you can run it. I should rephrase that. You can do not be sharing your screen on Zoom when you're hooked up to the television.
Right.
So that makes sense. Yeah.
So she's gonna be my director, Your Honor. She's gonna cue music, and if necessary, I'm still gonna go through the legal procedures.
Yeah.
So what I'll have her do is try to do Zoom first, and then if that's getting too delayed, then we'll stop. And it'll be an easy fix because we're already queued up.
Great. Yeah, let's start with Zoom. And right, if that's funky, not going well, or you can't start and stop in the way you want, which is highly likely, then we'll flip it over to HDMI. All right. And Mr. Pritchett, anything before we bring the jury in, other than the usual?
Yeah, but the usual is like very intense on me right now.
Okay.
Because like I said, I'm just not nowhere prepared to properly exercise the right cross-examination, being that I had, like I said, 5% maybe the discovery.
Okay. Others might say you are uniquely qualified to conduct a cross-examination of this witness. So you've made your record and we're going to see how it plays out. All right, let's bring the jurors in, please.
The judge is saying you were there. You can ask questions nobody else knows. Oh my goodness, a little zing there from the judge. The defense attorneys, I believe the one in red, I think she said that her son, if I get this, tell me if I got this wrong. Her son is very susceptible to illnesses. It's not a political statement to wear a mask. So they're doing that to protect her from getting exposed to illnesses. I don't know why the accused is wearing that. What is a zing bot? Zing. Yeah, they should be shuffled in their order. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and probably some in back. What's that guy drinking? Is it vitamin water? We'll never know.
Great, thank you. Please be seated, everyone. Welcome back. We have Ms. Riley still on the stand, and I'm now going to see if there's any cross-examination. And I'll start with you, Ms. Mignot. Any cross-examination of Ms. Riley?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's do it.
Good morning, Ms. Riley.
Good morning.
My name is Marcia Mignot, and I represent Mr. Tyrone Robinson sitting here next to me at council table. I'm going to go directly to the questions you just answered. I'm going to be asking you some responsive questions. You just testified on direct examination that you knew my client, Tyrone Robinson, and you knew him as Baby Slat. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
Isn't it true that on November 16th of 2019, when you were interviewed by Detective Maldonado, you stated that you did not know Mr. Robinson?
That's correct.
And in fact, you also stated you didn't even know what his name was, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You also stated that you did not know any of the people in the party other than Chris Riggs. You remember stating that to Detective Maldonado?
Correct.
And now today you have testified that you knew Mr. Hooper. Correct?
Correct.
So you were lying when you stated that you only knew Chris Riggs.
Yes.
As it pertains to the party, you told Detective Maldonado that both you and Lindsay went to your friend's house, Sandy, the evening before November the 8th of 2019, correct?
That may be correct. I don't remember that.
You don't remember telling Detective Maldonado that you went to Sandy's house, and then after leaving Sandy's house, you decided to go to Young Band's house?
I lied a lot of that interview, so I would not deem that credible.
I lied a lot in that interview.
You lied throughout the entire interview? Is that your testimony?
Initially.
You advised detective that Chris is a drug dealer. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
And you stated that there was lots of drugs and alcohol in the property, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you arrived, you testified that you went upstairs, and when you were upstairs, I think you used the word lick or lift?
Lift.
Okay, you lifted wax marijuana.
Correct.
And that you hid the wax marijuana in Lindsay's jacket because you had taken Lindsay's jacket.
Correct.
Now, we don't see anything on what was played this morning where you were taking Lindsay's jacket, correct?
Well, in the video of me running away from the house, I had on her jacket.
Okay. But prior to you going into the house, you did not have on the jacket.
Correct.
Now, when you went upstairs, Rebecca went upstairs with you, right?
Who's Rebecca?
Okay. Was there anybody else at the party, another female at the party other than you and Lindsay?
Yes.
Do you know what that female's name is?
I do not.
Did any female go upstairs with you?
I don't recall.
Okay. When you went upstairs to get the drugs, who was upstairs with you?
Initially, it was Chris, and then I was by myself.
When you said Chris, there were a couple Chris's. Which Chris?
Oh, sorry, Riggs.
So did you go upstairs with Chris Riggs, or you went upstairs by yourself?
I went upstairs and Chris was upstairs, and then I stayed up there by myself.
So when you went upstairs, Chris was already up there?
Yes.
And when you got upstairs, Chris came back downstairs and left you upstairs?
Correct.
And you were the only person upstairs at the time with the drugs?
Correct.
You told Detective Maldonado that you saw a girl snorting stuff at the party. Do you remember saying that?
I do, yes.
Was that girl Lindsay snorting stuff?
No.
And there were only 3 girls there, right?
Including myself?
Including yourself.
Correct.
Detective Maldonado asked you why you didn't call the police after the incident. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you advised him that if you were a drug dealer, you wouldn't want the police called on you. You remember saying that?
Yes.
And you didn't call the police because you were concerned that Chris Riggs and the other individuals there would have been arrested for having illegal drugs on the property, right?
I don't remember saying that.
You don't remember saying that you wouldn't call the police if you were a drug dealer?
No, I don't remember saying that.
Your Honor, I am at that place where
She doesn't recall saying it. So tell me what you think the next step is.
I do have a recollection I can refresh.
And you can do that without the jury seeing and hearing it?
Not because of the format it's in.
All right, Mr. Abate, how would you like to proceed?
I have headphones if she'd like to put them in her computer.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to excuse the jury for each time we're refreshing her recollection. So I don't know what we could try headphones if you've got a laptop or what.
I can get another laptop here.
Okay, we have a bunch of laptops. So we already lent one to the accused.
We could lend one to her.
Okay.
Everybody gets a computer.
Correct.
The attorney's like, oh, fine. You can have my laptop.
I want to be clear, we're refreshing her recollection as to.
Yeah, ask your question again, please, about, she did say I don't recall. I just didn't, I'm not remembering what it is she doesn't recall, because I also want to make sure it's material.
If I was a drug dealer, I do not want the police called. She said that. So I'm asking her, isn't it true you said that? And her response was, I don't recall. So I'm about to refresh her.
Is it possible you said that to Detective Maldonado?
It's possible. I just didn't recall.
Okay.
He can play it.
Just play it out loud? Okay, if you want to play that one out loud.
Roll tape. Hopefully you paid attention during the remote control class, so you know how to turn on the Zoom feed.
But also, she was out of the house and I was outside the house. We didn't know that they were going to call the police. Because they had drugs alcohol everywhere. Like, we didn't know that was supposed to happen.
Well, I mean, you called, you said.
I mean, if I was a drug dealer and I had drugs alcohol, I don't know if I would call it. I also.
Miss.
Stop.
So we'll what we just heard is a mischaracterization of what the question was. It wasn't, she was explaining why they didn't call the police, not why she didn't call the police. But I'll withdraw my objection.
Okay, all right. Well, let's make sure if you're asking her to recall what she said, was it in response to a question? Who is it who wouldn't call? Because I don't know that we should have received that context, but getting that context was actually helpful to see why those words came out of her mouth. The jury's heard them, and we'll move forward.
Now, you testified on direct examination this morning that you gave your phone to the police.
Correct.
Isn't it true that you gave your phone to the police after you were provided a subpoena for the phone?
Well, I went to the interview and they asked me what kind of phone I had. And no, that was not, well, they asked for my phone. They gave me a subpoena and I handed my phone, but I was still questioned after that.
Right. But my question to you is, you turned over the phone to law enforcement after law enforcement gave you the subpoena and said, give us the phone.
Correct.
Now, you advised Officer Maldonado that you did not know who the second male was that was with both you and Lindsay, and someone you referred to as Rick. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
And you also were in the room with Investigator Maldonado when he showed you the cell phone and asked you, was this the person? He pulled up his cell phone and showed you and said, is this the person we're talking about?
Okay, yes.
Now let's talk about how many times you have been to the Mayfair property that is depicted in the photograph you identified this morning. How many times prior to November the 8th had you been to the Mayfair condominium?
No times.
So this was your first time at Young Band's home?
Correct.
But you had known Young Band's prior to that day, approximately a year?
Correct.
And when you met Young Bands the year before, you had never met my client, Mr. Robinson, correct?
Correct.
In fact, your statements to Detective Maldonado was you had no idea who my client was, even the night of November the 8th, 2019. Correct?
Correct.
Now, you originally stated that the phone that was left in your car
Thank you, Kathy.
was your phone, correct?
It was Lindsay's phone.
Okay. But when you were first speaking with investigators, Maldonado to be specific, you advised him that you had gone to your phone, to your car, because your phone battery was dead.
Yes, I did say that.
Okay. And you didn't tell him at that time that the phone that was in the car was Lindsay's phone, right?
Correct.
But today you're telling us that the phone's now switched and it's no longer your phone that was in the car because the battery was dead, but Lindsay's phone was in the car.
Correct.
Now, you had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Hiles, the prosecutor in this case, about the circumstances after you were arrested, correct?
Correct.
And after you were arrested, Mr. Hiles asked you about Baby Slat and his participation in the November 8th, 2019 incident, right?
Correct.
And you then changed your story, correct?
Yes.
Now, you testified that you got Snapchat notifications from Chris Riggs to Lindsay's phone that notified you all of the November 8th, 2019 party. You remember that testimony?
Yes.
And that Snapchat goes out to more than one person, correct?
No, it was a direct message to Lindsay.
Okay. So you don't know how many people other than Lindsay was invited to the party.
Correct.
And the pictures you looked at showed money and drugs, correct?
Yes.
And based on your testimony that you are familiar prior to this incident with gang activity or gangs, you know that if you post some type of Snapchat like that to someone who is in a gang or someone who wants to commit a robbery, they can come to your party and rob you, right?
Could you rephrase that question?
So if you don't know who it's posted to, and based on your knowledge of gang, you said you were part of the gang, right?
Okay.
You testified to that this morning, that you're part of the gang?
Okay.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And based on your knowledge, if you post money and drugs to a gang member, they might decide to come and rob you, right?
I'm gonna object this calls for speculation.
How is that not speculation?
Yeah, I'm asking her based on her knowledge and experience of how gangs operate, since she said she's a member of the gang.
So as I understand it, she got involved with whatever she got involved with on or around the 7th. And so you're asking her, as a gang expert on the 8th, isn't this what would happen? So I'm thinking that it would call for speculation as to what she thought then, maybe what she would think now. She's testified about what her life has been like since November 8th, 2019, but on November 8th, I don't believe the record establishes that on November 8th or November 7th, 2019, she would be in a position to do anything other than speculate to the answer of your question. I may have misunderstood your question, but I thought you were wanting her to comment on, at the time that Snapchat thing went out, wouldn't you be thinking about X and Y and Z because you're in a gang? And I think that question calls for speculation. If I misunderstood your question, then just ask it in a slightly different way. And it may be that it doesn't.
My question came from, Your Honor, and the record may have something different. Her direct examination where counsel asked her, was that her first time? And she had said no.
Her first time going to, I can't remember what, they're not called parties. They're called kickings. Kick events? Kickbacks. It wasn't your first kickback?
No.
Okay.
Okay. And I believe the question was also
To a
first
kicking.
experience with gang.
Why don't you explore that? I don't think that, I don't think there's a foundation for her to answer the question the way you asked it. You may be able to lay it.
Then I'll go. Prior to November 7th, you had hung out with gang members before, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, you had met several of them almost a year before the November 8th, 2019 incident.
Correct.
You've hung out at parties with them. You've seen how they operate in the community, right?
Yes.
In fact, I believe some of your testimony was you thought that lifestyle was fun, right?
Correct.
All right. So you would have knowledge based on your experience prior to November 8th with gangs of how you have seen them operate.
Correct.
So let me ask my question again. If someone is posting, like Chris Riggs did in a Snapchat to someone who is a gang member, that they have money and drugs, that could be a target for a gang member to rob them, right?
It's speculation, and Snapchat disappears. You can't post.
That's a speaking objection, Your Honor. And
we all seem to engage in that, but I'm going to allow her to answer the question if you understand it.
I really don't understand the question.
I'll move on.
I really don't understand the question.
Today, you told this jury that it was Tyrone Robinson and Max Pritchett that was supposed to go to the party with us. You remember that testimony?
They did go to the party with us.
Okay. You said Tyrone Robinson and Max Pritchett, right?
Yes.
Isn't it true that on November the 16th, 2019, when you spoke to Detective Maldonado, you told him you had no idea who the second person who you're now alleging to be Tyrone Robinson was?
I was lying during that interview.
Oh, so you did know the name during that interview?
I didn't know his name, but I know who he is.
Okay. So as it pertains to your testimony that Tyrone Robinson, you didn't know that name on November 8th, 2019, right?
I didn't know either's full name.
Okay. And you didn't know the name Max Pritchett either? Is that your testimony?
Correct.
Now, you figured out those names after your interaction with law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
And I believe your testimony was this entire incident, robbery, fiasco, harm to individuals on November the 8th, 2019 was your idea.
Correct.
Isn't it true that that's why Young Bands blocked you from messaging him after he found out you were engaged in this type of conduct?
No, that is not why he blocked me.
But he did block you.
He did.
You all were even worried that all of Young Band's friends would also not want to have anything to do with you all.
It was about receiving money. It was not about worrying whether or not they were going to talk to us.
You had correspondence with Lindsay in the exhibits that came in this morning that said, thank goodness Rick and Slat did not block me. Did you see that this morning that counsel showed to you?
I did.
And isn't it true that you all were concerned, meaning you and Lindsay were concerned that you would not be able to engage in what you considered the lifestyle you're interested in if the friends of Young Bands was also upset with you?
It wasn't an upset thing. Like I said, it was just a money concern.
Okay, so you were bothering them for money.
They robbed the party, and the drugs from the party we were supposed to get proceeds from. So that was the concern.
Okay, so you were asking them for money.
Yes.
And them specifically being Young Bands.
Yes.
And when you asked Young Bands for money, he bought you.
Correct.
Now, Young Bands is not my client, correct?
Correct.
You testified this morning that part of the plan for the November 8th robbery was to have guns. You remember that testimony?
Correct.
You never said that prior to today's testimony, correct?
I have in my interviews.
Okay. And you've said it after you were in custody, correct?
Correct.
And during your interview on November the 16th of 2019 with Detective Maldonado, you never said anything about guns, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, both you and Lindsay specifically said, oh, we did not see any guns with the two people that was in the car with us.
How's she going to know what Lindsay said?
Did you have conversations with Lindsay?
Objection, hearsay.
Your Honor, Lindsay is going to be called as a witness in this case.
Okay, so we'll ask Lindsay when she's here.
Okay. Let me change my question for you. In terms of your communication with Detective Maldonado, guns were never mentioned that you had knowledge of.
Correct.
And in fact, the information you provided to Detective Maldonado was that Mr. Robinson was not part of the plan, correct?
I didn't say that.
You never said that?
I don't recall.
Did you ever say Mr. Robinson was part of the original plan to rob your friends at the or Chris Riggs at the November 8th party?
Could you repeat the question?
Did you ever say that Mr. Robinson was part of the conspiracy, plan, arrangement to commit the robbery on November the 8th of 2019?
Say to whom?
Say to Detective Maldonado.
Not initially.
And the first time you said that was after you were in trouble, right?
Correct.
And in custody, right?
Correct.
Because you're trying to save yourself.
Yes.
Now, you testified this morning that you did not see when any males entered the Airbnb on November 8th. You remember that testimony?
Correct.
So isn't it true that you don't know who those two men were that went into that house?
I do, because they came back into my car.
Okay. And as it pertains to your role, you don't know what happened inside the house because you told Detective Maldonado you had already gone to your car, right?
Yes.
You testified this morning that you know that the phones and wallets were taken from the individuals inside the party. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. You made that statement, although you also testified that you were not aware that anyone was injured.
I was not at the time.
And in fact, when you were told about the phones and the wallets, you would have also been told that I hit somebody in the head, right?
I believe that's up to whoever said it. That doesn't mean that they just said that they hit somebody.
Okay.
There was phones and wallets.
So you didn't hear anything about anybody saying they hit anybody?
No.
Isn't it true the only reason you're telling this jury that you didn't see anybody get injured or you didn't know anybody get injured is to once again save yourself?
No, I didn't see anybody get injured.
And you didn't see anybody's phone or wallets get taken either, did you?
I did not.
You don't have any text messages on November 8th, 2019 to my client, Mr. Robinson, correct?
Correct.
You don't have any text messages to my client, Mr. Robinson, on November 9th, 2019, correct?
Correct.
Now, counsel showed you states Exhibit 23B, and you were looking at text messages dated April the 12th of 2019 this morning. Did you recall seeing those?
April the 12th?
Correct.
Okay, correct.
That was way before the date of the incident, right?
Correct.
You stated that you were lying throughout your entire interview with Detective Maldonado. You remember that statement?
Yes.
So how will this jury know when you're not lying?
I'm being truthful now. I'm not sure how to answer that question.
That's a good question.
They don't know.
Correct. Correct.
Opposing counsel asked you a question this morning. You were offered and received that there were no deals, no talks of deals for you to receive, correct?
Correct.
And you also told this jury that you're facing the exact same charges as these two individuals sitting here today, correct?
Yes.
Isn't it true that you received immunity in this case?
No.
Whoa.
Madam First Witness.
You may. You and Mr. Abate have the ability to do that.
Prosecutor's sudden shift in position.
I'm showing you what's been marked for
Answers that way.
identification purposes. Defendants Exhibit 16.
Do you have an exhibit list?
I've heard.
I don't need the exhibit. I just need an exhibit list. Sounds like we'll get one. You keep going, but let's just make sure, because 16 tells me there's 1 through 15. It's just be helpful to have a list so I can keep track.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. But Defendant Robinson 16 is presently in front of Ms. Riley.
Your Honor, defendants 16 is a certified.
Shouldn't tell me what it is. It's not in evidence yet. I'm just making sure we call it Defendant Robinson 16. We've got 2 defendants here. So this is Defendant Robinson 16. Before you go any further, Mr. Abate.
I'm going to object as it relates to the foundation that's established for this exhibit. As it relates to immunity, she said no. I understand she's attempting to impeach her, but I don't have a speaking objection. But.
No, well, right now, it's just in front of this witness. We shouldn't talk about his contents, but Ms. Mignot can ask this witness, do you recognize this? Does this, so we're not at a point yet to say it's coming in or its contents can be shared. It's Ms. Mignot is making a clear record that the thing known to the lawyers as Defendant Robinson's Exhibit 16 is now in front of Ms. Riley.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I proceed?
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Riley, are you complete with reviewing Defendants Robinson's 16? And if you need more time to look over it, just let me know.
Yes.
You need more time to look over it?
No, I don't.
Do you recognize it?
I do not recognize this.
Is it a document regarding you?
Well, she doesn't recognize it, so we're done with that inquiry with this witness.
Okay, so Your Honor, we may need to approach. This is a document that is
Okay, and in what way is it self-authenticating?
It's certified court records.
Okay.
And under the rules of evidence.
But she doesn't recognize it, so what's your next question going to be? She says, I don't know what this is.
Okay.
We can make it part of the record. I'm fine to say Defendant Robinson 15 is admitted to the record. Whether the jury sees it or not, TBD, but let's 100% make it part of the record. It's in. This witness has just said, I don't recognize this. So what's your next question about that without getting into its contents?
Okay. You received immunity in this case, didn't you, Ms. Riley?
I was not aware of this.
Are you aware now after reviewing the document?
Yes.
Okay. You received immunity, correct?
Yes.
And you received immunity regarding every conduct that you had in this case.
Whoa.
Objection, that's mischaracterization.
You can be careful here because that's not how immunity works. It relates to testimony and testimony only, and that's not how you just phrased it.
I can rephrase it, Judge.
Let's be careful about how we do this and keep it at the layperson level, not the lawyer level, but also make it accurate because it doesn't have to do with conduct other than the conduct of testimony.
You received immunity regarding your testimony against my client in this case, correct?
Correct.
And you received immunity to provide the testimony that you are providing today. Correct?
Yes.
So when you testified this morning that you're only testifying because you regret doing what you did and because people got hurt, there was another motive as to why you testified today, right?
No.
You're going to be saved by immunity regarding your testimony.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to interrupt you. I need to tell you how immunity works, and you'll get an instruction on this in the jury charge. Immunity is simply what you say under oath can't be used against you later. That's all it means. It doesn't mean you won't be prosecuted for what you've been charged with. It does mean that what you say under oath cannot be used against you in that prosecution. Full stop. Continue your questioning.
May I have a moment here?
Sure.
Wow. The judge didn't like the spin the defense was putting on that. They wanted to make it seem like no harm could come to her as long as she talked, and that was not the deal. It's remarkable that the witness did not know that she had immunity, and she was just hoping on the kindness of the state's heart that they would be kind to her if she cooperated.
Ms. Riley, when you spoke with Detective Maldonado, you asked him, what can I do to get out of this, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. And part of what you can do to get out of this is testify in this case, correct?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Mignot. I'm going to turn now to the accused. Sir, do you have questions for Ms. Riley?
I do.
Okay, if you come.
I do need a minute to fully, I guess, finish what I can. Because like I said, this is my first time seeing what I've been seeing, you know, something.
Okay, so if you have questions, now is the time to ask them. You can bring your papers up to the podium, but now isn't the time to tell me about what you don't have because you've chosen to represent yourself on the eve of trial. If you would like to ask questions of Ms. Riley, this is your opportunity to do so. And if you're going to, I'd ask you to come to the podium with whatever materials you want to bring with you.
I'm trying to ask, can I get a minute to finish gathering?
Sure, I'll give you 2.
Just 2 minutes.
You asked for 1, I gave you double what you asked for.
Can I ask again? Can I please get 10 to 15 minutes?
That's not how this works. I'll give you a couple minutes if you want, but I need you to go to the podium and ask whatever questions you think are legally proper questions for Ms. Riley.
This judge has been to handling pro se 101 courses, and he aced them. So we have a couple minutes. I'm not going to skip the awkward silence. The bailiff is getting closer. Here's what happens. If he's going to be standing there, if he goes to the podium, I'm pretty sure the bailiff's going to move into like a central position behind him. Because there's obviously some tension between the witness and the defendant, and you don't want to leave an opportunity for an altercation to occur. We've seen how quickly a defendant can jump over the table towards a judge. The witness has very little protection as well. So let's see if the bailiff steps up his guarding here in just a minute. Judge Juror could have learned from Judge McBurney. He's doing a good job. What's going to be funny? What's going to be funny, and this is dangerous for a pro se, is sometimes their knowledge of the case, if they were involved, leads them to ask questions that only they would have knowledge of. Basically, they tell on themselves in the questions they ask the witness. And I'm wondering if that might happen, which would be hilarious. It would be hilarious. A lawyer obviously would not do that, but that's a risk that we have here. Why doesn't he have a mic? I don't know. They just don't expect him to make any objections, I guess. They incriminate themselves. Yeah, and the extent they go to try to separate themselves from the activity which they're alleged to have committed is hilarious to watch as well. It's like mental gymnastics, formulating a question, and it gets very confusing because they'll start speaking of, in third person or fourth person or I don't know, seventh person.
Was 16 admitted?
16 is the letter?
It's certified. 16.
Yes, no, it is admitted as part of the record. So you'll want to get, I guess it's with, so it can stay right there. But when we're done with Ms. Riley, we'll make sure as defendant Robinson 16, it's made part of the record. You bet. And I got a copy of the exhibit list. I'll print that out during the break. So we're good to go. All right, sir, I'm going to ask you to come to the podium now. You've had several minutes to further prepare your line of questioning for Ms. Riley. So if you would like to pursue that line of questioning, if you would gather up your papers and come to the podium.
Untucked shirt. It's a good look. It's a good look.
This is not Burger King. People do not get to have it their way.
Who did that? See, Ginny, I saw that. I'm watching this and watching Judge Cedric Sims in the background to see what's happening. He's already had a spicy one today, which we'll watch at a later point. But I'm looking to see if that 3 o'clock one rolls around. The yellow shirt, pro se guy.
I appreciate your time.
You're welcome.
Please, I just ask everybody to bear with me if I tend to stop while I talk and, gather my thoughts.
Okay. Well, whenever you're ready to start with the first question.
Did he not watch the whole Darrell Brooks trial? I realize he learned from the first part, but did he not watch how it ended?
You testified earlier that first one, let me go back. You recall your interview with Detective Maldonado. You recall that interview?
Yes.
And it's safe to say we can break that interview into 2 parts. One part where you said you lied, and the second part where you testified today that you took that opportunity to tell the truth. We can break that interview down into 2 parts, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you recall on the first part, again, just to clarify again, that's where she testified that she lied. On the first part of the interview, can you recall telling the detective that it was just you and Lindsay in the car going to the party?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall, now I'm going to jump, if I'm jumping around, please bear with me. Like I said, the interview is 2 parts, but can you recall in the second part of the interview, stating to the detective, after he asked you why you were driving with no lights on, that you said there was no explanation for why you were driving with no lights because there was nobody else in the vehicle?
Correct.
Okay. And again, that was on the second part of the interview where you testified today that you were telling the truth.
I was not telling the truth during that interview.
Okay. You testified earlier, though, that you took that second opportunity to tell the truth, though, correct?
Correct.
Before you go any further, I'm a little confused. How many interviews, like separate sit-downs, did you have with Detective Maldonado?
So I had one initial interview when he subpoenaed my phone. And then after he let me leave, he called me back in with, I believe there was a sergeant present, and then conducted another interview with the sergeant present.
Same day, several days later?
Same day.
Same day.
Yes.
So you met with Detective Maldonado twice on the same day?
Correct.
Okay. And when you were responding to the accused's question about really divide the interviews into 2, not telling the truth, telling the truth, is there also that divide by time? In other words, the first time you sat down with him, not truthful, the second time you sat down with him on the same day, truthful, or that's not the divide you would draw?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Sorry, Mr. Pritchett.
And do you recall on the second part of the interview do you recall you stating to the detective that the males followed you from the previous location you were at before the party?
I don't recall saying that.
And do you recall again in the second part of the interview telling the detective that you did not know or see that the males had any guns?
Correct.
Okay. Again, on the second interview where you testified, you took the opportunity to tell the truth. Do you remember telling the detective, it's quoted verbatim, that you genuinely could not say who the males were?
I recall.
And also in that same second truthful interview, do you remember a second time where once asked by, I believe his specific name was Nap, he asked if you knew the names of the males And do you recall you stating that you did not know their names or Instagram?
Correct.
Didn't know their Instas? Now that's hard to believe.
Do you also recall, this is at the end of that interview, that second truthful interview, do you recall telling the detective that you were at a teammate Sandy's house prior to the party and stated the incident was planned after leaving her house?
I don't recall that.
Again, focusing on the truthful interview, the second part. Do you recall in that interview telling the detective that you had not had a conversation with the males before that day, nor after?
What was the question?
Do you recall telling the detective that you had not had a conversation with neither of the males before that day, nor after that day of the incident?
I don't remember saying that.
Did you have any contact with any of those males before that day or after that incident day?
After what incident day?
The incident that has allegedly happened on 1040 Wiley Street. Did you have any contact with those males before that day or after that day? Any conversations, I would say, actually?
No.
Okay. You're currently incarcerated right now, correct?
Correct.
How long have you been incarcerated?
11 months.
Little shade here. How do you like the food?
Were you incarcerated from the start with these new charges, or were you ever granted a bond?
I was granted bond.
Okay. Do you remember your bond hearing?
I do.
And do you remember stating and telling the court that you were granted immunity from prosecution on this case regarding 1040 Wiley Street? And that was the reason why you actually got that bond?
During the bond hearing? I don't. That's not correct.
Okay. I would just like to, I guess, possibly refresh her memory, or
if there's something you think if she looked at would help her. This is in response to the question you just asked about discussing immunity at the bond hearing?
Yes.
Okay. There's something you could hand to the deputy. He can get that to Ms. Riley. Just indicate to the deputy what part of that document you'd like Ms. Riley to read. And share it with deputy. If you'll share it with Mr. Abate on your way out there. No, you're good, Mr. Pritchett. But which part? That looks like 2 pages. Which part in particular?
Yeah, the deputy will hand that to the witness. Don't get the defendant and the witness that close together.
All right.
So not your witness?
Yeah.
Right. I mean, he could hand her a piece of paper that says hello on it, and that may refresh her recollection. So if Debbie, you could indicate the area that Mr. Pritchett indicated as the area of interest for Ms. Riley to read. Oh, it's circled. Yeah. All right. Read the circled area. Just read that to yourself, Ms. Riley. And then when you're done reading, look back up at the person asking you questions, please.
Okay, so what was the question?
Was there anything spoken about immunity in your bond hearing?
So your question before was, did Ms. Riley say something about immunity? You're welcome to change your question, but that's not what you asked before.
Well, my question specifically before, I was just trying to, help you out, give you a better understanding. My question specifically before was pertaining to the statement on that certified document, which is a motion.
So don't talk about what the document is. That's not in evidence, but it's something that we've let Ms. Riley look at because you were looking at it.
It says that.
Don't talk about what that says either. Do you want Ms. Riley to answer your first question, which is, did Ms. Riley say things about immunity at her bond hearing? Or your second question, which is, were things said about immunity at your bond hearing? 2 different things. I just want to know which one it is.
Can we get an answer to both?
Sure. Which one do you want to start with?
The first one.
All right. So ask that again.
Ms. Riley, again, did you ever claim in that bond hearing to anybody, the court or public official, that you were granted immunity from the prosecution from this case?
So are you referring to in 2019 or this is 2023?
Well, you were granted bond. In what year were you granted bond?
I was granted bond twice, once in 2019, and this is from 2023.
Okay, yes. So that's referring to 2023, but it's stating, well, no.
So don't go to what it states, but I'm now a little confused. So whatever you've been looking at relates to things that may or may not have happened at your more recent bond hearing as a result of the arrest you told the jury about, where you were in a car and drugs. Correct. Not this case, a different case.
Yes.
Okay. So are you asking about that second bond hearing for the new set of charges, or are you asking about the original bond hearing where we know she got bond, she talked about it, she was on house arrest, et cetera?
For the new charges.
Okay.
Because the understanding that I'm having is that at that bond.
Right, okay, we don't need to share your understanding with anyone. So I'm gonna intercede here. At the bond hearing you had last year concerning your new charges, did you say anything to the court about, that wasn't me, about you and immunity?
Yeah, there was some miscommunication between, I had a public defender at that time, and I had discussed some things with him, but he said immunity. It was just a miscommunication.
So your lawyer at the time, who's not the lawyer here in court, but was temporarily your lawyer for purposes of that bond hearing, made some representation to a judge, not me, about you and immunity.
Correct.
Okay.
So you told your public defender at the time that you had immunity?
No, there was miscommunication between us.
So you gotta be careful. I'm gonna let you follow this up, but what a client says to her lawyer is privileged. And I'm not finding right now that Ms. Riley has waived any privilege. So I'm just cautioning you. I may stop one of your questions if it's, hey, tell me what you were talking to your lawyer about. That's not a space that we get to explore. Okay.
Would you mind explaining the miscommunication, or would you rather just not speak on that communication?
Hold on. Okay, tell me the relevance. Assume for a moment that the lawyer who temporarily represented Ms. Riley said to the magistrate judge who was hearing this bond hearing last year, assume that lawyer said, oh, Ms. Riley has immunity. What's the relevance to her testimony and this trial?
Because she stated that she did not have immunity, or she wasn't promised anything. And so I was just trying to clarify, if at one point, did she have immunity or believe she had immunity?
Okay, but ask that then. Ask Ms. Riley her understanding of when she had immunity for what. That's already been explored, and you're welcome to explore it as well. I just need you to stay away from what she and her lawyer at that time may have been discussing.
Were you ever promised immunity from prosecution in this case?
I'm a little bit confused here because this is showing immunity, but this is saying I'm falsely claiming immunity.
So we're less about the document that that the person asking you questions just shared with you. And we've waded into an area that in some ways isn't fair you have to talk about because you're not a lawyer. But why don't you share with the jury what your understanding the state has promised you, if anything, about whether you'd be prosecuted for what you allegedly did, and whether you could be prosecuted for what you say in court under oath. Two different things.
So to my understanding, I am allowed to testify without it being used against me. That's all that I'm aware of. As far as everything else, charges and stuff, I still face the same consequence.
Okay. How long have you known Young Man?
Well, I knew him for about a year before 2019.
And how did you meet him?
Through Instagram.
How would you describe you and his relationship?
Oh.
Friends.
Okay. Friends, just friends, or friends with benefits?
Friends with benefits.
Okay, he went there.
So you've previously, in your interaction with young bands, had sexual encounters with him?
Yes.
Has he ever promised you or gifted you anything after these sexual encounters?
No.
how did you find out the people at the party that were said to be injured? How did you find out that these injuries occurred? Did you see them?
No, I didn't see them. The police showed me a photo of one of the men and told me what happened to him.
Did you see any of the males enter the house?
No.
You stated in, I believe it was the second part, yes, the second part of your interview with Detective. You stated that when you arrived, you saw about 3 or 4 people walking on that same or near street. Is that, do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. You stated earlier that you believed the defendant, or no, you believed the person you know as Rick to be part of a gang.
Correct.
What evidence do you have to prove that you know Rick is a part of YSL?
Just Instagram photos and gang signs, stuff like that.
Can you describe the Instagram photos you're talking about?
There's one of a green slime flag, as well as the slime gang sign thrown up, as well as emojis representing slime that says slime love all the time, which is slat, which is a slime lingo thing. So all that.
Okay. That's actually good.
At this moment, I have no further questions.
All right. Mr. Abate, do you have any redirect for Ms. Riley?
Can I get that document back?
Yes, thank you. We'll get Deputy, if you'll grab the unstapled document and get that to Mr. Pritchett. Thank you.
Very couple of questions, okay? Can you tell the jurors how did you meet the person you knew as Rick Ray?
I met him at a small gathering about a year before the robbery incident.
And is Rick Ray the person that was just in front of you asking questions?
Yes.
Okay. And did you meet him through your relationship with Young Man?
Correct.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors what was the common link, or was Young Man's how you met the person you know as Baby Slat?
Correct.
Okay. And is the person that you have identified as Baby Slat, is that the person sitting over there that you identified as Tyrone Robinson?
Yes.
Okay. And are those the males that were in your Mercedes from the backseat on November 8th of 2019 when you drove to the Wiley Street party house?
Yes.
And when you told Detective Maldonado on November 16th that you didn't know the males in the car, was that a lie?
Yes.
And is that because, like you said, you were trying to minimize your role in what happened that night?
Yes.
And Mr. Powell is going to put States Exhibit 23 back on the screen. I just want to direct your attention just to 2 things. You see your message where it says me, and you ask Rick and Baby Slat where the money is. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And who are you sending that to?
Lindsay.
If you read to the jurors where it says delivered, what date was that delivered to or delivered on?
November 10th, 2019.
So your knowledge of the names Baby Slat and was your knowledge, which you can see on the screen before you, of the nicknames Rick and Baby Slat before you were interviewed by Detective Maldonado on November 16th of 2019.
Correct.
Okay. And defense counsel asked you a few questions about the phones and the wallets and the injuries inside the apartment, or the home. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember she asked you isn't it true you didn't see anybody injured, right?
Yes.
And is that because you weren't in the apartment?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Was that because you weren't in the
I don't think the tense matters, but it's not suggesting the answer. It's not saying, isn't this so? So overruled.
Was that, whatever it may be, because you were not in the home when the armed robbery went down?
Correct.
Did you actually physically see with your own eyes when you were driving your car, when everybody got back in your car, both defendants throwing out phones and wallets from your windows?
Yes.
And I just want to explore real quickly. As it relates to immunity, you were arrested in this case, right?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, were you indicted?
Yes.
And were you indicted with armed robbery, aggravated assault, aggravated battery, things that we talked about and heard about in the indictment today?
Yes, correct.
And as you sit here today, are you still charged with every one of those crimes?
Correct.
And is anyone, whether it be myself, Mr. Hiles, Ms. Green, Detective Maldonado, anyone told you that if you testify today, those charges will be reduced, dismissed, anything will happen to them?
No.
And, but are you testifying and telling what you told the jury is the truth because you hope that that'll benefit you in the long run?
Yes.
But as you sit there today, you have no idea if that is the case.
Correct.
I don't have any further questions.
Ms. Mignot, any recross of Ms. Riley?
Ms. Riley, counsel just asked you about Tyrone Robinson being known as Baby Slat. It's after you were rearrested that you on November 16, 2019 is when you started saying, and the investigator specifically, Maldonado, showed you a picture. You said, yes, Slat.
Yes.
Okay. And prior to the detective giving you information about Slat, you didn't say anything about Slat, correct?
Correct.
You were not, counsel asked you if you were not in the home when the robbery went down. You remember that question?
Yes.
You also didn't see when anybody went into the home to rob it, correct?
Correct.
And then he asked you about immunity. Immunity is regarding your testimony today, correct?
Okay, yes.
And you can say anything you want today, and it's not going to be prosecuted as it pertains to pointing at Mr. Robinson, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Mr. Pritchett, the accused, do you have any recross? It would be based on just the exchange we had with Mr. Abate and then Ms. Mignot, not other stuff.
You said you testified that you stole drugs from 1040 Wiley that night, correct?
Correct.
What did you see? What did the males have that you thought were obviously took from that apartment? Did you see anything? Because you stated in your interview that you saw there were no drugs.
Well, when we returned to the house at the Mayfair, the drugs were dumped onto the bed from the black backpack that was used to steal them.
You are familiar with the colors of YSL, correct?
Could you repeat the question?
You are familiar with the colors of YSL, correct?
Yes.
I have a picture I want to show.
Okay, what I'll ask you to do is hand it to the deputy so he can show it to Ms. Mignot and Mr. Abate. And then if they don't have an objection to that, excuse me, then we'll send it on up to Ms. Riley. Objection to that, excuse me.
Sorry, I had a little loop there.
I think you can show it to her. I'm not quite sure that your question won't get an objection, but now everyone's seen it. I'm gonna call this for right now. I put a name on it, so it's gonna be defendant Pritchett #1. If it gets admitted, it'll be there. You may not even want to admit it yet, because why don't you state what your question is about that picture? Don't answer it yet, Ms. Riley, because there may be an objection. What's your question about the picture that you have just asked to be presented to Ms. Riley?
The picture of those shoes and the official description of them says that.
So don't testify about what's on there. We already know it's a picture of a shoe. What's your question about the picture of the shoe for Ms. Riley?
The same color of what you know to be YSL.
All right. Any objection to that question?
Matt, it's not only objection. She's testifying about something that's not been admitted into evidence. So I mean, if he wants to say what the color is the color yellow a color of YSL? I think that would be fine, but the actual
speaking objection,
specific question about the shoe.
So, Mr. Pritchett, there is a photograph of shoes in evidence. I think it's state 16. Do you want us to put that up on the screen and ask, because your picture's not in evidence, and so her answer actually won't be relevant. She could say, yep, that matches, or it doesn't, but the jurors aren't going to have that photo with them. There is a photo in evidence.
That photo was testified by Buckingham that.
He testified whatever he testified to. Would you like to ask this witness, Ms. Riley, about the shoes that are in that photo? The photo states 16, whatever number it is, because I'm happy to require the state to put it up on the screen. Don't put it up yet.
Too late.
There it is. Would you like to ask her about those shoes? Because this isn't in evidence. If you can figure out how to get it into evidence, then you can ask her questions about it.
My second question is the color yellow that those shoes are associated with YSL?
Yes.
What other colors are associated with YSL?
Lime green.
And how is this association, how are they associated with YSL? Why are these colors associated with YSL? Being that you said you were a YSL member.
I don't think I implied I'm a YSL member.
I believe you said YSL associate. And you know a lot of YSL members.
So what's the question?
The question is, according to your knowledge of this game, how and why is the color yellow or green or whatever else colors you know associated with YSL? Why are they associated? What are the meanings behind it?
What's the meaning of the yellow?
I don't know.
Now, you stated yellow and you stated lime green. What other colors are associated?
I don't know.
Why do you know lime green is associated with YSL?
Because that's the primary color that you see over the YSL logo.
How do you know yellow is associated with YSL?
Well, this certain particular color of yellow is slime green, yellowish. So that would be a color I see frequently.
Okay. All right. Jurors, do you have any questions for Ms. Riley? And if you do, write them down and get them to the deputy, please.
I don't know what he was getting at. Why is yellow so important to our gang?
We'll get back.
Was the question I heard. What is the meaning behind our flag? The secret of
I will take those, and if you would get what Mr. Pritchett shared, we need to return that to him, those 2 pieces of paper. Thank you.
Let's wrong answers only. Why is yellow?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will break for lunch when we're done with Ms. Riley's examination. I haven't forgotten about lunch, but I would like to finish that so we have a natural break point. You're going to get a little break right now because I need to share your proposed questions with all the participants. Once we've worked through those, we'll bring you back out here, do that final phase. I'll ask the questions that were proper. The lawyers, everyone will get a chance to follow up if they've got anything, and then it's lunch. I promise there'll be lunch. Go have a snack. Don't talk about the case.
All right, with yours.
I was thinking they call me Mellow Yellow, the drug trade connection, but it's mostly music, right? It's like drugs and music. Is that the, I guess, and violence.
Mr. Abate, if you'd come up right here, please. I'm going to give these to you as you get them, and then you and Ms. Mignot and Mr. Pritchett can review them. Thank you. Ms. Mignot, come on around and let's huddle up right over there.
Play pass the note game. Also known as the jurors are smarter than me game. And I should have thought of that game.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, last one. Thanks.
Whole bunches of questions. Probably a couple are similar to each other. Let's see what happens. Okay, Judge Simpson is about to come back from break and handle possibly 2 SOV sits back to back, or pro ses back to back. Do we want to pause this and take that live, or should we catch that later? What's your preference? Okay, let's do later. Catch it later.
Come back.
Oh.
It's confusing enough to get up to speed on this one. I hear you.
Right,
we'll do it later because
Mr. Plateau, I didn't see any issues with any of these. Any objection to any of these questions? Ms. Mignot.
No objection, John.
And
I
sir.
have one brief question before these are going into the record, correct?
Yes, I think I said it before, but let's be clear. Every single submission from the jurors, whether asked or not, will be a court exhibit. So the whole, that's why I number them. And so I put those on. And that way, if there's an appeal, someone can say, well, the judge didn't ask number 29. But everything they hand in goes into the stack that I keep right here, whether asked or not. We're batting not quite 1,000, but much of what they've submitted, I've asked, but there are a few that haven't, but they will be made part of the record.
Thank you.
You bet. All right, let's bring the jurors in, please.
And I'm sorry, Judge, I think I interrupted you before you finished.
Oh, yeah, okay. Did you have any objection to any of these questions? Nope, thank you, you did.
Lots of people are waiting for Judge Simpson. We will watch it together, maybe tonight, maybe first thing tomorrow morning. I'll trim out. There's a part that's already happened today, and it happened, I think, over an hour ago. That's pertinent to what might happen later this afternoon. So I'll put that together so we can watch it all at once without having to skip around and try to find the right spots. Okay, continuing to work on your computer while the jury walks in is not very respectful, sir. Oh, now he's done. Yeah, our witness is back.
Not quite done. Was it Chris Riggs? Was it Mr. Riggs who invited you two to the party?
Yes.
Did he know that you and Miss Kalish, or at least you, did he know that you were someone who associated with YSL members before he extended that invitation?
No.
Prior to November 8th, 2019, the night of the Wiley Street party, how many times had you been in the same space with the person you knew to be Rick Rare?
Just one other time.
Okay. I think you testified to that. That was a get-together like a year before or something.
Oh, yes.
And how about the person you understood to be Baby Slat? Before the night of the party, how many times had you been in the same space with him?
I had never been with him prior.
Did you have a sense of whether Ms. Kalish had ever been in the same room with the person you knew as Rick Rare prior to the night of the party?
Yes, one other time.
Same time as you?
Yes.
So you two were together, you and Ms. Kalish, when you first met Rick Rare?
Yes.
Same question about the person you understood to be Baby Slat. Did you have any understanding as to whether Ms. Kalish had met Baby Slat before the night of the Wiley Street party?
No.
As in you don't have an understanding, or you don't believe she had met him?
I don't believe she had met him.
Okay. Did you and Ms. Kalish and Rick Rare and Baby Slat, maybe Young Bands, at Young Bands' place that night before you went to the party, talk about what would happen with what you lifted, what you stole?
No.
No plan about you get 1/3 share, he gets a 1/3 share?
No.
Can you share with the jury the best you remember about what Baby Slat and Rick Rare were wearing the night of the robbery?
I don't recall what they were wearing.
They did have clothes on.
They did have clothes on.
Okay. And you mentioned masks. Can you describe what you remember about the masks?
I believe one of them was like an animal looking mask, and then the other one I can't recall what it was.
Okay. Other than drugs, and by that I mean the candy, the wax, all that kind of stuff, wallets and phones, was there anything else you remember that was taken from the Wiley Street address, either because you took it or when that backpack got emptied, that's what came out, or it's what was thrown out of your car?
I believe what was not mentioned was just a computer.
Computer, like a big desktop or a laptop?
A laptop.
And where did you see that?
I think that they threw it outside the car when we got to the Mayfair.
So it was not in the black backpack?
It may have been, but I didn't see it in the backpack. I just saw it when it was out being thrown out of the car.
Okay, I didn't ask that well. It wasn't what was dumped out onto the couch or bed or whatever inside the Mayfair?
Correct.
When you were inside 1040 Wiley, did you speak with anyone other than Mr. Hooper?
Yes, I spoke to Chris Riggs.
He was the guy who was upstairs when you went upstairs.
Correct.
Tell the jurors when in the sequence of events inside 1040 Wiley you got the white jacket, because we saw you go in no white jacket, come out yes white jacket. When did you get the white jacket?
Well, I had stole the wax and I had put it in my shirt. So when I came downstairs and Lindsay was there, I had asked her to give me the jacket, and then I put it on and then walked straight out.
Okay. You didn't linger with the jacket on?
Correct.
When you left the house wearing the white jacket, what was the plan as you understood it to be for Lindsay to be able to get out of the house and leave with you?
Well, I was assuming that she would just leave with me at the same time, but she ended up going to the bathroom and came out at a later time.
Okay. I think you've described later you saw her on the street. She got in your car.
Yes,
everyone left. Okay. Are you aware from the times that you've seen the person you were calling Rick Rare and the person you were calling Baby Slat of any tattoos or marks on their bodies?
Not that I know of.
When you were speaking with Investigator Maldonado, you've talked about at first, not so truthful, later, maybe more truthful. Did you bring up to him the name Rick Rare, or did he bring that up to you?
I don't recall, actually.
Same question about Baby Slat. Did you volunteer the name Baby Slat, or did he say, do you know someone named Baby Slat, or words to that effect?
Questions.
He said it to me first for Baby Slat.
Okay. During the course of your answers to some of the questions today, you've said Tyrone Robinson and Max Pritchett. So given names rather than monikers. Did you know that the name Tyrone Robinson is in some way supposedly connected with Baby Slat? Or is that something that Investigator Maldonado or a prosecutor told you?
The investigator told me his real name.
Same thing about Rick Rare. Did you know that Rick Rare is allegedly associated with the name Max Pritchett? Or is that something Maldonado or one of his colleagues told you?
Officer Maldonado told me that.
Good questions.
Mr. Abate, do you have any questions for Ms. Riley based on that exchange?
Just one. Do you remember prior to arriving at the Mayfair, young bands DMing you that when you get there, Max will meet you in the lobby?
I don't recall that.
Okay, but if it's in your phone extraction, it would be something that you.
I think that is outside of the questions that the jurors asked.
Nope, I disagree. You can keep going.
That's my last question. If it's found in your phone extraction, or excuse me, in your Instagram records, you wouldn't have had any ability to fabricate or.
Objection, Your Honor, that is leading.
Okay, so finish the question, but don't suggest the answer in the question. Don't answer the question until you finish it so that Ms. Mignot can reevaluate it.
If it's in your Instagram records, would you have any ability up until today to fabricate or add things into those records that were sent directly from Instagram?
Objection again, please.
Okay, overruled.
No.
Ms. Mignot, do you have any questions for Ms. Riley based on either what Mr. Abate just covered or what I covered with Ms. Riley?
No, Your Honor, we do not. Thank you.
All right, and same question for you, sir, the accused. Any follow-up for Ms. Riley?
No.
Okay, Ms. Riley, your testimony is complete. I'm going to ask you to stay right there. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our lunch break. It is somewhere around 12:55. It'd be great if we could do a 50-minute, 50-minute lunch, but I don't mean to compromise or truncate your needed break. You just have been getting some bonus breaks while we go through your good questions. But that way we'll get more done today. So if we were to reconvene at 1:40, would that be too soon for anyone? No, let's do it 1:40. I'll make sure everyone here is back before then, and we'll have the next witness ready to go. Logistical question, sir.
You had said yesterday that this morning you were getting a sense for how long they're on the trial.
I do. You want it? I'll probably see you guys on Monday, but you committed to Monday. I will not see you on Saturday unless you're going to the Renaissance Festival where my kids are making me take them. I won't see you on Sunday. I won't be in circulation at all. But I've told the lawyers that that could be problematic because I qualified you all through Monday, but we all want to see this through, and I'll be giving you updates anytime you ask, and I may even volunteer them. But since it wasn't a happy update, I figured I'd wait till someone asked, and you asked. So I suspect that we will be spending some time together on Monday. The lawyers are working hard, as you know. This is important stuff, and these examinations are appropriately thorough. So I don't want to eat into any more of your lunchtime. 1:40 back here. We'll keep on trucking. Don't talk about the case. No outside research. Thank you so much.
Okay, so there goes the jury. We get to see them leave as they go to lunch. Let's see if there's anything we have to do with the court before lunch starts.
Who will be your first witness after lunch?
It's going to be either Vic or Chris Ray. I'm going to talk with them.
They'll be the next two witnesses?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll take care of them. I just want to make sure this way everyone on the defense side has more time to prepare for what's coming. So I'm not asking you to map out the whole thing. Do you believe Ms. Kalish will be testifying today? I did. Okay, so let's all be thinking about being prepared for Ms. Kalish. We're not going to take a break when it's time for cross-examination, unless it's naturally time for a break. I'm not going to deny breaks, but if the natural flow is we go straight into cross-examination, that won't be a time to say, I need more time.
Yeah, we got the last two victims and then Ms. Kalish.
Okay, thank you for providing that preview. Anything else from the state that we need to cover?
I just want to ask do you have any comments on the edits of the video? Do I need to do anything else? Do we need more edits? I just want to make sure I get it to our IT guy on the next time.
Got it. And I do. I just didn't give them this morning because you weren't here. I wanted you to hear them. So I had a very helpful list from Team Robinson of areas, and it's accurate. At each of these moments, there is a kid somewhere. I find it to be incidental in the same way that a bird could fly by. The camera isn't focused on the kids. They're in the street. In some of the instances, the kids are fighting, as in like they're shoving each other. Someone's dancing and this and that. But I don't believe you need to make any more edits consistent with my original order on the 418 motion to what you shared in the Dropbox. You're free to make it shorter. Don't add anything back in, but you don't have to remove anything. I understand the concern. It's noted. It's preserved for the record. There will be flashes of, I don't know the age, a 6-year-old, an 8-year-old, because it's a street and there are people on the street, but I don't find that to be the focus of the video. I fully expect you will not pause it there, ask your gang expert, and is that proof of recruiting? Is that an 8-year-old there? Anything like that? That would be inconsistent with my ruling. I would expect Ms. Mignot to jump up, move for a mistrial, and there'd be all sorts of problems. But if you're playing it through, pausing perhaps when there's slime green bandanas, or there's a whole lot of Mr. Robinson in it, pausing there. Who's that? Is that, what's that gun look like? That's all the reason why you're getting the 418 evidence in. It's not because of the little kid or two that are incidentally in the background. So that was a long answer to you don't have to make any changes, but it was a reminder that there needs to be no attention given or drawn to what will still be in there. Otherwise, it would be the choppiest video ever.
That's good. Okay, and I will make sure to give very clear instructions to Mr. Miller that we are not to draw any attention to that if it stops.
I'm actually not worried about him doing that. I'm not worried about you doing it, but just don't. I mean, you wouldn't draw him there. I don't know how long you really are going to be talking about that video, but you'll cover it with him as you see fit. Ms. Mignot has won through her filing, so it's in the record that way, but by also having us go through this important conversation, preserved her client's appellate rights in connection with the fact that there will indeed be a couple of snippets with little kids in the Guns Up video.
I do have one request today. I know we went late yesterday. I made sure we didn't start late today, but if we could leave at 5, I would like to get home
It naturally goes over.
We went late yesterday because we started late. We started on, and not through anyone's fault. It was structurally because of drug court. We started at 12:30. The jurors committed to going till 6. Today is a 5 o'clock in time. If it's 4:55, it's 4:55. If it's 5:05, it's 5:05. Okay. Ms. Mignot, anything for Mr. Robinson?
Yes, Your Honor. The document we gave you, can we make that an exhibit and place it into the record with the timestamp that, I mean, we still object to the entire video being played.
Understood. You've waived nothing.
Waive nothing, and if we can make that an exhibit, which would be DR.
The answer is yes, if you will either put a sticker on this one or get your own and put a sticker on that, and you put whatever number you want on it, and I will make it a part of the record, and it will be whatever number Ms. Blake affixes to it.
Yes, Your Honor, we will do that to the copy we gave you.
Great, we'll do that.
Another issue is we have gone through tirelessly the video, I think it's a video or a PowerPoint collage for
Miller,
the gang expert. I am extremely concerned, and I think the court is going to need some time for me to go through, I think it's 36 slides, for us to go through the 36 slides because of the inflammatory photographs that are in them.
Where do you think the photos come from?
Inflammatory.
One photo looks like an abandoned property.
Well, let me pause you. I didn't ask that well. Do you believe that some of the photos come from outside the discovery in this case?
Yes.
Sort of like with the cell phone expert, there was a cell tower, and I appreciate you it's a cell tower, but this is different.
Correct.
Okay. So we can start early tomorrow. Miller is not testifying today, so we can start early tomorrow, not use up the jury's time, and give you a chance to air those concerns. I'd like to get a copy of the PowerPoint. You can email it, make it a PDF, whatever's easiest for you. So I've gone through it, and that will make it a whole lot easier. So if Ms. Mignot says, I don't like the picture of the empty lot, and you say it's an empty lot, overruled, or I didn't like it either. So if you could get that to me at some point today.
I will, and you know, if you want to point something out, and we can work it out together, and I'll swap photos, and we'll do that.
Even better, the more you all can reduce the amount that you need me to mediate. Okay? Rather than saving it all for the hearing we're going to have, dump it on him, and he may say, oh, that's fine. I'll take those 4 are coming out. And then we're down to 10 issues rather than 14.
Understood.
Okay?
We can do that.
All right, great.
If they are replaced, they're going to be replaced with something that's coming in that wasn't discovered, and will change.
Just that's a you and Ms. Mignot conversation, and again, you may not work it out. That's not a problem. This is going to be Defendant Robinson's 22. This being the list of timestamps from the Guns Up video that include some image or imagery of minors. Mr. Pritchett, anything we need to talk about before lunch break? No, sir. In fact, before the videos are played, I'll be giving the jury instructions that they are to consider them only as to Mr. Robinson. All right, let's take our lunch break.
Judge, is there a way I can be this Riley without creating a logistical nightmare?
There is. Let's let the, do you want to get the, you're going to crush someone's fingers. What's the best way to do that? Would we leave Ms. Riley right here for a couple minutes? So they could, I'll turn the microphone off. What's easiest for you, Deputy Gordon? Come in the back? Okay. So just sit tight and we'll get you in the back with Ms. Riley. You bet. I'm going to mute the microphone here.
I was trying to say, can we get Ms. Riley out without bringing her out with the 2 defendants who are now really mad that she ratted them out?
You're not going to handle Kalish? There will.
Okay. So they've muted. We're going to skip ahead because we have lunch. Judge, let's see if we can have a picture of what's for lunch. Anybody? Do we have a picture? Let's see. Ooh, looks like the menu's the same as yesterday. All right, I'll take the ice cream. I'll take the ice cream. Thank you. All right, let's skip ahead. We had a 50 minute lunch, right? Pretty sure they're not talking here. Nothing. We're just seeing court. Now we're less than 2 hours behind. This is good. This is good. Let me just tell you, in Judge Cedric Simpson's case, somebody got on his nerves, and he gave him some time to cool off. And the guy responded. Okay, let's see. Let's back up right here. Where are the jurors? Where are the jurors? Anyway, so we'll go over that later. Yeah, it's a big uh-oh moment. Let's put it this way. We might have to look at the final part on Monday because it hasn't happened yet. Okay, we're back from lunch here, I think. Waiting for the jurors to come in. Take them out. Got to keep it separated.
All right, adjourned.
And here they come. Number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6. Oh, they got sodas. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and not last but not least, number 13.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone can be seated. Welcome back from lunch. We are ready for another state's witness. Who will that be?
Vic McConaughey.
Took a quick peek. Here we go. Here's the thumbnail.
We'll look
at it. We'll look at it later.
My name is Vikyat Gatani.
Is this the DJ?
Yeah, my name is Gatani.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Mr. Gatani, what are you currently doing?
I currently work as an audio video technician, and I do music production and DJing in my free time.
Okay. As you're introducing yourself to the jury, did we talk about some movements you might have or some tics just so that?
Yes, I suffer from Tourette syndrome.
Okay. So any movements would be a result of?
Yes, the tics.
Okay. What were you doing back in 2019?
I was kind of shuffling between a couple of positions that I was working. I actually just started a potential prospective job with Costco, and I was also doing some freelance DJing in my spare time.
How would you be hired in the UK?
Typically, it was through referrals or websites like Nextdoor or Thumbtack, or word of mouth through family, friends, and such.
Okay. Were you hired to DJ a party on November 19th at November 7th and 8th, 2019 at 1040 Wiley Street?
I was.
Okay. And did you DJ that party?
I did.
Okay. Who hired you to DJ the party?
Chris Riggs.
Okay. And how did you know Riggs?
Just as a friend.
Okay. And do you remember the rate or what you charged back then?
I do not recall.
Okay. What time did you end up getting to that party?
I think I got there to set up around 9 p.m.
9 p.m.?
Yeah, but that's just a rough estimate.
What do you recall about the events of that night? Let's just straightforward.
So I do recall pulling up to the party and setting up my equipment. We were socializing and discussing, having fun. I was DJing for some time, and then kind of later on into the night, I do remember that there were 2 armed gunmen who basically entered the residence, and they went around and started assaulting people and stealing stuff from us.
Okay. Now, at this time, were you under the influence of any alcohol or drugs?
I was not.
Okay. Were you aware of any sort of drugs that may or may not have been present at the party?
I was not.
Were you there to hang out with people or just to DJ?
Primarily to DJ, but I had brought one of my friends as well just to socialize.
Okay. And which friend would that be?
Christian Hooper.
Okay. Outside of Hooper and Riggs, did you know anybody present at that party?
I did not. Sorry.
Okay. And at what point in the night do you remember these armed gunmen coming in?
I can't recall an exact time, but it was towards the latter half of the event.
Okay. Did you notice anything prior to the gunmen coming in?
I did notice that 2 Caucasian females were in the household, and they were, not there initially during the party. They had come at some point, and then they had left.
Okay. Did you know those females?
I did not.
Okay. Did you notice anything about their behavior that came to your attention?
Nothing too out of the ordinary, but it did kind of stand out to me.
Okay. Why?
The way they were dressed, as well as just the timing of when they entered and left.
what about the timing when they entered and left seems off to you?
The fact that everyone else was kind of hanging out throughout the event, and they kind of just came and left inconspicuously.
Okay, so I'm going to direct you to what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 9. Can you see the picture on the screen in front of you?
I can.
Okay. And do you recognize this living area?
I do.
Okay. And what do you recognize this living area to be?
This was where I was knocked unconscious from severe head trauma from a blow to the head by a gun.
So if you, on the bottom here, you just tap your screen. On the bottom left-hand side, there should be a stylus, which you can circle areas on the.
Okay.
So can you show were you set up to DJ in this room?
Not in this room, no. It was near the kitchen area.
Can you just draw an arrow as to where that would have been?
I believe it was around that way.
Okay. And then you should see a little ability at the bottom to delete that.
Okay.
And if you don't mind, there's a way to change the color.
Yes, Your Honor.
There's the red dot. Tap that red dot.
Sure.
There's a lot of red on the page. So if you pick a blue or a green, that may stand out more.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
There's a lot of red on the page. Yeah, it's his
Every-
blood.
Okay.
All right. Where were you sitting? Where were you in this area when the gun came?
I was towards the front door. I was probably around this way. I was the one closest to the front door.
Okay. You can remove that X or arrow.
Oh. Okay.
And what did you recognize these people who came in?
I could not.
Okay, do you loosely remember what they were wearing?
They were wearing Halloween masks and they were wearing full sleeve clothing.
Okay. And were they armed?
They were.
Okay. Do you remember what the guns looked like?
They were fairly large, not pistols, but they were submachine guns, I believe. I do not remember like specifics other than that.
Okay. And was there any demand made of the intruders?
So as soon as they walked in, I turned around and said, "What?" And one of them said, "Get down." And then I was struck and I fell backwards onto the couch. Again, it was a little hard to remember since it's been a while, but I do remember them demanding that we surrender our belongings and so forth.
Okay. And do you have any personal property that was taken from you?
Yes, my wallet, and I believe that was it.
Now, after you said you were hit and you fell on the couch, were you struck any more times?
Yes, that was the initial blow. The second and more intense, severe blow was, when they had finished kind of going around to other people. One of them came up to me and was trying to scuffle to reach to my pockets. I was on the ground, kind of curled up in a ball, and they kind of lifted me up and by my hair and dealt a blow like that to me with the firearm.
Okay. And what sort of injuries did that cause?
Immediately, I felt the most excruciating pain I've ever felt in my life, and there was bleeding everywhere from my head. I had a split skull, fractured skull, severe head trauma, concussion, and I ended up blacking out due to the blood loss you can see there.
Did you have? Do you have any permanent scar or any scarring?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and where would that?
Right here, I have a scar on my skull.
Okay.
My scalp here.
Where you're touching your shoulder, can you feel that?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. If you were to shave that part of your head.
Yes, definitely a scar there.
You need to not talk over each other. So make sure he finishes before you start up.
I apologize.
That's okay.
When you cut your hair close, or do a close cut, is it visible?
Yes, it is.
Now, where were you when you were struck? You said you were struck repeatedly. The second time, where were you standing at this point?
I was not standing. I was pretty much on the ground, again, kind of curled up in a ball and just sitting upright when they struck me on the head. And this was, I would say, towards this direction.
Okay. When you fell to the ground, was that in that frame?
I can't really recall clearly.
You just told me blacked out.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to show you, which has previously been shown as State's Exhibit 17 and 18. Please look at these two photographs and tell me if you recognize those photographs.
I do.
Okay. Are those photographs true and complete depictions of you on November 8th, 2009?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move State's Exhibits 17 and 18 into evidence.
Ms. Mignot, any objection to state 17 and 18? And the accused, any objection? They're admitted.
Did you seek treatment after these injuries?
Yes. After I was able to collect my laptop and a few of my belongings that were remaining, I exited the premises and there was an ambulance outside. They immediately started to take care of me and ushered me to the hospital, where I underwent some surgery and I guess staples or stitches to try to, stop the severe bleeding and get me in, manageable shape.
Okay. If you'll just remove the arrow for me, please.
Sure.
Ooh.
Now, can you tell me where this picture was taken?
This was in the ambulance.
Okay. And was this directly after you exited the house?
Yes.
Is that a close up of the laceration to your head?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you ever tell me that you struggled with balance issues after this incident?
I would say for at least a few weeks, yes.
Okay. What sort of issues? What sort of issues did you deal with? In the weeks, months, and year after this incident?
Severe PTSD, brain fog, overall just fear and extreme depression.
What about any physical manifestations?
The concussion lasted for a decent bit of time. I can't recall exactly how long, but I would say that there were some physical repercussions as a result of the injuries.
During the time, were you scared that you might be shot during this incident?
Absolutely.
Now, after this incident occurred, after you saw your treatment, did you ever have contact with police?
You mean like recently after the incident, or?
Did you have a chance to give a statement to either any officer or investigator afterwards?
Yes, I believe so.
And without going into the fact of that statement, was that statement a recantation of the events that you happened at that time?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the individuals that came in were masked. Did you ever purport to be able to identify either of the two gunmen?
I could not.
And why was it that you could not identify them?
Things moved fairly quickly. They were wearing masks, and it was rather difficult to identify any features or facial features.
Okay. Anything else about the incidents that occurred that you'd like to share with me or the jury?
Besides the fact that it's left me with quite a bit of, like I mentioned, PTSD and overall fear for my safety and for my loved one's safety, not in particular.
That's all the questions I have for this witness, Your Honor.
Ms. Mignot, do you have questions for Mr. Gattani?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gattani. I am Marcia Mignot. I represent Mr. Tyrone Robinson sitting next to me here at council table. Just going to ask a few follow-up questions, but before I begin my questions, I would like to extend to you my condolences regarding the photos, your injuries, and what you have experienced associated with the November 8th, 2019 incident.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Now, counsel asked you about how you were invited to the party, and I believe you stated that you were hired by Riggs. That's Chris Riggs?
That's correct.
To do DJing that evening.
Yes, ma'am.
You also stated that the two females arrived at the party, two Caucasian females arrived at the party. Was there any other females at the party?
I believe Miss Rebecca was there. Other than that, I can't particularly identify anybody else.
Okay. And were you aware that Chris Riggs had been sending out Snapchat messages regarding the party?
I had not.
Okay. Had you gone upstairs of the 1040 Wiley Street property when you got there as a DJ?
No.
Is the only area that you visited in the property depicted in States Exhibit 9 that we were looking at a few moments ago?
I believe so, yes.
Now, you testified that you sought treatment after collecting your laptop. Do you remember making that statement just a few moments ago?
Yes, ma'am.
So you brought your laptop to do the DJing?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were able to retrieve your laptop before you stated the EMS got you to a manageable shape?
Yes.
Okay. So you were not, your laptop was not stolen?
This is correct.
Okay. Now, as it pertains to the incident, you didn't lose any property?
I did lose my wallet that was taken from me.
Okay. Now, as it pertains to your wallet that was taken that evening, you don't have any evidence that this gentleman, Mr. Tyrone Robinson, is the person who took your wallet that evening?
I do not.
And you don't have any evidence that my client, Mr. Tyrone Robinson, is the person who assaulted you in your head on November 8th, 2019?
I do not.
Other than the fact that Mr. Robinson is sitting here prosecuted in a case, have you ever met Mr. Robinson before? Do you know him from anywhere?
I do not, and I have not.
All right. Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Turning to the accused, sir, do you have any questions for Mr. Gattani?
Yes, sir.
Okay, come on up, please.
How are you doing, Mr. Gattani?
How's it going?
My condolences. I pray your best healing. Do you recall
Did he say the accused?
Speaking with the detective over the phone about the incident that occurred that night?
Later on, not that night, but yes, I do.
Okay.
It was numerous days after.
Okay. And now you said just your wallet was taken from the incident?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall stating to the detective that one of the gunmen took your phone but then actually gave it back?
Yes.
Okay.
And that was nice of me, of him, wasn't it?
How many guns did you say that you saw that night?
Each gunman was holding one firearm, according to my memory.
Were they, according to your memory, were they different firearms, or were they, would you think, the same? Or
they looked like they were the same, but again, I can't recall specifically.
Okay. Have we ever met before?
We have not.
Do you have any evidence that I was one of those gunmen that incident?
I do not.
No further questions. Again, I pray your best healing, sir.
Mr. Hiles, any redirect from Mr. Gattani?
No redirect, Your Honor.
Questions from the jurors? Oh, all right. Sir, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Oh, wait, what? Sorry. Easy. Ooh, don't go anywhere, Mr. Gattani.
No problem.
So I'm going to exercise my executive discretion and ask you a couple questions. Were you out of work or school for any amount of time because of your injuries?
Yes, I was actually fired from my job that I had just gotten at Costco a day or so prior as a result of the incident.
And have you engaged in any counseling or therapy or treatment to work through what you described as the PTSD?
For some days after, yes, I was in some therapy.
But when did that end?
I cannot recall specifically. I do take medical treatment for my Tourette's and my medical situation, but I believe that there was some level of therapy I was undertaking as a result of the incident.
The Tourette's is a pre-existing condition that predates the home invasion?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Hiles, do you have any questions for Mr. Gattani based on what I just asked?
I do not.
Ms. Mignot?
Just one, Your Honor. I believe you said you were fired a day or so prior to November 8th?
No, I was fired. I apologize. I was fired after the incident.
Only question, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else? All right, now you can go. Thank you for your time. Next witness?
They would call Christian Riggs.
I got your PowerPoint. It came through.
Okay. Not good enough one.
Okay. Are they the same so I can delete one?
Yeah, they're the same.
Okay.
For some reason, my email's on the way.
Before you sit, can you turn to raise your right hand? Do you swear to affirm the testimony you will give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, of God? I swear. Go ahead and have a seat. Can you say your swear name?
Christian Riggs.
Mr. Riggs, the microphone is movable, so if you want to raise it so you don't have to hunch over. Thank you.
Can we please, I don't know if you heard that, can we please spell your name for the record, please?
CHRISTIANRIGGS.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Riggs. Thank you for being here and patient with me.
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Riggs, what are you doing now?
I own my own event planning, bartending, and catering company, and I model and bartend as well somewhere else.
Okay. What were you doing in 2019?
At the time, I had struggled with, I'm adopted, so I had a weird relationship with my adopted parents. I had been kicked out, unfortunately.
I'm stop you right there, Mr. Riggs.
Yeah.
We talked about, what were you doing for work? I appreciate your honesty.
I understand, yeah.
What were you doing for work, your life, around November 8th, 2019, maybe right around that time?
At the time, not very much, not at least legally at the time. Yeah.
So were you dealing in marijuana at all?
Yes, just a little bit to get by.
Okay. Where were you getting your marijuana from?
Typically just friends. I was hanging around the wrong crowd at the time. So it was readily available to me from pretty much most of the people in my current friend circle.
Okay. And at the time, I'm going to ask about where you were living or the housing situation. What was that like?
I was technically homeless, but I was living in Airbnbs that I would rent, or even hotels, whatever I could get to have a roof over my head.
So it was common for you to rent Airbnbs?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm just going to direct you straight to November 8th of 2019, maybe the November 7th into November 8th of 2019. Had you and somebody else rented an Airbnb?
Yes.
And who did you rent that Airbnb with?
Jackson Heil.
Okay. And who is Jackson Heil to you?
He was a now friend, a new person to me in my life who had come to visit me from Charleston or California at the time, I forget.
Okay. Well, if he was new to you at the time, why would you endeavor to rent an Airbnb with him?
I hadn't really made any strong connections with anybody else at the time, and I connected with him very well as a friend. And since that's where I was staying, we just wanted to enjoy ourselves while he was visiting Atlanta.
Okay. And did you and Mr. Heil plan a party?
Yes.
Okay. And how many people did you, roughly how many people did you invite to that party?
Not very many. I would say probably around 15 people, maybe 20 at the most.
Okay. What form of communication were you using to invite people to that party?
Primarily Snapchat and text at the time.
Yeah, and when you send somebody a Snapchat, how would you send the invite through Snapchat?
Well, obviously with my occupation, very much directly so that it wasn't out to everybody. So I was individually inviting everybody.
Okay.
It's not like you posted on Facebook and I could type in kickbacks tonight and yours would pop up because it's on your Facebook page.
Yeah, absolutely not.
Okay. And we told the jury a little bit about the Snapchat app. How does that work?
It is an instant messaging service that the messages themselves disappear after, I think, 10 seconds. Unless, of course, you're posting your story, then it's 24 hours.
Okay. What is a story?
A story is a publicly viewed post, at least
to people who are on your friends list or have added you.
Okay. Now, was this party promoted through your story?
I don't recall. I don't believe so. I might have said to text me for the information to obviously verify before giving out an address.
Okay. Did you know that there was going to be drugs at this party?
Yes.
Okay. And in any of your invites, did you send anybody Snapchats that included a picture of drugs?
Yes.
Okay. What people did you send those to?
Specifically this case, I do remember sending it to Lauren, Riley, possibly Lindsay, and I believe that's it. That's the only reason. They were the only reasons why I sent that at all.
Okay. So you said Lauren, Riley, and Lindsay. Who were those individuals to you?
I had known Lauren from a friend of a friend from back in high school.
Okay. Did y'all go to high school together?
We did not, but my friend did.
Okay. Why specifically would you have invited her? She was a friend of a friend.
We did not have any women at the party, and that was what I was being asked for by other attendees, and they were the only people at that hour that I knew were awake. I believe she had posted something that allowed me to know she was still awake and around.
And up until this point, did you have any reason not to trust Lauren Riley?
No, I trusted her too much.
Okay. Did you know or have any idea about her group of friends that she was running with at the time?
I really thought the complete opposite of what the reality was.
Okay. Well, so I appreciate your honesty, but would you answer that yes or no? So did you know the group of friends that she was running with?
No.
Appreciate it. Okay. How many people you said that it was just you and Jackson that had rented the Airbnb, but how many people were actually staying there during this party or after the party?
After the party, 6 to 7, maybe 8 people.
Okay. And who all was present at the party at that time?
Could you be more specific about at that time?
Well, let's talk about what happened after Lauren and Lindsay arrived.
So that was, I'd say 7 people were there. After they arrived, I had been upstairs at the beginning of it, and I believe Becca was the one who had told me weird activities were going on with the girls, and I'd come downstairs to check on that and see what they were up to.
What strange activities did Becca let you do?
The girls were looking around just more than a normal party guest would ever do. They weren't admiring like art or anything. They were looking on in cabinets and on the counters, and it just seemed very suspicious.
Okay. Did anybody else seem to be engaging in that type of behavior?
No, it was just Lindsay and Lauren.
What did you do after you were alerted about their behavior?
There wasn't really much I could do besides just watch them. I didn't accuse them of anything.
Okay. Did you go back upstairs while they were still present?
Yes, I believe I was upstairs. Eventually, Lauren made her way upstairs. Lindsay never did. It felt like a very short period of time had passed when I remember one of the girls saying that they had left something in the car, and then one of them saying they had to go to the bathroom, and that was right before the gunman entered.
Okay, let's talk about the gunman entering. What transpired? Did you see the gunman enter?
I didn't see them enter the house. I saw them. They had already been inside when I was coming back down the stairs. Again, I wish I could remember exactly what I was doing going up and down, but I was coming back down the stairs when they were in the house at that time.
Okay. And what drugs were in the house when they entered?
Primarily THC, but I know we had a personal use dose of ketamine as well there.
Okay. What is ketamine?
Ketamine is a hallucinative dissociative, typically used as a topical anesthetic or a horse tranquilizer, and in the non-human form of it.
Now you're talking about something he understands. He knows about.
Were you using ketamine that night?
I think I did at the very, very beginning of the night, but when I throw events, I like to be sober so that I can keep an eye on everything, make sure everybody's safe and obviously enjoying themselves and that I'm safe.
All right, I'm showing what's already previously been admitted as State's Exhibit 23A.
Nicole, welcome.
You recognize that particular picture?
There's a court watcher up in the...
Not the specific photo, but the contents in the photo, yes.
In the Chad Daybell case.
You recognize the contents of the photo?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is in the contents of the photo?
It is nerd edibles.
Object, the witness is now reading from a document. That's not me.
I don't need it.
No, you just hold on. I thought that was in evidence.
It is.
Okay.
What number are we talking about?
23A. It's a picture.
Well, it's not just 23A, it's part of 23A. This is something that, I don't know if you didn't show it to Ms. Mignot. When she sees it, she's going to say, oh, that picture. So let's just show it to her. And then she'll be less concerned that someone's reading from it. I mean, you weren't here when, I don't think you were here when 23A came in. 23A was a few things. And so saying 23A means not a specific document. You're in the clear sharing that with this witness. It just, I think because Ms. Mignot hadn't seen it and he's sharing the contents, that's in evidence. You can say anything you want about it. So back to your questions to Mr. Riggs about that photograph.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I am showing you what is the photograph that is attached to Exhibit 23A. So you identify those as being nerd ropes, candies. What's unique about those particular nerd ropes and candies?
They are THC edibles.
Okay. And was that primarily the type of drugs that you had that night?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to publish this so the jury to see. Now, is that the photograph that you're looking at?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, what's in those in the little boxes?
Those are rosin and/or resin, which is just another extract from THC.
Like for a violin bow,
And,
rosin?
how would that be consumed?
You would get a glass apparatus, typically known as a dab rig, and heat that up for like a pure concentrate.
Okay. And would that be this content in this photograph? Oh, would some of those contents be part of the Snapchat you sent to Lindsay or Lauren?
More than likely, yes.
Okay. And how much drugs? What was the value of drugs and cash that you had on hand at this time?
I would say about $15,000 worth.
Okay. And would any of the cash that was present been included in any of the Snapchats that were sent to the invite for Lauren?
Yes.
So where were those drugs, back to the armed suspects coming in, where were those drugs located when the suspects came in?
Somewhere on the third floor.
Okay, where were the others?
They were all there except for a very minuscule amount of flour that was down for the party.
What do you mean flour?
Like loose leaf marijuana.
Green buds?
Yes.
And was the location of those drugs, is that the area that you observed Ms. Riley to be snooping around?
Yes.
So where were you, what happened, your version of events, as the two armed suspects entered?
So I had come downstairs, and that's when I saw that they were in the house. And as I was coming down, I just reached the bottom of the stairs when one of them saw me and started coming after me. I immediately tried to get to the high ground and got to the top of the stairs as he was coming up. And we just locked eyes and we're looking at each other. And he was stating to me, we're just going to talk. We're just going to talk, as he was coming up the stairs. And then after that, he first struck me in the face. And then we had got into a fight, a tussle, I would say. And I got him off of me. And then he ran to the third floor after that. And I guess that's when things were stolen.
All right. And was this individual armed?
Yes, he had a gun. He did. I'm not exactly, I know he had a backpack. I think he put it in the side of his pants or behind his pants. I don't know for sure, but he did have a gun as he was engaging with me.
Okay. And was any personal property taken from you?
Yes, I had a computer with thousands of dollars worth of what are called DAWs and VSTs for making music that were stolen.
What is a DAWs?
A DAW is it's a digital audio program that is used to create music. So it's the actual program that you input melodies and input instruments into.
Okay. And what was the other part of that you said was?
A VST is technically like an instrument or an equalizer, anything having to do with music production. That's any sub program that goes on to that said DAW.
And did you, were you afraid that if you did not turn that computer over, that you would be shot?
Yes.
So how long approximately were those gunmen in the house?
After the fact, it felt like 10 seconds. I really think it could have been at most 5 minutes. It was very quick.
Okay. Now, did you interact with both of the gunmen?
No, just the taller one.
Okay. When you say taller, do you mean one was taller than the other, or?
One did seem to be taller than the other to me.
Were you able to identify anybody that was involved?
No, I was very much so trying to, just in case it was somebody I had known who had come for me. And I was unable to identify that, and I didn't recognize the person. All I saw was their eyes.
Okay. Now, after this incident, did you have, let me back up a little bit. When you got a tussle with one of the gunmen, were you struck?
Yes, in the nose.
Okay. Anything happened to your nose?
Nothing permanent that I'm aware of.
Okay. Any bleeding?
Yes.
Okay. How much bleeding?
Very minuscule.
Okay. Did you ever seek treatment for your nose?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you talk with police at any time after this?
Yes.
Okay. And how many times did you speak with police?
I can't answer for sure. I'd say like at that night.
No, like
just in general.
In the night from after the fact that night up until the next few weeks. How many conversations did you have?
I'd say about 4.
4?
Yes, sir.
4 conversations?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you able to provide the police with any sort of information to assist them?
Only about what was taken.
Okay.
And if I had seen anything else besides what we had told them that night.
Okay. What was actually taken from you?
My phone was later retrieved, my computer, and of course, some of the marijuana was mine at the party, which was taken.
Okay. Why could you only see their eyes?
They had masks on.
Okay. Could you see both of their eyes or just one?
Just one. Again, I didn't get to see the larger individual who was in the living room at the time.
Okay. Did you observe anybody actually being physically attacked?
Not with me. I believe they were at the same time when I was fighting on the top of the stairs, which doesn't have a view of the living room fully.
I'm going to display for you what has already been admitted as State's Exhibit 9. All right, State's Exhibit 9. Where were you? I know it might not be reflected in here, but where would this tussle have taken place in relation to this?
The tussle Mr. Riggs was involved in?
Yes, I'm sorry. The tussle that you were involved in, Mr. Riggs, where would that have taken place?
It would have been behind the white facade at the top left, the beam right there. As you can see, the banister of the stairs, it was at the top of those stairs.
Yeah. And
excuse me.
Those stairs go all the way to the top floor?
They did, yes.
Now, obviously you see what appears to be blood on the screen. Was that blood there prior to you going upstairs?
No.
And did you observe it to be there afterwards?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And after this incident, did you begin to suspect anybody of this robbery?
Yes, actually, it was very suspicious what Lindsay and them were doing. I put it together quite immediately.
Okay. And did you reach out to them directly?
Yes.
Who did you reach out to?
I believe Lauren. I don't really remember.
Did you ever recover any of your property?
My phone.
Okay. So your phone was taken as well as your computer? Okay. How were you able to get your phone back?
We had used somebody had their phone, and we were able to track it to down the street. I don't remember exactly how we made that connection to it, but we did see the general location where a phone was, and it ended up all of our wallets and phones were in the same area.
Okay. What type of phone did you have?
I think it was an iPhone Probably iPhone 10 at the time, the X, sorry.
Okay. Did you have a Find My iPhone app?
I did.
Is that how you were able to track your phone?
Not through my phone because I only had one phone and my computer was taken. That could have done that.
Okay. Did someone else that you were with use their Find My iPhone app to track their phone?
Yes.
And is it your testimony, as you just explained, that your phone and wallets of other individuals were located in the same area?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Throughout the night, did you make a point to keep the door locked at the residence?
Yes.
Okay. Why so?
Obviously, we had a lot of money worth of stuff upstairs, drugs, excuse me. And that we just felt that would be the best, even though we failed.
All right. All the questions that I have this time.
Ms. Mignot, do you have questions for Mr. Riggs?
I would say they failed on several fronts. Did they only take like 3 pictures in this crime
Good afternoon,
scene?
Mr. Riggs.
Good afternoon.
My name is Marcia Mignot, and I represent Mr. Tyrone Robinson sitting next to me here at council table. Can I ask some follow-up questions to what the state just asked you? Now, before we go into the questions, you received immunity for your testimony today, correct?
I believe so.
And what is your understanding of immunity?
Anything said in a trial you cannot later be prosecuted for.
Okay. So you are free from prosecution regarding any of your testimony about this case and my client, correct?
Yes.
Now, were you selling drugs in November of 2019?
Yes, technically.
And how long had you been selling drugs?
It's like a yes or no thing.
Since I had been kicked out of my parents' house, I don't remember how soon it was or how close it was to that date, but not very long.
So 6 months?
I'd say 4 or 5.
And how old were you?
I should have just turned 20.
Now, you invited, according to your testimony on direct, individually people to the party, correct?
Correct.
You also testified that you had a public story about the party, right?
No.
You stated that you published through a story, Snapchat story?
I said potentially. I do not remember.
Okay. So it's possible you could have posted the party as a social media story.
Yes, but not the address.
Okay. Now, if you posted the party on some type of social media platform, and one of the individuals that you actually sent a direct message to shared that information, there are individuals who would have knowledge of the party that you had not individually given the address, right?
Correct.
Now, you testified that Rebecca told you that the girls were, I believe you used the word, and if I'm wrong, correct me, acted weird?
Yes, acting suspicious.
Okay. And the suspicious activity that Rebecca told you about was that the girls were looking around the Airbnb in an odd way, right?
Correct.
Did Lauren ever come upstairs to you and the two of you were upstairs by yourselves?
As I remember it, Rebecca was close behind with us.
Okay. So it's Rebecca, you, and Lauren that were upstairs.
Correct.
Okay. Was anybody else up there with you?
No.
Okay. Now, you said once Lauren came upstairs, Lindsay did not come upstairs ever, correct?
Correct.
And one of the girls said, I left something in my car. Do you recall which girl?
I'm pretty sure it's Lindsay. It was Lindsay that left the keys in the car, or at least had said that.
Okay. So Lindsay said she had left the keys in the car and she needs to go.
Yes.
And Lauren stayed with you.
Went to the bathroom. We were at the ground level at this time.
Okay. Was the bathroom on the ground level that Lauren went to?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you testified that THC was present, ketamine was present, and that ketamine is a horse tranquilizer?
Not the human grade version, but that is another use of ketamine, yes.
Okay. And I believe you might have used the word, is it hallucinator?
It in extreme doses, it can be used as a hallucinative dissociative, yes.
Okay. So is one of the side effects of consuming ketamine is that you'll hallucinate from it?
In very large quantities.
Okay. But it is a side effect?
Yes.
Okay. Were you a avid or regular, let me use that word, regular drug user during that time frame?
No.
You were mainly selling?
Yes.
Okay. Did you connect with Jackson through his drug sales from California?
Yes.
Okay. And is that how you all became friends?
That wasn't the main goal, but yes, that is the connection.
Okay. Now, the drugs you had that was at this November 8th party, it's illegal, correct?
Yes.
And if the law enforcement comes in, they can prosecute you for that.
Yes.
And in fact, I believe you testified the value of the drugs was about $15,000.
Yes, total resale.
How old was Jackson? Do you remember?
I do not.
And you were, I believe you testified you were 20?
Yes, ma'am.
So you're a 20-year-old in possession of approximately $15,000 worth of drugs.
I was around $15,000 worth of drugs, yes.
Who did the drugs belong to?
It was split between me and Jackson.
Okay. So a portion of it was yours, a portion was Jackson?
Yes, a small portion.
If you were dividing it up, is it mostly Jackson or mostly you?
I would say about a fourth of it would have been mine.
What's a fourth of 15,000? Quick.
Now, any third party that would have heard about this event that had drugs and money or valuable drugs associated with a lot of money could have decided to rob y'all that evening, correct?
Sure, yeah.
You testified on direct examination that you were trying to identify someone because you wanted to make sure that it was not someone who had come for you. I'm paraphrasing what you said a little bit, but you remember saying someone would come for me?
I was stating that that was one of the possibilities that went through my mind out of the 100. And yes, that's immediately what I was trying to do. And I did not recognize the individual.
So who possibly could have come for you?
Anybody in the city of Atlanta.
Did you have a specific issue with anyone that you thought, hey, this might be this guy that I had a run-in with, and it might be him that's robbing me?
No.
Okay. Now, Jackson called 911. Were you present when Jackson called? I'm sorry, Holden called 911. Were you present when Holden called?
I was not around him.
Okay. Were you around Jackson?
I don't remember.
Did you hear Jackson tell Holden to hang up from the 911 operator?
No.
Did Jackson ever share with you all, hey, we better not call the police. We have all this drugs here. We could go to jail.
I don't recall.
As it pertains to items you lost, I believe your testimony was your laptop was taken?
Correct.
And your wallet was taken?
No.
Your wallet was not taken?
No, just my phone and laptop.
Okay. And on November 8th, 2019, you have no evidence or any knowledge, personal or through a third party, that our client was the person, Mr. Tyrone Robinson, that entered the property at the Airbnb where the robbery occurred, correct?
This is our big
I can't say for sure, no.
Okay. And you also can't say for sure today as you sit here before this jury, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
That's our finishing
One more
question.
left. Sir, do you have any questions for Mr. Riggs? Okay.
A little eye roll for Mr. Riggs.
How you doing there, Mr. Riggs?
I'm doing all right.
In your testimony, you stated that one of the gentlemen came up to you. Can you just reiterate what exactly the conversation was?
I
you
didn't
said?
say gentleman.
Are you talking about when an individual was coming up the stairs?
Yeah, when you were approached by one of the individuals.
I believe they could tell I was frightened and was trying to trick me by saying, we're just going to talk. That's the translation. That's not how it was said, but that's what was being said.
Now, was he holding you at gunpoint?
No, he had put the gun away to, I'm assuming, fight me.
Okay. Can you kind of describe the gun that you say he put away?
To the best of my ability. It did not have a buttstock or a muzzle brake on it. It looked somewhat to be like an AR pistol without those features.
He knows his guns.
Was that the only gun you seen that night during that incident?
I did see the other gunman with a pistol in the living room.
How often were you throwing these type of gatherings, kickbacks, parties?
At that time, well, when you say these type of gatherings, then never actually.
So what other type of gatherings did you take, bro?
I would occasionally have a couple of people over to wherever I was staying to keep me company from time to time. Not very often.
How long was the previous gathering you had before this incident? What was the distance between days or weeks?
I can't answer for sure.
Do you remember the previous gathering before this incident?
I do not.
Okay. Have you ever thrown any type of gathering inside of a hotel?
I guess technically, if you consider having 2 to 3 people over a gathering, then technically yes, but not a party in a hotel. As risk for security deposit, of course.
Were there also drugs and money present at that hotel with those 2 to 3 people?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, I know you stated that the drugs accumulated to approximately 15,000 resale. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Was there any cash physically present at that location?
Yes.
What was the amount?
I don't know. It was not mine.
Do you know whose it was?
Jackson's.
No further questions, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Howes, any redirect?
Briefly. Snapchat, if you publish it to a story, your particular story, is that public to anybody who has a Snapchat app?
No, so the way that I used to have it set up for my safety is I would have it was set to friends only, but I would also block people from viewing my story. So only a select amount of people could see it and people that I had chose.
That's all I have.
Ms. Mignot, anything else?
How many social media friends would you say you have?
Now or in the past?
November 2019.
On Snapchat or Instagram?
Any social media. What's the maximum?
I'd say from high school, I had 1,000.
Stop. Yes?
This conversation has only been about Snapchat. So the relevance as to the Instagram social media followers.
Overall.
On Snapchat, maybe at most 200.
Okay. And how many on your other platforms? Is the maximum you have 200 or you have more?
I think on Instagram, about the end of high school, I maybe accumulated 1,000, 1,200.
Thanks. Okay.
Anything else from you, sir?
At the hotel gathering that you briefly described, was Lindsay Kalish present?
Say that again, the last name?
At the previous hotel gathering that you described, was Lindsay Kalish present?
I don't recall.
Was Lauren Riley present?
I do not recall. I'm sorry.
All right. Any questions from the jurors? See some cards. Let's send them to Deputy Gordon.
Are we bragging about our social media connections? Okay, so I have to see how many I have.
Thank you. These are my pens.
These are not friends that I'm about to tell you about here. On TikTok, 26,100. Facebook, I do have friends.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you'd step outside for a moment, outside meaning the jury room, the hallway, we'll get you back in here shortly. No outside research, don't talk about the case. Mr. Howes, if you come this way, Ms. Mignot over there.
We have 3,000 followers on the Recovery Addicts page. Those are more like friends. Let's see what else on X.
Here you go.
6.2 thousand followers on Recovery Addict. On my other account that nobody knows about, I have 652. Great question, interveners. I have 56,000 friends on YouTube. They're the ones that matter. Well, I guess some of my Facebook friends matter too, and their family as well.
Oh, I'll speak. I'll speak.
Thank you. So starting with you, Mr. Hiles, I don't have an issue with any of these, except I'm not remembering any testimony about Lauren being accused. I may have just not picked up on that.
I asked him if you ever suspected Lauren or confronted Lauren about it.
And maybe that was perceived as later because it says, was it over text or a phone call? And that suggests after the event, hey, Lauren, what did you do? And that's how the question is written here. And I don't remember there being testimony, but I'll explore it. I just want to make sure if I miss something, I'm more dialed into the origin of that. Okay, well, there's another question that covers this anyway, which is, did you have contact after? I think it's an appropriate question. So I'm going to cover the topics set forth in these cards. Any objection to that, Ms. Mignot?
I think it's appropriate to read that one because I think there's testimony based on my notes where he said that he had reached back out to Lauren.
Okay, and that's right. Just the accusation part was what was new to me, but we'll see where it goes. All right, Mr. Pritchett, any objection to these questions? Let's bring the jurors back, please.
Jurors are coming back. I can stream for, like Top Mark Media streams for like 3 weeks straight. I can stream for a long time. It changes what I'm able to do with the feed after it's done. In this one, we don't really have problems with that. But once we get caught up, I try to keep it under 6 hours. Here comes the jury. We should know them all by first name by the time we're done. We've seen every single one of them. Oh, that one ran in. This show is brought to you by Depends.
A few more questions, Mr. Riggs. About how many Snapchat invitations to the party we've been talking about, so the November 8th one, that included a photograph of suspected drugs and money, about how many of those did you send out?
With the photograph, only to Lauren and Lindsay to try to get them to come.
Speaking of Lauren and Lindsay, have you had any contact with either of them in any way? Text, social media, phone call, a gathering, since the home invasion?
No, Your Honor.
I can address this later.
You talked a little bit about interacting with Lauren when she was in the Airbnb. Did you ever accost her or confront her with why are you acting this way in the house?
I did not accuse her.
Okay. You don't need to use the word accuse. Did you interact with Lauren while she was at the Airbnb?
I believe I talked to her, and that's all I remember.
Okay, but the exchange was not about why are you behaving a certain way at the party?
No, sir.
Had you consumed enough of whatever you'd been consuming that night to make you feel like you weren't aware of what was going on around you?
No, sir, far from it.
Do you remember what either of the invaders' masks looked like?
One of them, the one coming up on the stairs, was black. Kind of looked like it was from a movie. It had somewhat of a semicircle around the eyes to where I could see their eyes.
Okay. And the other mask?
Was too far away for me to see.
Okay. So the mask of the person who you encountered on the stairs with whom you fought was one that you're describing as maybe being something from a movie?
Yes. And the other one, I only saw the back quarter of his head.
Do you remember anything about the clothing that the masked gunman you were dealing with? Anything about his clothing?
I remember it being long sleeves, long pants, gloves, darker colors for everything.
Okay. Anything about the clothing of the other invader?
I don't recall.
How about their relative heights? First, the guy you were dealing with on the stairs, and I appreciate you're on stairs, taller than you, shorter than you?
That is hard to say, being on the stairs, and then the flash, obviously, from the adrenaline. I know he was taller. I couldn't compare it to my own height. The other individual was also was a little shorter than the one coming up the stairs. It seemed to be.
Okay.
Again, from a distance.
Understood. As between the two masked invaders, the taller of the two is who you would describe as the one coming up the stairs.
Yes, and skinnier for sure.
Okay. Mr. Hiles, do you have any questions for Mr. Riggs based on our exchange?
I do not, Your Honor.
Ms. Mignot?
No questions, Your Honor.
And finally, to the accused, any other questions?
Up to 60 on the accused count.
All right, Mr. Riggs, I appreciate your time. You're free to go.
Thank you, sir.
And Mr. Riggs is off the stand.
Who is the state's next witness?
State's next witness is Lindsay Kalish.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Kalish will probably take a little while as well. You had a mini break right there. We could take a break now, or we could do about a half hour of her testimony and break then. Is your preference to do some of her testimony and then break? That's where I see lots of nodding. Okay. We're going to take the break now. Got to have a court reporter who's ready to go as well. Thank you for speaking up. That was the right thing to do.
All right, jurors are headed out.
You don't get breaks during
while we see the jurors. While we see the jurors, the judge has said he's aware that the jurors are shown as they go in and out on the Zoom.
Mr. Hiles, please stay where you are and not interact quite yet. I just want to engage with everyone before we start the break. All right, anything from the state before we break? Is Ms. Kalish right outside?
Yeah, they're going to get her. I kept her I didn't want her being in the same presence of victims, so I had her on the other wing.
Okay.
But yes, she will. Not quite yet, Ms. Kalish. We will.
Turns out we had to take a break first.
Yeah,
okay, so she'll be right out there. Great. During the break, talk with the lawyer and with Mr. Pritchett about these exhibits. And when we come back, we'll see if there are any issues. Anything else from the state?
There you go.
Ms. Mignot, anything from Mr. Robinson?
Not at this time,
All right, Mr. Pritchett, you good?
As soon as he got off that stand, I had remembered the one question.
Ain't that the way? Me too.
Bummer.
All right. Ms. Kalish is next. We're going to take a 8-ish minute break. I'll come back. And if there are issues with the exhibits, we'll talk about them then. Thank you.
How long is the break? It's a little while. We're going to skip it. Skip the break. Skip the break. Oh, we're back. Okay, we'll give it just a minute here. Anyway, the judge is okay with the jury being shown. He's aware of it. He says, I can see him on the Zoom. The Zoom going out public on YouTube. It's cool. It's a public courtroom. There is no constitutional requirement that jurors are not made public. It's not there. It's tradition, but it's not there. Then what did the accused say? He said, as soon as the witness got off the stand, I remembered a question. And the judge is like, ain't that the way it goes? Well, bummer. And he just moved on. Me too, he said. So you don't get to recall. Well, you can recall the witness, but he'll have to subpoena him. And it's a little difficult to issue subpoenas from jail. Can be done. You might need some help. Let's see. So everything I read about this case and all the defendants being in custody is not accurate. Defendants, yes. These two are in custody. They're both in custody. They're provided street clothes to wear during the trial. I believe, one female is out on bond, right? That's the one who's about to come in and talk. The other female was out on bond, but broke the terms of her bond and is being brought in. Is that right? I've asked my family repeatedly for ice cream, and they're not bringing it. How you doing? Hang on. Talk amongst yourselves. All right, instead they might make me some spaghetti. That's nice of them. I'll probably ruin my shirt with the spaghetti sauce, but you know. All right, sorry, left you alone just there for a minute. We're just finishing up the break here. Now I want my cookie dough ice cream. That's what they have. They have cookie dough ice cream from the creamery, the local creamery, which is really good. Not really healthy, but it's really good. What have you missed? Watching Boyd. What did we miss? I guess you could say, Paula. We had a couple of the victims in the case testify. We've had the DJ who got injured probably most severely out of the bunch. Those that got robbed. We've had a lot of testimony about drugs from people who have immunity for their testimony today. It's been good. We've had testimony of one of the girls who was one of the scouts that sort of went in first. We heard from her, and she basically told all on her two co-conspirators. She also has immunity for her testimony today, but only for the testimony. She's still being tried in the case. They just can't use what she says today against her in court. Gooey butter cake flavor. Oh, that's a bit much. I mean, I used to eat margarine as a kid, but I don't anymore. No, I don't think I could eat that. Okay, here we go.
Yes.
Coming back. Oh, they have ice cream.
Can we bring the defendants out?
Simply Natural Creamery. That's what we're doing right now. This is chocolate chip cookie dough. Oh, it already comes in a bowl. This is all I need.
Once we conclude today, is it all right if we keep Mr. Pritchett up long enough just for me to go over the indictment that are redacted? Because it could potentially be one of the first witnesses.
If you can stay, I thought you had to go.
Well, I want to get out of here, but at the same time, that should take 5 minutes.
Okay.
Yes, I am anxious to get out of here, but well aware of the pace we're moving on.
Speaking of which, while we're waiting on Mr. Pritchett, you've got Ms. Kalish, Maldonado, Miller. Who else?
Stephen O'Hare.
That's just about an arrest?
He arrested both Mr. Pritchett and Mr. Robinson.
Okay.
And then it will be Vince Velasquez and Scott Demeester.
Demeester knows about the first home invasion?
Yes.
He and Velasquez testify about that?
So Velasquez was the lead, and then Demeester did the cell-site location information presentation. I do not intend to go through that whole thing by any means.
Is there another PowerPoint you're using that Ms. Mignot doesn't have yet?
It is part of the 418 that was turned over. It's in that discovery. I will show it. It's not going to be a PowerPoint.
If it was in the 418, then she's got it. Okay. All right, Ms. Rivers, let's get on the record, please. When you're ready. Okay. All right. We're back on the record. It's about 3:30, and we are going to have the state call its next witness in a minute. Ms. Green, anything before we bring the jurors in?
No, Judge.
Ms. Mignot?
No, Your Honor.
And Mr. Pritchett, you good to go?
I just want to know, when there's a time that I may call witnesses, what's the best way I need to go about it? I know you told Ms. Mignot to contact Ms. Nelson, let her know what they beforehand. How do you want to go about it?
So for witnesses to be here, they can agree to show up because you or a representative of yours reaches out to them. That's great, I'll be here. Otherwise, they need to be subpoenaed unless they're in custody. If they're in custody, you just need to let me know a day in advance who it is who's in custody that you plan to call. We'll get that person produced and then to work just like it did with Ms. Riley. But if it is Fred Smith, who is living in Hateville, you would need to figure out a way to contact Fred Smith to see if he's willing to come on in here. Okay, does that answer your question? Jurors, please.
Yeah, well, I don't have a witness list. I understand it.
So we'll talk about that later. He's not calling anyone today.
Perfect.
Thanks to all those who are rating our main channel from the Top Mark Media channel. Hope you enjoyed the coverage of Chad Daybell's case today. Thanks for great mods over there who keep me updated and make it all possible.
All right,
I think that was a little like a low blow from the prosecutors. Like, hey, I don't have a witness list from the defendant. It's like, look, you can handle a late disclosure from this defendant, I think.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. All right, home stretch for today, Thursday, April 25th. First day of the NFL draft. Your first witness is, or your next witness is?
Lindsay Kalish.
It's Kalish. You've coordinated with her counsel?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you turn to raise your right hand? You swear affirm that testimony you will give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth of God. You don't have a seat. Can you state and spell your name to the record?
My name is Lindsay Kalish, Lyndsey. Kalish, Kallish.
Okay. And Ms. Kalish, would you please scoot that chair up as close as you can, and please speak into the microphone so we can all hear you, especially Ms. Rivers, the equivalent.
Is this okay? Or do I need to be louder?
That's good. We'll see. If you're hard to hear, we'll get you. The closer you get, the more you can hear.
All right. Good afternoon.
No,
Good
Judge.
afternoon.
No, that doesn't work.
A little closer to that microphone. All right. Ms. Kalish, what are you doing right now? And as it pertains to work, or where are you in life at this point?
Right now, I am a personal trainer in the morning, and at night, I am a waitress. I also just finished my paralegal certificate in December.
And
she's going
let's
into
go back
law.
to 2019. Where were you in life in 2019?
I was playing lacrosse at Life University.
Okay. Who were you hanging out with at that time?
I was hanging out with Lauren, a couple of my friends from high school, her friends from high school, and just our teammates.
Okay. What is Lauren's last name?
Riley.
Now, how close were you in 2019 with Lauren Riley?
I would say she was my best friend.
How often were y'all hanging out?
About every day.
Okay. So how did you know Lauren? How did you meet?
We met through a mutual friend of mine. I was at Kennesaw State at the time, and we met through a mutual friend, Maddie Bowden. Maddie Bowden, Madison Bowden.
Is Maddie short for Madison?
Yes.
Is that spelled with a D?
Yes.
How long had y'all been playing lacrosse together?
We played lacrosse together for only that season at Life University.
Okay. All right. What types of places were y'all hanging out in together?
Clubs, music studios, high-rise apartments.
I'm just going to go ahead and direct your attention to the late hours of November 7th, early morning hours of November 8th, 2019. Who were you with from November 7th going into November 8th in 2019?
The night began just me and Lauren.
What were y'all doing? You said the night began. Where were you?
We were at Life, our school.
And did you make plans to go anywhere?
We made plans to go to Young Band's apartment.
Okay. Who was Young Bands?
At the time, a rapper.
Okay. And how did you know Young Bands?
I knew him through Lauren.
So you made plans to go to Young Band's apartment. Did you ever go to Young Band's apartment?
Not that apartment. A year before, we went to a house.
Okay.
But it wasn't the same place.
Okay. I guess I didn't ask. I think you got ahead of yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry.
On the night of November 7th into November 8th, 2019, did you ever go to Young Band's place? Did you go to Young Band's house, apartment?
Yes.
Okay. Was it a house or apartment?
Apartment.
Okay. Was it a high rise?
It was.
Do you know the exact time that you got to Young Band's house?
I'm unsure the exact time, but it was dark outside and it was late.
Okay. Who all was present at Young Band's apartment?
Myself, Lauren, Young Bands, Rick, and two individuals I didn't know.
Okay. Who is Rick?
He was a friend of Young Bands.
Okay. Had you seen Rick before?
I had.
Okay. And was Rick the full name by which you knew this person?
Rick Rare.
Rick Rare was how you knew this person. Okay.
Yes.
And where had you seen Rick Rare before?
Through Instagram.
Okay. And is Rick Rare in this courtroom today?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to stand and point out Rick Rare by where he is sitting and what he is wearing.
He is sitting, from my point of view, on the right side, wearing a mask, a light blue shirt, and a jacket.
Please let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant. Mr. Pritchett?
She has.
Now, why were you going over to young Band's place?
Intentionally to hook up with both Rick and young bands. Hook up as in have sex, perform oral sex, hook up.
Did you have sexual contact with the person that you knew as Rick Rare?
I did oral sex.
And is that the person that you just identified?
Correct.
And did you recognize everybody that was present at the apartment when you got to the apartment?
Not the two individuals that were there that I didn't know.
Okay. And so just so we're clear, please state again what individuals you did know that were present.
I knew myself, Lauren, young bands, and Rick Rare.
And while you were at the house, did the idea or was there ever a suggestion of either a home invasion or a robbery while you were at young band's apartment?
There was.
How did this idea come about?
I received a Snapchat from Chris Riggs, and Lauren said, let's go take the money and the drugs.
Okay. So what were the contents of that Snapchat?
It said, bring females, and it was the Wiley Street address. Also a video of money and drugs.
And how did you know that there would be money and drugs? Were you confident that those would be present?
I was confident that those would be present.
Okay. Why do you say that?
I would say 2 days before, Lauren and I had hung out with Chris Riggs and a bunch of his friends at a hotel, and the same things were present: drugs, money.
Okay. So after Lauren said, let's take the money and drugs, what transpired?
I believe that there were phone calls from young bands and Rick being made to call somebody else to help with this. And
somebody else we called to help us. Do you know?
After the fact, I knew that young bands was on house arrest, but before the fact, no, I didn't know why anybody else was being called.
Okay. So do you know if young bands or Rick actually made contact with anybody to come and assist with this robbery?
The initial people they had called, they did not pick up. The second person picked up.
Okay. And do you know who that person is?
He goes by Baby Slat.
Okay. And how would you spell Baby Slat for the record?
BABYSLATT.
Okay. And had you ever heard of or met a Baby Slat before, prior to this phone call or ushering over to young band's apartment?
I have not.
Okay. And did the person, Baby Slat, ever appear at young band's apartment?
He did.
Okay. And the person you know as Baby Slat that appeared at young band's apartment, do you see him present in court today?
Sorry, I can't see over the computer.
You're welcome to get up and move around. Sorry, we're not intentionally putting obstacles, as the computer screens have been complicated during this trial.
Yes, I see him.
Okay. And if you need to get up and move around again, can you please describe what he's wearing and where he is sitting?
He is sitting on the right side of my point of view, wearing a tie, also a light blue shirt and a jacket.
Okay. And what kind of haircut does he have?
He has a buzz cut.
Okay.
Oh, what?
Buzz cut?
Oh.
Not a buzz cut?
I just didn't hear your words.
I'm sorry, buzz cut.
All right. Please let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant, Tyrone Robinson.
She has.
Now, what happened once Mr. Robinson arrived to young band's apartment?
We were sitting in the room. I can't recall much planning. Then shortly after he arrived, we got in the car and went to the Wiley Street address.
Okay. Whose car did you get in?
Lauren's car.
Okay. Do you remember what kind of car Lauren was driving at that time?
A gray Mercedes-Benz.
Who all got into that gray Mercedes-Benz that was driven by Lauren?
Lauren, myself, Rick, and Baby Slat.
So you said you drove to the Wiley Street address. What did you do when you arrived at the Wiley Street address?
Lauren and I got out of the car and went into the party. We were let in by Chris Riggs.
Okay. And is Riggs the person that you identified as having introduced y'all, you and Ryan, having invited you to the party?
Yes, Chris had invited us to the party.
What was going on inside the party when you got there?
There weren't many people from the party. We walked straight upstairs. We, as in Chris, Lauren, and I. I'm unsure if there was anybody else around, but I remember us three walking upstairs.
And now, when you arrived, did somebody have to open the door for you? Was it locked?
It was.
I'm going to play a video what's been previously admitted to State's Exhibit 22, and inside the exhibit labeled as "Girls Arrived to Party." Just a minute. Can I please have the translation back?
It worked last time. It worked last time through Zoom.
It will, but the sound won't come through. It'll delay. Like, okay, I won't play it with sound.
It worked last time without sound just fine. Yeah.
Play it through
You
Zoom.
may not have been here for it, but let me just tell you, it worked well when Mr. Abate did it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Other lawyers know how to use the text, sir.
Ms. Kalish, can you press the button that says stay muted? Thank you.
We saw it just briefly. There we go. This camera is a daytime, nighttime camera. When it's too dark, it goes black and white. When there's enough light, it will go switch to color. So you're going to see it's right there at that threshold.
Do you see yourself in this video?
I do.
Okay.
He said he wasn't going to play the sound,
And
but he did.
if you look at the bottom left hand of your screen, if you tap it, you will see a stylist.
I see.
For right now, you don't need to use it shortly. Which person are you on this screen?
Would you like me to draw it or verbalize it?
Verbalize it for now.
I'm in the white jacket closest to the door.
For the record,
quiet party.
Large TV on the right is showing a different screen, and it's just about a 20-second delay.
It's showing a different video?
It's the same video, but about 25 seconds behind.
Okay, but it's the same video. People can see it twice.
All right, so you're let in a locked door. What did you do? You testified that you went into a bedroom. Who did you go into a bedroom with?
Chris, Lauren, and myself.
Okay. Why were you going into the bedroom?
To look for the drugs.
Looking for the drugs. Were you scoping the house?
Correct.
Okay. And while you were inside, where, when you got out of Lauren's car to go into 1040 Wiley Street, where was the person you identified as Baby Slack and Rick Rare?
In the car still.
What were you planning to do once you located the drugs?
Send them a picture of where the drugs were.
Okay. Did you have your phone with you when you were in the house?
I did not have my phone with me.
Okay, why did you not have your phone with you?
It was left back in the car for Lauren and the boys to communicate.
Why did they need to use your phone to communicate?
I'm unsure.
Okay. But were you requested by Lauren and the boys? Is it your testimony that you were requested by Lauren and the boys to leave your phone in the car so Lauren could communicate?
In fact, not in evidence. And leave.
Your response?
She just said she left her phone in the car.
So ask her why she left her phone in the car.
Why did you leave your phone in the car?
For Lauren to send a picture of where the drugs were at.
Okay. Was that at the request of Lauren and Rick Rare and Baby Slats to leave your phone in the call?
I don't believe it was Lauren's request, but the boys correct.
Okay. Thank you. And the boys being who? Names?
Rick Rare and Baby Slat.
Now, how long were you inside the house?
I don't remember how long.
Okay. Do you remember moving about in the house? Do you remember engaging with anybody in the house?
I do.
Okay. Who all did you speak with?
I'm unsure of names.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 9. Now, does this area look familiar to you?
It does.
Okay. And what is this?
The living room.
Okay. Now, once you were inside, where did you predominantly spend your time?
In this living room.
Okay. Now, at what point did you leave the house?
I left the house after all the commotion from the robbery was done.
Okay. Did you and Lauren leave the house at the same time?
We did not leave the house at the same time.
Okay. Who exited first?
Lauren.
Okay. And at what point did you experience the commotion that you just were describing? After Lauren left.
After Lauren left, there were a couple minutes that go by. I'm unsure of how long enough for me to be with the people at the party, find a backwood, which is something to roll up marijuana with, long enough to sit on the couch with them, break down the backwood, and start to roll it.
Okay. So that explanation, would that explanation be removing tobacco from a cigar and filling it with marijuana?
Correct.
Okay. And at some point, did Rick Rare and Baby Slat make entry into the house?
They did.
And was that before or after Lauren left the house?
That was after.
Where were you when when Lauren left the house?
After we were sitting on the couch and rolling the backwood for I don't know how long, maybe 10 minutes. I went inside the restroom to go use it. And as I was taking a step out to exit the restroom, that's when I heard the boys come in through the front door.
Okay.
I closed the door, locked it, and stayed in the bathroom.
When you say you closed the bathroom door?
Correct. I was in the midst of walking out.
Okay. Did you, and I understand that when you say the term boys, are you collectively referring to Rick Rare and Baby Slat?
Correct.
Okay. So, how did you know that it was Rick Rare and Baby Slat that made entry into the house?
I wasn't sure if it was them, but they came with us.
And when you left, did you see them wearing clothes or any masks?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Overruled.
You can answer that.
Okay. I did not see them wearing masks when I got back into the car, no.
Okay. Did they get back into the car with any masks or book bags?
They were in the car before me.
Okay. So let's just go step by step. Did you know, was it a part of the plan for you to, for Lauren to send a text message from her phone to your phone in the car with Baby Slat and Rick?
Is there another way you can reword that, please?
Are you aware of any communications between Lauren and Baby Slat and Rick on your phone?
I'm not.
What did you hear when the home invaders came in?
I heard a bang, assuming it was the front door. Then I heard a lot of body movement, a lot of yelling. Pardon me, I have to curse, but get the fuck down on the ground, get down, stop moving, a lot of aggression and a lot of, I just want to call it body movement, shuffling around, scurrying around, just commotion is what I can call it.
Okay. And when you got back in the car, or where did you go after you left the house?
When I left the house, I just ran down the street.
I'm going to show you again, State's Exhibit 22. This is going to be a video that says LK leaves party.
She didn't warn us before what she was going to say, but this time she did. Karen, there's a lot of text going by. I've missed them. What are your questions?
Okay. And
she be gone.
When you left, were the boys inside?
They were not.
I'm gonna use. Have you had a chance to review the videos with me?
I have.
So where were you when the boys made injury?
In the restroom.
Virginia, thank you. Gifted 5 memberships.
Again, this is State's Exhibit
Kim,
22.
thank you as well.
Video
For gifted
entitled LK Leaves Party. Is that you leaving the party?
Correct.
Okay. And after watching that and hearing that, do you know where the boys were when you were leaving the party?
I did not know where they were leaving the party.
Were they inside of the house when you left the party?
They were not inside of the house.
Sounds like
Where did you go when
we
you
have
left
no
the house?
phones.
I ran down the street with no destination in mind.
Okay. And did you ever get back into the car with Lauren, into Lauren's Mercedes?
I did.
Okay. And who was in the car when you got into the car?
Lauren, Rick, and Baby Slot.
Okay. And was there any property inside of that car that was not present prior to you going into this party?
Correct. There were phones, wallets, a backpack.
Okay. And who was in possession of these phones, wallets, and backpacks?
Rick and Baby Slot.
Okay. Did you see any masks with them, with the boys, whether they were wearing them or holding them?
Not until we got back to the apartment.
Okay. So when you went back to the apartment, what did you do?
Everything was laid out on the bed, everything as in the edibles, the wax, the THC wax, the cartridges, the guns, and the masks.
Okay. And when you're leaving the apartment, when you're leaving the house on Wiley Street right here, if you turn you look there. Were you wearing a jacket?
I was wearing a jacket.
At this point?
Not at this point.
Okay. And why were you not wearing a jacket at this point?
When we were led into the house originally upstairs, that's where the drugs were, and Lauren put some in her waistband of her pants, and I gave her my jacket to cover up.
Were you initially inside? I guess we covered that. So you got back to Ban's house. Did you go back inside?
We did.
Okay. Do you remember what level it is it was on?
I do not.
Okay. Was it off the ground floor?
It was off the ground floor.
Okay. And who all went back inside to Ban's house?
Baby Slot, Rick, myself, and Lauren.
And what were the individuals, was anybody carrying anything with them that did not leave young Ban's house originally?
I don't think I understand the question. I'm sorry.
Was there any property that was brought back to young Vance's house?
So we've talked about this and the bed, and they lay everything out.
Who laid everything out on the bed?
I'm unsure specifically who.
Okay. What all was laid out though?
Edibles, the THC wax, guns, the mask, backpack.
Okay. Did you have THC edibles when you left young Vance's house originally?
We did not.
Okay. But they were present on the bed with Rick and Baby Slap after y'all returned?
Correct.
Did you have any discussions with Rick and Baby Slap as to what you were going to do with those particular edibles that were laid out on the bed?
Baby Slat said he had somebody to sell it already that already wanted to buy it, told us not to worry about it, and that when they got the money for it, we'd all split it.
Okay. So you were told by Baby Slat that you would be given proceeds once the drugs were sold?
Correct.
And I'm going to show you now what has been marked as State's Exhibit 25. Do you recognize the thumb drive that has been marked as State's Exhibit 25?
I do.
Okay. And when you were you ever arrested?
I was.
Okay. And when you were arrested for these events, was your phone taken?
It was.
Okay. And was your phone, to your knowledge, searched?
It was.
Okay. And have you had a chance to review the contents of that phone search?
I have.
Okay. And did it appear to be the pictures, text, and conversations of your phone up to the date of your arrest?
Correct, it was.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender State's Exhibit 25, the phone extraction of Lindsay Kalish into evidence.
Ms. Mignot, any objection to State's 25?
If it is a certified record, Your Honor, no. If it's not, then yes.
I'm not sure what would be certified about a phone in extraction. I think there's been a sufficient foundation laid for the data taken from Ms. Kalish's phone that was seized from her when she was taken into custody. Mr. Pritchett, do you have any objection to State's 25?
Yeah, I have never seen.
Okay, that's noted. I will allow State's 25 into evidence.
Okay. So where did y'all go after these proceeds were laid on the bed and you were told that you would be given proceeds at that time?
Rick proceeded to shower and Lauren and I left and Baby Slat walked us down to the car.
Baby Slat walked you and Lauren down to the car?
Correct.
Okay. And where did you and Lauren go from there?
Back to Life University.
Okay. And did you ever have any contact with Lauren about these events the week afterwards?
I did.
Okay. And what were you and Lauren discussing?
Before you move on, I've got a quick question. You mentioned that I think that one of the things laid out on the bed were the masks. Did I misunderstand that? When the backpack was opened and things were put down, like you said, the guns were put there and the masks were put there.
I believe the mask, guns, backpack, and edibles were all laid out on the edge of the bed.
Do you remember what the masks looked like?
I do not.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. What did y'all do afterwards? Any conversations did y'all have? What were y'all discussing in regards to this home invasion / robbery?
There were talk of when we were going to get the money. There was also some inappropriate talk between Lauren and I right after the fact.
Okay. All right. At any point were you ever called into the police station?
I was.
Okay, do you remember that date?
I do not remember the date.
Who did you voluntarily go to the police station?
I did.
Okay. And who did you meet with?
I can't remember her name. Detective Maldonado, Sergeant Knapp, and there was a female that I do not remember her name.
Okay. And initially, did you give a statement to Officer Maldonado?
I did.
Okay. Did you tell the truth in that initial statement?
I did not.
Okay. What did you tell Officer Maldonado initially?
I'm not sure how to answer that.
Did you admit to being part of the robbery in your first?
I did not.
Okay. And during your interview with Investigator Maldonado, were you ever presented with a search warrant for your phone?
I was.
Okay. And did you give him your phone?
I did.
Okay. And after that initial interview where you were not honest about your involvement, were you allowed to leave?
I was.
Did you get very far?
No,
How far did you get?
downstairs.
Okay, and what happened after you got downstairs?
We were called back up and interrogated a second time.
When you say we, who's we?
I apologize, Lauren and myself.
When you were interviewed by Detective Maldonado and those other two people, was Ms. Riley in the room with you?
She was not in the room with me.
Were you in the room by yourself?
I was.
Okay. And after you began the interview with Maldonado this second time, was it a different type of interview? Was it?
It was a different type of interview.
At this point, were you read Miranda?
I was.
Okay. And did you begin to tell Officer Maldonado about the facts surrounding the robbery?
I believe I began to say the truth. I still felt as though I was withholding just out of being scared.
Okay. So you were getting towards the truth, but you weren't telling the full truth.
Correct.
And in what sense were you not telling the full truth?
I would say the names specifically. I was withholding baby's last name a little bit.
Okay. Why were you withholding baby's last name?
I was scared.
What were you scared of?
There's a saying that snitches get stitches, and I know that they were a part of a gang, and I did not want to get stitches.
Okay. And so when you were trying to explain who all was involved in the robbery to Officer Maldonado, what did you tell him in regards to Baby Slap? How did you explain Baby Slap to Investigator Maldonado?
I kept calling him slime.
And why were you doing that again?
To protect myself.
Okay. And did you ever tell Investigator Maldonado that if you had your Instagram, you would be able to identify Baby Slap?
Correct.
Okay. And did you begin to give Investigator Maldonado Baby Slap's Instagram name?
I did.
Okay. And did you give him the correct name the first time?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And what originally did you, if you recall, do you recall how you initially presented his name?
Presented it as either slime or something with a snake.
Okay. Did you know to yourself full well who Baby Slap was and what his name was?
I did.
Okay. And did Investigator Maldonado then start looking for somebody with that particular Instagram profile that you described?
I had provided numbers as well, the number 1 and the other number 1. I provided an underscore, and that's as much as I provided. Oh, I actually did say Baby Slat, SLAT, in that instance.
Did you withhold the second TM Slat?
For no particular reason.
Okay. And did Officer Maldonado ever show you anything on his end?
He showed me just the username, no picture.
Okay. How did he show you the username without a picture?
I'm unsure.
Like, was it on a phone?
Oh, correct.
Okay. Did he physically cover the picture to show you the username?
It was just the username, probably cropped the picture.
But there was no image associated with that name?
No image.
Okay. Did you admit to your involvement in the armed robbery at that time?
I did.
Okay. Did you still try to distance yourself from how much you knew about it?
I did.
And I want to now turn your attention to what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 25.
My son's making me some dinner and he burnt it, and I think the fire alarm's about to go off. Hang on, the other girl that was in prison got like smart water and she's drinking like cheap stuff.
I'm going to direct your attention to page 144 of State's Exhibit 25. Can you see this on your screen?
I can.
This is the exhibit you just identified as your phone extraction. What did you have Lauren's name saved as in your phone?
Sugar Mama.
Okay. And what did you have your name? What was the name of your iPhone at the time?
Princess's iPhone.
Okay. And have you and I gone over this conversation?
We have.
Do you know what Lauren had you saved as? Wow, don't read all these. Don't read all those. Wow.
Could you have your colleague navigate while you're asking questions?
58,655 pages of phone dump.
What is the first message that appears on your screen?
Are you okay?
Okay. And who sent that message to you?
Lauren.
Okay. And what is the second message? What is the second message under that Lauren sent you after "Are you okay"?
I deleted our messages.
Okay. And was that a message sent from Lauren to you?
Correct.
Okay. And what date? Will you read the date that those messages were sent?
November 8th, 2019 at 4:40.
I'm going now to page 125. And what do the messages starting at the top of 125 say, and who are they from?
The first one says, WYD, what are you doing? From Lauren. The next one says, bro, holy shit, also from Lauren. The next one says, I want to go home tonight, also from Lauren.
And at the top of 126, I'm trying to wait for this to catch up.
So go ahead and ask the question. It'll get there. She's got it in front of her.
Okay. The message at the top of 126, who sent that message?
Lauren.
Okay. And what is the message of?
Text me your
username. It is a picture of the ring camera
so I can find it.
from the party. And it says, they sent this to me.
And what was the date that that message was sent?
Also November the 8th, 2019.
Okay. And what time does it say it was sent?
3:28:56 p.m.
Going now to 134. Who is Maddie?
Maddie was a mutual friend of the both of us, Lauren and myself.
Okay. And the message at the top, what does that say?
So Maddie knows.
And who sent that?
Lauren.
And what time was that sent?
6:13.
Message at the very bottom of page 134 in green text. Who sent that message?
I sent that message.
Who was it sent to?
It was sent to Lauren.
Okay. And what does that message say?
I told her everything I went through. Like I think that's supposed to say locked. Like locked myself in the bathroom, then ran. I don't know. You might want to call her. I don't know what you're going to say.
Okay. And when did you send that message to Lauren?
November the 8th at 6:14.
Okay. Now, scrolling down to the top of page 135, did Lauren send you a message at the top of page 135 in blue?
I see what I sent first.
And what did you send to Lauren?
I said, she was like, what did you do last night?
And how did Lauren respond?
She responded, no, you shouldn't have said anything to her. Then another message, fuck bro.
Going to page 137. So, sorry, page 138. Now, what does the top message on 138 say?
It says, Band said you need to keep asking Rick for the money.
Okay, and who did you know Vans to be?
Young bands.
And who did you know Rick to be?
Rick Ware.
Okay, is that the same Rick Ware you identified as being present in this courtroom earlier?
Correct.
Okay, and what date was that message sent?
Also November the 8th at 2019.
Okay, and does it have a timestamp of what that was sent?
9:14.
Okay, PM?
PM.
What was your response?
WYM, which means what you mean. And the next thing I said, I questioned and said, you need to keep asking Rick for the money. On iPhone, you can hold it down and there's like a little question mark you can press.
And how did Lauren respond?
Like, you need to keep talking to Rick until we get money.
I'm going to skip to page 141.
Okay, it's going to get interesting here.
Did you send a message? You see where I'm highlighting?
I can see.
Okay. What does that message say?
So Baby Slat and Rick are still talking to me. That's good.
Okay. Who sent that message?
I sent that message.
And on what date did you send that message?
November 9th, 2019 at 11:37 a.m.
And on page, skipping forward to 144. The very last message in blue, what does that say?
Why was it so sexy that the boys were like beating people up?
And what is your response?
My response was, I don't fucking know, but holy, I want to fuck Rick.
What was Lauren's response?
Like, it just really turned me on.
Why would you say something like that?
It was the heat of the moment, but also I was very influenced by Lauren and wanted to please her. And I felt saying something like that would do so.
Now, the very bottom of the page, the last message, what does that message say?
Can you ask Rick and Baby Slat where the money is?
Okay. And what is the date that that message was sent?
November 10th, 2019 at 1:39 p.m.
No. Did you ever, after your phone was taken, or after these messages were sent, did you ever edit your messages in your cell phone?
I did.
And what do you mean you did?
I deleted messages and an app.
Okay. So some of the messages that you had between you and Lauren, you actually deleted.
I believe so.
Okay. And did you delete some of your messages that you had on your Instagram account?
I believe so as well.
Okay. And how often did you communicate over the Instagram Messenger app?
All the time.
Your Honor, at this time, I am presenting to the court State's Exhibit 26. These are the self-authenticating business records of the Instagram return of Lindsay Kalish. At this point, I would tender State's Exhibit 26 into evidence.
Ms. Mignot, any objection to State's 26?
None, assuming that's exactly what we discussed.
Okay, I'm making the same assumption you are. And sir, the accused, do you have any objection to the admission of State's 26 beyond the fact that you as a self-represented litigant may not have seen its contents?
Yes, I have not seen the contents.
Okay, I'll admit 26.
And did you and I have a chance to go through the messages that were contained on your phone?
We did.
And when you communicated over instant messenger on the Instagram app, was it through your cell phone?
Correct.
And did your phone actually store the contents of some of your Instagram messages?
It did.
I'm going to direct you to page 22,649 of your dump.
Page 19,692. What? Are there really 58,000 pages of text messages?
Can you see the box that is on your screen in front of you?
That says numbers and owner, and then another set of numbers.
The very bottom of 22,649. What does the box say?
187542620 owner, and then it has another icon below that. It says 307640912.
I am turning your attention to your Instagram business records, which has just been admitted as State's Exhibit number 26. Can you please read the target number where my cursor is?
187542620.
Okay. I'm going back to State's Exhibit 25. It is marked box 23. What is the owner? What is the number associated with that owner?
187542620, the number I just previously stated.
Was that the same number as your target Instagram records?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I'm going to what has been previously introduced as Tyron Robinson's Instagram records. Will you please read the target number for Tyron Robinson's Instagram records?
307640912.
Okay. Going back to your conversation on Instagram from your phone on State's Exhibit 25, who is the other participant, or what is the number for the other participant and where my cursor is right now?
307640912.
Okay. And is that the same number you just read as the target ID from Tyron Robinson's Instagram records?
Correct.
Okay.
So that identifies the phone conversation. That's the link there that we needed.
What is the first message that was sent? In that,
it got smaller. Can you make it bigger? You press something, or do you need to keep it smaller?
So if
there's a
plus, especially a large document, if it gets bigger, then it overloads and shuts off. But
I don't want it to shut off. Shut off would be bad. Why don't we just keep going the way we're going?
Can you make this one word bigger?
Can you read the first message and who it was sent by?
It was sent by me, and it said, fuck.
Okay. And what time and date was that sent?
November 9th, 2019 at 5:27 p.m.
And who responded to that message?
Baby Slat.
And what was his response?
What type of hairstyle you fin get?
Okay. Going next. Who responded to that message?
I did, and I said, just a cut.
And the message after that, who responded?
I responded again, and I said, white girl hair gets nasty at the ends if you don't keep up with it.
Okay. And who responded to that message?
Baby Slat replied, true, I think that's everybody's hair.
Okay. And who responded to that message?
I replied, and I said, very true. And then I replied again and said, well, we need to sell that shit and get a big dinner because I need some crab legs stat.
Okay. And what time was that message sent?
6:50 p.m.
On what date?
November 9th, 2019.
Okay. Who responded to that message and what was the response?
Baby Slat replied, just chill.
Okay.
Crab legs on the thumbnail.
What were you referring to when you said we need to sell that shit?
I was referring to the drugs that were just stolen.
Okay. And did you believe that you were communicating with the same Baby Slat that you see in court today?
I do.
What after it said just chill, who sent the message just chill?
Baby Slat sent the message that says just chill.
Okay. And who responded to that?
I replied and I said, that's what I do.
Okay. And the final message at the bottom of page 22,650, what does that message say?
It says, what's the word baby slat?
Okay. And how is baby slat spelled?
BABY space SLATT.
Okay. And at what time is that message sent?
November 10th, 2019 at 6:39 p.m.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move State's Exhibit 25A into evidence, which is the conversation that was just discussed on pages 22,649 and 22,650.
Okay, it's in, I mean, this is already in evidence. And so if you want to supplement it in that way, 25A is part of 25.
All right. Now, did you ever get any money from baby slat or rape?
No.
Okay. At some point, did you quit asking for the money?
I was arrested.
Okay. And about how long after this incident were you arrested?
A week.
Now, outside of Maddie, and Lauren, did you discuss this particular incident with anybody else?
I do not believe so.
Now, have I promised you anything in exchange for your testimony today?
You have not.
Are you charged in the same indictment as baby slat and rape?
I am.
Okay. And are you aware of what you were charged with?
I am.
What do you know those charges to be?
Armed robbery, aggravated assault with intent to rob, aggravated battery, home invasion in the first degree, and criminal gang violence.
Just your typical librarian charges there.
At this point in your life, were you using substances, illicit substances?
Did you ask at that point?
Yes.
Yes, I was abusing my prescribed lorazepam.
Okay. And why were you so intent on getting this money from baby slat and Rick?
To feed my drug addiction.
Okay. Do you have any reason to think that it was anybody else that was involved in that home invasion besides baby slat and Rick?
I do not believe there was anybody else involved.
Was there anybody else that got in the car with you from Wiley or from the young man's apartment to go to Wiley Street?
Nobody else besides the ones previously named.
Okay. Your Honor, that's all the questions that I have.
All right, Ms. Mignot.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm gonna have to check and see where we are time-wise. Oh, good, we're almost done.
Good afternoon, Ms. Kalish. Am I pronouncing your name correctly?
Yes, ma'am, and good afternoon.
My name is Marcia Mignon. I represent Mr. Tyrone Robinson sitting at council table next to me. I'm going to be asking you some follow-up questions to the questions council just asked you. Okay. Now, starting with the Snapchat, your testimony is you received a Snapchat from Chris Riggs, correct?
Correct.
And the Snapchat you said had drugs and money in the photograph that you received.
I believe it was a video, but correct.
It's a video.
I believe it was a video.
Okay. And as it pertains to the video you have, you don't know how many other individuals Chris Riggs had sent that Snapchat to, right?
Correct.
And you had attended previous drug parties that Chris Riggs had at a hotel.
Correct.
And at those drug parties, the individuals that were there were different from the people you saw when you went to the party on November the 8th, right?
I'm unsure if the same people were there.
Now, isn't it true that in your interrogation with Detective Maldonado, you advised him that you had gone to a previous drug party that Chris Riggs had, but the people at this party on November 8th were different?
I don't remember the people at the first party or this one.
Okay.
Does this seem like they're the best prepped witnesses ever? I mean, they've had 5 years to get it ready, but.
All right. So as it pertains to your testimony about the plan prior to getting to the party, you testified that it was you, Lauren, Young Bands, and Max. That's what you told Detective Maldonado, correct?
In my first interview, that's what I told Detective. Correct. Okay. That's who was there when we first arrived to Young Band's apartment.
Okay. And when you told that information to Detective Maldonado, you never mentioned anything about Baby Slide, correct?
He had not arrived yet, correct.
Okay. And as it pertains to your statement you provided, the first statement you provided, you never mentioned to Detective Maldonado the name Baby Slide, correct?
Correct.
And once your questioning continued and the second interview started happening, you changed your story, right?
Correct.
Now, isn't it true that once you were placed under arrest, you had advised Detective Maldonado that you have no idea who the second male law enforcement had suspected was?
In the interviews, I did not say I didn't know who he was, but I did say under a different name.
Now, isn't it true that you said the person who you knew to be a second male with you and Lauren that evening, you did not meet them prior to November the 8th of 2019?
Correct.
You also stated that the person's name was Slime, maybe something starting with an S.
Correct.
And you never used the word slat until after Detective Maldonado showed you his cell phone.
I had said it right before he showed me the cell phone name.
Okay. Now, as it pertains to your testimony today, you prepared to testify by conversations with the state, right?
Correct.
And you went through your interrogation video during your preparation to testify today with the state, right?
I did it all throughout this waiting period.
Okay. So is it your testimony that all throughout waiting to testify, you were preparing with the state, or all throughout your preparation, you were looking at your interrogation video?
All throughout, I was doing my own research on my case.
And what research were you doing that assisted you with the conversation you had with Detective Maldonado on November the 16th of 2019?
Can you repeat that date? I'm sorry.
November the 16th of 2019.
And that's when I met with, I'm sorry, may you re-ask your question?
Okay. You said that you were researching your own case. You remember that testimony?
After I got out of jail, correct.
Okay. And my question was specific to your interrogation with Detective Maldonado, which occurred on November the 16th of 2019.
Okay. I'm sorry. I know where you're at now. Yes, ma'am.
Awesome. That interrogation occurred, and that is the interrogation that you prepared with the state when you were reviewing it, correct?
Objection. How can she prepare?
So
let me rephrase it.
Actually, you're confusing me. Of course, this interrogation occurred years before where we are now.
When you reviewed and prepared to testify in this case, you reviewed your interrogation video in preparation to testify, correct?
For this right here.
For this case?
Yes.
For sitting where you are today?
Sitting where I am today.
Okay. And when you're looking at the videotape, isn't it true that in that video footage, you never said the word slat until Detective Maldonado showed you the phone?
I want to say I said his name before he showed me the phone.
Okay.
I remember me saying baby slat, S-L-A-T, spelling it just like that. I said I included the numbers 11 and an underscore, but there was no underscore.
Okay. So you gave information that was not accurate.
Correct.
And the information you gave was the word slime, correct?
I used that.
You used that. And isn't it true that there are a lot of individuals on Instagram that have the word slime in their handle?
I would say a good percent.
Okay. Now, as it pertains to, you said Chris and Lauren and yourself walked upstairs when you first arrived at the party.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you got to the party, did you realize that Chris has testified, and I'm talking about Chris Riggs, has testified in this case?
Objection.
Well, that question's fine. Just don't go into what Chris Riggs said.
I'm aware he was here. I don't know what he said.
Okay. Did you have a conversation with him prior to testifying?
Absolutely not.
And who all did you speak with about your testimony today?
My lawyer and Hiles, Mr. Hiles.
So the prosecutor and your own attorney?
Correct.
Right. We are not going into any questions regarding conversations with your attorney. So any questions I direct to you is going to be about conversations that you had with Mr. Hiles or Detective Maldonado. All right? So let's get to the information you provided. Now, Initially, you stated to Detective Maldonado that it was Lauren, Bands, myself, and Max who came up with this plan.
Correct.
And in fact, you gave a second interview after you were arrested and had been in custody approximately a month, correct?
Correct.
And in that second interview, you were in a blue jumpsuit and Mr. Hiles was present. Do you remember that interview?
I do.
And during that interview, you were asked by Mr. Hiles, was Baby Slat present? And you said no, correct?
I don't recall that.
Isn't it true that in that second interview, which is different, I'm talking about the one where you were wearing the blue jumpsuit, you recall that one?
I do.
And have you reviewed that one?
I did.
Okay. Mr. Hiles asked you, so what role did Baby Slat play, correct?
Correct.
And that is the first time you started telling your story with the name Baby Slat in it.
I don't believe so.
You don't believe that was the first time you started saying Baby Slat?
Correct.
Okay. Trying to have a recollection refresh that I need to.
So I'm curious how, without playing all of the first interview and all of the second interview up to the point where Mr. Hiles allegedly said, hey, what was Baby Slat's role? You are going to address the statement that, no, I think I said it before. I don't know what you were planning to play, unless you're going to ask a different question before you play some footage. Because the issue right now is that you've had a back and forth with this witness saying, isn't it true? You didn't ever say anything about Baby Slat until Mr. Hiles in the second interview a month later where you're wearing the blue jumpsuit, he said it. And then you started talking about Baby Slat. And this witness has said, no, I think I brought it up before.
Okay. So based on the court statement, I would request to play the entire first interview.
That's what you think you should be able to do?
Well, if the only way to resolve that issue, the best thing to do would be to play.
I mean, not for the jury. You play for this person to refresh a recollection, which I guess you could do after I send the jury home. You can stay here and she can stay here and you can do that.
Okay, we will definitely. Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Witnesses does not want to do that. She knows how long that interview was.
You also stated in your November 7th, 2019, because your first interview was November 7th, 2019, correct?
Okay.
Correct.
She just stated that she didn't go into custody until November 16th, 2019.
So what's your objection? If Ms. Mignot states something you think is, but you clear that up and redirect.
Do you recall your interview November 7th, 2019?
Correct.
Okay. And in terms of that interview, you gave statements to Detective Maldonado.
Correct.
And you told Detective Maldonado you had never met Baby Slat before November the 8th of 2019.
I had not met him before, no.
And in terms of, you finally, I'm going to fast forward because I have two different dates that you were interviewed. So I'm now going to go to the November 16th, 2019, because I'm not trying to confuse you, okay? The 2019 interview, you were in custody, correct?
Correct.
2007, 2019, November 7th, 2019, you were not.
So November 7th is the day before the armed robbery. I'm just going to lay that out there.
November, Your Honor, November.
November 8th, 2019 is the date of every alleged offense in this case.
Judge is like, let's just get on the same calendar here, shall we?
All right, Your Honor, we are on the right interview. This would be the November 16th of 2019 interview. So my questions are regarding the November 16th, 2019 interview. May I proceed?
You may.
She's out on bond right now. The witness is being prosecuted. Her trial is coming up after this one.
Now, there was a second individual interrogating you along with Detective Maldonado.
Correct.
And who was that second individual?
I believe his name was Sergeant Knapp.
And is that NAP?
I think there's two Ps.
Okay. And during your conversation with Sergeant Knapp, he tried to encourage you to get ahead of this, right? He said the words, you need to get ahead of this. You need to tell the truth. You need to come clean.
Correct.
Okay. And you told Sergeant Knapp that, I don't know, I think the guy's slime. I think it might be an S.
Correct. And if you continue with what I was saying, then I included baby slat with only one T.
Okay. Now, when you included baby slat, you never had the name Tyrone Robinson, correct?
Correct.
And the only way you got the name Tyrone Robinson was law enforcement gave you that name, right?
Correct.
Now let's talk about while you were inside the 1040 Wiley Street address. Your testimony was you went inside the restroom, correct?
Correct.
You did not see any of the males that entered the property or when they entered the property.
Correct.
And you stayed in the restroom the entire time until you heard everyone else say, let's get out of here.
Correct.
And when you came out of the restroom, there were still no males. The males were not in the property.
Correct.
So as we sit here today, you still don't know or have any personal knowledge of who the two individuals were that went into the house because you were in the bathroom, right?
I have knowledge of who they are, but I did not see them, the crime committed, no.
Okay.
Are we done?
When you all arrived initially, there were people in that area walking the street, right?
I'm unsure.
You never told Detective Maldonado that, hey, when we arrive in the area, you have to park on the street. So we parked on the street and walked back?
I did, but I did not say that I saw people walking on the street.
Okay. And it's your testimony today that you don't recall if people were walking on the street?
Correct.
Now, you testified on direct examination that Officer Maldonado showed you his phone with a name, but no photograph.
Correct.
In the video footage of that interview where you're shown the phone, you cannot see the phone from the camera shot, correct?
Correct.
So we would need to take your word that you did not see a photograph of our client when you were looking at the phone in that video shot.
May I specify that he also, Maldonado also stated that there were no pictures of the individual when he was showing me just the name.
Okay, so your recollection of the video that you reviewed, Detective Maldonado is saying to you, I'm not going to show you any pictures.
Correct.
And other than your statement and Detective Maldonado's statement, the video we're looking at, we cannot see the phone ourselves.
Correct.
Now, isn't it true that since you were doing your own investigation of your case, once you got back out, you started looking for photos for Baby Slat?
This is not true.
This is not true.
Now, you testified you lied in this case, right?
I withheld information when I first got to interviewing, I was not honest. When Mr. Heil said I was let go and brought back up, that's when I was more forthcoming, still withholding.
And you actually made false statements, correct?
I did.
And that would be a lie, right?
A false statement would be a lie?
Yes.
Correct.
So if we are to determine when you're lying, how would we do that?
I'm unsure how to answer that.
That's because we would not know, correct?
Correct.
The state showed you State's Exhibit 25, pages 125, 126, 134. Isn't it true that those November 8th, 2019 communications are depicted in that exhibit by numbers?
Correct.
And you don't work for a company that helps you determine what those numbers mean, right?
Correct.
And none of those numbers that we looked at in that exhibit has the name Baby Slat on it, correct?
Correct.
So once again, we're supposed to take your word that who you were speaking with in those correspondence is Baby Slat, right?
I don't know how to make other people's decisions.
No. If we are to believe you,
Okay.
based on your testimony earlier, that the correspondence we looked
trained
at
for
between
years.
you and the person you allege you were texting in States Exhibit 25, we have to believe you that that actually is the person that you're calling baby slat, right?
Correct.
And you have provided false information before, right?
In my first interview, yes.
Okay. Now, you stated that Maddie was a mutual friend of yourself and Lauren, correct?
Correct.
And you had shared with Maddie what you and Lauren engaged in on November the 8th, 2019.
She sent me an article and asked what happened, but I did not willingly offer any information about what had happened.
Well, I know you said willingly. Did you offer information about what happened?
To Maddie?
Yes.
No.
Okay. So you never told Maddie anything?
I told her I locked myself in the bathroom.
And so you had to tell her you were at the 1040 Wiley Street, right?
Yes, ma'am. It was on the news.
Okay. Now, as it pertains to States Exhibit 25, we looked at pages 137 and 138. The correspondence that we looked at on November 8th, 2019 at 9:14 p.m., as you testified, those are correspondence between you and Lauren only, correct?
My apologies. What messages are you referring to?
I'm referring to the messages that you were having with Lauren in terms of States Exhibit 25. Remember when the prosecutor was showing you the blue correspondence back and forth?
Right. There were a couple, if you could refresh me on what specific ones you're asking about.
I'm asking you about the one that you testified was at November the 8th, 2019 at 9:14 p.m. Those were messages just between you and Lauren, right?
Correct.
And none of those messages were between you and a person named Tyrone Robinson, right?
Correct.
There were also not communication between you and someone you're referring to as Baby Slot, right? Correct?
Not shown, or yes, it was shown.
No, the name Baby Slot is mentioned by one of you, but those were not communications you were having with anybody by the name of Baby Slot. You were speaking about somebody that goes by Baby Slot, right?
Between Lauren and I, yes.
That is correct. Now, isn't it true that Young Bands found out about what y'all did and blocked you all from communications?
I never had any direct communication with Young Bands. It was all Lauren.
Were you aware that Young Bands blocked Lauren?
I was aware.
Okay.
Young Bands
Now,
is like, don't bring
as it
down my
pertains to-
organization with your criminal activities.
Nothing in the messages that the state presented from the Instagram dump that you were asked questions about say anything about a robbery, correct?
Correct.
Nothing in the messages says anything about the 1040 Wiley Street location, correct?
Correct.
And nothing in the correspondence between yourself and Lauren where she's saying, when you're saying ask Bands for the money, has the name Tyrone Robinson attached to it, correct?
Correct.
John, if I may have a brief moment?
Sure.
You advised Detective Maldonado, you asked Detective Maldonado, what can I do to get out of this, right?
I don't recall me saying those exact words.
But you were asking, hey, how do I resolve this? How do I get out of this problem? You were inquiring, what do I need to do? Right? Correct. And you, young man, approach a witness.
You may.
Showing you what's been marked for identification purposes.
Yes, ma'am.
DR 17. Do you recognize the document?
Have you had a chance to read it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Do you recognize it?
I think I do recognize it.
Your Honor, at this time we tender defendants exhibit DR 17.
I will admit it to the record. We'll see what happens with it after that.
Got it. You were granted immunity, weren't you, from testimony in this case?
I was under the impression that if I come here and spoke my truth, that would not be used against me.
And your truth changes, doesn't it?
It has not since the interview with myself, my lawyer, my investigator, Hiles, and Maldonado when I was already in custody.
So let me ask you this. Between November the 8th and today, your truth changed, didn't it?
It did. I was withholding information.
Okay. And you lied.
I lied.
And you have immunity now to protect you in this case regarding your testimony.
But you got to let her finish her question. Immunity, ladies and gentlemen, works the same way for Ms. Kalish as it did for Ms. Riley. It's immunity from prosecution for anything said under oath, not immunity from prosecution for these crimes for which Ms. Kalish remains charged. Just anything she says here in court in response to the state's questions, defense questions, may not be used against her in the state's prosecution of Ms. Kalish, just as with Ms. Riley.
I was not offered anything.
You were offered immunity regarding your testimony, correct?
Correct.
And that's something, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we need to stop for the day. That means Ms. Kalish will need to be back tomorrow because there may be questions from Mr. Pritchett. There may be redirect, and certainly you all may have questions as well. But we've reached a point where we need to break for the day. I would ask you all to be here as close to 9 a.m. as you can so we can start back up. Please don't talk about the case with others. No outside research. Avoid any media coverage you might otherwise bump into. Any logistical questions? Have a wonderful evening.
Jury heads out. The witness is going to stick around, possibly watch some movies tonight with the defense attorney. We'll see what happens. A little movie night in the courthouse. Sounds like fun.
Ms. Mignot, I want to explore again to see if you want to stay and have Ms. Kalish stay so that I don't know how long this first interview is. If you want that to happen or you want to reconsider that over the evening and have a different plan.
Is she represented by counsel?
She is. He's not here.
Her counsel is not here.
I haven't seen him. He's not here.
So we would need to make arrangements to do it with her counsel present.
Probably so.
So if we can work with the state to get contact for her counsel.
Sure, it's Mr. Zimmerman. I'm sure he's the only Zimmerman out there. You can track him down. Mr. Hiles can connect you with him. And obviously this is someone who could be recalled in your case in chief if that was something you want to explore. But in your time, on your time, not the jury's time, would you have this witness watch that video all over again so then you could say, was your recollection refreshed? Mr. Hiles, I need you here at 8:30 tomorrow. I need you here, Ms. Mignot, at 8:30 tomorrow. And we need the defendants up here. They don't necessarily need to be dressed out at 8:30 because we need to go over the PowerPoint. Ms. Mignot has some concerns about the PowerPoint. Mr. Pritchett, tomorrow morning, you need to have a list of witnesses you might call because if you're going to call someone who's not on the state's witness list, a copy of which you have, you need to give notice to the state. And frankly, you need to give notice to Mr. Robinson's team as well. You mentioned you might call witnesses. So if they're not on the state's list tomorrow morning, you're going to need to tell me who those folks are. Okay? Not yet. Mr. Hiles, anything else from the state?
I asked I haven't gotten any of the pages there's objections on.
I've looked through it. It's going to take 5 minutes to go through the PowerPoint, but we're going to start at 8:30 because I always think 5 and people come up with other things. So you and Ms. Mignot can talk, but right now isn't the time. Ms. Mignot, anything else? All right, Mr. Pritchett, you had something real brief to say?
To the state, I do remember Adam saying he has some type of copy. The evidence.
I'm working on making copies.
There's one thing I do need. Of course, we know I'm impaired right now.
Self-impaired, but yes, tell me what it is you need.
I need to go over these interviews.
Okay, well, if you have a suggestion on how you're going to do that, let me know and we'll work through it.
What about right now?
Now isn't the time.
When would be the best time?
We can talk about it in the morning. We'll make sure you bring that up along with your witness list. I didn't mean to cut you off, but you may need to tell them something logistically, and you should do that. And you should leave right there, the defense exhibit. They're going to make sure it gets into the record. Thank you. Yeah, we're done.
Yeah, we're done, says the judge. We're done. We're done. I just took a mouthful of food.
Hello. It's Johnny Mac Gravin coming.
It's my favorite guy is Mike. Law Talk with Mike. He's also following this case. A great guy. Didn't mean for his audio to play. From Chicago. Wonderful. Let's see, where are we at? We are, yes, everyone's like, it's LTWM. Let's see, we are, we're here. We live here now. That's where we are. We live here now. Yes, I'm right. You're right. I'm eating hamburger stroganoff. It was supposed to be spaghetti. It turned into stroganoff. I think that's all we have. Nope. Oops, that was the wrong button. I'm excited to bring you tomorrow morning. We're gonna go to Judge Cedric's little escapade he had today with some soft sit pro se type stuff. So we'll do that. I think that's all. We've been live for almost 10 hours, guys. I need a break. I've been sitting on this chair for 10 hours and not getting up. So I need a break. I'm not superhuman. But just know that tonight we have the podcast. We have the podcast. And you say, what time? What time, you ask? 8 p.m. 8 p.m. Eastern time. So please join us for that. Yes, the girls are on trial separately. They'll start later. It's not at the same time. But both the girls who testified today will be tried, at least they're scheduled to be tried in court, unless something weird goes on. So, all right, but we're caught up. We're caught up. So tomorrow, starting tomorrow, we will be live. We think it's possible that the state will rest tomorrow. We're that far along in the case, which is going to be wonderful. We are caught up live. Thanks. So starting tomorrow, it's going to seem a little bit slower. It's going to seem just a tiny bit slower. So just be prepared for that. Look at my briefs. Welcome. Good to have you here. Thank you very much. Came in last minute. That's all right. It's all right. Welcome. All right. Anything else? Anything else? No podcast tonight. That's it. You just want to be here. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to talk about some crazy stuff. We'd like to have your input on some of that. Hilarity may ensue. That's all I'll say. I have to play openings. Actually, yes, you're doing double duty. All right. Speaking of that, the little lawyer's room just called, so I'm going to have to wrap this one up pretty quickly. Girls came off credible and repentant. They did great. Not just what I liked about the second witness is she said, not just said she was going to change her life. She's learned her lesson. She went out and went to legal school. I don't know if she went to law school, but she's got her paralegal certificate, and she's like, hey, my experience with crime taught me that I want to be associated with crime just on the other side. That is really cool. That's really awesome. And she testified without her lawyer there. She has a lawyer, but she just handled it on her own. She knows how to do this. She's learned a lot. So that was really cool. All right, more stuff coming up tomorrow. This case is spicy as can be. Oh my goodness, I didn't know some of these things were going to be in here or just out in the open the way they were, but it is what it is. We're going to go on and proceed with the case as it happens tomorrow. So tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again tonight at 8 p.m. for the podcast here on this channel. So don't miss it, guys. Don't miss it. It'll be great. I think that's all. Is that everything? Oh, we'll go over the thumbnail really quickly. I'll put it up on the next video. We'll have the thumbnail on the next video for sure. The computers are going slowly here. There we go. We've got this is just a teaser of what you can expect on the thumbnail here. There it is. Oh, we have deity represented. Okay, cell towers, everything. Slime, it's going to be good. All right, guys, have a good night. We'll see you tonight in the podcast. Be good to each other. We'll see you. Bye.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
Is that correct? When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.